Xiao Yuan suddenly found himself traversing time and space, transformed into a small fire crow that pledged allegiance to the Jie. Fortunately, he awakened a system for selecting abilities. With the aid of this system, Xiao Yuan's cultivation soared rapidly. Before the impending calamity of the function could arrive, Xiao Yuan astonishingly achieved the Tao of Hunyuan. Upon attaining Hunyuan, he leaped out of the chessboard, transforming from a mere piece into the player of the game. Xiao Yuan declared, "So you think you can bully the Jie just because it is weak? I shall obliterate you." Chapter 1. The Selection of Abilities. In the primordial world, atop a crimson mountain, flames surged violently, with various spiritual fires continuously intertwining. In the heart of this mountain, where spiritual energy was most concentrated, a young man clad in a red robe was absorbing the essence of this energy to cultivate. The fiery aura around him flowed ceaselessly, and the splendor of spiritual light splashed about, painting the mountain in vibrant hues. In the next moment, the ceaseless flow of the aura dissipated rapidly like receding tide, and the splattered spiritual light was drawn back into his body. The young man opened his eyes, momentarily bewildered, before a look of shock emerged. No way, just taking a nap can lead to time travel. At this moment, Xiao Yuan felt entirely numb. He had been an ordinary office worker on Earth, and now, awakening to find himself among the ranks of time travelers was bewildering. Yet, if one must traverse, the starting point should at least carry some prestige. It was disappointing to find himself reincarnated as a postnatal fire crow of the true immortal realm. Currently, the lecture at the Xiao Palace had just concluded. Although the primordial world had not yet reached the stage where quasi-saints roamed freely and Deluo were as common as dogs, possessing the true immortal cultivation was undoubtedly the lowest tier. The most critical issue was that Xiao Yuan had previously heard the lectures of Shanqing Tongtian and was now practicing the Shanqing method, being a named disciple of Shanqing Tongtian. When Tongtian established his teachings and achieved sainthood, Xiao Yuan would be an unfortunate disciple of the Jie. What the predicamen? His negative buffs were piling up. Xiao Yuan's heart felt icy cold. However, soon he seemed to recall something and tentatively spoke. "System, I am here." Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in Xiao Yuan's mind. He was filled with joy. Now this feels right. How could a time traveler be without a system? System, what functions do you possess? Xiao Yuan hurriedly inquired. This system is a selection system for abilities, allowing the host to choose the course of events and gain different abilities. The system's voice rang out once more. Ding! Detecting that the host has successfully arrived in the primordial world, the first round of ability selection is now open. Choice 1. Heavenly Insight Gold. Choice 2. Master Alchemist Gold. Choice 3. Swordsmanship Mastery Gold. As Xiao Yuan gazed at the three options, he fell into contemplation. Each of these abilities appeared remarkably powerful. What should he do? Unfortunately, he could only select one. I choose the first. After a moment's thought, Xiao Yuan resolved to make his choice. Regardless of whether it was the Master Alchemist or Swordsmanship Mastery, with his current strength, he would be unable to fully utilize either ability. What he needed most was to enhance his own strength as swiftly as possible, and the Heavenly Insight ability would provide just that. Upon making his choice, a golden radiance surged into his brow. In an instant, Xiao Yuan felt a clarity encompass him. Not only that, but the world before his eyes seemed to transform entirely. The surrounding spiritual fires and the mountain rocks all became traceable phenomena. With the Heavenly Insight ability, Xiao Yuan had gained a certain capacity to discern the operational rules of all things. From these rules, he could derive immense inspiration. In the next moment, Xiao Yuan entered a state of enlightenment as boundless Taoist rhythms began to converge upon him. 3,000 years later, as the Taoist rhythms and spiritual light around Xiao Yuan receded, his aura had grown significantly. Indeed, this Heavenly Insight ability is formidable. After 3,000 years of seclusion, my cultivation has advanced 2 small realms. A smile spread across Xiao Yuan's face. He had now reached the peak of the true immortal realm, just a step away from the Xian immortal realm. In comparison to those top-tier innate deities, his insight, though lacking, was not far behind. Ding! Tongtian is about to commence a regular lecture on Kunlun Mountain. Please make a choice. Choice 1. Do not attend the lecture. Reward. Devourer of Heaven and Earth Gold. Choice 2. Attend the lecture. Reward. Solar Divine Flame Gold. Choice 3. Betray the sect and seek other powerful masters. Reward. Spiritual Light Tracking Gold. Devourer of Heaven and Earth. Gold. You possess an extraordinary ability to devour. Nothing is beyond your grasp, and whatever you consume can be refined into essence to bolster your own advancement. Solar Divine Flame. Gold, you have the ability to wield the innate spiritual fire, Solar Divine Flame, capable of incinerating all. Spiritual Light Tracking. Gold, you can lock onto the spiritual light of any spiritual entity. No matter how far it may flee, it cannot escape your pursuit. Xiao Yuan surveyed the three options, and once again found himself in a dilemma. He promptly dismissed the third option. He would be foolish to betray his sect. Although seeking a master in Shangqing was a trap, one cannot disregard the strength of powerful beings. In the primordial world, switching allegiances is a major taboo. Not only would he bear the stigma, but he could easily be crushed in an instant. Moreover, the calamity of the Fengshen was still far off, allowing ample time for development. If I were to be struck down and sealed as a deity, it would be a grave disservice to the support of my brother Tongzi. Furthermore, the term holds no allure for Xiao Yuan at present. Instead, the first and second options pose a dilemma for him. If one were to inquire which term Xiao Yuan most desires to select, it would undoubtedly be Kuntan Shruti. This term is evidently of immense assistance in enhancing one's cultivation, and when paired with the term Luxingyikan, it would allow Xiao Yuan's strength to escalate at an extraordinary pace. However, no matter how enticing a term may be, one must consider the actual circumstances. Xiao Yuan is well-versed in the historical development of the primordial world. Following the second lecture at Zhixiao Palace, Dong Wenggong was designated by the Dao ancestor as the foremost male immortal of the primordial realm, while Zhuangmu was established as the leading female immortal. The two would soon establish the immortal court. Meanwhile, the brothers Dijuan and Tai, unwilling to submit, allied with Fuxi and Yuhua to establish the celestial court. The immortal court and the celestial court stand in stark opposition to each other, and a great battle is soon to ensue. Although this battle may not reach the catastrophic scale of a calamity, it will engulf the entire primordial world. It is not just Xiao Yuan, a true immortal, who would struggle to safeguard himself. Even a Daluo Jinxian would find it difficult to ensure their safety amidst such turmoil. Thus, what Xiao Yuan hopes for most at present is to find a refuge from the impending disaster. According to Xiao Yuan's knowledge, any disciple under the auspices of the upper clear who demonstrates exceptional prowess has the opportunity to retreat to Kunlun Xinshan for profound cultivation. Kunlun Xinshan, being the ancestral ground of the Taoist sect, is presently guarded by the three pure ones. Not only will the immortal court and the celestial court clash, but even if the Wu and Yao instigate a calamity, they cannot reach Kunlun Mountain. Moreover, the term is not without merit. The sun god flame is one of the innate spiritual fires of the primordial realm and stands among the foremost of these fires, exhibiting formidable power. Mastering the sun god flame equates to wielding a potent offensive divine ability. I choose option 2, Xiao Yuan declared. Chapter 2, Journey to Kunlun. Once again, a beam of golden light surged into Xiao Yuan's brow. This time, golden spiritual flames flickered around him, radiating an intense warmth that caused the surrounding temperature to soar. Xiao Yuan could sense that with the mastery of the solar divine flame, his power had significantly increased, making it no longer a mere fantasy to battle beyond his current realm. This exemplifies the formidable nature of possessing a powerful divine ability. Xiao Yuan was resolute in his decision to seize the opportunity of enlightenment and remain on Kunlun Mountain. He felt immensely confident in this choice and had no intention of claiming the current Taoist site. He had always been impoverished with little to pack. He transformed into a streak of light and swiftly departed toward Kunlun Mountain. After nearly a century, Xiao Yuan finally approached Kunlun. Truly, it deserved its reputation as the ancestral ground of the Taoist sect, the Three Qing Taoist temple. Ethereal mists floated, the Taoist essence lingered, and myriad rays of law cascaded down, presenting a magnificent celestial ambience. As Xiao Yuan drew closer to Kunlun, he observed numerous beings entering its realm, his fellow disciples. The Shangqing sect was renowned in the primordial world for its benevolence and its fondness for acquiring disciples. Even before achieving sanctity, the signs were already apparent, much to the dissatisfaction of his two elder brothers, which sowed the seeds of discord for the future division of the Three Qing. However, such matters were of little concern to Xiao Yuan, a mere novice. He cautiously trailed behind those radiant lights, entering the heart of Kunlun Mountain. Upon his arrival, he felt invigorated. Even his cultivation began to loosen. In the realm of cultivation, there are crucial elements: method, companions, resources, and location. The method refers to the way of practice. Companions are fellow cultivators or mentors. Resources are the essentials for cultivation, and location encompasses the blessed lands and sanctuaries for training. Hunyuan Mountain stands as one of the most exalted spiritual peaks of the primordial world, its concentration of spiritual energy far surpassing that of Xiao Yuan's modest abode. Cultivating within Hunyuan would undoubtedly yield twice the results with half the effort, further solidifying Xiao Yuan's determination to settle there for his training. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the Shangqing Palace. At the entrance, a young acolyte clad in a red and blue Taoist robe awaited him. If Xiao Yuan's intuition served him correctly, this individual was the Waterfire Boy, a disciple of his esteemed master. This boy possessed an extraordinary origin, having been imbued by the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Waterfire Gourd. Xiao Yuan could hardly discern the boy's cultivation level, indicating that he was considerably more formidable than himself. Xiao Yuan bowed respectfully to the Waterfire Boy before stepping into the palace. It was uncommon to encounter such politeness. Intriguing indeed. The Waterfire Boy regarded Xiao Yuan with a smile, but gave it little thought, having witnessed many beings of various natures by his master's side. Once inside the Shangqing Palace, Xiao Yuan chose an inconspicuous corner to settle down and immerse himself in silent cultivation. A century later, nearly 300 beings had gathered within the Shangqing Palace, and Xiao Yuan remained unremarkable among them. Soon, an immense surge of spiritual energy erupted within the Upper Qing Palace, manifesting countless brilliant lights. All beings present instinctively turned their gaze towards the foremost position in the palace. The Hunyuan Daoist approached with measured steps, embodying boundless Daoist profundity. We pay our respects to our master. The many disciples of Upper Qing bowed in unison. No need for formalities. Hunyuan raised his hand and seated himself upon the meditation cushion. Today, I shall elucidate the way of the sword. The disciples of Upper Qing were wholly engrossed, their attention unwavering, fearful of missing even a single word. Thus, the discourse commenced. As a formidable quasi-saint, renowned for his prowess in slaying a corpse, Hunyuan was undoubtedly among the pinnacle of existence in the primordial realm, effortlessly imparting wisdom to his disciples. Furthermore, as one of the few sword cultivators in the primordial world, his teachings on the sword path were particularly fitting. Before long, the entire Upper Qing Palace was suffused with a rich essence of Tao. Countless insights into the way of the sword materialized within the palace, sometimes swirling around the disciples, at other times penetrating their very beings to be assimilated. Naturally, Xiao Yuan found himself immersed in a state of enlightenment. Among the 300 disciples present, he was surrounded by the most profound insights into the sword path, absorbing these revelations at an unparalleled pace. This remarkable phenomenon stemmed from the extraordinary trait of heaven-defying comprehension, which facilitated rapid enlightenment and significantly enhanced the speed of understanding. A promising talent in the way of the sword has emerged. When did I take in this disciple? Never mind. At this moment, even Hunyuan took notice of Xiao Yuan. His mood considerably lifted. Of course, had Xiao Yuan initially chosen the trait sword path mastery, the spectacle during Hunyuan's teachings would have been even more magnificent, drawing greater attention from Hunyuan. However, decisions once made are irrevocable, and Xiao Yuan was unaware that Hunyuan would be expounding on the sword path. This discourse continued for a millennium. The disciples of Upper Qing, each with differing levels of comprehension and cultivation, garnered varying degrees of insight into the sword path. Undoubtedly, Xiao Yuan experienced substantial gains. After a millennium of listening, his cultivation had entered the early stage of profound immortal. Moreover, beyond the breakthrough in cultivation realm, his most significant achievement was the comprehension of the sword technique Heaven-Splitting Sword. Come here, Hunyuan beckoned. Instantly, Xiao Yuan found himself uncontrollably drawn before Hunyuan. The other disciples of Upper Qing regarded Xiao Yuan with envious eyes, fully aware that he had caught the attention of their master. Though Hunyuan took in many disciples, there existed a hierarchy among them. They could be broadly categorized into elite disciples and ordinary disciples. Becoming an elite disciple not only allowed one to remain on Hunyuan Mountain for cultivation, but also afforded the protection of Hunyuan. In contrast, ordinary disciples traversed the primordial world, and should they perish, it would attract little concern from Hunyuan, as he had many disciples to spare. The elite disciples, upon entering the gaze of Hunyuan, must be wary of an untimely demise, for accountability lies with Hunyuan. Thus, despite the multitude of disciples from the Jie Sect, once one ascends to the rank of elite disciple, the various factions of the Hunyuan realm will extend their respect. Disciple Xiao Yuan pays homage to the master. Xiao Yuan declared, bowing deeply. Tong Tian nodded in approval. This disciple not only possessed extraordinary talent in the sword path, but also exhibited a commendable demeanor in his presence. Neither submissive nor arrogant. From this day forth, you shall establish your practice at Kunlun Mountain. Given your remarkable aptitude for the sword, I bestow upon you this ink-black sword. The Hunyuan, with a raised hand, a stream of luminous energy shot forth, landing before Xiao Yuan. It was a long sword, glimmering with an ethereal light, infused with spirit and intent, exuding an undeniable sentience. Xiao Yuan gazed upon the sword, his heart racing with exhilaration. This was indeed a low-grade, innate spiritual treasure. It was said that fewer than 500 innate spiritual treasures existed in the Hunyuan realm, and some de Luo Jingxian lacked such a companion. Moreover, with the conclusion of the second lecture at Xiao Palace and the dissemination of the method to sever the 3 corpses, the value of innate spiritual treasures had surged. To think that he had now acquired one, the adage that the 3 pure ones were immensely wealthy rang true. Determined, Xiao Yuan resolved to cling tightly to this benefactor. Chapter 3. I must respectfully decline. Thank you for the bestowed treasure, Master, Xiao Yuan expressed hurriedly, bowing in gratitude. Depart now. Tong Tian gestured dismissively before leaving the Shanqing Palace. The other disciples likewise dispersed. Junior brother, come with me to select a practice venue, spoke the water and fire boy, stepping forward. He held a favorable impression of Xiao Yuan. A polite individual is never unwelcome. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother, Xiao Yuan replied, wishing he could offer something to the water and fire boy to foster camaraderie. But alas, he was devoid of possessions and would have to make amends in the future. Kunlun Mountain, the sanctuary of the 3 pure ones, was vast and resplendent with spiritual energy. Under the guidance of the water and fire boy, Xiao Yuan selected a site abundant in spiritual essence for his practice. He did not wish to invest too much thought into this venue, knowing that the 3 pure ones would inevitably part ways. Thus, no matter how splendidly he arranged his domain, it would ultimately be temporary. Senior brother, as I cultivate within Kunlun, what are the proper customs for paying respects to the master and the 2 uncles? Xiao Yuan inquired. Paying respects? The water and fire boy chuckled. It seems you are indeed well-versed in etiquette. The 3 elders are preoccupied with their pursuit of the Tao and seldom concern themselves with worldly matters. If you wish to pay your respects, a simple bow outside the palace will suffice. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother. Xiao Yuan expressed his gratitude once more. His inquiries were not mere idle curiosity. He recognized that while the 3 pure ones remained united, it would be prudent to take a moment to pay his respects. If even a fragment of insight were to be imparted by these esteemed figures, it would undoubtedly yield boundless benefits for him, even if nothing is gained in the end. Xiao Yuan incurs no loss, as it is merely a matter of taking a shot in the dark. After organizing his new dojo, he proceeded to pay respects at Taiqing Palace, Yuqing Palace, and Shanqing Palace. The 3 pure ones offered no response. This action naturally attracted the attention of several disciples, most of whom mocked Xiao Yuan for his futile efforts, believing that the 3 esteemed figures of Kunlun would never acknowledge him. Xiao Yuan, however, paid no heed. What his face when compared to the prospect of gain? Once he dealt with these trifles, Xiao Yuan entered seclusion. 5,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. He thoroughly digested the insights he had garnered previously and successfully advanced to the mid-stage of the profound immortal realm. The path of cultivation becomes increasingly arduous with each passing day. Even with the enhancement of the golden attributes, Xiao Yuan must tread carefully, step by step. Naturally, he mused that if he could acquire a few more attributes, his progress would undoubtedly accelerate. Unfortunately, as time elapsed, he found no opportunity to trigger the system selection. Upon exiting his seclusion, Xiao Yuan adhered to the customary practice of paying respects before the 3 palaces, offering incense and bowing in reverence. Sincerity is key. Persistence is paramount. The Eastern Prince of Zifu State has come to pay a visit to the 3 fellow Taoists. Outside Kunlun, a resounding voice echoed, imbued with an immense authority that struck deep within the hearts of listeners, instilling in Xiao Yuan a sense of submission. The Eastern Prince? It seems he must be planning something significant, likely seeking to ally with his master and the 2 uncles in preparation for establishing a celestial court, Xiao Yuan mused. The second lecture at Xiao Palace declared that the Tao ancestor had appointed the Eastern Prince as the foremost male immortal. With this title, the Eastern Prince brimmed with ambition. eager to gather the most formidable powers of the primordial realm for grand endeavors. The three pure ones were, of course, among his targets for recruitment. However, Xiao Yuan thought little of it. Such matters among titans were beyond his purview. He was certain that his master and the two uncles would never collaborate with the Eastern Prince. The three pure ones, born from the fusion of Pangu's primordial spirit and the purest essence of the primordial chaos, are the most exalted of the innate sanctified beings, and they would never willingly bow to another, no matter how many benefits the Eastern Prince might promise or how eloquently he might speak. He could never sway the three pure ones. Moreover, events unfolded as Xiao Yuan had anticipated. The Eastern Prince arrived in high spirits only to depart in disappointment. However, shortly after his visit to the three pure ones, disturbances began to arise within Kunlun Mountain. Xiao Yuan, you must think carefully. This is a rare opportunity, and missing it would be most regrettable. The Eastern Prince is the Dao ancestors' appointed leader of male immortals, a figure of great legitimacy. Following him would undoubtedly yield boundless benefits. Outside Xiao Yuan's dojo, a middle-aged Taoist clad in a red robe earnestly advised. Ding! The Eastern Prince extends an invitation to you. Please make a choice. Option 1. Accept the Eastern Prince's invitation. Reward immortal golden body, gold, a tribute. Choice 2. Rejecting the invitation from Dong Wang Gong. Rewarded with the sword escape, gold, entry. Choice 3. Rejecting the invitation from Dong Wang Gong and rebuking those disciples seduced by him. Rewarded with the void, great escape, gold, entry. Immortal golden body, gold. This is one of the most powerful physical forms in the primordial world, nearly impossible to shake. Sword escape, gold merging with the sword. One becomes one with it, allowing for an exceptionally swift escape technique, where even beings of greater cultivation can only gaze in admiration. Void, great escape. Gold, you may merge into the void, achieving spatial teleportation. I choose 2. Xiao Yuan gazed at the 3 options, making his decision without a hint of hesitation. He had discerned the situation. Although Dong Wang Gong had been rejected by the 3 purities, he was evidently not yet disheartened. Unable to sway the 3 purities, he began to employ underhanded tactics, preparing to target their disciples. Once the disciples of the 3 purities were ensnared, the 3 purities would inevitably be compelled to intervene. It was indeed a clever scheme. However, it was undeniable that Dong Wang Gong had miscalculated. At most, he would manage to bribe a few nominal disciples. The 3 purities would not be drawn into the tumult of the primordial world due to these nominal disciples. Xiao Yuan was certain that those disciples who fell under Dong Wang Gong's influence would meet a dire fate. Moreover, he was aware that the celestial court was on the brink of collapse. If he were to involve himself further, it would be sheer folly. This sinking ship was not worth boarding. As for the third choice, to refuse and angrily chastise those disciples, Xiao Yuan felt it was entirely unnecessary. Their misfortunes would be their own concern. He merely wished to cultivate in peace, avoiding any unnecessary entanglements. I appreciate Brother Qi Xian's kind intentions, but I wish to engage in solitary cultivation within Kunlun Mountain, Zhou Xian replied to the middle-aged Taoist. Since that is the case, I shall not press you further. Should you change your mind, feel free to seek me out, the middle-aged Taoist sighed, somewhat regretful. Dong Wang Gong had promised that for every disciple he ensnared from the upper clear, he would receive a generous reward. He had thought Xiao Yuan, being new to cultivation in Kunlun and with a shallow foundation, would acquiesce. Observing the departing figure of the middle-aged Taoist, Xiao Yuan shook his head. In his eyes, this brother was perilously close to death. Soon after, a golden light penetrated Xiao Yuan's forehead, manifesting as the golden entry, sword escape. He was quite pleased with this new entry. With the sword escape, entry equipped, he effectively possessed a divine escape technique. In the primordial world, fraught with peril, being able to flee swiftly would undoubtedly enhance his capacity for survival, instilling him with greater confidence for future ventures. Chapter 4. Untold wealth has descended upon me. The commotion surrounding Dong Wang Gong's attempts to recruit disciples from the 3 purities had stirred quite a ruckus within Kunlun, particularly among the disciples of the upper purity. Many succumbed to the enticing promises of the Eastern Duke after witnessing their master's lack of intervention. Moreover, the Eastern Duke's generosity was evident. He offered tangible rewards rather than mere illusions. The Red Xian Taoist sought out Xiao Yuan on several occasions, yet Xiao Yuan remained impervious to his advances, leading the Red Xian Taoist to cease his visits. Xiao Yuan continued his disciplined practice, regularly paying homage at the 3 palaces, adhering to a meticulous routine. Meanwhile, Within the Taiching Palace, the three purities convened. Third brother, your disciples have been rather unruly of late, Yuan Shi remarked, his tone tinged with discontent. He had little regard for the disciples accepted by Tong Tian. Yuan Shi had previously expressed his concerns to Tong Tian. Yet Tong Tian persisted in his independent recruitment of nominal disciples. Presently, the Eastern Duke had been exerting considerable effort to entice the disciples of the upper purity, and it was evident that many had already fallen into his grasp. You are correct, second brother. Those individuals indeed require a firm reprimand, Tong Tian acknowledged, conceding that this issue was indeed of his making. Upon hearing Tong Tian admit his fault, Yuan Shi was overwhelmed with frustration, uncertain of where to direct his ire. Every time it's the same. I acknowledge my mistakes, yet I refuse to amend my ways, he thought, exasperated. Between brothers, there is no need for discord over such trivial matters. Your disciples are commendable. They devote themselves to cultivation, abstaining from worldly conflicts, and remain untouched by the Eastern Duke's lavish promises. They are courteous and respectful, even taking the time to pay their respects to us periodically. They deserve recognition. He added with a smile, stroking his long beard. Junior brother, come forth. There is splendid news. Just as Xiao Yuan was in seclusion, an urgent call echoed. He gazed at the water and fire boy, a look of confusion in his eyes. Elder brother, what splendid news? You must accompany me at once. The three esteemed lords have summoned you by name. The water and fire boy replied with a grin. Is that so? Xiao Yuan paused, then inquired. Do you know the purpose of their summons? This matter has some significance. As you are aware, the Eastern Duke has been vigorously recruiting disciples from our upper purity. The three esteemed lords are quite displeased with this situation, the water and fire boy elucidated. You, junior brother, have dedicated yourself to cultivation, remaining aloof from these disputes and exhibiting proper etiquette. I surmise that the three esteemed lords wish to establish you as a model to chastise those disciples who have been compromised by the Eastern Duke. Xiao Yuan's heart surged with joy at the prospect. If he was to be set as an example, rewards were surely forthcoming. Was this immense fortune finally destined to grace him? Xiao Yuan adjusted his attire and followed the water and fire boy directly to the Taiching Palace. Disciple Xiao Yuan pays his respects to the master and to the two esteemed uncles. He bowed to the three purities seated above. Brothers, this is my disciple Xiao Yuan, who possesses considerable talent in the way of a sword, under the esteemed guidance of his masters. It is indeed a matter of pride for the disciples to receive commendations from their elder brothers. To Tong Tian, this reflects positively upon him, and he generously bestows praises upon Xiao Yuan, acknowledging him as an exceptional disciple. You have truly taken on a remarkable student, he remarks, nodding at Xiao Yuan. From within his sleeve, a glimmering light escapes, materializing into a pill bottle. This contains 3 6-transformation pure void pills that I have concocted. Today, I present them to you. Xiao Yuan promptly expresses his gratitude. Thank you, Master Uncle. The 6-transformation pure void pills are known to enhance one's cultivation significantly. Just one can spare a millennium of arduous training and is beneficial even to those of the Tai De Luo tier. The elixirs from Tai Jing are of the highest quality, and should they fall into the wrong hands, they could incite fierce competition. You are commendable. Yuan Shi nods approvingly at Xiao Yuan. It is well known that the Jade Pure Sect, particularly Yuan Shi, holds disdain for those who are beastly and unruly, a sentiment rooted in the inherent wildness and disregard for propriety found in such beings. Although Xiao Yuan, as a transformed fire crow, falls into this category, his understanding and observance of decorum leave a favorable impression on Yuan Shi. This is a spiritual treasure I casually refined. I bestow it upon you. Yuan Shi gestures, and another radiant light descends before Xiao Yuan. One should not underestimate the phrase casually refined when uttered by a figure of Yuan Shi's caliber. Even his seemingly trivial creations are extraordinary, given his status as one of the foremost treasure masters of the primordial era. The item before Xiao Yuan is a top-grade postnatal spiritual treasure, the 8 trigrams diagram, primarily for defense. Though categorized as a top-grade postnatal treasure, its actual power likely rivals that of many exceptional specimens. Thank you, second master uncle, Xiao Yuan replies obediently. I may not possess the wealth of my esteemed masters, so please keep this trinket for your own enjoyment. Tong Tian chuckles warmly and produces another spiritual light. The gift from Tong Tian is a spirit item known as the primordial spiritual essence, which possesses the ability to enhance one's foundational qualifications. In truth, This item is arguably more precious than those given by Laozi and Yuan Shi. Thank you, teacher. Xiao Yuan continues with his expressions of gratitude. If I am not mistaken, you seem to possess some proficiency in fire techniques. Laozi suddenly interjects. You flatter me, Master Uncle. I have merely stumbled upon the solar divine flame by chance. Xiao Yuan responds honestly. Indeed, your ability to master the solar divine flame at this level of cultivation suggests that your prowess in fire techniques is likely on par with your swordsmanship. Laozi nods approvingly before turning to Tong Tian. Third brother, my Taijing palace is rather desolate and lacking someone to oversee the alchemical furnace. Might it be possible for your disciple to stay with us for a while? What do you think, Xiao Yuan? Tong Tian inquires. I'll leave it to your discretion, teacher. Xiao Yuan replies immediately, his heart brimming with uncontainable joy. Although it may seem like a mere opportunity to observe the alchemical furnace at Taijing Palace, it is rich with potential and opportunities. Upon entering the Taijing Palace, any knowledge imparted by the esteemed master would undoubtedly prove immensely beneficial. Moreover, in the primordial wilderness, one's lineage and connections hold paramount importance. To forge a relationship with the Taijing Palace is a stroke of fortune that many can scarcely dream of. Very well. Thus has this matter been resolved. You may take your leave. Tong Tian chuckled. Xiao Yuan respectfully exited the Taijing Palace. Junior brother, the water and fire youth exclaimed, hurrying to greet the emerging Xiao Yuan, his smile now imbued with sincerity. Previously, the water and fire youth had been cordial toward Xiao Yuan due to his politeness. However, now that Xiao Yuan had been established as a model by the three esteemed elders, his status within Kunlun would likely ascend dramatically, making it prudent to cultivate a good relationship with him. Senior brother, both the master and the two esteemed uncles have granted me rewards. The esteemed master noticed my proficiency in fire techniques and has requested that I assist him with the alchemical furnace at the Taijing Palace, Xiao Yuan beamed. Chapter 5. A remarkable talent for comprehension. The water and fire youth was taken aback by Xiao Yuan's words. He was aware of the rewards being bestowed by the three elders, as they aimed to elevate Xiao Yuan as a paragon. Yet, that Xiao Yuan had been chosen to visit the Taijing Palace for the alchemical furnace was entirely unexpected. With his astuteness, the water and fire youth understood the significance of this. The great elder was not akin to their master, and not everyone could catch his eye. It appeared that this junior brother possessed remarkable qualities that had eluded his notice. Senior brother, since my arrival at Kunlun Mountain, you've shown me much kindness. Please accept this 6 transformations pure void pill, Xiao Yuan insisted. Junior brother, you mustn't tea. The water and fire youth fervently objected, waving his hands. Senior brother, if you refuse, it would be quite disrespectful to me. Xiao Yuan pressed the 6 transformations pure void pill into the water and fire youth's hands before taking his leave. While the water and fire youth had indeed treated him well, Xiao Yuan valued the relationship they would build moving forward. Relationships are akin to literature. This is truly remarkable, the water and fire youth mused, shaking his head as he watched Xiao Yuan's departing figure. He had mentally tagged Xiao Yuan as someone worthy of deeper connections. Although their interactions had been limited, it was evident that Xiao Yuan was courteous, knew how to navigate social interactions, and possessed commendable talent, remaining humble despite his rising fortunes. Henceforth, he resolved to foster their camaraderie. Upon returning to the dojo, Xiao Yuan commenced his secluded cultivation. He first retrieved the innate spiritual essence and began its refinement. In the primordial wilderness, the innate qualities of beings varied greatly. There were distinctions between acquired and innate bones, as well as chaotic bones. It was rumored that the most elite innate divinities possessed chaotic bones. Xiao Yuan could be classified as having mid-tier acquired bones. In many respects, one's innate qualities are indicative of potential. There are further claims that without innate bones, one cannot ascend to the Great Luo realm. Although the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm still lay far ahead for Xiao Yuan, he was determined to prepare diligently for the future. Following Xiao Yuan's retreat for cultivation, news of his summons by the 3 Pure Ones and the subsequent rewards quickly spread throughout Kunlun, igniting a wave of excitement. The disciples, filled with envy, lamented their circumstances, wishing they could take Xiao Yuan's place. Many began to imitate him, performing rituals of homage towards the 3 palaces, yet their efforts were destined for futility. Their overt ambition blinded them, and they lacked the fortuitous timing that Xiao Yuan had encountered. However, among these disciples were those of keen intellect who understood that this summons served as a subtle admonition for Xiao Yuan. Soon, a number of them returned the advantages bestowed by the Eastern Prince, severing their ties. Yet, there remained foolish individuals, along with some who feigned ignorance, unwilling to part with the treasures they had received. A century later, after Xiao Yuan had thoroughly refined the spiritual essence during his retreat, his cultivation had not progressed significantly in that brief span. Nevertheless, his foundation had ascended 2 tiers, reaching the pinnacle of the postnatal realm. It was time to visit the Ta Ching Palace. Xiao Yuan had not forgotten his intention to explore the alchemical furnace there and to acquire further knowledge. Enter. Upon his arrival at the gates of the Ta Ching Palace, the doors swung open and the voice of Laozi resonated. Greetings, Master Uncle. Xiao Yuan stepped into the palace, bowing in accordance with tradition. You should be aware of the purpose for which I summoned you. Your duty henceforth is to oversee the alchemical furnace and monitor the flames. Herein lies the 108 techniques of flame control that I have compiled. You must grasp them at a fundamental level. Laozi spoke in a kind tone, then flicked his fingers, sending a stream of spiritual light into Xiao Yuan's mind. Despite Laozi's casual demeanor, the 108 techniques of flame control were crafted by him personally. Besides serving to tend to the alchemical furnace, they encompassed 108 formidable flame-controlling abilities. Were they to be presented externally, even the great Luo Golden Immortals would vie for them. Receiving such benefits upon his arrival at the Ta Ching Palace brought Xiao Yuan considerable joy. Thereafter, Laozi left Xiao Yuan to his own devices for cultivation. 5 centuries later, the solar flames surrounding Xiao Yuan danced, coalescing and dispersing at his will. In but a moment, he had executed each of the 108 flame control techniques in succession. Intriguingly, although this young man possessed a low cultivation level, his comprehension was remarkable. He had mastered the techniques in a mere 500 years. Though Laozi had not paid close attention to Xiao Yuan, the stirrings within the Ta Ching Palace could not escape his notice. At that moment, a look of astonishment flickered in Laozi's eyes. While the 108 techniques of flame control were his own inventions, they were not easily mastered. Originally, he had intended to grant Xiao Yuan 2,000 years for his training as a modest test. Had he failed to grasp the techniques, he would have been sent back. The fact that Xiao Yuan had preliminarily mastered them in just 500 years far exceeded Laozi's expectations. It appears that you have initially grasped the 108 techniques of fire control. Beyond mastering fire manipulation, it is imperative that you also acquire certain alchemical skills. I possess a compendium of medicinal lore, which I shall impart to you. The ancient sage manifests once more, casting forth a glimmer of insight. Xiao Yuan begins to delve into the medicinal compendium. The art of alchemy is vast and profound. As the foremost alchemist of the primordial era, the compendium compiled by the sage is undeniably precious, yet equally obscure and difficult to comprehend. However, for Xiao Yuan, endowed with the attribute of heavenly insight, such challenges are trivial. He now feels a deep sense of gratitude for selecting the heavenly insight attribute, as it proves to be an invaluable asset, applicable in myriad situations. Otherwise, he might have missed this grand opportunity. Soon, a millennium passes. Xiao Yuan masters the medicinal compendium, prompting another stir within the sage. This time, the sage intends to grant Xiao Yuan 5,000 years to familiarize himself with the text. Yet Xiao Yuan once again exceeds expectations. Even the sage acknowledges that Xiao Yuan is indeed a remarkable talent. After completing the sage's 2 trials, Xiao Yuan officially commences his duties. Perhaps due to Xiao Yuan's outstanding performance, the sage occasionally takes the time to enlighten him on matters of alchemy and cultivation. As the saying goes, genuine transmission is encapsulated in a single phrase, while false transmission spans countless volumes. With the guidance of such a formidable figure, Xiao Yuan's skills in alchemy and cultivation advance at an astonishing rate. After 5,000 years in the Tai Ching Palace, Xiao Yuan successfully breaks into the mid-stage of the profound immortal realm, simultaneously solidifying his foundation, which will provide immense assistance in his future endeavors. Junior brother, I have a matter to discuss with you. The water and fire boy approaches Xiao Yuan. Over the years, a close bond has formed between them. Elder brother, please proceed. Xiao Yuan responds. A millennium hence, the Eastern Emperor and the Western Mother invite the formidable beings of the primordial realm to gather in the Purple Mansion State for a discourse. I wonder if you, junior brother, would be inclined to accompany the Lord. Should you express such intent, I can assist you in making arrangements, the water and fire boy suggests. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuan realizes that the Eastern Emperor is preparing to summon the apex experts of the primordial realm for a discussion, consolidating power to establish the immortal court. This is indeed a significant event in the primordial realm. Chapter 6. The Opportunity of the Purple Mansion State. Shortly thereafter, a clear and melodious voice resonates in Xiao Yuan's ears. After nearly 10,000 years, the system prompt reemerges. Ding! The Eastern Emperor wishes to invite top-tier experts to the Purple Mansion State for discourse and power consolidation. Please make your choice, host. Choice 1. Proceed to the Purple Mansion State and receive the reward of the attribute breath concealment and essence dissipation, gold. Choice 2. Decline the invitation to the Purple Mansion State and receive the reward of the attribute power to shake the heavens, gold. Breath concealment and essence dissipation, gold. You possess unique methods for concealing your aura, making it impossible for even those several realms above you to discern your true nature. The immense power you possess is unparalleled, far exceeding that of others of the same realm. As your strength progresses, it will continue to grow, potentially reaching a level capable of shaking the very heavens and earth. I choose 1. Xiao Yuan swiftly made his decision. The establishment of the immortal court by the Eastern King is a momentous event in the primordial world, drawing numerous top-tier powerhouses to engage in discourse. Securing an opportunity to attend would be a remarkable fortune that many covet but cannot attain. Moreover, it would allow one to witness grand spectacles and encounter the foremost figures of the primordial realm. Additionally, concerning the two options presented, Zhou Xian leaned towards selecting absorbing breath to eliminate the profound. This choice is undoubtedly essential for those who prefer to operate from shadows, as one can manipulate others to their demise. Xiao Yuan believed that the more such options available, the better. He relished the role of a schemer. Then I shall trouble you, senior brother, he spoke. Junior brother, allow me to share my thoughts. I do not possess absolute certainty in this matter. At most, I can mention your name in front of the master, the water and fire boy chuckled. No worries, senior brother, as long as you do your best, Xiao Yuan replied, fully aware that the water and fire boy was willing to assist him due to their good relationship. Were it anyone else, the water and fire boy would likely show little interest. This illustrates the significance of connections. Shortly after, good news arrived from the water and fire boy. Tong Tian was willing to take Xiao Yuan along when heading to Zifu Prefecture. This was due to Xiao Yuan's outstanding performance, which earned him praise from Laozi, thereby increasing Tong Tian's regard for him. As it happened, the water and fire boy had also spoken a few favorable words on Xiao Yuan's behalf, leading to Tong Tian's agreement. Xiao Yuan rejoiced greatly. As the banquet in Zifu Prefecture approached, Xiao Yuan was summoned to the Upper Clear Palace to pay his respects to his master and greet senior brother Duo Bao and senior sister Jinling. Xiao Yuan approached and bowed. Nowadays, under Tong Tian's tutelage, there are two direct disciples, the future renowned Duo Bao Daoist and Jinling Saintess. Duo Bao is a plump young man clad in a golden robe, exuding a friendly demeanor, while Jinling Saintess appears far more austere, radiating an air of sharpness, likely due to her expertise in swordsmanship. Upon seeing Xiao Yuan, they acknowledged him with a greeting. Tong Tian gathered with his disciples and his two brothers. Besides Tong Tian's disciples, Yuan Shi also had disciples in tow, and Xiao Yuan speculated that this must be the first disciple of the Chan sect, Nanji. Let's go. Laozi spoke. Zifu Prefecture, located above the Eastern Sea, is one of the premier spiritual sites of the primordial world, serving as the sacred ground for the Eastern King and the Western Queen Mother. Presently, the Eastern King wishes to invite numerous powerhouses to convene for discussions in Zifu Prefecture, making it quite a bustling place, attracting the majority of formidable beings from the primordial realm. It should be noted that, despite the Eastern King's capabilities, he alone would not be able to summon so many strong individuals. The willingness of these top-tier powerhouses to attend is solely out of respect for the Dao ancestor. After all, Dong Wang Gong is the foremost male immortal bestowed by the Dao ancestor himself. 3 fellow Daoists, please enter swiftly. Your presence truly illuminates my Purple Mansion Prefecture. Given the esteemed status of the 3 pure ones, it is only natural that Dong Wang Gong personally comes to greet them. You are too kind, my Dao friend. Laozi responded with a smile. Following a few pleasantries, the 3 pure ones took their seats under Dong Wang Gong's guidance. Their position was to the right of the main seat, clearly indicating the respect Dong Wang Gong accorded them. As for disciples like Xiao Yuan, they obediently waited behind their teacher. Although they lacked seats, their location was indeed central. when the powerful beings began to discuss the Tao. This would be the most concentrated area of Taoist essence, a place that others could only envy. As time passed, numerous formidable beings arrived. Dijun, Dai, Fu Undicesimo, Nu Hua, Hunyuan, Yuan Zi, and Minghe, all are top-tier existences in the primordial realm. Although Xiao Yuan had never encountered these great figures, he could discern their auras, as the energy they exuded was unmistakable. Had it not been for the protection of his teacher, Xiao Yuan might have been overwhelmed by the pressure emanating from these mighty beings. In addition to these supreme powers, many beings of the Deluo Golden Immortal tier also attended, not to mention those below that level. It is no exaggeration to say that nearly 90% of the strong in the primordial realm have gathered in the Purple Mansion Prefecture today. Since all esteemed friends have arrived, let us commence our discourse on the Tao. I shall begin by casting a stone to attract jade and share my insights, proclaimed Dong Wang Gong, the host. He then began to expound on the Tao of extreme yang, being the first manifestation of primordial extreme yang energy and the most adept in this field. In an instant, the essence of the Tao began to permeate the atmosphere. Many beings entered a state of enlightenment at that moment. Xiao Yuan naturally seized this opportunity, although he did not cultivate the Tao of extreme yang. All paths ultimately lead to the same destination. The teachings of Dong Wang Gong could greatly inspire him. Following Dong Wang Gong, numerous quasi-saint powers also took turns to expound their philosophies. Dijun's Tao of supreme yang, Taiyi's Tao of divine flame, Nu Hua's Tao of creation, Fu Shi's Tao of the Bagua, and Laozi's Tao of Tai Chi. This grand discussion on the Tao persisted for a full 5,000 years. Countless beings gained insights during this gathering, with many achieving breakthroughs in their realms. Ah, this little one possesses some talent. Fu, she suddenly exclaimed, turning his gaze toward a certain direction. The other great beings also noticed Fu Shi's reaction and followed his gaze. My disciples have gleaned a few insights, much to the amusement of all esteemed friends, Tong Tian said with a bow, smiling. The focus of their attention was indeed on Xiao Yuan, standing behind Tong Tian. Though the discourse has concluded, Xiao Yuan remains enveloped in a profound aura of the Tao, his being illuminated by the radiant light of myriad laws, presenting an extraordinary visage, evidently immersed in a deep state of enlightenment. It is indeed enviable that our esteemed friend from the upper clear can possess such an exceptional disciple. Truly, the attainment of such cultivation, enabling the condensation of the seeds of great supernatural powers, heralds an unimaginably boundless future. The assembled great beings collectively extolled his virtues. In the primordial realm, there exists a distinction between supernatural powers and greater supernatural powers. Typically, only upon entering the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal does one gain the qualification to comprehend greater supernatural powers. Yet, here stands Xiao Yuan, having condensed the seeds of such powers even in the mystic immortal realm, which undeniably astonishes these mighty beings. Your praises are unwarranted, he humbly retorted, though the smile at the corner of his lips betrayed his modesty. At their level of existence, reputation holds significant weight. Xiao Yuan's comprehension of greater supernatural powers has served to elevate Tong Tian's standing before his peers. Chapter 7. The Merit of the Heavenly Tao. Under Tong Tian's protection, Xiao Yuan soon awakened from his state of enlightenment, feeling a tremendous surge in his cultivation, having ascended to the latter stage of the mystic immortal realm. Furthermore, he had grasped a greater supernatural power known as the primordial shield. This power can absorb the essence of numerous laws, serving both to ensnare adversaries and provide protection, capable of absorbing even supernatural entities. However, before Xiao Yuan could revel in his achievement, he sensed the penetrating gazes of those great beings, sending a shiver down his spine. Most of these formidable figures merely offered him amiable smiles and turned their attention elsewhere. For them, Xiao Yuan's comprehension of greater supernatural powers was but a minor ripple in the grand tapestry of existence. With the great beings no longer focused on him, Xiao Yuan released a sigh of relief. Esteemed friends, besides our discourse, I have another matter to announce, began the Eastern King. The numerous great beings present had anticipated this, knowing that such a grand gathering could not be merely for simple discussions. I, the Eastern King, appointed by the Tao ancestor as the supreme male immortal, seek to establish the celestial court of the primordial realm today, to uphold the order and functioning of the cosmos. May the heavenly Tao bear witness, he proclaimed with conviction. In the next moment, resplendent clouds of myriad colors surged above the purple mansion state. Golden lotuses bloomed in abundance. An auspicious purple chi extended for 30,000 miles, heralding a convergence of extraordinary omens. Confirm. The voice of the heavenly Tao resonated throughout the vast expanse of the primordial realm. Subsequently, golden light burst forth, showering an immense bounty of merit upon the Eastern King and his companions, transforming into radiant wheels of merit exuding an aura of good fortune. At that moment, the fortune above the purple mansion state coalesced into a magnificent golden dragon, its resounding roar echoing through the skies. Boom! Just then, the entire eastern sea trembled. Soon, a celestial mountain emerged from the depths of the eastern sea, radiant with immortal light and ethereal spirit, revealing itself as one of the three celestial mountains of the overseas realm, Punglai. This was but one of the rewards bestowed upon the Eastern King by the heavenly Tao. Witnessing this, the Eastern King felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment, believing himself to be destined by fate. Esteemed fellow practitioners, our celestial court has recently been established, and we extend a warm invitation to all like-minded individuals. Those who choose to join our celestial court shall undoubtedly be well rewarded. The Eastern King once again extends his invitation to the formidable beings of the primordial realm. At this moment, several of those who had previously hesitated are now feeling a surge of interest. After all, even the heavenly Tao has acknowledged the celestial court, suggesting it is devoid of pitfalls. Joining sooner would yield greater benefits. Esteemed Eastern King, my brother and I have matters to attend to. Thus we shall take our leave. Polkimt impuyun, hai sing tu depart alongside tai. Upon witnessing this, the smile on the Eastern King's face waned somewhat. He understood that both he and Emperor Jun possessed imperial destinies, and inevitably, a contest between them would arise. He needed to find an opportunity to eliminate these two brothers. Following Emperor Jun and Tai, the three purities, Niwa, Fushi, and other powerful beings also bid their farewells in succession. Under Tong Tian's guidance, Xiao Yuan returned to the Upper Clear Palace. What are your thoughts on the future development of the Celestial Court following our visit to the Zifu state? Tong Tian inquired, directing his gaze toward Xiao Yuan and his companions. Master, the esteemed Eastern King occupies a position of legitimacy, and the Celestial Court embraces the heroes of the primordial realm. Its momentum is unstoppable, destined for prosperity, replied Duo Bao after a moment of contemplation. My thoughts align closely with my senior brothers. The Celestial Court gathers immense fortune, flourishing like the midday sun, surely attaining the position of hegemon in the primordial realm, added Jinling. And what do you think, Xiao Yuan? Tong Tian turned his attention to him again. Master, I concur that my senior brother and sister are correct. The Celestial Court is bound to thrive. However, the situation in the primordial realm is ever-changing. Consider the ancient clans of the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin, which also experienced a period of prosperity, only to meet a tragic end, Xiao Yuan articulated after carefully weighing his words. Astute, Tong Tian chuckled upon hearing this, reflecting on how this young man spoke with such prudence, neither offending Duo Bao nor Jinling while expressing his viewpoint. Your junior brother speaks wisely. The dynamics of the primordial realm are unpredictable, even for us. While the Celestial Court may appear grand, many top-tier powerhouses harbor dissent against the Eastern King. It won't be long before chaos ensues in the primordial realm. You all remain in Kunlun, diligently cultivating. Do not involve yourselves in the external conflicts, Tong Tian advised his disciples. The named disciples may remain unconcerned, but he must pay attention to his direct disciples. The most reliable bond in the primordial realm is that of master and disciple. Should his direct disciples become embroiled in conflict, Tong Tian would inevitably be drawn into it as well. We shall obey your teachings, master. Xiao Yuan and his companions responded in unison. Now that I find myself with some leisure, feel free to raise any questions you may have regarding your cultivation, and I shall provide answers, Tong Tian continued. Duo Bao and Jinling promptly presented their confusions regarding their practice. Once they concluded, Xiao Yuan took the opportunity to pose his own query, recognizing that his two senior siblings were direct disciples while he was merely a named disciple. He had always been adept at maintaining propriety. Master, I have one more question. How can one attain merits? Xiao Yuan inquired. Upon witnessing the celestial virtues bestowed by the Eastern King, his heart surged with fervor. The celestial virtues represent the blessings conferred by the heavenly way. When these virtues flourish to a certain extent, even the saints would not dare to harm you in the slightest. Moreover, these virtues can be employed to enhance one's cultivation and innate qualities, which even the foremost powerhouses of the primordial world strive earnestly to obtain. Celestial virtues are granted by the heavenly way. One must engage in endeavors beneficial to the primordial realm to evoke the descent of such virtues. Tong Tian elaborated on the various methods to acquire these virtues, such as imparting teachings, eliminating karmic obstructions, establishing postnatal paths, and vanquishing ferocious beasts. All of these actions yield celestial merit. However, your current cultivation remains somewhat inadequate. Thus, the difficulty in obtaining virtues is considerable. It is advisable to focus on your practice and seek celestial virtues later. Tong Tian provided a detailed explanation of the heavenly virtues while also advising Xiao Yuan not to overly pursue them, emphasizing the importance of concentrating on his cultivation. Thank you for your guidance, Master, Xiao Yuan immediately responded. You may come to the Shangqing Palace for inquiries in the future, Tong Tian stated. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuan was filled with joy, for such treatment is typically reserved for direct disciples. He suspected that his master had already considered him for this esteemed position. Although both direct and registered disciples are still considered disciples, the distinction between them is vast. A casual suggestion suffices for one to be a registered disciple, while a direct disciple enjoys constant companionship, personal instruction, and the transmission of authentic teachings. Most importantly, upon becoming a direct disciple, one represents their master's will and prestige while traversing the world. If he were to become a direct disciple of Shangqing, he would not only walk with confidence in the primordial realm, but also attract little animosity. Furthermore, Tong Tian is destined to attain sainthood, and being a direct disciple of a saint is already comparable in status to a quasi-saint powerhouse. Xiao Yuan's speculation was indeed correct. Tong Tian harbored intentions of accepting him as a direct disciple. With exceptional comprehension, respectfulness, cleverness, and having brought honor to his teacher on several occasions. The only shortcoming was his insufficient cultivation. Tong Tian planned to formally accept him once his strength progressed further. Xiao Yuan first sought leave from the Taiji Palace, preparing to retreat for cultivation, as he had yet to fully assimilate the knowledge obtained in Zifu Prefecture. And the seed of the profound, supernatural power of the Hunyuan shield required further growth. Laozi readily granted his request with a wave of his hand. Chapter 8. The Fire Crow Ancestor. Xiao Yuan's retreat lasted another 5,000 years. His cultivation smoothly ascended to the pinnacle of the Xianxian realm, with only a single step remaining to enter the golden immortal stage. Upon emerging from his seclusion, the Qixian Taoist returned, once again urging Xiao Yuan to join the celestial court. After all, Xiao Yuan had made quite an impression in Zifu Prefecture, and astute observers could discern Tong Tian's considerable regard for him. Moreover, the conditions offered by the Eastern King this time were exceptionally generous, even promising Xiao Yuan a low-grade innate spiritual root, the red fire phoenix tree. In terms of value, a low-grade innate spiritual root surpasses even that of a low-grade innate spiritual treasure. Though Xiao Yuan felt somewhat tempted by the inferior innate spiritual roots, he ultimately declined the invitation of the Qixian Taoist. Simultaneously, he became increasingly convinced of the Taoist's reckless disregard for life. His own master and two senior uncles had already reprimanded him, yet this fellow continued to act defiantly. Alas, the system surprisingly did not emerge this time. After watching the Qixian Taoist depart, Xiao Yuan let out a regretful sigh. He had anticipated that the Taoist invitation would prompt the system to offer him a choice, only to be met with profound disappointment. Subsequently, Xiao Yuan made his way to the Taiqing Palace to resume his duties. Thus, this tranquil existence continued for approximately 2 millennia. I am Emperor Jun. Today, I establish the demon clan in the primordial chaos. All mountains, rivers, flora, fauna, and creatures shall be regarded as demons. The demon clan is hereby founded. A resounding voice echoed throughout the primordial chaos. Soon after, radiant streams of light cascaded across the vast lands, and countless beings were bathed in this luminescence, attaining their forms. These streams of light were the essence of the celestial bodies, coalescing into the imperial essence that possessed the power to aid beings in their transformation. Impelun, Tai, Nuve, Fuxi aspire to establish the heavenly court in the primordial chaos to uphold the order of the cosmos. May the heavenly Tao witness this. Following Emperor Jun's establishment of the demon clan, for immensely potent auras began to permeate the primordial chaos. signifying the founding of the Heavenly Court by Emperor Jun and his 3 formidable allies. This commotion undoubtedly drew the attention of many powerful beings, causing a stir throughout the primordial realm. It was apparent to all observant souls that the establishment of this heavenly court was a declaration of intent to challenge the celestial court. Emperor Yun indeed possessed remarkable capabilities, managing to rally Taoist Fuxi and Nuwa to pursue grand ambitions. Although lacking formal recognition, he took an unconventional path to unite the demon clan and gather fortune. Conflict between the celestial court and the heavenly court was inevitable, threatening to shatter the tranquility of the primordial chaos once more. Many powerful beings engaged in discussions regarding the establishment of the heavenly court. Some chose to align themselves with either the celestial court or the heavenly court, seeking opportunities for supreme paths, while others opted to retreat into their sanctuaries, turning a blind eye to these disputes. The 3 pure ones naturally belonged to the latter group. Xiao Yuan continued his methodical cultivation, undisturbed by external affairs. As long as he remained within Kunlun Mountain, he felt assured of his safety. Before long, another 3,000 years had passed. The conflict between the celestial court and the heavenly court had commenced, with both sides experiencing victories and defeats. Junior brother, the ancestor of the Fire Crow clan, seeks an audience with you. Will you meet? Just as Xiao Yuan was tending to the alchemical furnace in the Taiqing Palace, the water and fire boy conveyed this message. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuan furrowed his brow. The ancestor of the Fire Crow clan? He was of the Fire Crow lineage, and within the primordial chaos, the Fire Crow clan was considered a prominent race, with the ancestor being a figure of great power, at the level of a great Luo golden immortal. However, since Xiao Yuan's arrival in this realm, he had remained solitary, without any contact with his so-called kin. After some contemplation, Xiao Yuan ultimately decided to meet. After all, blood ties are unbreakable, and there existed a karmic connection between him and the Fire Crow clan. Junior brother, I have heard that the Fire Crow clan has grown quite close with those 2 from the Sunstar. The Fire Crow clan has now joined the Heavenly Court, and I suspect their visit to you carries a particular purpose. Be vigilant, the water and fire boy cautioned. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Yuan felt a sense of understanding. As he reached the outskirts of Kunlun Mountain, he beheld an elderly man clad in a crimson robe, exuding an intense, fiery aura, awaiting him. With Xiao Yuan's discerning eye, he recognized that this elder was at least a Tai golden immortal, possibly even a being of the Deluo level. Xiao Yuan respectfully inclined his head towards the elder. I have encountered esteemed seniors before. Indeed, it is no surprise that you are a pride of our clan. Your demeanor is truly exceptional, the elder remarked, stroking his long beard with a smile. Addressing me as senior feels somewhat distant. I am Lai Yang, the ancestral figure of the Fire Crow clan. You may simply call me Ancestor. What brings you here, Ancestor? Xiao Yuan inquired directly. Currently, my Fire Crow clan stands as a direct lineage under the Heavenly Emperor, favored by his grace. I have come to persuade you to accept a position within the Heavenly Court. With your potential, you are certain to garner the Emperor's favor. Lai Yang replied cheerfully. Xiao Yuan understood immediately. If he was not mistaken, the so-called Heavenly Emperor was none other than Di Jun, the sovereign of the Heavenly Court. This individual likely harbored intentions akin to those of Dong Wang Gong, attempting to subtly win over his teacher and 2 senior uncles. Otherwise, with his modest strength, how could he possibly attract the attention of such a formidable figure? Ding! You have received an invitation from the Heavenly Court. Please make your choice. Choice 1. Decline the invitation from the Heavenly Court. Reward: I avoid gold. Entry. Choice 2. Accept the invitation from the Heavenly Court. Reward: spirit theft hand entry. I avoid gold. Your eyes can penetrate the vast majority of secrets in the primordial world. The essence of all things will be revealed before you. Spirit theft hand. Gold. You possess the most exquisite thieving skills, with varying success rates depending on the strength of your target. I choose 1. Xiao Yuan made his decision without hesitation. The Immortal Court is a sinking ship. Is the Heavenly Court any different? In the end, both are destined for ruin. Moreover, Xiao Yuan was acutely aware that his repeated invitations from 2 major powers were due to the support of the 3 pure ones behind him. His teacher and 2 senior uncles had clearly not intended to become embroiled in such murky waters. If he were to plunge in, there would be no favorable outcome. Then, a flash of golden light surged and entered Xiao Yuan's brow. Instantly, he felt a myriad of information about the world around him materializing before his eyes. For instance, he could now discern the realm of the Fire Crow ancestor. Mid-stage Deluo golden immortal. Ancestor, I wish to devote myself to cultivation in Kunlun, Xiao Yuan stated tactfully. Since you are resolute in your decision, so be it. Upon hearing Xiao Yuan's words, Lai Yang did not press further. He then produced a multitude of spiritual treasures and placed them before Xiao Yuan. Ancestor, what is the meaning of this? Xiao Yuan was taken aback by the sight of these treasures, believing that Lai Yang, despite his verbal concession, was still unwilling to give up and sought to entice him with benefits. Do not misunderstand. These items are not possessions of the heavenly court, but rather resources bestowed upon you by our clan for your cultivation. You are the pride of the Fire Crow lineage. How could the clan possibly neglect you? Liang gestured earnestly, expressing his sincerity. I am aware of your unwavering dedication to the path, and I only hope that should our Fire Crow clan encounter a grave crisis one day, you might lend your assistance within your capabilities. The tumultuous state of the primordial world is ever-changing, and none can predict the outcome of the conflict between the celestial and heavenly courts. He, too, seeks to secure a contingency plan for the clan. Agreed. Upon hearing Liang's earnest words, Xiao Yuan recognized the reasonableness of the request and found no grounds for refusal. Moreover, the abundant spiritual resources before him were precisely what he required for his cultivation. Having recently entered the Upper Clear Palace, he had garnered the attention of Tong Tian. He had already acquired the essential for the foundation of wealth and companionship. Yet the wealth aspect required his own strategizing. As he had only recently joined the Upper Clear Palace, his resources in this regard were indeed somewhat lacking. With these items, his cultivation speed would surely increase. Chapter 9, Duo Bao. The ancestor of the Fire Crow did not linger long outside Kunlun Mountain. After bestowing the items upon Xiao Yuan, he departed. Xiao Yuan, not dwelling on the matter further, returned to the Upper Clear Palace. Within the palace, overseeing the alchemical furnace was a rather leisurely task, allowing him to occasionally ponder the intricacies of alchemy. Xiao Yuan felt confident that he could now concoct a fourth-tier immortal pill. Alas, lacking an alchemical furnace, his knowledge remained purely theoretical, with no practical application. Given the opportunity, he was determined to procure a furnace to test his alchemical skills. During Xiao Yuan's period of secluded cultivation, the conflict between the heavenly and celestial courts intensified, with even Deluo Jinxian level experts falling in this fierce struggle. Time swiftly passed, and after 10,000 years, the celestial and heavenly courts found themselves in a stalemate, bringing a semblance of peace to the primordial world. Yet, many powerful beings recognized this as merely the calm before the storm, a sign of the impending tempest. Throughout this time, Xiao Yuan was persistently seeking a way to break through to the golden immortal realm. Transitioning from the Xian immortal to the golden immortal stage posed a formidable threshold. Those who achieve the golden immortal status can forge an indestructible golden body, thus evading numerous tribulations. Golden immortal experts are considered the backbone of the primordial world, capable of claiming dominion in certain remote regions. Regrettably, despite Xiao Yuan's remarkable comprehension, he found himself stymied at this juncture. To transcend, he required a catalyst. Recently, his master had refrained from alchemy, leaving no tasks related to the furnace for Xiao Yuan. Thus, he continued his silent cultivation in the dojo, yearning to break through this formidable barrier. Is junior brother, Xiao Yuan, present? A voice called out, prompting him to rise and investigate, whereupon he beheld an unexpected figure. Duo Bao. The visitor was none other than Duo Bao Daoist. By now, Xiao Yuan was able to discern the cultivation level of Duo Bao, who stood at the pinnacle of the Tai golden immortal realm. Indeed, as the foremost disciple under the illustrious master Shanqing, one's profound cultivation is undeniable, teetering on the brink of transcending into the realm of Deluo. Moreover, such a powerful adept as he would surely render even the average Deluo golden immortal as mere challengers. Yet, Xiao Yuan found himself perplexed, uncertain as to the intentions of his esteemed senior brother. Your training has encountered a bottleneck, the master had said, and, considering the current turbulence in Honghuang, I shall escort you on a journey through this realm. Du Bao chuckled, for he was already aware that Xiao Yuan was designated as his master's third direct disciple, which fostered a sense of camaraderie between them. At that moment, the familiar voice of the system echoed in Xiao Yuan's mind. Ding! Du Bao invites you to explore Honghuang. Please make your choice. Option 1. Agree to Du Bao's invitation and embark on a journey through Honghuang in search of opportunities, with a reward of the Fortune Supreme, Gold, attribute. Option 2. Decline Du Bao's offer and continue your secluded training, with a reward of the Lord of Waters, Gold, Attribute. Fortune Supreme. Gold. You possess the most exceptional fortune in Hunyuan, and even while traversing the paths, you may sense the existence of innate spiritual treasures. Lord of Waters. Gold. You are the sovereign of the laws of water, a king among waters, possessing profound mastery in the way of water. Upon seeing the sudden appearance of the system prompt, Xiao Yuan swiftly made his decision. I choose option 1, given that this was his master's arrangement. Refusal would be illogical. Moreover, with Du Bao, a formidable expert, guiding him, concerns for his safety were unnecessary. After Xiao Yuan made his selection, the familiar golden light enveloped him once more. However, this time, upon the light's entry, he felt no peculiar sensations. Previously, upon the integration of attributes, he had always sensed significant changes. Yet the Fortune Supreme attribute seemed to differ from the others. Nevertheless, in the realm of Hunyuan, the concept of fortune was enigmatic and mysterious, eluding even the understanding of quasi-saints and saints alike. From Xiao Yuan's perspective, the entry of the Fortune Supreme attribute should enhance his luck. Then, I shall place my trust in you, senior brother, he said. How courteous! Du Bao laughed heartily, leading Zhou Xian away from Kunlun. Junior brother, accompanying me on this journey is indeed a blessing. As a transformed being of the rare Du Bao mouse, I am particularly attuned to the aura of various spiritual treasures, and I shall surely guide you to many remarkable finds. During their previous expedition to Zi Fu Prefecture, with Tong Tian in tow, Du Bao had been rather taciturn. Yet, now that he was out with Xiao Yuan, he seemed liberated, as if a floodgate had been opened. His chatter incessant. This also demonstrated that Du Bao was quite amiable. Not long after they departed from Kunlun, Xiao Yuan sensed a peculiar disturbance. A golden prompt suddenly appeared before his eyes. Fortune Supreme. Gold. You are favored by fortune. Proceed to the location indicated by the heavenly Tao to obtain a mid-grade innate spiritual object. In the realm of Hunyuan, spiritual objects are categorized by rank, distinguishing between postnatal and innate treasures, each of which can be further divided into 4 subranks: inferior, medium, superior, and exceptional. The innate spiritual essence awarded to Xiao Yuan last time was a medium-grade innate spiritual item, quite a treasure indeed. As the golden prompt emerged, Xiao Yuan immediately felt a compelling pull. Senior brother, let us proceed in this direction. I sense the aura of an innate spiritual item. Xiao Yuan called out to Duo Bao. Duo Bao, puzzled, wondered why he had not perceived it himself. Nevertheless, since Xiao Yuan had brought it up, he was inclined to follow, as it required little effort. Soon, guided by the aura, Xiao Yuan and Duo Bao arrived at a mist-laden valley. Upon their arrival, the mist began to dissipate, revealing a glimmering spiritual light within. This light transformed into a flowing essence and swiftly entered Xiao Yuan's hand. Medium-grade, innate spiritual item. Gungjin Divine Copper. Duo Bao's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of what Xiao Yuan held. He initially suspected that Xiao Yuan's senses had deceived him, but to his surprise, there was indeed a treasure present. Moreover, innate spiritual items and treasures are typically safeguarded by innate spiritual prohibitions. Before their arrival, the prohibition surrounding the Gungjin Divine Copper had yet to be activated. Even with his exceptional talent, Duo Bao could not have sensed it through the prohibition, which explained his earlier failure to detect its presence. Remarkably, as they arrived, the spiritual prohibition was lifted, and the Gungjin Divine Copper eagerly entered Xiao Yuan's grasp. Junior brother, this Gungjin Divine Copper is an excellent material for crafting spiritual treasures. With masterful skills, one could forge a superior grade postnatal spiritual treasure, Duo Bao remarked, suppressing his astonishment. It must be mere luck, otherwise, it would be too coincidental. After Xiao Yuan secured the Gungjin Divine Copper, he continued onward with Duo Bao. Senior brother, I sense another innate spiritual item nearby. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Yuan spoke again. Following closely behind, Duo Bao saw Xiao Yuan acquire yet another inferior grade, innate spiritual item. Senior brother, I sense yet another one. After Xiao Yuan had collected over 10 innate spiritual items, Duo Bao was left in a state of numb disbelief. It was truly absurd. Not a single time had Xiao Yuan returned empty-handed. Each venture yielded a treasure. Luck could explain a single occurrence, but what are the numerous instances? Recalling his earlier bravado about finding spiritual items with Xiao Yuan upon their departure from Kunlun, Duo Bao felt a wave of embarrassment. Suddenly, he considered bestowing his title of Duo Bao upon Xiao Yuan. Junior brother, are you truly a transformed fire crow? I have not heard of the fire crow bloodline possessing treasure-seeking abilities. Unable to contain himself, Duo Bao inquired. Senior brother, I suppose I am just fortunate, Xiao Yuan replied, scratching his head. He had never anticipated that the fortune-overwhelming trait would prove so powerful, allowing him to sense various innate spiritual items while out in the world. Even the person involved found the situation absurd. At the same time, Xiao Yuan felt fortunate that Duo Bao had accompanied him on this expedition. During their treasure-seeking journey, primordial spiritual entities emerged, repeatedly attracting the covetous gaze of other beings. In fact, when a high-grade primordial spiritual artifact appeared, it caused quite a commotion, drawing the attention of a Tai Golden Immortal. However, that Tai Golden Immortal was soon frightened away by Duo Bao. Unfortunately, despite traversing the vast wilderness for thousands of years, Xiao Yuan and Duo Bao had yet to encounter any top-tier primordial spiritual artifacts, let alone primordial spiritual treasures or roots. On the other hand, Xiao Yuan's cultivation barrier showed signs of loosening. Indeed, exploring the wilderness proved to be a wise endeavor. Fortune bestows favor. Gold, you are blessed by fortune. Upon reaching the location guided by the heavenly Tao, you may obtain a mid-grade primordial spiritual treasure. Just then, the entry for Fortune bestows favor refreshed once again. This time, even Xiao Yuan was taken aback. They had actually discovered a trace of a primordial spiritual treasure, and it was a mid-grade one at that. Senior brother, I sense the aura of a mid-grade primordial spiritual treasure, Xiao Yuan remarked. Duo Bao, now quite convinced by Xiao Yuan's words, was at a loss for words. If primordial spiritual entities were one thing, discovering a primordial spiritual treasure was utterly beyond belief. Which direction? Let us hurry. The emergence of a primordial spiritual treasure will undoubtedly cause a stir. Duo Bao's expression grew serious as he urged. This way, Xiao Yuan promptly indicated the direction, and the two set off toward the location guided by the heavenly Tao. Just as before, upon Xiao Yuan's arrival, the spiritual barrier sealing the primordial spiritual treasure instantly vanished. In the next moment, a fiery light shot into the sky. The area was immediately enveloped in a crimson haze, with a searing heat radiating outward, and fiery red lotuses blooming at that instant. Subsequently, a stream of crimson light darted forth, landing before Xiao Yuan. As the enveloping red mist dissipated, a small, spinning fire furnace revealed itself before Xiao Yuan. It was a mid-grade, primordial spiritual treasure, the 9-fire red dragon furnace. Xiao Yuan once again experienced the extraordinary nature of the fortune bestows favor entry. He was in dire need of an alchemical furnace, and here it was. Fellow Taoist ahead. Primordial spiritual treasures are meant for the virtuous. If your virtue is insufficient to wield it, swiftly hand over the spiritual treasure, and I may allow you to leave. A powerful aura surged towards Xiao Yuan's direction. The moment this aura manifested, it nearly pressed Xiao Yuan to the ground. He was alarmed. The emergence of the 9-fire red dragon furnace had indeed attracted a Duo Golden Immortal. The situation was dire. He quickly looked to Duo Bao. No problem. Junior brother, just wait here. I'll be back shortly. Duo Bao chuckled heartily before transforming into a stream of light and dashing towards the Duo Golden Immortal's location. Boom! In no time, a series of intense shocks accompanied by a resounding roar surged forth, prompting Xiao Yuan to immediately summon the Bagua diagram to protect himself. Spare me. Before long, a voice pleading for mercy emanated from the epicenter of the disturbance, followed by a piercing scream. Oof! What audacity to covet my junior brother's spiritual treasure. Duo Bao snorted and approached with measured steps. Master brother, you are formidable. Xiao Yuan genuinely admired him. After all, that was a great Duo Golden Immortal, and his own brother had the audacity to slay him at will. Noticing the admiration in Xiao Yuan's eyes, Duo Bao felt a swell of pride. He had initially set out to assist his junior brother in acquiring some benefits, but it turned out that his junior brother was exceedingly powerful, effortlessly gathering various innate spiritual treasures. At last, he had managed to restore some of his own dignity. After Duo Bao vanquished the great Duo Golden Immortal, all covetous gazes vanished, and no one dared to provoke the two brothers any further. Brother, I believe I caught a glimpse of the opportunity to break through. Xiao Yuan spoke again. The 9-fire red dragon furnace resonated profoundly with him. Upon obtaining it, it immediately stirred his cultivation. Let's seek a secluded place to break through. Duo Bao led Xiao Yuan to a valley rich in spiritual energy, where he began to guard him. A millennium later, the valley was suffused with profound Tao rhythms. and crimson clouds filled the sky. Xiao Yuan, having seized the opportunity, officially stepped into the realm of the Golden Immortal. "Thank you for your guidance, Master Brother." Xiao Yuan expressed his gratitude. "You are too modest, Junior Brother. Since you have broken through, let us return." Duo Bao replied with a smile. Their purpose in venturing out was to assist Xiao Yuan in discovering the opportunity for his breakthrough. Now that Xiao Yuan had achieved it, there was no need to linger outside, especially as the outside world was rather perilous. The two then made their way back to Kunlun. Xiao Yuan felt grateful for Duo Bao's protective guidance and wished to present him with some innate spiritual treasures. However, Duo Bao adamantly refused, prompting Xiao Yuan to relent. Upon returning to the dojo, Xiao Yuan began to enter seclusion to solidify his newfound realm. A millennium later, he emerged from his retreat, his aura stable and foundation solid. During this time, Xiao Yuan not only fortified his realm, but also began to refine the 9-fire red dragon furnace. Named for the 9 types of innate spiritual flames it contained, the furnace harbored true fire of Samadhi, solar spiritual fire, Nirvana sacred fire, crimson gold divine fire, wood elemental divine fire, 6 Jia divine fire, 6 Ding divine fire, azure origin true flame, and void spiritual flame. While each of these 9 innate spiritual flames was individually inferior to the solar divine flame under Xiao Yuan's command, their combined power was formidable. When summoned, the 9-fire red dragon furnace could conjure 9 fire dragons formed from the innate spiritual flames, wielding tremendous might. Besides being a formidable weapon against foes, the furnace also served as an excellent tool for alchemy, enhancing the success rate of concoctions. With the furnace in hand, Xiao Yuan decided to attempt alchemy. He retrieved the 9-fire red dragon furnace, prepared to put his extensive theoretical knowledge of alchemy to practical use for the first time. Xiao Yuan decided to first concoct a batch of second-tier elixirs to test the waters. Even if he were to fail, he would not be disheartened. A century later, the alchemical process was completed, and the entire Taoist temple was suffused with a delicate fragrance of the elixirs. 8 pills were successfully formed, which was rather commendable. Observing the 8 plump elixirs in the furnace, Xiao Yuan nodded in satisfaction. The elixir he had refined was the Qing Ling Dan, known for its ability to calm the mind and suppress inner demons. In the primordial realm, achieving 8 elixirs on the first attempt was a testament to his proficiency in alchemy. Subsequently, Xiao Yuan proceeded to refine 4th-tier elixirs, which represented the pinnacle of his theoretical capabilities. He aimed to create the Si Zhuan Miao Ling Dan, a potion used for breaking through boundaries, which was considered difficult to concoct among 4th-tier elixirs. This endeavor took him a millennium. Ultimately, he succeeded in producing 5 elixirs, though their quality was not particularly high. Indeed, there remained a noticeable gap between theory and practice. Despite the less-than-ideal outcome, Xiao Yuan gained a clearer understanding of his current alchemical skills and recognized several areas for improvement. In the following days, Xiao Yuan attempted to refine several more batches of elixirs, meticulously organizing the issues he encountered in his alchemical practice, before making his way to the Taiqing Palace. "Master Uncle, I have some questions regarding alchemy that I wish to discuss with you." "Oh, you've already begun to attempt alchemy on your own? Pray tell," came the voice of Laozi, though his figure did not appear. Xiao Yuan then recounted the challenges he faced during his alchemical endeavors. Laozi provided answers while being taken aback. He had not anticipated that Xiao Yuan, after such a brief period in the Taiqing Palace, would already succeed in concocting 4th-tier immortal elixirs. It was worth noting that he had only imparted a single alchemical text to Xiao Yuan and occasionally offered guidance. The remarkable achievements Xiao Yuan had accomplished in alchemy clearly spoke to his innate talent. "Thank you, Master Uncle." Xiao Yuan expressed his gratitude after clarifying his doubts. His master uncle, renowned as the foremost alchemist in the primordial realm, adeptly resolved all of Xiao Yuan's inquiries and provided detailed explanations on numerous aspects of alchemy. Afterward, Xiao Yuan bid farewell and returned to his alchemical pursuits. This lad indeed possesses remarkable talent in alchemy. Were it not for the fact that he has been taken under the wing of my 3rd brother, I might have considered accepting him as a designated disciple, Laozi mused. He had encountered many beings in his lifetime, yet none had surpassed Xiao Yuan's aptitude in the path of alchemy, stirring within him a sense of admiration for talent, though it ended there. Upon returning, Xiao Yuan, drawing upon Laozi's teachings, commenced his alchemical practice anew. With Laozi's guidance, his alchemical skills had indeed made significant progress. He could now guarantee the successful production of over 7 elixirs when refining 4th-tier potions, with quality reaching the superior standard. Thus, after the passage of 10,000 years, Xiao Yuan had begun to experiment with concocting the fifth-grade elixirs. Of course, he had not shown any negligence in his cultivation. Moreover, now that he possessed the ability to refine pills, most of the elixirs he created had transformed into nourishment for his spiritual practice. At present, Xiao Yuan had entered the mid-stage of the golden immortal realm. Junior brother Xiao Yuan, exclaimed the fire and water boy, rushing over with great fervor. What has happened, senior brother? Due to his recent focus on alchemy, Xiao Yuan had cultivated a considerably more composed temperament. The master summons you to the Shanqing Palace. I suspect he wishes to accept you as his direct disciple, the fire and water boy whispered, his eyes brimming with joy, genuinely happy for Xiao Yuan. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuan's heart jolted. Although he had vaguely surmised that his master harbored intentions of accepting him as a direct disciple, especially since the last time his master had sent his senior brother to accompany him on an expedition through the wilderness in search of opportunities to break through. This was a clear indication of his master's regard for him. Yet, when the moment finally arrived, Xiao Yuan felt a wave of excitement. Shortly thereafter, the fire and water boy was led by Xiao Yuan to the Shanqing Palace. Disciple Xiao Yuan pays respects to master, he said, bowing deeply to Tong Tian, who was seated on a meditation cushion above. Xiao Yuan, I wish to accept you as my third direct disciple. Do you consent? Tong Tian inquired, gazing at Xiao Yuan. He had long considered this decision, but had previously hesitated due to Xiao Yuan's insufficient cultivation level. Now that Xiao Yuan had reached the golden immortal stage, he deemed it adequate. Furthermore, his elder brother had often praised Xiao Yuan's remarkable talent in alchemy, causing Tong Tian to worry that his elder brother might poach his disciple. Thus, he resolved to act swiftly and designate Xiao Yuan as his direct disciple. Thank you, master, for your profound kindness. I am willing, Xiao Yuan replied immediately. From this day forth, you shall be my third direct disciple. I bestow upon you the superior grade, innate spiritual treasure, the void treasure mirror. With a wave of his hand, a stream of light descended before Xiao Yuan. The superior grade, innate spiritual treasure, the void treasure mirror, possessed the abilities to seal and traverse space. Whether employed to ensnare foes or to facilitate a hasty retreat, it was an exceptional choice. With this void treasure mirror, alongside the 9-fire red dragon furnace and the Mo Yuan sword that Xiao Yuan already possessed, he now wielded 3 innate spiritual treasures, a fortune sufficient to distance himself from many great Luo golden immortals. Furthermore, I shall impart to you the Shanqing Divine Flames path to the mysterious chapter, Tong Tian said, directing a spark of spiritual light to descend upon Xiao Yuan's brow. Previously, the techniques Xiao Yuan practiced were derived from the teachings of Tong Tian, representing a more common method within the Jie Sect, capable of reaching the pinnacle of the Tai golden immortal realm. In contrast, the Shanqing Divine Flames path to the mysterious chapter was a premier technique tailored specifically for Xiao Yuan, aimed directly at the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm. As for the cultivation beyond the great Luo golden immortal stage, it could not be encapsulated by mere techniques. It required personal insight and understanding. Proceed with diligence in your cultivation, and should you encounter any uncertainties, do not hesitate to seek my counsel. In my absence or during my seclusion, you may also turn to your senior brothers and sisters for guidance. Master, I have heard that your mastery of both the sword and formation arts is unparalleled in the primordial realm. Might you offer me some insights into the intricacies of formations? Xiao Yuan did not depart immediately, but instead spoke up. A multitude of skills is never burdensome. Xiao Yuan believed that all his pursuits were essential to his growth. By studying the sword path, he could enhance his offensive capabilities, and only through this path could he fully unleash the potential of the sword escapability. By delving into the alchemy path, he could concoct elixirs for his own use, thereby conserving the time spent in arduous training. The mastery of formation arts was indispensable for protection on his journey through the primordial realm. The applications of formations far exceeded those of medicinal pills, serving to shield oneself, ensnare enemies, and establish sanctuaries. Every formation had its value, and with the heavenly insight ability, he was confident that he could grasp them with relative ease. Hearing this, Tong Tian couldn't help but chuckle. You, my young disciple, primarily practiced the path of heavenly fire, alongside the sword and alchemy paths. And now you wish to add formation arts to your repertoire? Even with your remarkable insight, one cannot overindulge. After all, one's energy is finite. However, since you have expressed interest, I shall impart to you a tome on formations. With a flick of his hand, Tong Tian sent a stream of spiritual light that entered Xiao Yuan's mind. Thank you, master. Thank you. Xiao Yuan expressed his gratitude profusely before leaving the Upper Purity Palace. This moment of becoming a direct disciple was indeed a significant gain. The visible benefits of spiritual treasures and techniques were merely the surface. The myriad of hidden advantages were countless. Upon returning, Xiao Yuan immediately entered seclusion once more. The first task was to transition his cultivation method, a process that consumed 3,000 years. Upon completion, he distinctly sensed that his foundation had become far more robust, with his internal mana exceeding fivefold in both quantity and quality compared to before. This exemplified the distinction between ordinary techniques and supreme ones. Next, he began to refine the void treasure mirror, for his escape in peril would hinge upon this spiritual treasure and the sword escapability. Xiao Yuan felt confident that if he were to flee at full speed, even a Tai golden immortal would be unable to catch him. Subsequently, Xiao Yuan immersed himself in studying the formation tome. Although Tong Tian expressed concern that Xiao Yuan might spread himself too thin and dissipate his focus on formation arts, the tome provided a thorough exposition of various formations. With such a tome in hand, mastering it completely would undoubtedly allow him to dismantle 99% of the formations within the primordial realm without exaggeration. In the ensuing time, Xiao Yuan continued to delve into the formation tome passed down by Tong Tian. The profundity of the formation arts rivaled that of alchemy. Even with the assistance of the heavenly insight ability, it took Xiao Yuan nearly a millennium to grasp the fundamentals. Once he entered the threshold, subsequent studies became significantly more manageable. 5 millennia later, Xiao Yuan emerged from his seclusion, having made notable advancements in his studies of formations. He subsequently made his way to the Shangqing Palace. Over the years, he had accumulated various inquiries regarding his cultivation and the intricacies of formation techniques, which he deemed appropriate to discuss with his esteemed mentor. Fortunately, Tong Tian was available and swiftly addressed Xiao Yuan's myriad of questions pertaining to cultivation. However, when Xiao Yuan began to probe into the realm of formations, Tong Tian found himself momentarily bewildered. Was it not only a short time ago that he had imparted the formation text to Xiao Yuan? Yet, here was this young man already making significant headway. With Tong Tian's discerning eye, he could certainly perceive the profundity of Xiao Yuan's inquiries. Such questions could not have arisen without a certain level of insight into formation arts. Xiao Yuan, your perceptiveness is indeed extraordinary, but let not pride take root in your heart. The vastness of the primordial world is teeming with heroes. One must always harbor a sense of reverence. After addressing Xiao Yuan's questions, Tong Tian offered a few additional words of guidance. He felt a desire to steer Xiao Yuan towards focusing his energies, rather than attempting to master too many disciplines concurrently. Yet, witnessing Xiao Yuan's formidable aptitude, where any knowledge acquired bore fruit, he hesitated to dampen the young man's enthusiasm. Moreover, Tong Tian had noted that despite Xiao Yuan's diverse studies, his cultivation had not faltered. Thus, he acquiesced to Xiao Yuan's pursuits. Master, I shall remember your words, Xiao Yuan replied with a nod. As a transmigrator, he was acutely aware of the dangers lurking within the primordial realm and the terrors of the calamities that could befall him. To merely survive and grow was his priority. He dared not indulge in arrogance or complacency. After bidding farewell to Tong Tian, he departed from the Shangqing Palace and cast a glance towards the direction of the Yuqing Palace. The 3 teachings of Kunlun had already entwined him with Taiping and Shangqing, where he had delved into alchemy and formations. Yet, he had yet to grasp the art of weaponry, the domain imparted by the Yuqing Palace. Xiao Yuan understood that the 3 teachings would inevitably part ways in the future, and should he wish to study under his second uncle, it would become an exceedingly arduous endeavor. However, Yuan Shi had never shown any inclination towards closeness with Xiao Yuan, and the latter harbored a degree of apprehension towards his second uncle. Dinging. The system prompted. The host has developed an inclination to seek knowledge at the Yuqing Palace. Please make a choice. Choice 1. Withdraw and refrain from seeking knowledge at the Yushu Palace. Reward: Imu Ji Xen gold. Choice 2. Proceed to the Yushu Palace to seek knowledge. Reward: Qidao Tong Xian gold. Imu Ji Xen gold. You possess an exceptional affinity for all spiritual plants in the primordial realm, enabling them to thrive in your presence. Qidao Tong Xian gold. You possess unparalleled comprehension and dexterity in the art of weaponry. You are inherently destined for the craft of forging. I choose the second option. After a brief moment of contemplation, Xiao Yuan made his decision. Above all, he was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Once the three teachings parted ways, attempting to acquire the legacy of weaponry from his second uncle would undoubtedly become 1,000 times more difficult than it was now. By approaching him now, even if his second uncle was reluctant to impart knowledge, it would merely entail a loss of face. Furthermore, this choice of entry is indeed significant. In Xiao Yuan's perspective, the entry, the path of artifacts, is far more practical than the heart of Imu. Thus, Xiao Yuan resolved to give it a try. Being a man of action, he promptly made his way to the Jade Clear Palace. Disciple Xiao Yuan greets the esteemed second master uncle, wishing to request the transmission of the artifact forging techniques. Before long, a ray of spiritual light emerged from the Jade Clear Palace, penetrating into Xiao Yuan's brow. I bestow upon you the text of artifacts. The cold, serene voice of Yuan Shi echoed in Xiao Yuan's ears, clearly devoid of any intention for further communication. The three pure ones are indeed one family, not mere words. As a direct disciple of the upper clear, Xiao Yuan was granted a measure of favor from Yuan Shi, who held a moderately favorable impression of him. However, if Xiao Yuan wished to press further and seek Yuan Shi's guidance on artifact forging, Yuan Shi would remain reluctant to oblige. The bestowal of the artifact text was already a considerable act of kindness. Thank you, second master uncle. With the artifact text in hand, Xiao Yuan felt a surge of joy and bowed once more towards the Jade Clear Palace. Although Yuan Shi's demeanor was aloof, Xiao Yuan was not greedy. He cherished this favor in his heart, vowing to show restraint should he encounter disciples of the Jie Sect in the future. Upon returning to his own place of cultivation, Xiao Yuan began to delve into the artifact text granted by Yuan Shi. His primary motivation was to test the capabilities of the newly acquired entry. After some experimentation, he discovered that with the assistance of the path of artifacts, his comprehension of the text was remarkably swift. He mastered the basics of the artifact text in merely a century, a pace tenfold faster than that of the elixir and formation texts. This was the first time he truly appreciated the prowess of targeted entries. Xiao Yuan recalled the initial appearance of entry choices, which included the targeted alchemical entry, Alchemical Master. He wondered if he would have the opportunity to obtain it in the future. Additionally, the targeted formation entry had yet to reveal itself. Subsequently, he did not dwell on these thoughts. Each entry possessed immense potential, and he was determined to acquire them all when the opportunity arose. As time swiftly passed, another 10,000 years went by. Xiao Yuan continued his steady cultivation routine, occasionally visiting the Supreme Clear Palace to assist Laozi with the alchemical furnace and to inquire about various alchemical matters. In his leisure time, he also sought to strengthen his bonds with Duo Bao and Jinling. Both Duo Bao and Jinling exhibited a protective affection towards their junior brother Xiao Yuan, offering him considerable care. At times, Xiao Yuan would consult his elder brothers and sisters regarding cultivation questions. During this period, Xiao Yuan noticed a frequent influx of powerful beings entering Kunlun Mountain. From the Fire and Water Boy, he learned that these were likely celestial or heavenly beings, seeking to invite the three pure ones to join them, though all invitations were firmly declined. Brother, what is the current situation in the primordial chaos? Xiao Yuan inquired of the Fire and Water Boy. The Fire and Water Boy, being closely associated with the Master, was the most well-informed. The struggles between the Celestial Court and the Heavenly Court have intensified in recent years, with even quasi-saint level beings joining the fray. The Celestial Court, in its folly, dared to provoke the Witch Clan, which culminated in the 12 ancestral witches converging upon Penglai. The Eastern King was soundly thrashed, too terrified to emerge, and it was rumored that the island of Penglai was nearly reduced to rubble. The losses for the Celestial Court were particularly devastating, as noted by the Water and Fire Youth. Xiao Yuan responded with bewilderment, realizing that the downfall of the Celestial Court was, in part, due to the intervention of the Witch Clan. Who could have anticipated that the warring factions of witches and liches would eventually find common ground? It was evident that the Heavenly Court would seize this opportunity to mercilessly attack a beleaguered foe, and the Celestial Court seemed doomed. As I understand it, the Heavenly Court has already mobilized troops towards Penglai, the Water and Fire Youth lamented. When the Celestial Court was first established, it was a grand affair, attracting formidable beings from all corners to celebrate its inception, basking in prosperity and fortune. The Celestial Court held a prestigious title, backed by the Tao ancestor and blessed by the heavenly Tao. Many beings of the primordial wilderness believed that the Celestial Court was destined for longevity, poised to become a titan of the primordial realm. Yet, in its struggle against the heavenly court, it met such a tragic fate. How could one not feel a sense of melancholy? Chapter 13. Devouring the Heavens and Earth, the Transformation of Bloodlines. As Xiao Yuan conversed with the water and fire youth, a violent upheaval suddenly resonated throughout the primordial expanse, followed by a roar filled with fury. Dijun, I am the Tao Ancestor's appointed leader of male immortals. How dare you kill me? Do you not fear the Tao Ancestor's retribution when the Purple Sky Palace convenes? Undoubtedly, the battle between the Heavenly Court and the Celestial Court had reached its critical juncture, with the Heavenly Court achieving a decisive victory. Eastern King, since your establishment of the Celestial Court, you have acted tyrannically and with unrestrained cruelty. Your time has come. With a piercing scream, blood rained down upon the primordial realm. The quasi-saint had touched the threshold of the Tao, merging with heaven and earth. When the quasi-saint perished, the universe mourned. The water and fire youth expressed surprise. I never thought Dijun would actually dare to slay the Eastern King. Brother, it would be foolish not to kill the Eastern King. If he had lived until the Purple Sky Palace's third lecture, he would have reported to the Tao Ancestor, and the consequences would have been dire. Now that the Eastern King is dead, the Tao Ancestor can only hold the Heavenly Court accountable at most, Xiao Yuan remarked with a smile. Your reasoning is sound. The water and fire youth nodded in agreement. After a brief discussion, Xiao Yuan retreated to his place of seclusion. The death of the Eastern King served as a stark warning for Xiao Yuan. Without attaining sainthood, one remains but a mere pawn, unable to escape the board. Despite being a quasi-saint and the Tao Ancestor's chosen leader of male immortals, he too fell victim to fate. Only by achieving enlightenment or attaining the primordial unity can one transcend from being a mere piece to a player of the game. Thus, one must strive for greater cultivation. As time flowed inexorably onward, a resounding and somber bell tolled through the primordial realm, echoing in the ears of its myriad beings. Many formidable existences seemed to sense an urgency, hastening beyond the primordial confines. Even the three pure ones, after exchanging a few words, departed from Kunlun in unison. Ding! The Purple Sky Palace has opened. The host is requested to make a choice. Choose one. Engage in seclusion and ignore worldly affairs. Rewarded with the bloodline of the witch god gold. Entry. Choose two. Journey alone to the primordial wilderness. Rewarded with the devourer of heaven and earth gold. Entry. Bloodline of the witch god. Gold, you are a descendant of Pangu, the 13th ancestor witch of the primordial realm. If you seek kinship with the witch clan, you shall receive a most fervent welcome. Devourer of heaven and earth. Gold, you possess an extraordinary ability to consume, rendering all things swallowable. Anything you devour can be refined into essence, serving as sustenance for your advancement. The system's prompt echoed once more. Upon witnessing the two available entries, Xiao Yuan momentarily paused. The bloodline of the witch god. Entry was undeniably formidable. Acquiring it would grant him the Pango bloodline and elevate him to the status of the 13th ancestor witch. This would not only endow him with immense innate talent, but also the protection of the witch clan. However, Xiao Yuan was acutely aware of the clan's fate. Due to their violent nature and disregard for the laws of heaven and earth, they were destined for annihilation. Joining the witch clan to become the 13th ancestor, which was akin to courting death. Conversely, the devourer of heaven and earth. Entry had previously appeared and was among those Xiao Yuan deeply coveted, enabling rapid cultivation through the consumption of various spiritual entities. Furthermore, with the opening of the Purple Cloud Palace, nearly 90% of the powerful beings had departed from the primordial realm, significantly enhancing safety. Given that his cultivation resources were nearly depleted, it was time to procure more in the wilderness. Even if the system hadn't presented this choice, Xiao Yuan was already inclined to wander through the primordial realm. The decision was clear. I choose two. Upon making his choice, a stream of golden light surged into his brow. Soon after, Xiao Yuan experienced an overwhelming sense of hunger. He retrieved a fourth-tier elixir and swallowed it. In an instant, the elixir transformed into a warm current, coursing through his limbs and bones. Xiao Yuan could distinctly sense a notable enhancement in his cultivation. And what delighted him even more was the slight improvement in his root bone. It was well known that Xiao Yuan's only current shortcoming lay in his root bone. Should he elevate it to the innate level, his cultivation speed would increase exponentially. However, it was evident that the elixirs and spiritual items in his possession were insufficient to elevate his root bone to the innate tier. He needed to seek additional innate spiritual materials from the outside world. Before departing Kunlun, Xiao Yuan concealed his aura to the initial stage of the profound immortal level. With the breath concealment of the profound entry, even an ordinary great Luo golden immortal would struggle to discern his true nature. Should any foolish individuals attempt to seize his spiritual items, they would be met with a thunderous counterattack from his golden immortal power, resulting in a most delightful surprise. Once prepared, Xiao Yuan set forth from Kunlun Mountain. His destination, a trip to the Eastern Sea. In the future, the Jiejiao will relocate to the Eastern Sea, and he wishes to familiarize himself with the environment in advance. After departing from Kunlun, the entry, Fortune covers the top, soon responded, guiding him to the location of innate spiritual treasures. A millennium later, he arrived at the Eastern Sea. Were it not for his quest for innate spiritual treasures along the way, his journey would have been swifter. Throughout this 1,000 years, he amassed considerable gains, acquiring 9 innate spiritual treasures, including 1 exceptional treasure. Naturally, during the process of gathering these treasures, he encountered attempts on his life, but he managed to turn the tables on his assailants. He even crossed paths with a Tai golden immortal, who, after collecting his belongings, attempted to flee. Yet, the immortal nearly broke his legs in vain, unable to capture him. First, he sought a place to refine the treasures he had obtained, which should suffice to elevate his root bone to the innate level. Murmuring to himself, he soon discovered a spiritual island. This island had originally been occupied by a late-stage Xianxian realm red flame mysterious serpent. Upon his arrival, the serpent naturally yielded without resistance. Subsequently, he set up a formation on this small island. The flags of the formation were crafted by him during his leisure moments. With its strength, even a formidable Tai golden immortal would require considerable time to breach it. With fervor, he began to consume the spiritual treasures. Regardless of whether they were divine copper or wood, he welcomed all. Once ingested, these treasures transformed into the most refined energy. This energy not only elevated his cultivation, but also improved his root bone. Upon refining the last treasure, his body was immediately enveloped in flames. In the next moment, he transformed into his fire crow avatar, spreading his wings and emitting a resounding cry. Simultaneously, every feather on his body seemed to ignite in flames. The bloodline of the fire crow lineage does not originate from the innate 3-legged golden crow, but from the chaos demon god, the ancient fire god crow, who commands the path of heavenly fire. This transformation was not yet at the level of the ancient fire god crow, but rather at the transitional stage of the heavenly fire crow, a common level for powerful members of the fire crow lineage. The last time the elder ancestor of the fire crow clan, Liang, visited him, he was indeed a heavenly fire crow, likely possessing superior innate root bones. In contrast, his own root bone currently rested at the lower tier of the innate level, placing him at a slight disadvantage. Nevertheless, he remained confident in his ability to catch up. Chapter 14. The Red Flame Mysterious Serpent becomes his disciple. During this seclusion, he spent nearly 500 years. Upon emerging once more, his cultivation had reached the late stage of the golden immortal realm. The preaching at the Purple Cloud Palace lasts 3,000 years, and half of that time has now passed. His primary purpose for this journey was to gather spiritual treasures for his cultivation. However, to enhance his root bone, he had nearly exhausted the treasures he had collected. With the remaining 1,500 years, he prepared to gather more. Before this, he intended to make a visit to the Dragon Clan. Xiao Yuan's primary purpose in going to the Dragon Clan was to acquire a maritime map of the East Sea. The East Sea is vast and fraught with peril. Possessing a map would greatly facilitate his journey. Come here. I shall occupy your sanctuary for my cultivation, which can be considered our fateful connection. Do you have any desires? Xiao Yuan beckoned, and a crimson-hued mystical serpent slowly glided towards him. This was none other than the original inhabitant of this spiritual island, the Crimson Flame Serpent. During Xiao Yuan's seclusion, this creature had diligently acted as his guardian. In the primordial world, fate is of utmost importance. Xiao Yuan's choice of this island and his encounter with the Crimson Flame Serpent was indeed a matter of destiny. Naturally, Xiao Yuan found the serpent to be quite agreeable. Hence he allowed it to voice its desires. Otherwise, he could easily have dismissed it with a token reward. Esteemed master, I wish to follow you. The Crimson Flame Serpent whispered. I still lack a young attendant under my command. Would you be willing? Xiao Yuan inquired. After all, he was a being of the golden immortal realm and the third direct disciple of the upper clear, so having a young attendant was not unreasonable. Moreover, with Xiao Yuan's numerous pursuits, he was often overwhelmed by trivial matters. thus acquiring an attendant would alleviate some of his burdens. Yes, indeed. Crimson Flame pays respects to the esteemed master. The serpent hastily bowed its head. Xiao Yuan then flicked his fingers, and a crimson spiritual light darted into the serpent's forehead. The Crimson Flame serpent shuddered slightly and transformed into a youthful boy clad in a red robe, exquisitely sculpted. Thank you, esteemed master, for aiding me in my transformation. The Crimson Flame boy expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Originally, his bloodline was mottled, and though he had reached the profound immortal realm, he was unable to take on a corporeal form. The crimson light Xiao Yuan had bestowed upon him had reconstituted his body and purified his bloodline. Xiao Yuan was quite satisfied with the boy's current appearance. In his view, having a young attendant and a mount was a standard configuration for an enlightened immortal. Furthermore, many immortals had pairs of attendants, one male and one female. For instance, the Dao ancestor Hongjun had two attendants, Hao Yin and Yao Qi. Xiao Yuan was not in a rush regarding these arrangements and would wait until he encountered someone to his liking. Gulme, let us proceed to the East Sea Dragon Palace together. Xiao Yuan laughed heartily as he led the Crimson Flame boy towards the East Sea Dragon Palace. The Dragon Clan, once a dominant force in the primordial world, though diminished, still retained a degree of grandeur. A starving camel is larger than a horse. The entire East Sea Dragon Palace was resplendent and magnificent, a sight to behold. No wonder people say the Dragon Clan hoards wealth from the four seas. There is truth in this assertion. Who goes there? State your name. Before Xiao Yuan could approach the palace, he was intercepted by shrimp soldiers and crab generals. I am the humble Taoist Xiao Yuan, wishing to pay a visit to the Dragon King of the East Sea. Xiao Yuan replied courteously. Please wait a moment. The shrimp soldiers and crab generals observed Xiao Yuan's extraordinary demeanor and his insistence on seeing the Dragon King, and promptly proceeded to report to the palace. Dragon King, a Taoist has arrived outside, claiming to be Xiao Yuan and wishes to pay his respects. Upon entering, the shrimp soldier announced, Xiao Yuan? I have never heard of him. This Dragon King is not someone who can be seen by just anyone. Hurry and send him away. Guang, the Dragon King of the East Sea, waved his sleeve with a hint of impatience. Even if the Dragon Clan has fallen from grace, they remain an ancient and noble lineage, deserving of some respect. We, the Dragon Kings, do not know you. Leave at once. Return to whence you came. After the shrimp soldier returned, he looked at Xiao Yuan with irritation. He had thought him to be an acquaintance of the Dragon King, only to find it was a misunderstanding. Fortunately, the Dragon King did not hold it against him. Otherwise, he would have been in serious trouble. Xiao Yuan, upon hearing this, felt somewhat helpless and called out loudly from outside the Dragon Palace. I, Xiao Yuan, a direct disciple of the esteemed Kunlun Mountain Xingzi, have come to pay my respects to the East Sea Dragon King. I humbly request an audience. He had intended to keep a low profile, but it seemed that was no longer possible. I have revealed my identity. I am a disciple of a powerful figure. Should you refuse to meet me, it would be a slight to my master. So you're a direct disciple of the esteemed Shanqing. Please come in. Ao Guang exclaimed with enthusiasm as he quickly stepped out. In the vast wilderness, who was unaware of the illustrious name of the Three Pure Ones. A direct disciple of Shanqing was sufficient to warrant the highest honors from the Dragon Clan. Indeed, background matters in all circumstances. Had Xiao Yuan been merely a wandering cultivator, he would not only have been unable to borrow a sea chart, but would likely not have even gained entry into the East Sea Dragon Palace. Please have a seat, Ao Guang said, taking Xiao Yuan by the hand and leading him into the palace. Soon, exquisite wine was presented, accompanied by numerous beautiful sea maidens to entertain with music and song, creating a lively atmosphere. Ao Guang showed no fear of Xiao Yuan being an imposter. In this wilderness, impersonating a powerful disciple was a surefire way to invite disaster. Dragon King, I have come to request access to the East Sea chart, Xiao Yuan stated. The sea chart? That is no problem at all. Turtle Prime Minister, quickly fetch the Four Seas sea chart compiled by our Dragon Clan. Ao Guang commanded without hesitation. Not only did he fulfill Xiao Yuan's request, but he exceeded it. Before long, the Four Seas sea chart was presented before Xiao Yuan. I hope you do not mind my curiosity, but may I inquire what you intend to do with this sea chart? Ao Guang asked, stroking his long beard. To be frank, I wish to traverse the EC in search of some innate spiritual treasures for my cultivation, Xiao Yuan replied, cleverly concealing the fact that he planned to establish a base for the Jejiao in the East Sea, instead fabricating a reason centered around seeking innate spiritual treasures. Is it truly possible that a disciple from Shangqing would lack the spiritual treasures necessary for cultivation? You see, my master has always encouraged us to be self-reliant, and given my extensive cultivation needs, I, Xiao Yuan, must seek out such treasures, he smiled, not entirely lying. Xiao Yuan had cultivated several paths, and the consumption was indeed immense. Now with the addition of a new skill, devouring heaven and earth. As long as spiritual treasures were plentiful, he could continuously enhance his abilities. Thus, the more innate spiritual treasures, the better. Ah, now I understand, Ao Guang remarked, his expression shifting to one of enlightenment, while a glint of insight flickered in his eyes. Fellow Taoist, would you be willing to accept the support of my dragon clan? Support from the dragon clan? Xiao Yuan furrowed his brow. Indeed, my dragon clan is prepared to sponsor a number of formidable beings. You would not be required to engage in any strenuous tasks, and should the day arise when my clan requires assistance, a modest contribution would suffice. Ao Guang replied with a smile, his gaze filled with anticipation toward Xiao Yuan. The three clans of Longhan, having suffered grievously in the aftermath of the Longhan calamity, found themselves in a precarious state. Presently, the Dragon Clan stands as the most prosperous and affluent among them, not without reason, for it is entirely due to their adeptness at networking. The wealth amassed by the Dragon Clan has been utilized to forge alliances with various powerful entities, thereby securing their current stature and influence. However, the Dragon Clan has yet to establish a connection with any quasi-saint powers. After all, during the Longhan catastrophe, the three clans wreaked havoc upon the wilderness, resulting in tremendous bloodshed, and the Dragon Clan continues to bear the burden of significant karmic debt. Moreover, not every quasi-saint is easily swayed. Now that they have encountered Xiao Yuan, a direct disciple of a quasi-saint, Ao Guang naturally seeks to draw him closer. Fellow Taoist, this matter is beyond my authority. I must consult my master before making any decisions. Xiao Yuan quickly grasped Ao Guang's intentions. Accepting the Dragon Clan sponsorship would equate to becoming a guest of the clan, thereby incurring a share of karmic responsibility. He indeed yearned for more innate spiritual treasures for his cultivation. Even with the assistance of the fortune-bestowed attribute, the quest for spiritual materials remained a time-consuming and laborious endeavor. Additionally, he desired to foster goodwill with the Dragon Clan. Yet, Xiao Yuan understood that Ao Guang had his sights set on his master, and he dared not make any hasty decisions. Should he incite his master's displeasure, it would be akin to losing a watermelon to gain a sesame seed. Of course, although Xiao Yuan did not immediately acquiesce for Ao Guang, there remained a glimmer of hope. After exchanging pleasantries with Ao Guang, Xiao Yuan departed from the Dragon Palace of the EC. He unfurled the nautical chart, skillfully steering clear of the marked perilous zones, and began to traverse the expanse of the EC. Before long, a millennium had passed. Xiao Yuan reaped considerable rewards, acquiring 11 innate spiritual treasures. Regrettably, fortune did not favor him with encounters of innate spiritual roots or treasures this time. However, it was reasonable to ponder. If innate spiritual roots and treasures were so readily available, would the wilderness not be teeming with them? As the 3,000-year period approached, and the formidable beings of the wilderness prepared to return, Xiao Yuan did not linger outdoors, but made his way back to Kunlun Mountain. Upon returning to Kunlun, Xiao Yuan settled Qi Yin and imparted to him the various customs and prohibitions of the Kunlun realm. The young Qi Yin displayed a keen intellect, quickly adapting to his new surroundings. Furthermore, he became increasingly adept at assisting Xiao Yuan with mundane tasks, alleviating much of Xiao Yuan's burden. Boom! Just as Xiao Yuan was in seclusion, a sudden clap of thunder resonated throughout the wilderness, followed by a torrential downpour of blood rain, saturating the heavens and earth with a profound sense of sorrow. The beings of the wilderness were taken aback, for such phenomena had occurred before. It was at that moment that the Eastern King was slain by Emperor Jun. The reappearance of this scene elucidates a significant truth. Yet another quasi-saint has fallen. For the vast majority of the beings in the primordial realm, quasi-saint powers are entities that are both coveted and unattainable. Thus, the demise of yet another one is indeed alarming. Xiao Yuan, come to the Taqing Palace. While Xiao Yuan was momentarily lost in thought, the voice of his master resonated in his ears. Realizing that his master must have returned from the Zhixiao Palace, he promptly made his way to the Taqing Palace. Upon arrival, he found that both Duo Bao and Jinling were already present. It appeared that during his master's absence, their cultivation had not waned. Tong Tian regarded his three direct disciples with a smile, his keen insight revealing their progress in cultivation. Particularly Xiao Yuan, whose pursuits in various disciplines were notably extensive. According to his second brother, this lad even sought the artifacts canon from the Yuqing Palace. Fortunately, his cultivation had not been hindered, otherwise he would have learned the harsh lesson of why flowers bloom so vividly. Master, has the blood rain descended due to the demise of yet another quasi-saint? Duo Bao inquired. Indeed, Tong Tian sighed. Daoist Hunyuan has been ambushed and has thus met his end. A chill coursed through Xiao Yuan's heart. He had previously speculated that it was indeed Hunyuan who had perished, and his suspicions were confirmed. Xiao Yuan would label Daoist Hunyuan as the greatest victim of misfortune in the primordial realm. When the Xiao Palace first opened, Daoist Hunyuan had offended Kunpeng over a dispute regarding a mat. After the three teachings concluded, while Hunyuan received the primordial purple energy, Kunpeng gained nothing, thus fostering a deep-seated resentment. He allied with the brothers Mingyi and Emperor Jun to ambush Hunyuan. Had he not acted with such misguided benevolence, he would have avoided such tragic consequences. If he is not a victim of fate, then who is? If you have any issues regarding your cultivation, feel free to raise them. I shall provide guidance. Tong Tian clearly wished to steer the conversation away from Hunyuan. Duo Bao and the others did not press further and began to present their cultivation questions, to which Tong Tian provided detailed answers. Master, I recently visited the Dragon Clan. Xiao Yuan seized the opportunity to recount his experiences to Tong Tian. These are but minor matters. Handle them as you see fit. Tong Tian casually waved his hand, indicating his acceptance of the task. Upon returning to his place of cultivation, Xiao Yuan sent a letter to Ao Guang. Upon receiving the news, Ao Guang was overjoyed and personally visited Kunlun Mountain to meet Xiao Yuan. My friend, this is a spiritual treasure promised by my Dragon Clan. Henceforth, I shall present one to you at each Yuan meeting. After exchanging pleasantries, Ao Guang produced the spiritual treasures he had brought. Xiao Yuan was momentarily taken aback upon inspecting the treasures. The Dragon Clan truly demonstrates remarkable generosity. Among these treasures were 10 innate spiritual items and 100 postnatal spiritual items, enough to impress even the Deluo Golden Immortals. Moreover, this would be a continuous offering, once every Yuan meeting. Do you think this is feasible, my friend? Ao Guang cast a somewhat anxious glance at Xiao Yuan, worried that Xiao Yuan might be displeased. It is already quite satisfactory, Xiao Yuan remarked. That is reassuring. Ao Guang sighed in relief. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Ao Guang departed with a contented heart. Xiao Yuan urged Ao Guang to keep an eye on the spiritual lands and islands within the East Sea. With the lectures of the Xiao Palace having concluded, and the separation of the three pure ones drawing near, Xiao Yuan prepared to take precautionary measures, thus alleviating the need to search for a place of cultivation later. Subsequently, Xiao Yuan pondered another matter. The offerings from the Dragon Clan were considerable, yet he could hardly complain about an abundance of spiritual materials. He contemplated utilizing the three skills he had mastered. In the primordial world, both elixirs and postnatal spiritual treasures, along with formation diagrams, were in great demand. He could undoubtedly engage in business in these areas. This would not only hone his various skills, but also enable him to acquire spiritual materials, creating a beneficial cycle that would ensure a steady supply in the future. Without hesitation, Xiao Yuan sought out the water and fire boy, given his extensive network. Junior brother, your idea is feasible. Just considering the number of disciples under my Qingmen, we might very well be able to consume the items you refine. The water and fire boy remarked. May I boldly inquire, to what extent have you progressed in these three disciplines? He asked curiously. Many disciples of the Qingmen were aware that Xiao Yuan had cultivated multiple paths, yet few knew the specifics of his advancement. Well, it's rather mediocre. I can currently refine 5-turn celestial pills and mid-grade postnatal spiritual treasures, though my skills and formations are slightly lacking, managing only to produce 4 pattern diagrams. Similar to elixirs and treasures, formation diagrams also possess different grades, ranging from 1 to 9 patterns, with 9 pattern diagrams being the most prestigious. Over the years, Xiao Yuan had diligently pursued the crafts of elixirs, artifacts, and formations. Although his foray into the artifact path began later, it had shown significant promise due to targeted learning. What on earth do you mean by mediocre? Do you harbor some misunderstanding about the term mediocre? The water and fire boy exclaimed. Chapter 16, Methods of Acquiring Merits. At that moment, the water and fire boy finally comprehended why his master permitted Xiao Yuan to cultivate so many paths, it was entirely due to Xiao Yuan's extraordinary talent. Junior brother, your proficiency in these 3 disciplines is already quite commendable. From now on, you can leave the handling of the items you refine to me, he generously offered. Then I shall trouble you, senior brother. Xiao Yuan expressed his gratitude without reservation. He was not particularly adept in this area, and entrusting it to the water and fire boy was a relief. Given their rapport, there was no need for excessive formalities. In the days that followed, Xiao Yuan continued his methodical cultivation. The only difference was that his sales of elixirs, spiritual treasures, and formation diagrams had finally gained momentum, rendering him busier than ever before, yet also more fulfilled. In the blink of an eye, another 10,000 years had passed. Tong Tian has recently admitted a considerable number of named disciples, with the total under the Jie Sect surpassing 1,000 and continuing to grow. Furthermore, Tong Tian has also taken on a personal disciple, Wudong, who would later become renowned as the Holy Mother of Wudong. Due to Tong Tian's extensive recruitment of disciples, several disputes have arisen between him and Yuan Shi, though the presence of Laozi has ensured that these disagreements did not escalate significantly. Master, the Dragon King of the East Sea seeks an audience. While Xiao Yuan was in quiet meditation, Qiyin Tongzi delivered the message. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuan furrowed his brow. He had maintained contact with Ao Guang over the years, and if there were any matters of concern, Ao Guang could simply send a message. The fact that he had come in person indicated that something substantial had transpired. Please come in, Xiao Yuan instructed. Friend, I apologize for the sudden intrusion. It is indeed rather presumptuous of me. I hope you will not take offense, Ao Guang began, his face betraying a sense of anxiety. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? Xiao Yuan asked. Had this been a trivial matter, I would not have sought you out. Ao Guang sighed and recounted the situation. Our dragon clan has inadvertently offended the ancestor Kunpeng. It's a rather straightforward affair. We accidentally injured a descendant of Kunpeng, who has now demanded exorbitant compensation from our clan. In truth, this incident was not our fault. The descendants of Kunpeng have long dominated the North Sea, preying on our dragon clan. This time, they have gone too far, and the Dragon Palace could no longer tolerate it, resulting in our defensive action. Yet, Kunpeng has turned the tables on us. Even though the Dragon Clan is in the right, we have no choice but to bow our heads. For power is the unyielding truth in the primordial realm. Kunpeng is not only a quasi-saint, but also a formidable being within the heavenly court, a force not to be trifled with by the Dragon Clan. We desire peace. Yet Kunpeng's greed knows no bounds, demanding a vast quantity of spiritual treasures along with 2 innate spiritual artifacts. Even with our deep reserves, these demands could deplete our resources. We fear that should we concede, Kunpeng will only press further, draining us completely. Thus, we have sought help, but alas, our connections do not extend to the quasi-saint level, which is why we have come to you. Please wait here. I shall consult with my master, Xiao Yuan replied. As a disciple supported by the Dragon Clan, it was his duty to assist them in their time of need. Disciple Xiao Yuan pays his respects to the master. Xiao Yuan announced upon arriving at the Ta Qin Palace. What brings you here? Tong Tian inquired. Master, Xiao Yuan recounted the troubles faced by the Dragon Clan. Indeed, my friend Kunpeng has acted excessively and in a most unbecoming manner. I shall have a word with him, Tong Tian affirmed. Master, I have also conceived a method to accrue merit. Would you care to hear it? Xiao Yuan continued, inspired by the plight of the Dragon Clan. Oh, pray do tell. Tong Tian responded with curiosity. Tong Tian smiled lightly, clearly not taking the matter to heart. He did not believe that Xiao Yuan possessed any profound method to gain merit. Even if there were such methods, they would likely yield only a modest amount of merit. A trifling amount of merit was hardly worthy of consideration for someone of his stature. Teacher, there exist countless races in the primordial world, yet their scripts remain ununified. If we were to standardize the writing of this realm, it would undoubtedly result in substantial merit, Xiao Yuan expounded. His words were not mere illusions or fanciful dreams. Indeed, in the near future, Kunpeng would create a demonic script, thereby acquiring great merit. The human race, through Tsangjia, had also received heavenly merit for their creation of characters. It was only upon hearing Ao Guang mention Kunpeng that Xiao Yuan suddenly recalled this notion. However, the task of unifying the myriad races' scripts was no trivial undertaking. It was beyond the capacity of someone like him, a mere calamity to orchestrate. Thus, Xiao Yuan opted to report the matter instead. In due course, even if the 3 pure ones were to grant him a meager portion, Xiao Yuan would find himself savoring every drop. Upon hearing Xiao Yuan's words, Tong Tian's initial indifference gradually transformed into rapt attention. According to his calculations, the method Xiao Yuan proposed was indeed feasible. Xiao Yuan, I shall discuss this matter with my two esteemed masters, Tong Tian declared. Xiao Yuan then departed from the Shanqing Palace. My friend, how goes it? Ao Guang inquired eagerly as Xiao Yuan approached. This also served to highlight the extent of Kunpeng's pressure upon the Dragon Clan. Here, Xiao Yuan was his only hope. The teacher is already prepared to speak with the ancestral Kunpeng, so you should receive news shortly, Xiao Yuan replied with a smile. Thank you, my friend. Ao Guang sighed with relief, a smile emerging on his face. According to the news from within our clan, the ancestral Kunpeng has changed his stance. As long as our Dragon Clan offers a slight compensation, it shall suffice. Congratulations to you, my friend, Xiao Yuan responded. The pressure from Kunpeng felt like a catastrophic disaster for the Dragon Clan, yet for Tong Tian, it was merely a matter of a few words. In the Beiming Palace, Kunpeng's expression was rather grim. Initially, he believed that coercing the Dragon Clan for benefits was a foregone conclusion. However, unforeseen complications arose. To his astonishment, Tong Tian, one of the three Pure Ones, had intervened on behalf of the Dragon Clan. Despite his reluctance, Kunpeng dared not confront Tong Tian directly. For all the powerful beings in the primordial realm knew that the three Pure Ones had become direct disciples of the Tao ancestor, endowed with the foundational aura of chaos, granting them the potential for future sanctification. Not even Kunpeng, nor the ruler of the heavenly court, would dare to offend the three Pure Ones. Meanwhile, within the Taiji Palace, Third brother, could you not discuss matters with us before acting? Why did you intervene without a word in the affairs between the Dragon Clan and Kunpeng? Yuan Shi expressed his dissatisfaction. Second brother, this is merely a trivial matter, hardly worth mentioning, Tong Tian replied dismissively. Yuan Shi was incensed. He understood this was a minor issue, yet he was discontented with Tong Tian's nonchalant attitude. All right, second brother, I have come with important matters to discuss with you, Tong Tian stated, wishing to avoid further entanglement with Yuan Shi on this topic. Important matters? What matters? Laozi inquired. Dear brother, this idea was proposed by my disciple, Xiao Yuan. He claims to have devised a method for us to acquire great merits, Tong Tian remarked. A mere golden immortal dares to suggest a way for us to attain such grand virtues? Truly, he speaks with audacity, Yuan Shi retorted dismissively. Tong Tian, undeterred by Yuan Shi's comments, proceeded to relay Xiao Yuan's concept to Laozi and Yuan Shi, enriching the discussion with his own insights and elaborating on the plan for the unification of written language. As the dialogue unfolded, the reactions of Laozi and Yuan Shi mirrored those of Tong Tian at the outset, initially casual, but progressively transforming into grave contemplation. Brothers, what are your thoughts on this matter? Tong Tian inquired after concluding his explanation. Based on my calculations, the feasibility of this endeavor is remarkably high. Unifying the written language across the vast wilderness will facilitate the dissemination of doctrines and enhance intertribal communication. This is indeed a matter of great merit, and I believe it is worth pursuing, Laozi stated with gravitas. Yuan Shi nodded in agreement. Since this undertaking is viable, let us commence. However, I have a small request. As this proposal originated from Xiao Yuan, I wish for him to be included, Tong Tian added. That is only fitting, Laozi acknowledged with a nod. I have no objections. Yuan Shi concurred. As Tong Tian rightly pointed out, the idea was Xiao Yuan's, and including him was entirely justified. Xiao Yuan, I have conferred with your two esteemed uncles. The unification of the written language of myriad tribes will indeed benefit the wilderness. I shall ensure that you are included in this endeavor. You need only accompany us. Tong Tian declared. Yes, Xiao Yuan responded promptly, recognizing that this was a privilege bestowed upon him by his master. When the merits are bestowed, he would surely reap substantial rewards. Before long, the three Pure Ones, accompanied by Xiao Yuan, departed from Kunlun Mountain, embarking on a journey through the myriad tribes. With the stature and power of the three Pure Ones, all tribes of the wilderness would extend their deference. Even the mightiest clans, such as the witch and monster tribes, would show them respect. Xiao Yuan trailed behind Tong Tian, remaining silent and inactive, merely a decorative presence. What is the purpose of the three Pure Ones? Why have they suddenly begun traversing among the major tribes? I do not know. I have heard that the three Pure Ones are visiting the tribes to seek out their legacies, yet the significance of this remains unclear. Entities of such caliber as the three Pure Ones could shake the very foundations of the wilderness with a single step. Their overt actions did not escape the watchful eyes of many powerful beings in the wilderness, though the true purpose behind their endeavors remained a mystery. It was not until 30,000 years later that a resounding voice echoed from Kunlun Mountain. I, Taiching, Yuqing, Shanqing. Sensing the challenges in communication among the myriad tribes and the hindrance in the transmission of doctrines, hereby unified the written language of all tribes today, proclaimed the three pure ones, their voices resonating throughout the wilderness. Above, the heavens erupted in a cascade of golden light, a manifestation of the Tao's revelation. Excellent. The words of the Tao rang out. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light descended, embodying the vast merits of the heavenly Tao. The totality of this merit rivaled, if not surpassed, that which was bestowed upon the Eastern King when he established the celestial court. Subsequently, this merit was divided into numerous portions, cascading into the primordial realm. In this instance, Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tongtian each received a 2/10 share. The various races that aided in the formation of the primordial texts collectively garnered 3.5/10. The remaining 1/2 fell behind Xiao Yuan. Although Xiao Yuan received merely half a portion, the magnitude of this merit was likely sufficient to incite envy even in a quasi-saint powerhouse. Xiao Yuan himself was taken aback by the bounty he had received. It was a stroke of luck that he could claim such a substantial share. The formidable beings of the primordial realm looked on with envy at the spectacle created by the three pure ones as they divided such a significant amount of merit. Three pure ones, how dare you seize my opportunity? Just as the three pure ones and Xiao Yuan were joyfully distributing the merit, a fierce and furious voice echoed from afar. Upon seeing the newcomer, Xiao Yuan instinctively shrank back, for it was none other than the ancestor Kunpeng. According to the guidance of the heavenly Tao, this merit should have rightfully belonged to Kunpeng, but due to Xiao Yuan's interference, the three pure ones had seized the advantage. To usurp another's fortune is a graver sin than to slay one's parents. The moment the three pure ones unified the characters, Kunpeng immediately sensed the loss of a grand opportunity, and his composure shattered. Kunpeng, in the primordial realm, the virtuous shall possess the fortunes. Begone! Tongtian bellowed, his sword intent surging forth, as the four swords of extermination were summoned, poised to strike down Kunpeng at any moment. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Kunpeng jolted back to his senses. In his fury, he had acted rashly, but now, returning to clarity, he dared not overstep. Should the three pure ones choose to target him, even the heavenly court would not be able to shield him. My three fellow Taoists, I beg your pardon for my earlier rudeness. Please do not take offense. Kunpeng quickly conceded, turning to depart, refraining from further confrontation with the three pure ones. This tempest arose swiftly and dissipated just as quickly. Xiao Yuan watched the scene unfold, filled with a sense of melancholy. The adage that fortunes belong to the virtuous rings hollow. Virtue is merely a facade, masked by strength and influence. Had the one to unify the characters been another, even a great Luo golden immortal might have found themselves extinguished by Kunpeng's machinations. After receiving such a bounty of merit, Xiao Yuan intended to enter seclusion for cultivation, aiming to transcend his current limits. However, before he could retreat, he was summoned to the Taqing Palace. The three pure ones were seated in high spirits, gazing at him with smiles. Disciple Xiao Yuan pays his respects to the master and esteemed uncles. Xiao Yuan greeted. Xiao Yuan, you have rendered great service this time. Thus, we bestow upon you this 9-turn golden pill, Laozi proclaimed with a smile. The merit they acquired due to Xiao Yuan's efforts warranted a reward. Although Xiao Yuan was reluctant to accept, they could not deny him, lest others question their integrity. With a wave of his hand, a beam of golden light descended before Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan's body suddenly came to an abrupt halt. He had initially thought that receiving such a substantial amount of merit was already quite commendable, but he never anticipated that there would be a reward in addition to that. Moreover, he was astonished by the generosity of his grandmaster, who directly bestowed upon him the 9-transformation golden pill. This elixir is renowned in the primordial realm for its extraordinary efficacy, crafted from numerous rare spiritual materials and refined by the foremost alchemist, Laozi. Consuming a single 9-transformation golden pill allows a being to ascend directly to the great Luo realm. Besides this remarkable effect, it possesses various other wondrous applications, making it a treasure that even quasi-saint powers find difficult to procure. Yet now, Xiao Yuan had received one. Thank you, Grandmaster. Xiao Yuan exclaimed joyfully as he accepted the 9 transformation golden pill and hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Elder brother, your generosity is truly overwhelming. If I were to be stingy, I would surely be mocked by our third brother, he remarked. Well then, I shall grant you the post-heaven supreme treasure, the soul-dissipating bell. Yuan Shi chuckled helplessly, raising his hand to produce a small black bell that danced gracefully before Xiao Yuan, rotating continuously in midair. The post-heaven supreme treasures are exceedingly rare in the primordial realm, with no more than a handful being capable of being refined. Such artifacts, reaching this level of power, possess boundless might, rivaling even those of innate spiritual treasures. Moreover, the quantity of post-heaven treasures in Yuan Shi's possession was also limited. Had it not been for Lao Zi's prior gift of the 9 transformation golden pill, Yuan Shi would never have parted with such a precious item. Thus, Xiao Yuan had truly seized a fortuitous opportunity. Thank you, second uncle, Xiao Yuan said as he stored the soul-dissipating bell and then turned his gaze toward his own master. Given the lavish offerings from his 2 uncles, he believed that his master would not be lacking in generosity either. Chapter 18. Mounting the Flame-Treading Beast. What are you staring at me for, you rascal? Tong Tian laughed. Rest assured, you shall not miss out on your share of benefits. With that, he shook his sleeves, and a small beast tumbled out. This little creature resembled a kitten adorned with fiery patterns, possessing a single horn atop its head and a collar around its neck, appearing quite docile. However, Xiao Yuan could discern that this kitten was, in fact, an entity of the mid-stage Tai Golden Immortal. This is the Flame-Treading Beast, a rare species of the primordial realm, which feeds on various innate spiritual flames. If nurtured well, it possesses the potential to ascend to the great Luo Golden Immortal realm. Seeing that you lack a companion for swift movement, I bestow this upon you, Tong Tian said, patting the head of the flame-treading beast. The creature transformed into a streak of light and settled on Xiao Yuan's shoulder, gazing up at him with an endearing expression, appearing remarkably innocent for a beast of its formidable power. Thank you, master, Xiao Yuan hurriedly expressed his gratitude. The flame-treading beast, gifted by his master, was of equal worth to the treasures bestowed by his 2 uncles. Moreover, it struck a chord with Xiao Yuan's aspirations. With such a powerful companion, not only would it serve as a means of swift travel, but it could also act as a bodyguard, harboring considerable potential for future growth, thus elevating his status when brought into public view. After receiving the rewards, Xiao Yuan departed from the Taqing Palace. Upon returning, he began to assess his accolades. As he took out the 9 transformation golden pill, the entire dojo was permeated with the fragrant aroma of the elixir and with a deep inhalation. Xiao Yuan could feel the vibrations of his cultivation resonating within him. Indeed, the 9 turns golden elixir is the most formidable potion of the primordial era, exuding an aura of dominance. However, Xiao Yuan was not inclined to immediately consume the elixir. While ingesting the 9 turns golden elixir would allow him to ascend directly to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Doing so would render his cultivation stagnant for the rest of his life. For the vast majority of beings in the primordial world, the great Luo Golden Immortal represents an unattainable pinnacle. Yet, Xiao Yuan was resolute in his ambition. He aspired to transcend into the realm of Hunyuan. Settling for the mere status of a great Luo Golden Immortal was utterly unsatisfactory. Thus, he decided to reserve the 9 turns golden elixir for later, to unlock its full potential after achieving the great Luo Golden Immortal status. Subsequently, Xiao Yuan retrieved the postnatal supreme treasure, the soul-dispersing bell. This artifact directly influences the soul, rendering it a formidable and insidious weapon. Nevertheless, Xiao Yuan found great pleasure in its cunning nature, as it allowed for unexpected maneuvers. Next, he presented the flame-treading beast gifted by his master. This small creature appeared to have been tamed by his mentor. Thus, it was entirely obedient in Xiao Yuan's presence. Furthermore, the collar around the beast's neck was a countermeasure left by his master. Should the beast dare to misbehave, the collar would constrict, and if Xiao Yuan wished, it could even lead to the creature's demise. Fortunately, since the flame-treading beast joined Xiao Yuan, it had remained docile, even when out of his master's sight. This was largely due to the pure essence of spiritual flame that Xiao Yuan possessed, which the beast was particularly drawn to. Had it been anyone else, the creature might not have been so compliant, but Xiao Yuan had become its recognized source of sustenance. To secure its meals, it behaved amiably, discerning the distinction between hunger and satisfaction. After organizing his possessions, Xiao Yuan began his seclusion. He had accumulated a wealth of merit, perfect for refining. 1,000 years later, Xiao Yuan emerged from his retreat, his cultivation having advanced significantly, reaching the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm. The next step was to ascend to the Tai golden immortal realm. Achieving this required the convergence of the 5 primordial energies within him, also known as the 5 elemental essences. These comprise the eastern wood qi, the western metal qi, the northern water qi, the southern fire qi, and the central earth qi. Once these 5 energies were harmonized, he could transcend to the Tai golden immortal realm. However, Xiao Yuan was not in a rush to break into the Tai golden immortal realm. Having just attained the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm, he needed to consolidate his strength for a while longer. During the millennium of Xiao Yuan's seclusion, significant events unfolded in the primordial world. The Wu and Yao clans had declared war upon each other. After the heavenly court dismantled the immortal court, it ascended to the position of hegemon in the primordial realm. During the 3 lectures at the Xiao Palace, the Dao ancestor did not hold the heavenly court accountable for their actions, which further inflated their arrogance. Following the lectures at Xiao Palace, the momentum of the heavenly court's expansion became unstoppable as they sought to dominate all clans and govern the primordial world. The heavenly court's ambitions to unify the entire primordial realm could not overlook the Wu clan. Upon learning of the heavenly court's intentions to subjugate them, the ancestral witches of the Wu clan were incensed. We, the witch clan, hold no reverence for the heavens. What is the celestial court to us? A mere disagreement leads to conflict. However, even in the event of war between the witch and demon clans, the Kunlun Mountains remain unaffected. Neither the witches nor the demons would dare provoke the 3 pure ones. Thus, a millennium passed, and once again, Xiao Yuan was summoned to the Upper Pure Palace. Xiao Yuan, the heavenly emperor, desires to marry the 2 goddesses of the moon star. You shall represent Kunlun Mountain and extend our congratulations, spoke Tong Tian. Xiao Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Under pressure from the witch clan, Emperor Dijun's marriage to Shi He and Chong, she was intended to bolster the celestial court's power and was also decreed by the heavenly Dao. It seemed his master and 2 esteemed elders chose not to attend, likely to avoid offending the witches. Yet, how could this matter fall upon him? After all, he had senior brothers and sisters, and there was also the southern extreme in the Jade Void Palace. Your senior brother has just entered the great Luo golden immortal realm and is currently in seclusion to solidify his status. As for your sister, you know her temperament. She prefers to shy away from such gatherings. The southern extreme from the Jade Void Palace is in a similar situation, also in seclusion, Tong Tian elaborated, sensing Xiao Yuan's thoughts. He understood that Xiao Yuan shared his aversion to trivial matters, yet it had come to his turn. They could not possibly send the youngest disciple of the Wudong sect. Xiao Yuan felt a sense of helplessness. He had no choice in the matter. However, one could argue that attending the wedding at the celestial court would provide an opportunity for a grand feast, which was not too shabby. After receiving his master's command, Xiao Yuan summoned the flame-treading beast. The beast transformed, taking on the size of an adult tiger leopard, losing some of its cuteness and gaining an air of majesty. Xiao Yuan mounted the flame-treading beast, and with a command, they soared towards the celestial court. The speed of the flame-treading beast was astonishing, rivaling Xiao Yuan's own pace, making it one of the elite among the Tai golden immortals, which pleased Xiao Yuan immensely. Nevertheless, even with the beast's swiftness, it took nearly a century for Xiao Yuan to reach the vicinity of the celestial court. The celestial court, perched atop Mount Buzhou, was a sight to behold: jade towers and palaces, cascading springs and waterfalls, a sea of spiritual energy and radiant golden light. As Xiao Yuan journeyed on the flame-treading beast towards the celestial court, he observed numerous beings heading in the same direction, likely to partake in the celestial banquet. I, Xiao Yuan of Kunlun Mountain, have come at my master's behest to present 10 celestial apricots and a 9-turn golden pill as a gift to the heavenly emperor, he announced before the southern heavenly gate. Upon his declaration, the beings surrounding the southern heavenly gate instinctively parted to create a path for him, including several Tai golden immortals and even great Luo golden immortals. This was the power that came with his identity and background. Before long, a middle-aged scholar emerged from the celestial court, a benevolent smile gracing his face as he approached Xiao Yuan. Dear young friend Xiao, please come in, he welcomed. This middle-aged scholar was none other than Bai Zhe, one of the 10 great demon gods. Had the 3 pure ones arrived, it would have been Emperor Di Jun himself to greet them. As for Xiao Yuan, The heavenly court's dispatch of Bai Zhe to welcome him was indeed a significant honor. After exchanging pleasantries with Bai Zhe, Xiao Yuan entered the heavenly court and took his seat in the area arranged by Bai Zhe. During this time, numerous formidable individuals approached Xiao Yuan to cultivate familiarity, to which he responded with a warm smile. Xiao Yuan firmly believed in the adage that having more friends opens up more paths. Engaging in casual conversation and displaying a friendly demeanor incurred him no loss. Conversely, these connections might prove beneficial in the future. This demeanor astonished those seeking to ingratiate themselves, as they did not expect this esteemed disciple of the upper clear to possess such humility. Xiao Yuan's reputation for approachability quickly spread. Xiao Yuan, I did not anticipate that Kunlun would send you here, remarked Lai Yang, the elder of the Fire Crow clan, who naturally attended the gathering. Upon seeing Xiao Yuan, he approached with a beaming smile. Over the years, Lai Yang had maintained contact with Xiao Yuan and was well aware that the three clear ones prefer to remain uninvolved in the conflicts of the primordial world. Therefore, he had refrained from suggesting that Xiao Yuan take up a position in the heavenly court. Xiao Yuan did not harbor any disdain for this elder. In fact, he held him in high regard. Unfortunately, with my senior brothers and sisters in seclusion, it falls upon me to attend, Xiao Yuan remarked with a hint of resignation. Countless beings in the primordial realm yearn for the chance to partake in this banquet. Yet here you are, expressing discontent. Lai Yang chuckled. You should visit our ancestral land when you have the time. The Fire Crow clan has a rich history, and we still possess some legacies that may prove beneficial to you. I shall certainly make the trip when time permits, Xiao Yuan assured him. At that moment, an elderly figure with a sinister expression entered the hall, casting a malevolent glance in Xiao Yuan's direction before grunting disapprovingly and taking a seat. That old wretch Kunpeng, unable to vent his frustrations on your masters, dares to assert his dominance over you, a mere junior. You need not pay him any heed. Lai Yang remarked with a cold chuckle. It was evident that the relationship between the elder of the Fire Crow clan and Kunpeng was far from cordial. Xiao Yuan nodded. He had recognized the elder's identity the instant that malevolent gaze fell upon him. It seemed that this demon master harbored animosity towards Kunlun. Interestingly, Kunpeng's loss of literary opportunity could be attributed to Xiao Yuan himself. However, very few were aware of this fact. Otherwise, Kunpeng's disdain for Xiao Yuan would not be so trivial. Xiao Yuan was not foolish enough to expose himself. After all, enduring a few scrutinizing glances from Kunpeng would not cost him anything. Once several esteemed members of the heavenly court and numerous guests had arrived, the banquet officially commenced. With Nuo holding a red embroidered ball as the officiant, Emperor Jun and the sisters Shiha and Changxi were united in celestial matrimony, thereby establishing the path of postnatal marital bonds in the primordial realm. The heavenly Tao bestowed a great abundance of merit. Throughout the entirety of the banquet, Xiao Yuan devoted the majority of his time to feasting. It must be said that the spread at the heavenly court was indeed exquisite, featuring a variety of spiritual wines, divine fruits, and ambrosial nectar. Regrettably, Xiao Yuan did not dare to indulge freely in the feast, for he represented Kunlun Mountain at this gathering. After the banquet concluded, he mounted his fiery beast, prepared to return to Kunlun. Previously, during his visit to the heavenly court, time had been of the essence, and he had not taken the opportunity to gather spiritual treasures. This time, however, he had ample time to collect some spiritual items along the way. Fortune bestowed, you are favored by fate, and a great opportunity is manifesting. The heavenly path will guide you to your fortune. The moment the thought of treasure-seeking crossed Xiao Yuan's mind, the entry for Fortune Bestowed underwent a transformation. Observing the entry's explanation, he immediately recognized that this opportunity was extraordinary. If it pertained to innate spiritual items or treasures, the entry would specify such. Instead, it merely referred to a great opportunity. Thus, Xiao Yuan promptly urged his fiery beast towards the direction indicated by the heavenly path. Before long, he arrived at the location guided by the celestial omen. However, before he could react, a swirling mist of crimson enveloped him. This startled Xiao Yuan significantly, prompting him to summon the Void Treasure Mirror and the Mo Yuan Sword, ready to employ spatial leap and sword escape. Young friend, please do not be alarmed. I bear no malice. At that moment, a phantasmal figure began to materialize from the mist. I am Xiao Yuan of the Upper Clear Sect, greeting you, Senior Hunyuan. Upon seeing the figure, Xiao Yuan's expression shifted to one of astonishment, and he hastily bowed. For the figure emerging from the crimson mist was none other than Hunyuan, whom Xiao Yuan had encountered once in Zifu Prefecture. After the 3 lectures at the Xiao Palace, a rain of blood had descended. Even his own master had confirmed that the Taoist Hunyuan had perished. Yet now here he was. Young friend, you are not mistaken. I have indeed perished. What remains of me is but a fragment of my divine consciousness. Hunyuan sighed deeply. Since you have arrived here, it signifies our fateful connection. I have a matter I wish to entrust to you. Hearing this, Xiao Yuan immediately thought of certain narrative tropes in novels, where one receives a high-level inheritance and seeks vengeance. Senior, I am but weak. I cannot involve myself in your conflicts, he replied hastily. What jest? The ones who vanquished Hunyuan were none other than Kunpeng, the River of Darkness, and Emperor Juntai. Did he dare to confront such formidable beings? You misunderstand me. Young friend, I do not seek your assistance in vengeance. Rather, I hope you will visit the Wuzhuangguan and deliver the 99 Scattersoul Red Gourd to brothers in Yuanzi. In return, I am willing to bestow upon you a high-grade, innate spiritual treasure. Hunyuan's countenance bore a look of earnest appeal. Ding! Taoist Hunyuan has entrusted you with a mission. Please make your choice. Option 1. Accept the commission. Reward, forewarning of calamity, gold, entry. Option 2. Decline the commission. Reward, karma returning to origin, gold, entry. Forewarning of calamity, gold. You possess an exceptionally keen sense of impending disasters, allowing you to foresee calamities before they arrive, thereby safeguarding yourself against most tribulations. The return to origin of karma. You shall no longer fear the onslaught of karma, for you may even refine it for your own use. At this moment, the system re-emerged, prompting Xiao Yuan to make a choice regarding the request presented by Hunyuan. Xiao Yuan found himself in a state of profound hesitation. The demise of Hunyuan had far-reaching implications. It was said that after all these years, many formidable powers had not ceased their pursuit of Hunyuan's relics, attempting to uncover the trace of the primordial purple qi that resided within him. The primordial purple qi, as articulated by the Tao ancestor, serves as the foundation for sanctification, driving the mighty beings of the wilderness to madness. Xiao Yuan's entanglement in this matter could only spell trouble. Had he known the situation would unfold in such a manner, he would have refrained from involvement. What misfortune indeed! This was less of a grand opportunity and more akin to a trap. Chapter 20. A Convergence of Great Powers. Senior, I am unfamiliar with the primordial purple qi, Xiao Yuan inquired once more. After being vanquished by Kunpeng and the River of Oblivion, the purple qi fled and vanished without a trace. Were it not for the purple qi, I would not have endured such calamity, Hunyuan elucidated. In that case, I shall undertake this journey on behalf of the esteemed senior, Xiao Yuan mused, ultimately resolving to proceed. Having already interacted with Hunyuan, he was ensnared in a predicament. Regardless of whether he accepted Hunyuan's commission, he would inevitably attract considerable attention. Fortunately, his backing was sufficiently formidable. Thus, it would be prudent to acquiesce to this matter, as it would also grant him the opportunity to acquire a piece of superior, innate spiritual treasure. Who in the wilderness would disdain an abundance of innate treasures? Thank you, young friend. Hunyuan expressed his gratitude swiftly, then added, after my demise, my remains have nurtured several young beings. If it is convenient for you, I kindly ask that you ensure their well-being. No problem. I will take them to Kunlun and have them apprentice under Kunlun Mountain, Xiao Yuan assured him. Upon hearing this, he recalled that the beings nurtured by Hunyuan were none other than Yun Zhongzi, Zhao Gongming, and the 3 Xiaos. Yun Zhongzi, embodying the thunder of the clouds, shared a master-disciple bond with his teacher, the Yuqing Patriarch, as his second direct disciple. Zhao Gongming, representing the clear breeze of the clouds, along with the 3 Xiaos, manifestations of the 3 clouds birthed from Hunyuan, held a similar teacher-student relationship, destined to become the backbone disciples of the Jiejiao in the future. For Xiao Yuan, this task was merely a matter of convenience. Upon hearing this, Hunyuan expressed even greater gratitude. After bowing respectfully to Xiao Yuan, his form dissipated, leaving a broken gourd in Xiao Yuan's hands. This was indeed the spiritual treasure, the 99 soul-scattering red gourd. However, this treasure had suffered substantial damage due to the severe blows it had endured. Besides the gourd, there was also a hammer, entirely black and adorned with fiery red patterns. An exquisite innate spiritual treasure known as the Hunyuan hammer. With a single strike, nothing could withstand its force. Xiao Yuan found this hammer to be precisely what he needed for forging spiritual treasures. As Xiao Yuan secured the 2 treasures, 5 distinct auras emerged from the crimson mist, soon revealing 5 young boys and girls. These 5 youngsters, appearing youthful and tender, looked upon Xiao Yuan with a hint of timidity in their eyes. At first glance, their extraordinary qualities are evident, with an aura radiating outward, surrounded by innate spiritual energy. The five of them are all beings endowed with exceptional innate foundations, displaying remarkable talents that place them among the elite in the primordial world. Upon taking form, they possess the cultivation of golden immortals, evoking a tinge of envy in Xiao Yuan. "Accompany me to Kunlun Mountain. I shall lead you to seek a master," he declared. These five young beings had already developed intelligence and were aware of the transaction between Xiao Yuan and Hunyuan. Thus, Xiao Yuan hastened back to Kunlun with them at the quickest pace possible. Unbeknownst to him, the moment he departed with the five, the crimson mist dissipated. Numerous powerful beings in the primordial realm sensed this and sprang into action. "What a commotion this lad has stirred once more," mused Tong Tian, who was in the midst of quiet cultivation, a resigned smile gracing his lips. Among his disciples, only Xiao Yuan could create such a ruckus. The second disciple that the heavenly Tao has guided has come into being. "Brother, I shall accompany you," said Yuan Shi, following Tong Tian before he could leave Kunlun. Laozi, too, sensed the commotion but chose not to intervene, trusting that his two brothers could handle the situation adeptly. "How many formidable beings have their eyes on me now?" pondered Xiao Yuan as he felt the newly acquired forewarning of catastrophe phrase pulsating intensely, indicating an update. Forewarning of catastrophe. You have acquired the legacy of Hunyuan, which has drawn the attention of many powerful beings in the primordial realm. Warning, warning, warning. While Xiao Yuan hastened his journey, he quickly sent a message to his master, hoping for a timely arrival. "Young friend Xiao Yuan, why haven't you come to join the banquet in my heavenly court?" A sudden voice echoed, followed by a massive hand reaching towards him. Xiao Yuan attempted to evade, but found it impossible to escape. The treading flame beast, too, was rendered immobile by the overwhelming force. The assailant was none other than Dijun, the sovereign of the heavenly court and a mid-stage quasi-saint. The disparity in strength between him and Xiao Yuan was insurmountable, leaving the latter powerless to resist. "Dijun, how can you lay hands on a junior without feeling shame?" Tong Tian's voice resonated, and a sword light sliced through the space towards the hand extending toward Xiao Yuan. The great hand, unable to withstand the strike, retreated. "Master!" Xiao Yuan exhaled in relief, grateful for his teacher's timely arrival. Being taken to the heavenly court would have left him at their mercy. "Tong Tian, your three pure ones have been favored by the Tao ancestor, each receiving a strand of primordial purple energy. Is it not too greedy to covet another?" Dijun replied with a smile. At that moment, at least 90% of the powerful quasi-saints in the primordial realm had gathered, including renowned figures such as Ming He, Gun Ting, Dao Yi, and Duexi. Their interests in the opportunity for sanctification demanded utmost vigilance. "Esteemed seniors, I fear I may disappoint you. The remnants of Elder Hongyun's divine consciousness have unequivocally stated that the purple aura vanished without a trace after his spirit was extinguished." Xiao Yuan spoke softly, never having anticipated being besieged by so many formidable figures. Indeed, it felt as though his life was at stake. The numerous quasi-saints present furrowed their brows with their capabilities. They could easily discern that Xiao Yuan was not deceiving them, and his cultivation could not conceal the purple aura. Perhaps you truly did not acquire the purple aura. But who can say whether Hongyun entrusted you with clues about it? Kunping remarked coldly. Among those present, none were more obsessed with the purple aura than Kunping himself. Even if my disciple were unaware of the aura's whereabouts, what if he did know? Would you, Kunping, resort to abduction and coercion? Tong Tian chuckled, having summoned the 4 swords of extermination. Among the 3 pure ones, Tong Tian was the most straightforward, ready to act if provoked. Although Yuan Shi remained silent. He too had summoned the Panga banner, for this matter concerned his destined disciple, and he would naturally take it to heart. Kunpeng was momentarily speechless upon hearing this. "I can take a heavenly oath, declaring my ignorance of the whereabouts of the Hongmeng purple aura. Should I lie, may the heavens strike me down, and may my form and spirit be annihilated," Xiao Yuan declared earnestly. "Kunpeng, do you have anything further to say?" Tong Tian inquired, casting a glance towards Kunpeng. The vows of the primordial wilderness were not to be uttered lightly. With the heavens as witness, violating such an oath could lead to dire consequences: stagnation in cultivation, damage to one's foundation, regression in power, or even death. "Surely, my friend Tong Tian jest, for your disciple's demeanor is untroubled," far from that of a liar. Dijuan chuckled before taking his leave. Although Kuanpeng felt a twinge of resentment, he was left with no recourse. After casting a deep glance at Xiao Yuan, he too departed, followed by the other great beings who scattered away. Xiao Yuan immediately sensed the oppressive aura dissipate entirely. "Let us return to Kunlun," he suggested. Tong Tian and Yuanshi escorted Xiao Yuan back to Kunlun, and with two towering figures shielding him, none dared to obstruct their path. Upon returning to Kunlun Mountain, Xiao Yuan recounted all that had transpired to the three Pure Ones, also presenting the 99 Scatter Soul Red Gourd for their examination. Given that all three Pure Ones possessed the Hongmeng Purple Aura, they did not overly concern themselves with the whereabouts of Hongyun's fragment of Purple Aura. Subsequently, Yuanshi accepted Yunzizong as his personal disciple, while Tongtian welcomed Zhao Gongming and the three Xiaos into his fold, though not as personal disciples. This was not due to a lack of merit on Zhao Gongming and the three Xiaos' part, but rather because the fated connection was not yet ripe. The selection of personal disciples among such powerful beings held great significance, dictated by celestial destiny. After all, the master-disciple bond is the most steadfast relationship in the primordial wilderness, unparalleled by any other. As for Xiao Yuan's acceptance under Tongtian's tutelage, it was purely due to Tongtian's admiration for him, for Xiao Yuan truly resonated with his sensibilities. With the turmoil surrounding Elder Hunyuan now past, it would be prudent for you to remain within Kunlun for the time being, Tongtian advised, casting a knowing glance at Xiao Yuan. Although Xiao Yuan had proven his innocence, he could not escape the lingering suspicions of others. In the face of alluring interests, even the formidable deterrence of the three Pure Ones might not suffice to dissuade all-powerful beings. Indeed, Xiao Yuan promptly acquiesced. He had resolved that, regardless of the rumors swirling around, he would not venture outside. Zhen Yuanzi of Wuzhuang Temple came to pay his respects to the three Taoist friends. Outside Kunlu Mountain, a resounding voice echoed. One need not guess. Zhen Yuanzi had come for Hongyuan, albeit not for the primal purple energy, but purely for the person of Hongyuan. Ever since Zhen Yuanzi and Hongyuan attained sentience, they had relied upon one another, their bond profoundly intertwined. Daoist friend Zhen Yuanzi, please come in. Tongtian welcomed him into Kunlun. The three Pure Ones were aware that Zhen Yuanzi had come for Xiao Yuan, which is why Tongtian went to greet him. Greetings to esteemed Elder Zhen Yuanzi. At the behest of Elder Hongyuan, I bring you the 99 Scatter Soul Red Gourd, Xiao Yuan said as he produced the gourd. This item was akin to a hot potato, and Xiao Yuan was keen to relinquish it. Zhen Yuanzi's arrival was most opportune. Thank you, young friend. Zhen Yuanzi expressed his gratitude, his countenance etched with sorrow as he gazed at the nearly shattered gourd. Young friend, this small token is but a humble offering. With a wave of his hand, 3 streaks of green light descended before Xiao Yuan, releasing a refreshing fragrance that invigorated him instantly. Without allowing Xiao Yuan the chance to refuse, Zhen Yuanzi took his leave, displaying remarkable decisiveness. Daoist friend Zhen Yuanzi is quite generous, bestowing upon you 3 ginseng fruits, which will serve you well as you ascend to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, Tongtian remarked. The ginseng fruit, also known as the grass returning elixir, is one of the 10 innate spiritual roots of the primal chaos, and consuming one can augment one's cultivation by 10,000 years. 3 fruits translate to 30,000 years. As Xiao Yuan stood on the precipice of entering the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, the 3 ginseng fruits were perfectly suited to lay a solid foundation for his impending breakthrough. Once all matters were settled, Xiao Yuan returned to seclusion for cultivation. A millennium later, a rumor began to circulate in the primal chaos. Zhen Yuanzi had acquired a relic of Hongyuan and discovered the whereabouts of a fragment of primal purple energy. The veracity of this information remained uncertain, yet it was said that Zhen Yuanzi himself had disseminated it. Despite the rumors, no one dared to provoke Zhen Yuanzi. As the transformed entity of the ginseng fruit tree, he wielded one of the 3 heavenly tomes, the Earth Tome, and was intricately connected to the primal Earth's great formation and its ley lines. Anyone bold enough to challenge him would undoubtedly face the backlash of the Earth's veins. Upon learning this news, Xiao Yuan could not help but admire the benevolence of Elder Zhen Yuanzi. He understood that this action was intended to divert the attention of the powerful beings of the primal chaos away from himself. Time swiftly passed, nearing 100,000 years. The conflict between the witch and demon clans escalated, plunging the primal chaos into turmoil, affecting numerous races. Xiao Yuan resided in Kunlun, thus remaining largely unaffected. During the span of 100,000 years, he diligently cultivated his abilities, fully refining the 3 ginseng fruits bestowed by Hunyuan and ultimately converging the 5 energies within, breaking into the realm of Tai golden immortality. Brother, recently the disputes between our master and second uncle have escalated, and it is uncertain when they will reach a conclusion. Zhao Gongming sighed as he entered Xiao Yuan's dojo, followed closely by the Sanshao sisters. Both he and the sisters were brought to Kunlun by Xiao Yuan, fostering a close bond. Whenever they encountered challenges in their cultivation, they would seek Xiao Yuan's counsel, to which he patiently responded. After 100,000 years, Zhao Gongming and the Sanshao sisters had grown accustomed to life in Kunlun, shedding their initial reticence. It is worth noting that the sisters had blossomed into ethereal beauties. Yun Xiao exuded grace and serenity. Qiong Xiao embodied gentleness and elegance, while Bi Xiao was whimsical and clever. Each possessed her own unique charm, attracting the attention of many disciples from the upper clear lineage who sought to curry favor. However, the sisters remained indifferent to these advances, showing affection only towards Zhao Gongming and Xiao Yuan. There will always be a resolution, Xiao Yuan reassured with a smile. The impending war between the Wu and the Yao had cast a shadow over Kunlun Mountain. The primary conflict remained the age-old issue. Tongtian's indiscriminate acceptance of disciples was met with reproach from Yuanshi. The crux of the matter lay in their differing philosophies. Tongtian believed in universal access to teachings, advocating that all beings in the primordial world deserve the opportunity to learn the way, aspiring to emulate the Tao ancestor in disseminating knowledge. Conversely, Yuanshi prioritized meticulous selection, refusing to accept those lacking exceptional qualities or auspicious fortune, fearing that Tongtian's indiscriminate recruitment would admit morally dubious individuals, thus tainting the collective fate. Their disagreements frequently erupted into fierce arguments, at times nearly escalating into physical confrontations. Fortunately averted by Laozi's intervention, Xiao Yuan was aware that the 3 purities would inevitably part ways, as their ideological clash represented a fundamental divergence in their paths, leaving no possibility for peaceful coexistence. Oh dear brother, the matters concerning our master and second uncle are beyond our influence. Let us not add to our worries, Bi Xiao said, naturally linking her arm with Xiao Yuan's. Brother, I have encountered some issues in my recent cultivation. Could you kindly elucidate them for me? Of course. Xiao Yuan replied with a smile. After addressing her queries, Zhao Gongming and the Sanshao sisters took their leave. At that moment, Xiao Yuan received a message. The Dragon Clan had discovered a soon-to-emerge premier spiritual island. It seems a visit is in order, Xiao Yuan mused. He had long anticipated the division of the 3 purities and was aware that the upper clear lineage intended to relocate to the East Sea. Thus, he had previously enlisted the Dragon Clan to keep an eye on the spiritual islands in the East Sea. When the time came, he would not need to search for a dojo. He could simply move in with ease. Subsequently, Xiao Yuan transformed his appearance, concealed his aura, and tucked the fire beast into his sleeve before embarking on his journey to the East Sea. Although the turmoil surrounding Hunyuan Daoist had subsided, Xiao Yuan felt it prudent to exercise caution. When Xiao Yuan arrived, Ao Guang appeared to have been waiting for quite some time. Ao Guang was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Xiao Yuan. Early Golden Immortal? If memory served, the last time he encountered Xiao Yuan, he was at the late Golden Immortal stage. Yet, Ao Guang quickly regained his composure, realizing that Xiao Yuan must have concealed his cultivation level. Ao Guang felt a modicum of admiration for Xiao Yuan's skill in hiding his aura, as it was so exquisite that even he, a late-stage Tai Golden Immortal, could perceive nothing amiss. In truth, not even a great Luo Golden Immortal could discern Xiao Yuan's disguise. Chapter 22. Ling Island Ingzhou, the Enlightenment Tea Tree. Xiao Yuan cut straight to the chase, smiling as he inquired. I received a message from a fellow cultivator claiming that a top-tier spirit island has been discovered. How credible is this information? Rest assured, my friend, since I dare to convey this news to you, it is assuredly reliable, Ao Guang replied, stroking his long beard with a satisfied smile. The Dragon Clan held considerable influence in the Eastern Sea, and gathering intelligence was well within their capabilities. The spirit island discovered was suspected to be one of the 3 immortal islands overseas and should meet your expectations. 3 immortal islands overseas? That certainly aligns with my desires. Xiao Yuan was momentarily taken aback by Ao Guang's words, followed by a surge of joy. The 3 immortal islands, Penglai, Ingzhou, and Fangzhong, were renowned. When Dong Wang Gong established the celestial court, Penglai emerged, and Xiao Yuan was present at that moment. The awe-inspiring scene of Peng Lai's emergence, with its towering peaks and ethereal aura, remained etched in Xiao Yuan's memory. Peng Lai could undoubtedly be regarded as a premier sacred ground of the primordial world, its spiritual energy density likely rivaling that of Kunlun Mountain. Yingzhou and Fangzhong, equally esteemed as top-tier sacred grounds, would not be far behind. If Xiao Yuan could secure either Yingzhou or Fangzhong, it would far exceed his expectations in seeking a sacred ground. However, my friend should understand that while top-tier spiritual lands are exquisite, entering them depends on fate, Ao Guang continued. In the primordial realm, spiritual lands choose their masters, especially those of the highest caliber. They are guarded by formidable innate spiritual restrictions, and without the land's recognition, one cannot enter. The criteria for a spiritual land to choose its master is somewhat esoteric. I'm aware of that. If you guide me to the spiritual land upon its emergence, I shall consider it a favor granted, Xiao Yuan replied with a smile. It is only right, Ao Guang chuckled as he led the way, with Xiao Yuan following closely behind. Speaking of the three immortal islands, since the Battle of Yur, Peng Lai's spiritual veins have been severed, leading to its utter desolation. Recently, it seemed to have been occupied by a ferocious beast comparable to quasi-saint power, now classified as a new forbidden zone of the Eastern Sea. If you have no business there, my friend, it would be wise to avoid wandering near, Ao Guang advised during their journey. Xiao Yuan nodded, aware that the beast Ao Guang spoke of was likely the golden Ao of the Eastern Sea. Friend, we have arrived. Ao Guang pointed forward once more, and through the hazy mist, he beheld a spiritual island rising majestically from the sea, albeit shrouded in obscurity and elusive in its details. This ambiguity was not merely due to the fog, but rather the innate spiritual restrictions that enveloped the island. Even the most powerful beings, such as the great Luo golden immortals and even quasi-saints, found it exceedingly challenging to breach these barriers or glimpse the true essence of the island. Beyond this ethereal isle, numerous formidable entities had gathered, many of whom were the great Luo golden immortal caliber. Yet, these strong individuals could do little more than sigh in admiration, for each attempt to penetrate the spiritual restrictions ended in failure. It appeared that such a premier spiritual domain was indeed difficult to conquer. Seeing this, Xiao Yuan felt a twinge of uncertainty. However, now that he had arrived, he was resolute in his determination not to yield. My friend, I shall make an attempt, Xiao Yuan declared, and with that, he floated towards the misty expanse. The surrounding beings began to murmur among themselves, commenting on the audacity of yet another newcomer, a mere early-stage golden immortal, who dared to attempt what even the great Luo beings could not. Such individuals were often deemed foolishly reckless. As Xiao Yuan ventured into the fog that enveloped the spiritual island, the nearby entities erupted in derisive laughter. Yet, the subsequent spectacle left all present utterly astonished. Remarkably, Xiao Yuan penetrated the mist and the innate spiritual restrictions, gaining entry into the island. Was this even plausible? Xiao Yuan himself was momentarily taken aback. He had merely sought to test the waters and had not anticipated such ease. It seemed that the attribute of fortune bestowed had once again come into play, he mused. The selection of a master by the spiritual land likely hinged upon that ephemeral thread of destiny. Upon stepping into the spiritual island, Xiao Yuan was immediately greeted by a refreshing aura that invigorated him, as if both body and mind were being cleansed, even sharpening his thoughts. He found this reaction peculiar, for he had not experienced such a phenomenon amidst the Kunlun Mountains, suggesting that the island concealed further mysteries. The attribute fortune bestowed suddenly manifested, revealing a segment of explanation. In the next moment, a faint golden radiance descended before Xiao Yuan. It materialized into a small stone tablet, engraved with two prominent characters, Yingzhou. This tablet represented the very essence of Yingzhou Island, its core, or perhaps its nucleus. By refining this stone tablet, one could seize control of the entire island and command the innate spiritual restrictions within. Without hesitation, Xiao Yuan set about the task of refining the tablet. After 5,000 years, he finally succeeded in completely refining it, and the stone tablet vanished into his brow. All that transpired upon Yingzhou was now within Xiao Yuan's perception. Indeed, a premier spiritual domain lived up to its name. As he extended his senses, he discovered that Yingzhou Island housed no fewer than 36 innate spiritual treasures, among which were 3 exceptional innate spiritual items. In addition to these treasures, the island also boasted a rare, innate spiritual root, In the realm of premier spiritual lands, one can invariably find innate spiritual roots flourishing within them. This is the most precious aspect of such esteemed locations. For instance, Kunlun is home to the exquisite innate spiritual root known as the immortal apricot tree. Conversely, the spiritual roots on Ingzhou Island comprise the superior innate spiritual root, the enlightenment tea tree. This particular root aids individuals in their path to enlightenment, significantly enhancing their cultivation efficiency. Among spiritual roots, the enlightenment tea tree stands in a prominent position. Had news of the enlightenment tea tree on Ingzhou Island spread prior, even quasi-saint level beings would have been stirred. It is no wonder that upon entering Ingzhou Island, Xiao Yuan experienced a clarity of mind, presumably due to the effects of the enlightenment tea tree. However, for Xiao Yuan, endowed with the trait of heaven-defying insight, the benefits of the enlightenment tea tree were somewhat diminished, rendering it somewhat superfluous. Nonetheless, Xiao Yuan remained undeterred. Though he could not utilize it for himself, presenting it as a gift to guests would certainly enhance his stature. Xiao Yuan was immensely satisfied with Ingzhou Island as a sanctuary for cultivation. He quickly gathered the innate spiritual items nurtured on the island, securing them for himself. Subsequently, he collected some leaves from the enlightenment tea tree before departing from Ingzhou Island. Given the current instability in the primordial world, it was prudent to remain close to his master. My young friend, this spiritual land is beyond your grasp. If you surrender the core of this land, I shall personally take you as my disciple. A powerful aura descended as Xiao Yuan made his appearance, accompanied by the coercive and enticing words of a great Luo golden immortal. Friend, I am Xiao Yuan, a direct disciple of the Jie Sect. Are you certain you wish to act against me? Xiao Yuan replied with a cold laugh. The great Luo golden immortal who had just spoken altered his expression upon realizing Xiao Yuan's identity. My apologies, my friend Xiao Yuan. It was a misunderstanding. Following Xiao Yuan's introduction, the great Luo golden immortal promptly offered an apology and turned to leave, causing the covetous gazes to vanish immediately. Being a direct disciple of Shangqing was not something they could afford to offend. Xiao Yuan had always considered himself quite low profile, yet reality dictated otherwise. One cannot deny the advantages of having a powerful background. Chapter 23. The Kunpeng's Ambush, Dominance Beyond Measure. Xiao Yuan re-established the spiritual prohibitions on Ingzhou Island. Without his consent, even quasi-saints would find it challenging to intrude. Moreover, with his status as a direct disciple of Shangqing, no quasi-saint would dare to undertake such actions. Xiao Yuan was prepared. Once his master relocated with the disciples to the East Sea, he intended to settle permanently on Ingzhou Island. Disaster forewarning. Warning, your whereabouts have been exposed. The Kunpeng has dispatched a manifestation to capture you. Xiao Yuan? Damn it, that persistent Kunpeng is still after me. Seeing the warning, Xiao Yuan was both shocked and enraged. Without hesitation, he summoned the Void Treasure Mirror and executed sword escape, fleeing towards Kunlun at breakneck speed. His velocity surpassed that of ordinary great Luo golden immortals. Attempting to flee? Do you think you can escape? As Xiao Yuan was in flight, a dark shadow pursued closely behind, one of Kunpeng's great Luo golden immortal manifestations. At this moment, he was somewhat astonished. He had concealed his presence and approached stealthily, only to be unexpectedly discovered by Xiao Yuan. Ever since the last encounter, where Xiao Yuan managed to escape from the ambush, Kunpeng had harbored a strong suspicion that Xiao Yuan was hiding something. In simpler terms, he was plagued by paranoia. Moreover, Kunpeng harbored a narrow-mindedness fueled by resentment towards the Sanqing, stemming from a lost opportunity. Unable to confront them directly, he sought to exact revenge on their disciples, with Xiao Yuan becoming his target. Alas, I cannot shake him off, Xiao Yuan thought, feeling somewhat disoriented. Kunpeng, renowned as the fastest being in the primordial realm, had manifested a body that excelled in speed, far surpassing any ordinary Luo golden immortal. Even as Xiao Yuan exerted his utmost speed, he found himself unable to distance himself from Kunpeng's avatar. As for the notion of fighting back, that was out of the question. Even if he sought aid from his master at this moment, it would be too late. The circumstances were different from the last time. Previously, the appearance of Hunyuan's aura had startled numerous powerful beings. This time, it was a premeditated ambush by Kunpeng. Little fellow, I have you now. Kunpeng's avatar sneered, blocking Xiao Yuan's path and reaching out to seize him. How audacious to dare commit violence in the East Sea. Just as Kunpeng was about to capture Xiao Yuan, a resounding dragon roar echoed through the air, followed by the emergence of a massive azure dragon leaping from the EC, its sharp claws lunging toward Kunpeng's avatar. "Ao Kun, you dare to thwart my plans." Kunpeng's avatar seethed upon seeing the azure dragon, quickly evading the approaching claws. "Xiao Yuan is a distinguished guest of my dragon clan. Do not force me to make this difficult." The azure dragon resolutely positioned itself in front of Xiao Yuan. Kunpeng gritted his teeth, realizing he could no longer pursue. Ao Kun was one of the last bastions of the dragon clan, a formidable being at the late stage of the Luo Golden Immortal Realm. With Ao Kun's protection, Kunpeng's avatar was utterly incapable of capturing Xiao Yuan, and he dared not reveal his identity. By the time Tontian arrived, he would certainly face dire consequences. "Thank you for your assistance, esteemed elder." Xiao Yuan expressed his gratitude with a respectful bow towards Ao Kun. Had it not been for the arrival of this elder from the dragon clan, he feared he would have been taken by Kunpeng. "Do not mention it, young friend," Ao Kun replied, transforming into an elderly man clad in a blue robe, exuding a hint of twilight. "Although the villain has been startled away, he may attempt a counterattack. Allow me to escort you back to Kunlun." "Please do," Xiao Yuan said, not daring to be overly formal. Ao Kun then accompanied Xiao Yuan back to Kunlun. In truth, Kunpeng had indeed contemplated a counterattack. Having failed this time, he knew such an opportunity would not present itself again. However, with Ao Kun in tow, his ambitions were destined to be thwarted. After delivering Xiao Yuan back to Kunlun, Ao Kun took his leave. Xiao Yuan committed this favor to memory. "Master, you must intercede on my behalf. How dare anyone lay hands on me in the EC? They clearly do not regard you or my two esteemed uncles with any respect." After Xiao Yuan composed himself, he collapsed in the Shanqing Palace, weeping loudly. "Do you know who it was that attacked you?" Tontian was also engulfed in fury. As Xiao Yuan had stated, the assailant had disregarded him entirely. However, the perpetrator acted covertly and disrupted the heavenly secrets, preventing Tontian from deducing their identity. "Master, I suspect it was the ancestor Kunpeng, though we lack substantial evidence." Xiao Yuan murmured. He was aware that the attacker was Kunpeng due to the hints provided by the forewarning of calamity entry. "I too believe it was that fellow. Kunpeng is petty and dares not strike at us directly, so he set his sights on you instead. Rest assured, I shall seek retribution for this on your behalf." With a muffled grunt, Tontian transformed into a streak of light and sped towards the northern sea. Meanwhile, in the Beiming Palace, Kunpeng was in a state of agitation. His meticulously devised plan had unexpectedly failed. "Thankfully, my actions were shrouded in secrecy, and I have muddled the heavenly secrets. No one knows it was I who acted." However, no sooner had Kunpeng uttered these words than a tremendous rumble shook the entire Beiming Palace, causing it to collapse. Kunpeng's expression shifted drastically as he prepared to flee. "Kunpeng, you shall perish." Tontian seemed to have anticipated Kunpeng's escape, summoning the four swords of extermination, encircling him and trapping him within. "Tontian, have you lost your mind? I have neither provoked nor wronged you." Kunpeng shouted in exasperation. "You know perfectly well what you have done. Do you think that just because there is no evidence, I would refrain from taking action against you? I, Tontian, require no evidence." Tontian retorted coldly, as the surging sword intent began to engulf Kunpeng, who was now genuinely panicking. Such a commotion in the primordial realm naturally attracted the attention of numerous formidable beings. What has transpired? Why has Tontian turned against Kunpeng? I have no idea. It was all so sudden. The powerful entities of the primordial world were equally bewildered. "Tontian, what is the meaning of this? Why unleash such wrath?" Hastily intervening to shield Kunpeng, who, despite his misdeeds, was still a subject of the heavenly court. "Friend Emperor Jun, this old wretch Kunpeng has covertly attacked my disciples. Today, I grant you a face-saving measure, a minor punishment for a grave offense. Should there be a next time, I shall certainly execute this old scoundrel." Tontian raised his hand, dispelling the sword formation, and departed with an air of nonchalance. "Your Majesty, you must stand up for an old minister. Tontian indiscriminately demolished my Beiming Palace and assaulted me." At that moment, Kunpeng, disheveled and bloodied, appeared exceedingly disheveled. "Kunpeng, do not presume you are the most cunning." Emperor Jun shot Kunpeng a fierce glare, silencing him instantly. "Master Sorcerer, you are aware that due to the Witch Clan, our heavenly court's ambition to unify the primordial realm is hindered. This is a time of great peril. We cannot afford to create strong enemies. Henceforth, you must act with utmost caution." Emperor Jun's tone softened as he sighed. The old minister understands. Kunpeng acquiesced. Chapter 24. Enlightenment in the Path of Arrays. The ancient entity known as Kunpeng received a thorough reprimand from me, even if granted threefold courage. He would not dare to act against you. Tong Tian, returning to the Supreme Palace, exhibited an impressive display of authority. His actions served not only to reprimand Kunpeng, but also to convey a message to the formidable beings of the primordial realm. Do not dare to bully the weak by targeting my disciples, lest I, Tong Tian, truly lose my composure. Xiao Yuan was equally astonished. He had expected his master to seek justice on his behalf through mere verbal rebuke. For at the quasi-saint level, one would not engage in conflict without a life-and-death grudge. To his surprise, his master was remarkably formidable, having taken the initiative to confront Kunpeng directly. The pent-up frustration within Xiao Yuan was significantly alleviated. However, he still bore the grudge in his heart. He resolved that once he gained the strength, he would ensure Kunpeng would face consequences for his actions. For now, though, he knew he must bide his time and remain hidden. After leaving the Supreme Palace, Xiao Yuan devoted himself to rigorous training, and before long, 100,000 years had passed. Although he had not achieved a breakthrough in cultivation, he had made substantial progress. His greatest gain was the enhancement of his innate bone structure after consuming numerous spiritual treasures. Xiao Yuan had now reached the mid-stage of the innate realm. Suddenly, while in secluded meditation, he was jolted by a formidable shockwave. What had transpired? Confusion clouded his mind. He was in Kunlun Mountain, the very mountain protected by the three pure ones. Had someone intruded, or were his master and his second uncle engaged in battle? Upon exiting his meditation chamber, he beheld a sky ablaze with twinkling stars, the vast power of the cosmos swirling incessantly. Beneath that celestial brilliance stood a colossal giant wielding a battle axe, exuding an aura of primal ferocity. The earlier violent tremor was a consequence of the collision between the power of the stars and the giant. Xiao Yuan was momentarily mesmerized by the sight before him. In that instant, he no longer perceived merely the dazzling starlight and the towering giant, but rather a myriad of intertwining lines, the trajectories of various rules and lights in motion. At that moment, he was enveloped by a profound Tao rhythm, plunging into a state of enlightenment. The phenomenon he manifested naturally attracted many disciples of the Supreme Palace, with Zhao Gongming and the three heavens arriving first. What has happened to our senior brother? Xiao inquired. I have heard the master say this is likely a state of enlightenment, Zhao Gongming replied. At that moment, Tong Tian approached with measured steps. We pay our respects to the master. The disciples of the Supreme Palace bowed in unison. Be cautious not to create too much disturbance. Xiao Yuan appears to be comprehending the great array of the heavenly stars and the 12 capital heavenly gods. Do not interrupt him, Tong Tian cautioned. All the disciples nodded in agreement, their gazes toward Xiao Yuan filled with deep envy. Enlightenment. Such an opportunity is indeed rare and elusive. There are rumors that a sudden enlightenment can lead to a transformation of one's very essence. While this may sound exaggerated, it sufficiently illustrates the immense benefits that enlightenment can bestow. In contrast to other disciples of the upper clear, Tong Tian possesses a deeper insight. He perceives that Xiao Yuan has attained enlightenment in the realm of formations, and with the conclusion of this enlightenment, Xiao Yuan's mastery of formations is bound to ascend to a higher level. Tong Tian feels a sense of relief, grateful that he had entrusted the knowledge of formations to Xiao Yuan. Otherwise, it would have been a waste of his disciples' innate talents. Before long, Xiao Yuan's state of enlightenment came to an end, and the resonance of the Tao surrounding him dissipated. Enlightenment is not a conventional understanding. It emphasizes a moment of inspiration, capturing a fleeting glimpse of brilliance. Following this enlightenment, Xiao Yuan did not experience significant advancement in his cultivation, yet his expertise in formations saw a remarkable enhancement. His mastery of formations elevated from a 4-pattern level to that of 5 patterns. Upon encountering his master, Xiao Yuan bowed respectfully. Master, I truly did not anticipate that the art of formations possesses such formidable power, he remarked. Indeed, formations are one of the great paths of the primordial chaos, and they undoubtedly hold great value, Tong Tian replied with a smile, generously praising the art of which he himself is a master. Currently, the battle involves 2 of the most formidable formations in the primordial chaos. The celestial radiance above represents the demon clan's great formation of the heavenly stars, capable of harnessing the power of the celestial bodies and altering the cosmos. As for the giant, it embodies the Witch Clan's 12 capital heavenly god slaughter formation, capable of manifesting the physical form of Pangu, wielding boundless might. While Tong Tian spoke, a heavy shade of worry crossed his brow, just as he was enlightening his disciples. The clash of the great formations between the witch and demon clans persisted, with both factions engaged in relentless combat. The primordial chaos was engulfed in an overwhelming tide of karmic retribution, stained with blood, making it unfathomable how many lives have been lost in this war. If the witch and demon clans continue to fight in this manner, it may endanger the very foundations of the primordial chaos, Tong Tian lamented. Master, is there truly no one who can intervene between the witch and demon clans? Jin Ling inquired. It is difficult. Tong Tian replied with a wry smile and a shake of his head. The formations of the witch and demon clans are too formidable. Anyone who dares to intervene would likely be crushed by their might. Even if we, the three pure ones, joined forces, it would be futile. The only hope lies in the emergence of your ancestral master, yet he has already merged with the Tao of heaven. Just as he finished speaking, a golden light suddenly appeared in the primordial chaos, and a figure gracefully descended upon the realm. You all, cease your hostilities. With a mere gesture, the great formation of the heavenly stars and the 12 capital heavenly god slaughter formation halted their fierce engagement. We pay our respects to the Tao ancestor. The numerous powerful beings of the primordial chaos bowed in reverence, for the figure that had manifested was none other than the Tao ancestor Hongjun. Xiao Yuan cast a curious glance, yet even with his eye of insight, he could not discern the Tao ancestor's cultivation level. It was likely due to the Tao ancestor's profound mastery, which surpassed Xiao Yuan's current abilities. Hongjun, cease your meddling. Today, the Wu clan shall surely annihilate the demon clan. The ancestral shamans remain as formidable as ever. The other powerful beings of the primordial world submit to Hongjun, yet they do not yield. You, the Wu clan, are born of the legacy bestowed by the great Pangu. Do not err in your judgment. Hongjun merely cast a glance towards the 12 capital heavenly gods formation. That immensely powerful array crumbled in an instant, causing injury to all 12 ancestral shamans. Witnessing this, every powerful figure in the primordial world felt a tremor in their hearts. Most had only heard the teachings of the Tao ancestor, but had never witnessed his might in action. Now, they realized just how formidable the power of a saint truly is. Henceforth, the demons shall govern the heavens, while the Wu shall govern the earth, establishing a ceasefire for Yuan meeting. Those who defy this decree shall meet the demise of the heavenly Tao. Upon concluding his words, Hongjun vanished once more. Obey the edict of the Tao ancestor. The many powerful beings of the primordial realm responded in unison. Even the defiant Wu clan was subdued. Following the appearance of the Tao ancestor, the Wu and demon clans swiftly commenced their withdrawal. Chapter 25, Niuwa's Ascendancy. Master, I wish to learn the art of formations. In Kunlun Mountain, Yunxiao gazed earnestly at Tong Tian, expressing his desire. After witnessing the might of formations today, Yunxiao felt a stirring within his heart. I implore you, Master, to impart your wisdom. Several disciples of the upper clear followed suit. At that moment, Tong Tian immediately fixed his gaze upon Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan felt a sudden sense of foreboding. Soon, he heard Tong Tian declare, My recent cultivation has yielded some insights, and I require a period of seclusion. Thus, I shall entrust Xiao Yuan to guide you in the art of formations. Ding! Tong Tian has tasked you with imparting the art of formations at the Upper Clear Palace. Please make your choice. Choice 1. Accept the instruction. Reward. Heavenly Genius of Formations, Gold. Entry. Choice 2. Decline the instruction. Reward. Runemaster, Gold. Entry. Heavenly Genius of Formations, Gold. Your talent in the art of formations is unparalleled. No formation holds secrets from you, and those you arrange gain an additional 30% potency. Runemaster, Gold. Your talent in the realm of runes is exceptionally strong, allowing you to perceive the laws of all things and explore the truths of rune operations. Xiao Yuan had not anticipated that his teacher would become a hands-off mentor, triggering a system prompt. This was an unexpected delight. I choose 1. Xiao Yuan decisively made his selection, unable to refuse his teacher's request. Moreover, compared to the Runemaster entry, he was more eager to obtain the Heavenly Genius of Formations entry. The Path of Runes is also one of the primordial great paths, elucidating the profound truths of heaven and earth through intricate symbols. When the three purities originally crafted written language, they also delved into this path. In comparison, the path of runes is indeed not inferior to the realms of alchemy, weaponry, and formations, yet Xiao Yuan currently lacked the energy to pursue it further. As for the heavenly genius of formations entry, its exclusivity to the art of formations was self-evident. Presently, in the domains of alchemy, weaponry, and formations, Xiao Yuan's prowess in weaponry had surged ahead, allowing him to barely forge high-quality postnatal spiritual treasures. It is evident how formidable the exclusive terminology can be. Among the three auxiliary paths of cultivation that Xiao Yuan engages in, the path of formations is the weakest. However, with the acquisition of the heavenly prodigy of formations terminology, one can easily envision that Xiao Yuan's mastery in formations will experience remarkable advancement. Conversely, the alchemical path, which Xiao Yuan initially ventured into, has yet to yield a targeted terminology. Yet, he remains unperturbed. Such matters cannot be rushed, and when the time is right, it will naturally come to him. Upon making his choice, a golden light surged into Xiao Yuan's being, signifying the arrival of the heavenly prodigy of formations terminology. As this terminology entered his body, Xiao Yuan immediately perceived a newfound clarity in the path of formations. Many previously obscure aspects suddenly became lucid, and he swiftly grasped the underlying principles. Xiao Yuan could not help but marvel at the efficacy of this targeted terminology. Indeed, the disciples of the Upper Purity sect held no resentment toward Xiao Yuan. Among the four direct disciples of Tongtian, only Xiao Yuan has mastered the path of formations. Furthermore, the epiphany he recently experienced did not go unnoticed by the other disciples, who felt a genuine admiration for his insights. Following the cessation of hostilities between the witch and demon clans, the primordial world began to restore its tranquility. Xiao Yuan's small classroom on the path of formations commenced as scheduled, attracting a significant number of disciples from the Upper Purity sect eager to hear his lectures. Although the eldest senior brother, Duo Bao, does not practice formations, he made a special appearance today to support Xiao Yuan. The path of formations is one of the 3,000 great paths of the primordial world, profound and expansive. Mastery in formations requires an intricate balance of timing, location, and harmony among individuals. Xiao Yuan began to speak eloquently, articulating the principles of formations with clarity and depth. Even Duo Bao, an outsider to this discipline, found Xiao Yuan's teachings quite impressive. While not an expert in formations, Duo Bao had garnered some understanding through his association with Tongtian. However, as Xiao Yuan delved deeper into his discourse, Duo Bao began to sense something amiss. The emphasis on subterfuge in formations, where one cunningly ensnares the enemy without them realizing it, leading to their demise in obscurity, appeared to diverge from what he had learned. The notion that formations require intricate stratagems, wherein one may ostensibly set up a 9-layered formation while secretly establishing 99 layers, left Duo Bao bewildered. He recalled that his teacher had not presented the path of formations in such a manner. Yet, he found himself unable to articulate a counter-argument. For Xiao Yuan's assertions were indeed sound. Employing formations in this manner undoubtedly magnifies their efficacy. The disciples listening to Xiao Yuan's lecture on formations were enraptured, clearly absorbing his words. In truth, Xiao Yuan's approach was grounded in practical experience. He was aware of certain narratives surrounding the calamity of the investiture of the gods, wherein the disciples of the Jie Sect were adept in various formations, such as the 10 Absolutes formation, the Fire Dragon formation, and the 9 curves of the Yellow River formation. Each formation was meticulously crafted and exceptionally potent. Yet, the Jie Sect disciples often employed them in plain sight, allowing adversaries the opportunity to devise countermeasures. Had Xiao Yuan been the one to arrange them, he would have executed them with unparalleled cunning. Xiao Yuan dedicated nearly a millennium to elucidating the path of formations. The disciples who listened to the teachings, among whom the Sanshao sisters stood out prominently, exhibited an extraordinary talent in this path. It is no exaggeration to assert that had Xiao Yuan not acquired the title of heavenly genius of the formation path, he might have found himself overshadowed by their aptitude in the art of formations. Moreover, a millennium after the teachings, Xiao Yuan came to understand the sincere intentions of his mentor. This act was likely aimed at solidifying his own comprehension of the formation knowledge. Following a millennium of teachings, Xiao Yuan took the opportunity to meticulously reorganize his understanding of the formation path, thereby reinforcing his foundational knowledge in this discipline. Time swiftly passed, and 3 epochs later, with the support of abundant resources, Xiao Yuan experienced a further breakthrough in his cultivation, stepping into the mid-stage of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. I am Yuan today. Guided by the heavenly mechanism, I shall create the human race. Humanity arise. Xiao Yuan had yet to revel in his newly attained realm when a profound sound resonated throughout the vast expanse of Hunyuan. Above the heavens, brilliant golden light began to surge. Subsequently, a torrent of magnificent merit descended from the sky. At this moment, all formidable beings in Hunyuan directed their gazes toward the foot of Mount Buzhou. Upon witnessing the vast flood of merit, the powerful entities expressed their astonishment with exclamations of awe. The merit bestowed upon them by the three pure ones during the unification of the Hunyuan script was already considerable. Yet the merit raining down from the heavenly Tao at this moment exceeded that previous occasion by more than tenfold. It is no exaggeration to say that Hunyuan had never before witnessed such an overwhelming influx of merit. Furthermore, the descent of merit was far from over. As Nuwa absorbed this immense bounty, a radiant purple-golden light erupted from her being. In an instant, golden lotuses blossomed throughout Hunyuan, accompanied by ethereal melodies echoing. As purple chi surged from the east for thousands of miles, various wondrous phenomena simultaneously manifested. Then, an irresistible aura of immense power radiated from Nuwa. Is Nuwa Dao's friend about to attain sainthood? Upon sensing this potent energy, Laozi immediately surrendered his usual composure, his expression shifting dramatically. The energy Nuwa now exuded was something he had only encountered emanating from his own mentor, Hongjun. Chapter 26. The Last Opportunity for Advantage. Nuwa's attainment of the Tao was not only perceived by Laozi. Other powerful beings in Hunyuan also sensed it. Their reactions mirrored that of Laozi: astonishment, shock, envy, and admiration. The attainment of sainthood was a goal they had long pursued. With Nuwa's ascension, the gap between her and them widened significantly. Elder brother, my two siblings and I all possess primordial purple chi. Since Daoist friend Nuwa can achieve the Tao, we certainly can as well, Yuan Shi proclaimed. He spoke wisely, and Tong Tian nodded in agreement. Let us together inquire about Daoist friend Nuwa's insights on attaining the Tao. Laozi decisively urged his two brothers as they hastened toward the Nuwa Palace. Other mighty beings of Hunyuan also recalled this matter and made their way to the Nuwa Palace. Soon, many quasi-saint powerful figures converged upon the Nuwa Palace. We have come to pay our respects to the saint. Upon encountering Nuwa, the great beings collectively bowed in reverence, a gesture reflecting their respect, for indeed, the sage stood at a higher echelon than they. Esteemed fellow Taoists, you are too kind, Nuwa replied. Seated in the palace of Wa, surrounded by an ethereal aura that rendered her existence enigmatic. Subsequently, she elucidated the journey of her enlightenment to the assembled primordial powers. Nuwa articulated that her path to enlightenment was guided by the heavenly Tao, through which she birthed myriad beings, ultimately creating humanity. A pivotal moment that led her to grasp that sliver of enlightenment, thus receiving the merits of the heavenly Tao and achieving sainthood. Moreover, Nuwa proclaimed that without the guidance of the heavenly Tao, no saint could intervene in the workings of the primordial realm. This revelation dimmed the hopes of Di Jun and the higher echelons of the demon clan, who had anticipated that Nuwa's ascension would enable them to eradicate the witch clan and unify the primordial world. To their dismay, Nuwa's attainment of sainthood rendered her unable to act further. Nevertheless, as a sage, Nuwa possessed the ability to stabilize the fortunes of the heavenly court, assuring that with her presence, the demon clan would prosper increasingly, eventually overpowering the witch clan. Following the gathering at the Palace of Wa, the powerful beings of the primordial realm returned to their respective domains. Many began to emulate Nuwa, engaging in the creation of new life forms. Indeed, the act of birthing new races attracted the bestowal of heavenly merits. Among them, the most successful was the ancestor of the Blood Sea and the Nether River, who established the Azura clan and garnered considerable merit, yet still fell short of Nuwa's achievements, let alone attaining sainthood. Since Nuwa's enlightenment, many powerful beings pondered how they too might achieve sainthood. The atmosphere in Kunlun Mountain had grown notably tense. The three pure ones, who had long considered themselves the true inheritors of Pangu's legacy, found themselves surpassed by Nuwa's accomplishment, leaving them utterly perplexed. Nuwa possessed the primordial purple energy, of which they too had a share, and while they had attempted to create life, their efforts had proved fruitless. Soon after, A significant event transpired in the primordial realm. Hutu transformed into reincarnation, establishing the 6 paths of reincarnation. With Nuwa as a stabilizing force for the demon clan, it became evident that the witch clan could not contend against them for long. Hutu, unwilling to remain passive, followed the guidance of the heavenly Tao, embodying reincarnation to suppress the fortunes of the witch clan, thus restoring a balance of power between the two factions. As for Xiao Yuan, although he recognized the immense merits hidden within the acts of creation and reincarnation, he refrained from seeking involvement in these matters. He was acutely aware of his insufficient cultivation and status. To recklessly engage in such affairs, even with the protection of his teacher, could result in his utter annihilation. Nonetheless, while Xiao Yuan sought tranquility in his cultivation, the sovereign insisted on stirring the pot. Ding! The 3 pure ones are in pursuit of the opportunity for enlightenment. Please make a choice. Option 1. Offer counsel to the 3 pure ones. Reward. Revival gold. Entry. Option 2. Disregard. Reward. Immovable heart of Tao gold. Entry. Revival. Gold by entrusting a fragment of your soul to a specific location. Even if you are slain, you can reconstruct your physical form using that fragment. Note, this ability may only be utilized 3 times. Rock solid Tao heart. Gold your heart towards the Tao is exceptionally resilient, impervious even to the temptations of extrinsic demons. Xiao Yuan gazed at the 2 entries presented by the system, his eyes widening in astonishment. Both entries were highly coveted by him. The Revival entry was undoubtedly a life-saving skill, effectively granting him 4 lives, alleviating any concerns regarding unforeseen mishaps. The rock-solid Tao heart entry would greatly benefit his cultivation, particularly in warding off mental demons. During the Dragon Han calamity, a conflict arose between the Tao and the demon. The demon ancestor, Luo, Hu, was defeated by the Tao ancestor, Hong Jun, establishing the demon realm. He proclaimed that for every inch of Tao, a foot of demon would rise, leading to the creatures of the primordial era being plagued by mental demons. This was especially true during the ascension to the great Luo Golden Immortal, where one would face the heart demon tribulation, with only a 20% chance of successful passage, highlighting its perilous nature. With the enhancement of rock-solid Tao heart, the likelihood of overcoming the heart demon tribulation would significantly increase. I choose 1. After much contemplation, Xiao Yuan ultimately opted for revival. To him, preserving his life was paramount. As for the heart demon tribulation at the great Luo level, there were numerous methods to enhance the chances of survival. Moreover, by that time, his master would have attained sainthood, providing him with ample protection. Additionally, he was aware that should he offer counsel, his master and 2 uncles would likely reward him. With the imminent separation of the 3 clear, this was probably his last opportunity to benefit from his uncles. Future chances would be scarce. Xiao Yuan promptly made his way to the Upper Clear Palace. Xiao Yuan, what brings you to seek your master? Have you encountered difficulties in your cultivation? Tong Tian inquired. Recently, he had been preoccupied with seeking the opportunity for enlightenment, neglecting other matters, and assumed Xiao Yuan sought guidance on a cultivation issue. Master, your disciple has noticed your mind is troubled, and thus I have come to offer a few words of solace, Xiao Yuan replied. Huh, you're quite considerate. Pray, how do you intend to enlighten me? Tong Tian chuckled. I believe that you and my 2 uncles should not remain fixated on Goddess Nuwa's enlightenment, but rather delve into her path to sanctity. Have you forgotten that our ancestral master also achieved enlightenment successfully, being the first saint of the primordial era? As your ancestral master's direct disciple, you might glean insights from his method of attaining the Tao, Xiao Yuan suggested thoughtfully. Tong Tian paused slightly at these words. The young man seemed to possess a fair point. They had indeed become somewhat impatient after witnessing Nuwa's enlightenment, hastily attempting to emulate her journey. The one embroiled in the situation often loses perspective. Xiao Yuan's remarks genuinely sparked a revelation for him. His master attained enlightenment through the education of the primordial beings. Perhaps they should focus on pedagogy. You speak wisely. I shall confer with your 2 uncles. This merit shall be recorded in your name. Tong Tian laughed heartily before departing in a whirlwind of energy. Shortly after, the 3 pure ones also left Kunlun, embarking on a journey to the primordial chaos in search of opportunities for enlightenment. Chapter 27. 5 Saints in a Day. The Separation of the 3 Pure Ones. After a visit to the Shangqing Palace, Xiao Yuan chose to conceal his achievements and fame, returning to humble practice. 3,000 years later, The primordial chaos witnessed extraordinary phenomena heralding enlightenment. Laozi began to educate humanity, imparting the golden elixir path to the human race, establishing the Hunyuan Sect, and invoking the merits of Pangu's creation to attain sainthood. Subsequently, Yuan Shi established the teaching of the enlightened, while Tong Tian founded the teaching of the severed, both achieving enlightenment in quick succession. Yet this was not the end. The two from the West, inspired by the three pure ones, also founded the Western sect. Although they attracted heavenly merits, they lacked the protective blessings of Pangu, resulting in a deficiency in their attainment of enlightenment. Fortunately, Jian and Zhuanti, being astute, devised a scheme of borrowing, making grand aspirations to borrow immense merits from the heavenly path, thus achieving sainthood. However, they became burdened with heavy debts, uncertain of when they could repay them. This move sparked diverse opinions, with no consensus on whether it was good or bad. Thus, the emergence of 5 saints sent ripples throughout the primordial chaos. Particularly, the top-tier powerhouses who were already close to the 3 pure ones felt a pang of anxiety. Soon after, others followed suit, hoping to establish teachings and attain the position of saint. Among them, the most notable was the River of the Underworld, which established the Jie Sect, similarly attracting a wealth of merits but ultimately failing to attain sainthood. In the end, through the experiences of saints within the primordial chaos and the exploration of numerous powerhouses, several essential elements for achieving enlightenment were identified. First, the presence of the primordial purple energy was imperative. Second, one must sever the 3 corpses. Third, an immense accumulation of merits was required. The second element was met by several strong individuals, while the third element had already been validated by the 2 saints from the West, who found ways to borrow from the heavenly path. Thus, the most crucial element remained, the primordial purple energy. To this day, many strong individuals in the primordial chaos have come to truly comprehend the value of the primordial purple energy. Those who failed to obtain it lamented their missed opportunity to seize the 6 heavenly Tao lotus seats. Among them, Kunpeng felt the deepest regret, as he had already occupied one of the lotus seats. Had it not been for Hunyuan's act of yielding, he would not have lost this chance. Now, Kunpeng wishes he could drag Hunyuan out and slay him 10 times over. However, the mighty ones understand that the opportunity at the Xiao Palace is irretrievable. Thus, they have turned their gaze toward that unclaimed strand of primordial purple energy, the very essence once possessed by Hunyuan. Zhen Yuanzi, who claimed to know the whereabouts of that strand of purple energy, instantly became the target of scrutiny. Numerous powerhouses sought to visit Wuzhuangguan, only to be met with closed doors. Zhen Yuanzi, connected to the Earth's veins, remained unperturbed by their threats. If you're not afraid of retribution, feel free to make a move against me. At worst, we perish together. Who fears whom? Those formidable beings found themselves both enraged and anxious, ultimately unable to devise any means against Zhen Yuanzi. Xiao Yuan, I have heard from your master that it was your timely reminder that provided us with insight. Pray, what reward do you desire? I gazed at Xiao Yuan with a smile. It is entirely up to my master and the 2 esteemed uncles, Xiao Yuan replied. You are quite cunning. I perceive that you are not far from the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Thus I bestow upon you 2 9-revolution tranquil heart pills and 1 9-revolution golden pill, I declared, waving my hand to grant the rewards. The 9-revolution tranquil heart pill is a supreme elixir from the primordial age, not intended for enhancing one's cultivation, but rather specifically designed to combat inner demons. It significantly increases the likelihood of overcoming trials posed by such demons. The efficacy of the 9-revolution golden pill requires no further elaboration. It is evident that the rewards I have conferred this time are considerably more generous than the last, especially since Xiao Yuan played a crucial role in facilitating our path to enlightenment. Since my elder brother has been so lavish, I too shall not be stingy. I once serendipitously acquired a 36th grade Chaos Green Lotus Seed. Today, I shall present it to you. Yuan Shi then spoke. The 36th grade Chaos Green Lotus, which once nurtured Pangu, is the foremost spiritual root of the chaos. Subsequently, the 36th grade Chaos Green Lotus disintegrated, transforming into numerous innate spiritual treasures, such as the 5 directions flags and the 4 lotus platforms. The seed of the Chaos Green Lotus is a rare treasure of the chaos, surpassing innate spiritual objects in grade. It is said that consuming a single seed of the Chaos Green Lotus can randomly bestow the understanding of a grand supernatural power. a value that is undeniably substantial. After expressing his gratitude, Xiao Yuan noticed that Tong Tian raised his hand to unleash a beam of spiritual light. This was the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the heart-piercing lock, capable of shattering a person's very soul with a mere thought. Indeed, Tong Tian did not disappoint Xiao Yuan. This marked Xiao Yuan's first possession of a supreme, innate spiritual treasure. It is worth noting that Xiao Yuan already possessed several innate spiritual treasures: the low-grade innate treasure, the Mo Yuan sword, the mid-grade innate treasure, the 9-fire red dragon furnace, the high-grade innate treasures, the void treasure mirror, and the Hao Yin hammer. With the addition of the supreme innate treasure, the heart-piercing lock, Xiao Yuan's collection of innate treasures reached an astonishing total of 5. Such a revelation would surely astonish many. Moreover, Xiao Yuan had also claimed Yingzhou Island, where a high-grade innate spiritual root, the enlightenment tea tree, flourished. Even some quasi-saints might not be as affluent. Having received the rewards, Xiao Yuan felt elated, albeit somewhat wistful, recognizing that such opportunities may not present themselves again. As expected, Xiao Yuan's anticipation came to fruition. Following the 3 purities attainment of sainthood, the conflict between Tong Tian and Yuan Shi erupted in full force. The persistent issue remained. Tong Tian sought to impart the Tao across the primordial realm, particularly after achieving sainthood. He aimed to seize a glimmer of hope for all beings, an endeavor that was inherently contrary to the heavens. Conversely, Yuan Shi established the Chan teaching, aligning with the heavenly order, standing in stark opposition to Tong Tian's philosophy. As the saying goes, when the Tao diverges, they shall not conspire together. The discord between Yuan Shi and Tong Tian had escalated to the level of a doctrinal dispute. Even I am unable to mediate any further. Given the circumstances, there is little left to discuss. Since Kunlun Mountain cannot accommodate my teachings, I shall seek another place to establish the foundation of my sect. Tong Tian spoke coldly. Yuan Shi's expression stiffened instantly. He merely disapproved of Tong Tian's excessive recruitment of disciples, which jeopardized the fortunes of the Xianmen, but had never considered expelling him. The time has come for my brothers and me to part ways. Second brother, I entrust you with the management of Kunlun from this point forward. I let out a sigh. Caught between Tong Tian and Yuan Shi, I had offered counsel for many years, yet to no avail. Should Tong Tian leave Kunlun, outsiders would surely claim it was a result of his exclusion by Yuan Shi. Perhaps it would be best for him to depart quietly. Alas, Yuan Shi found himself at a loss for words in that moment. Thus, the matter was settled. Tong Tian, acting with decisive swiftness, promptly notified everyone of the impending relocation. Many disciples of the Zhijiao were left bewildered. This was rather abrupt. Only Xiao Yuan had long been aware of the impending division among the 3 pure ones. Thus he had not invested much effort in the Kunlun establishment, making the packing process remarkably simple. Xiao Yuan, accompanied by the fiery youth, mounted the flaming beast, prepared for departure at any moment. Wait, junior brother, are you truly ready to leave? Dio bao et galim in astonim. Given the frequent quarrels between our master and second master uncle, I sensed that with our master's temperament, he would likely not remain in Kunlun. So I made preparations, Xiao Yuan replied with a cheerful smile. Duo Bao gave Xiao Yuan a thumbs up. I must say, you are indeed a genius. Chapter 28. How have you understood again? The disciples of the upper clear lineage quickly finished packing after receiving Tong Tian's notice. To be honest, the disciples felt somewhat disgruntled. They were well aware of the conflicts between their master and second master uncle, which had become increasingly severe. Yet, why should it be their master who leaves Kunlun? It felt as though they were being cast out. You need not ponder too much. My departure from Kunlun was a decision I made voluntarily. Not only I, but your master uncle will also seek another place to establish a dojo. Tong Tian seemed to sense the thoughts of his disciples and explained. Upon hearing this, many disciples of the Zhijiao felt a sense of relief. Master, where shall we go? Dio Bao In Guit. Although the Wu and Yao clans have ceased hostilities for now, they will inevitably clash again. I intend to head to the East Sea and establish Peng Lai as our dojo, as far away from the battlefield as possible. Since Tong Tian had voluntarily proposed leaving Kunlun, it was clear he had already devised a plan in his mind. Though Peng Lai lay in ruins, it was not difficult for a sage to reshape the land with their powers. Let's depart. Tong Tian waved his sleeve, gathering the upper clear palace and leading his disciples away from Kunlun. The commotion on Kunlun Mountain did not escape the attention of the mighty beings in the wilderness. A sage's affairs are never trivial, especially when concerning 3 sages. The division of the three pure ones sent shockwaves throughout the wilderness. Various rumors began to circulate, yet the specifics remained unknown to all. The two individuals from the west, upon hearing of the division of the three clearings, expressed their delight. Tong Tian, accompanied by his disciples, had already arrived near the mystical Penglai Island in the Eastern Sea. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed as a colossal golden AO surged forth from the depths of the Eastern Sea, its gaping maw aimed directly at Tong Tian and his entourage. This fearsome beast, a manifestation of primal karmic energy, was known for its violent temperament and utter lack of fear. Enveloped in malevolent energy, the golden AO radiated a fierce aura, posing a threat even to ordinary quasi-saint level beings. Abomination, seeking death. Tong Tian grunted softly, drawing the Qingping sword from its sheath. It transformed into a streak of azure light, piercing through the golden AO's massive form, shattering its life force in an instant, resulting in its demise. The weighty carcass of the golden AO crashed into the Eastern Sea, sending towering waves surging high into the air. Witnessing this, the disciples of the Jiao were left in awe. They could faintly sense the beast's ferocity, yet was effortlessly vanquished by their own master in a single strike. Xiao Yuan observed Tong Tian's actions. The moment the Qingping sword was unsheathed, he felt an overwhelming sword intent engulfing the surroundings, as if the very essence of the universe was encapsulated in that singular blade. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Yuan became immersed in the profundity of that sword strike. The Tao's resonance began to spread once more, with the sword intent permeating his being. Master, Xiao Yuan has attained enlightenment again, Duo Bao exclaimed, as though he had witnessed a ghost. Damn it, how simple is it to attain enlightenment? It wasn't long ago that Xiao Yuan had his last breakthrough, and now he has done so once more. The other disciples of the Jiao were equally astonished. What on earth is happening? Another sudden enlightenment? This is utterly unfathomable. Even Tong Tian felt a sense of bewilderment, though ultimately it was a fortunate occurrence. This moment of enlightenment did not consume much time. Soon after, Xiao Yuan awakened, the sword intent dissipating, yet a new sharpness lingered within him. Master, fellow senior and junior brothers, I apologize. It was beyond my control, Xiao Yuan said with an apologetic smile. The disciples of the Jiao thought, such a lack of control is something we too would desire. This time, Xiao Yuan's enlightenment primarily revolved around the path of the sword. His main focus was on the Tao of heavenly fire, with supplementary studies in swordsmanship, weaponry, and alchemical formations. Among these, swordsmanship ranked the lowest in his priorities, primarily serving to prepare for the technique of sword escape, with little effort devoted to its profound study. However, by a stroke of fortune, he had unexpectedly made significant progress in the way of the sword. Very well, the spiritual veins of Penglai have been severed. I must now employ my great powers to restore the spiritual essence of Penglai. You all should retreat to a safe distance, Tong Tian instructed. The disciples of the Jiao complied, retreating under the guidance of their senior brother Duo Bao. Tong Tian then began to channel his divine abilities. In an instant, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged forth, manifesting as a rain of spiritual essence above Penglai. This process did not last long. Penglai Island has once again been rejuvenated, and not only that, the golden tortoise, which had fallen beside Penglai, has transformed into a magnificent island, connecting with the spiritual veins of Penglai. Henceforth, Penglai shall serve as a sacred ground for my master's teachings, while Golden Tortoise Island will be the place where the disciples of the Jiao engage in discourse on the path of enlightenment. With the decree of my master, the disciples of Jiao readily complied. I am Tong Tian, and today I establish a sacred ground in Penglai. 3,000 years hence, I shall expound upon the teachings on Penglai Island, and all those destined to hear may come forth. Tong Tian's voice resonated once more, this time echoing throughout the vast expanse of Hunyuan. Jiao aims to carve out a sliver of hope for all beings, embracing all without discrimination. This embodies Tong Tian's intention in establishing his path to progress further along the way. He must persist in this mission. While at Kunlun Mountain, Tong Tian had refrained from fully unleashing his potential, mindful of his elder brother. But now, having established his own sacred ground, no one could restrain him. The announcement of this news naturally stirred the countless beings of Hunyuan into a fervor. To become a disciple under the Jiao would mean attaining the status of a sage's apprentice. However, Xiao Yuan contemplated even more. Once Jiao expanded in the EC, it would rapidly flourish, attracting throngs of celestial beings. It might even be hailed as the foremost sect in Hunyuan. On the surface, the reason for the onset of the Fengshen calamity was the lack of capable individuals within the Xianmen heavenly court. Yet in truth, it was a struggle for fortune among the various saints of Honghuang. The fortune of Honghuang is finite. As Zhijiao grows stronger, it seizes more of this fortune, directly impacting the interests of the other saints. In the end, even Tongtian's own brothers, Laozi and Yuanshi, could not tolerate Zhijiao. Furthermore, the two saints from the west were eager to witness the infighting within the Xianmen and continually stoke the flames of conflict, leading to a united front against Zhijiao. As long as Zhijiao continued to flourish, the calamity of Fengshen would be inevitable. Of course, Xiao Yuan understood that the only thing he could do now was to seize the time to cultivate. Only by becoming formidable could he hope to carve out a sliver of opportunity, and only with strength would he possess the authority to speak. Once Tongtian had settled his disciples of Zhijiao, Xiao Yuan mounted the flame beast, accompanied by the red flame youth, and set forth for Yingzhou Island. "Master, where are we?" The red flame youth inquired, somewhat puzzled. "This shall be the sacred ground you sought in the East Sea. From now on, we shall make our home here." Xiao Yuan replied with a smile. Suddenly, Xiao Yuan realized that after relocating the sacred ground, relying solely on the red flame youth would be insufficient to manage all affairs. After all, Yingzhou Island is vast, and there would be guests to entertain and banquets to host. One individual could hardly manage it all. Just as he finished speaking, a hearty voice rang out. "Daoist friend Xiao Yuan, I hope my unannounced visit does not offend you." The visitor was none other than Ao Guang, the Dragon King of the East Sea. The relocation of Zhijiao to the East Sea had not gone unnoticed by their dragon clan. However, their connection with the Zhijiao is solely through Xiao Yuan, as they dare not recklessly approach Tongtian. Thus, Ao Guang decided to visit Xiao Yuan. Moreover, Ao Guang did not come alone. He was accompanied by an enchanting and beautiful woman. "My friend, you are too kind." Xiao Yuan promptly responded as he stepped forward to greet them, recalling the favor owed to him by the elder of the dragon clan. He welcomed the two into Yingzhou Island and brewed a pot of enlightenment tea. "My friend, I have only recently moved to Yingzhou Island and have not yet managed the place much. It may appear somewhat humble. I hope you do not take offense." "Not at all," Ao Guang quickly replied with a smile. "My purpose in visiting you is not merely for a simple greeting. Allow me to introduce this esteemed lady. She is Huansha, the matriarch of the Jiao people." Xiao Yuan turned his gaze to the alluring woman beside Ao Guang, initially mistaking her for a powerful member of the dragon clan, only to realize that her aura was distinctly different. As Xiao Yuan understood, the Jiao people had once been vassals of the dragon clan and were considered a significant lineage in the primordial realm, holding a considerable reputation. It was rumored that the Jiao people could weave exquisite Jiao silk and produce Jiao pearls. Jiao silk was regarded as a fine fabric in the primordial world, highly valuable and not meant for ordinary beings, also serving as excellent material for refining spiritual treasures. Jiao pearls were known for their healing properties and could also be utilized in alchemy, holding even greater value than Jiao silk. However, it was said that after the calamity of the Dragon Han, the Jiao people had fallen into decline. Xiao Yuan was somewhat perplexed as to Ao Guang's intentions in bringing the matriarch of the Jiao people to Yingzhou Island. "My friend, I have come to express a desire for the entire Jiao clan to seek refuge under your auspices. I humbly request your acceptance." Huansha seemed to have anticipated Xiao Yuan's thoughts and spoke up. "Unbeknownst to you, the circumstances of the Jiao people have not been favorable in recent years. I am aware that you have recently established your sect and may require assistance, which is why I have mustered the courage to make this connection." Ao Guang explained the situation. The renown of the Jiao people, stemming from their production of Jiao silk and Jiao pearls, had ironically become a burden. A commoner without guilt may suffer from possessing a treasure. In recent years, various forces have been pressuring the Jiao people to produce Jiao silk and pearls, even resorting to rampant plundering of their kin, leaving the Jiao people in dire straits. They sought refuge with the Dragon Clan, but their former masters were also struggling for survival and could not extend help. Ultimately, Ao Guang thought of Xiao Yuan as a direct disciple of a sage. It would be effortless for Xiao Yuan to provide protection for the Jiao people. Ao Guang also surmised that Xiao Yuan might need capable individuals, prompting this visit. "Ding. The Jiao people seek to pledge their allegiance. Please make a choice, host." Choice 1. Accept the allegiance of the Jiao people. Reward, Alchemist Master, gold. Entry. Choice 2. Reject the allegiance of the Jiao people. Reward, Purple Sky Divine Eye, gold. Entry. Alchemist Master. Gold, you possess an exceptional understanding and practical ability in alchemy. With diligent study, you can become a master alchemist, renowned throughout the primordial realm. The purple, celestial eye, infused with the essence of the azure sky. Your gaze can unveil illusions and emit the divine light of the azure sky, dispelling all malevolence. I choose this. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Yuan made his decision. His auxiliary paths were nearly complete, lacking only the targeted attributes for the alchemy path. This rare opportunity to acquire an alchemical attribute was not one to be squandered, for who knew when another might arise. Moreover, he found himself troubled by the lack of management in his Taoist sanctuary. The Merfolk tribe appeared to be a most suitable choice. As a mature race with inherent productivity, they could generate immense value for Xiao Yuan. Furthermore, the leader of the Merfolk was a being of early Tai golden immortal stage, an asset that could prove invaluable in many matters. Thus, the choice was clear and required no further contemplation. Seeing Xiao Yuan silent for a moment, his companion A.O. Guang mistakenly believed him to be in disagreement. My friend, I assure you, I was merely taken aback, Xiao Yuan remarked with a smile. I have the pleasure of meeting you, Master Huanxia. The leader of the Merfolk was filled with joy. To forge a connection with a disciple of a saint was a momentous fortune for their tribe. Sensing this, Xiao Yuan nodded in approval. The Merfolk leader, despite being a Tai golden immortal, exhibited no arrogance and displayed utmost humility, which greatly pleased Xiao Yuan. Had Huanxia shown even a hint of defiance or ulterior motives, Xiao Yuan would have certainly declined the alliance. His acceptance of the Merfolk tribe to reside on Yingzhou Island was predicated on their subservience and loyalty. Once the agreement was established, Huanxia led the Merfolk tribe to migrate to Yingzhou Island. Currently, their numbers were fewer than 10,000. The Merfolk's ability to produce silks and pearls was tied to their life essence. Excessive production would lead to a significantly shortened lifespan. This was a primary reason for their dwindling population and their urgent need for a protector. Without support, the Merfolk risked extinction. Thus, Huanxia clung to Xiao Yuan as a lifeline, unwilling to let go. Yingzhou Island was vast, and it sufficed to allocate a small area for the Merfolk settlement. Huanxia, you shall henceforth be the chief steward of Yingzhou Island, responsible for all mundane affairs, declared Xiao Yuan. I will not let you or the Merfolk down, Huanxia replied, though she remained somewhat reserved in the presence of her new master, still gauging his temperament. Her choice to ally with Xiao Yuan stemmed from her trust in A.O. Guan. Perform your duties diligently, and I shall ensure you and the Merfolk are well treated. Soon, I will announce that the powerful beings in the EC release the Merfolk they have detained, Xiao Yuan spoke calmly. Thank you, Master. Thank you. Huanxia hurriedly expressed her gratitude. The Merfolk not only produced exquisite silks and pearls, but were also renowned for their beauty, with many powerful beings in the EC taking pride in having Merfolk attendants. Some even kept Merfolk captive, forcing them to toil day and night in the production of silks and pearls, leading to a life of unimaginable suffering. Huanxia wished to rescue her kin, yet her abilities were limited. Now, with Xiao Yuan's words, this dilemma found its resolution. Huanxia was profoundly grateful to Xiao Yuan. After he made his declaration, nearly 5,000 Merfolk converged from all directions to Yingzhou Island, and Huanxia ensured their proper settlement, expressing her heartfelt thanks once more before Xiao Yuan. The art of governance lies in the balance of benevolence and authority. Huanxia and the Merfolk did not disappoint Xiao Yuan. In a remarkably short time, they organized the entirety of Yingzhou Island with utmost efficiency. Xiao Yuan found himself free from the burdens of trivial matters. Subsequently, he pondered for a moment and sent invitations to his familiar disciples from the Jie Sect, inviting them to gather on Yingzhou Island a century hence. Among those invited were several of his closest disciples, Duo Bao, Jinling, Wudong, and his teacher's young disciple, Kuiling. Additionally, he did not forget to invite Zhao Gongming and the Sanshao sisters, nor the Water and Fire boys. Chapter 30. The Secret of the Luo. In truth, Xiao Yuan's purpose for this gathering of his fellow disciples, aside from fostering closer ties, was to inquire about the tribulations associated with the Luo Golden Immortal. Now, at the mid-stage of the Tai Golden Immortal realm, he sought to prepare in advance. His fellow disciples responded affirmatively, pledging their attendance. A century passed in the blink of an eye, and Duo Bao and the others arrived as promised. Dear brothers and sisters, please come inside, Xiao Yuan greeted them warmly. Junior brother, this place of yours is truly remarkable. I, your elder brother, find myself wanting to establish one as well. Duo Bao remarked sincerely. The sentiments were echoed among the others. Yingzhou Island, already rich in celestial essence, appeared even more magnificent under the careful management of the merfolk, radiating an air of exquisite elegance. This piqued their interest, igniting plans to seek out their own sanctuaries. Once you have found suitable spiritual grounds for your sanctuaries, I shall gladly assist with revisions, Xiao Yuan replied with a smile. He then invited his fellow disciples to take their seats. Xiao Yuan presented not only the tea from the enlightenment tree, but also fine spiritual wines, elixirs, and fruits. The gathering was filled with laughter and camaraderie, a harmonious atmosphere enveloping them. Senior brother Duo Bao, senior sister Jinling, and senior brother Shuihua, today I wish to inquire about matters concerning the Deluo Golden Immortal Tribulation. Xiao Yuan began. Duo Bao, Jinling, and the Water and Fire Boys had already ascended to the realm of Deluo Golden Immortal. Upon hearing Xiao Yuan's question, Zhao Gongming and the others, who had yet to reach that level, listened attentively. Although they were still far from it, gaining insight in advance was certainly beneficial. Junior brother, the Deluo Golden Immortal Tribulation generally consists of 3 trials, Duo Bao explained. The first trial is the Thunder Tribulation, also referred to as the Physical Tribulation, which affects the body. The second trial is the Wind Tribulation, known as the Soul Tribulation, which impacts the soul. The third trial is the Heart Demon Tribulation. Those whose resolve is weak may be seduced by inner demons, leading to the shattering of their Tao heart. Regardless of whether it is the Thunder Tribulation, the Wind Tribulation, or the Heart Demon Tribulation, each individual will experience varying intensities when facing these challenges. Numerous factors contribute to these differences. For instance, if one possesses exceptional talent, the Thunder Tribulation encountered may be more formidable. However, enduring a greater intensity of tribulation also brings greater benefits. Additionally, the influence of karma plays a role. If one has committed numerous transgressions and is enveloped by karmic obstacles, the difficulty of the tribulation will increase correspondingly. To attain the status of a great Luo Golden Immortal, one must gather the 3 flowers atop the head. The quality of these flowers signifies the future path one is destined to take. If the flowers bloom below the 7th grade, one is generally not destined for the opportunity to reach the quasi-saint realm, whereas those who achieve a 7th grade or higher may have a chance to enter the quasi-saint domain. Duo Bao expounded in great detail on the matters concerning tribulations, sharing experiences drawn from his own life. While Duo Bao spoke, Jinling and the Water and Fire Boys also provided supplementary insights. The junior disciple has now entered the mid-stage of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, and the distance to the Great Luo Realm is not insurmountable. The junior disciple may approach the master to seek the profound techniques of the 8-9 profound art, which can refine the physical body and assist in facing the Thunder Tribulation. It was through mastering the 8-9 profound art to the 4th transformation that I was able to endure the Thunder Tribulation, Duo Bao continued. As for the Wind Tribulation, I relied on the innate spiritual item, the 10,000 Soul Stone. However, I have heard that the second master has bestowed upon you the soul-dispersing bell, which is even more beneficial than the 10,000 Soul Stone for your protection. Lastly, concerning the Heart Demon Tribulation, I utilized an 8-turn clear heart pill to overcome it. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuan was pleasantly surprised. He had not anticipated that he had nearly gathered all the necessary items for the tribulations. The soul-dispersing bell given by the second master was intended for the Wind Tribulation, while the 9-turn clear heart pill bestowed by the Grand Master was for the Heart Demon Tribulation. Now, he only needed to master the 8-9 profound art to complete his preparations. Thank you, senior brothers and sisters, for your guidance, Xiao Yuan expressed gratefully. Such experiences are indeed invaluable treasures. This is the advantage of having a commendable lineage. Do not be modest, junior disciple. With your abilities, ascending to the Great Luo should not be a challenge. The true difficulty lies in how high the flowers will bloom. I, your senior brother, have long accumulated my efforts, hoping for 9th grade bloom, yet I still failed. Among our brothers, I see the greatest hope rests with you, and in due time, you shall also bring honor to our master, Duo Bao remarked, patting Xiao Yuan on the shoulder. I shall do mi utmost, Xiao Yuan responded, feeling a wave of humility wash over him. He believed his senior brother held him in too high regard. Xiao Yuan was keenly aware that his current achievements were largely supported by his golden attributes. In terms of innate talent, he could not compare to his senior brothers and sisters. However, after hearing Duo Bao's words, a glimmer of hope began to blossom within Xiao Yuan. He now aspired not only to successfully break through to the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, but also to strive for a 9th grade bloom. The banquet concluded with joy shared among all. Duo Bao and the others took their leave. Xiao Yuan did not rush to seek his master for the 8-9 profound art, considering that the teaching of the Jiao was about to commence and his master was likely preoccupied. In any case, there was no need for haste. He took the opportunity to explore the newly acquired Alchemist Master attribute. Now, the 3 paths of the Danqi array have been endowed with targeted inscriptions, and progress has been remarkably swift. Soon, the 3,000-year period promised by Tong Tian would arrive. Huanxia, the island of Yingzhou shall be entrusted to your care, said Hunyuan Dao. Rest assured, my lord, Huanxia replied promptly. Sitting atop the blazing beast, Xiao Yuan set off towards Golden Ao Island. Yingzhou Island was not far from Golden Ao Island. Upon arrival, Xiao Yuan stowed away his beast, offered a respectful bow to his esteemed teacher, and took his designated seat. At this moment, Golden Ao Island was surrounded by 3 outer layers and 3 inner layers, teeming with life in the sky and the sea. The saint's call to impart wisdom wielded immense influence. I, Tong Tian, shall expound upon the Tao at Golden Ao Island today. All who can comprehend the sublime principles of the upper purity may enter the gates of my Jiao, echoed Tong Tian's voice, and he began his discourse. This lecture spanned 3 millennia. Numerous beings gained insights, and Xiao Yuan himself reaped significant rewards. Among the nearly 10,000 beings in attendance, many grasped the principles of the upper purity. We bow before our teacher. The newly initiated disciples of the Jiao prostrated themselves, their fervor resounding through the heavens and the earth. The 4 swords of Zhanxian, which subdued the fortunes of Jiao, emitted a melodious chime. Once the lecture concluded, the many disciples of Jiao dispersed. Xiao Yuan then entered the palace of upper purity. Master, I seek to acquire the 8-9 profound arts. It seems I have been remiss, Tong Tian chuckled, extending a finger to release a beam of golden light that entered Xiao Yuan's brow. This was the 8-9 profound arts. This technique, adapted from the 9 transformations profound arts of the 3 purities, is one of the pinnacle physical cultivation methods of the primordial age. It is said that, when mastered, one could withstand the might of spiritual treasures with mere flesh. Furthermore, the 8-9 profound arts encompasses boundless transformations. Among the disciples under my tutelage, I hold the highest hopes for you. You must strive diligently, blooming into the 9th tier to bring joy to your master. Tong Tian gazed at Xiao Yuan with great expectation. Xiao Yuan thought to himself, even my esteemed teacher has joined in this jest. Chapter 31. The Devious Old Man, the 8-9 profound arts, is one of the most challenging physical cultivation methods of the primordial age. Your senior brother, Duo Bao, has practiced for quite some time and has only reached the 4th transformation. As I have some free time, I shall offer you a brief explanation. Tong Tian shifted the conversation and began elucidating the 8-9 profound arts to Xiao Yuan. With Tong Tian's guidance, Xiao Yuan was spared many difficulties. In the blink of an eye, a century had passed. A radiance akin to white jade enveloped Xiao Yuan, which he subsequently retracted into his body. Disciple, you have entered the threshold of the 8-9 profound arts. From now on, you must practice diligently. This art, born from the 9 transformations profound arts, is vast and profound, filled with extraordinary mysteries. If you have the capacity, dedicate some thought to it. Tong Tian regarded Xiao Yuan with a complex expression. This time, Xiao Yuan's practice of the 8-9 profound arts once again reshaped Tong Tian's perception of his disciple's aptitude. The 8-9 profound arts is indeed among the most arduous techniques to cultivate in the primordial realm. As the elder brother of the Jiao, Duo Bao possesses exceptional talent. However, it took him a millennium to merely grasp the fundamentals of the 8-9 profound art, while Xiao Yuan accomplished the same in just a century. A remarkable tenfold reduction in time. If it was previously a jest when Tong Tian suggested that Xiao Yuan's Deluo could blossom into the 9th tier, it now carries a weight of genuine anticipation. Rest assured, I shall heed my teacher's teachings, Xiao Yuan affirmed. In truth, even without his teacher's urging, he intended to devote more time to the study of the 8-9 profound art. This was not solely to prepare for the impending tribulations. The myriad of unpredictable dangers in the wilderness demanded vigilance. Xiao Yuan could not guarantee that he would not one day encounter unforeseen calamities. The layered armor technique is timeless and applicable in any situation. Moreover, with the establishment of dedicated enhancements for the artifact, pill, and formation triad, progress has accelerated, allowing Xiao Yuan to allocate time for the 8-9 profound art. Upon departing from Penglai, he returned to Yingzhou Island. 3,000 years later, Xiao Yuan's mastery of the 8-9 profound art had ascended to the second transformation level, a speed that would undoubtedly astound Duo Bao and the others. My lord, the ancestral elder Lai Yang of the Fire Crow clan has come to pay a visit, Huanxia announced. In recent years, Huanxia had taken charge of all matters concerning Yingzhou Island, becoming its de facto steward. With her gentle disposition, she dutifully executed Xiao Yuan's every command without hesitation, earning his trust and respect. Upon hearing of Liang's visit, Xiao Yuan felt a twinge of guilt. He had established a sect, but had yet to formally invite this esteemed elder. Furthermore, Liang had previously extended an invitation for him to visit the ancestral grounds of the Fire Crow clan, which he had regrettably postponed. Now, the elder had come to his doorstep. "Please, come in," Xiao Yuan said, regaining his composure and inviting Liang to take a seat. "Ha ha, this place is truly remarkable," Liang exclaimed with hearty laughter. After some casual conversation, he continued, "I have come to invite you to journey to the ancestral grounds of the Fire Crow clan. My apologies, elder. I have been remiss in not visiting sooner," Xiao Yuan replied with sincerity. "Not at all. I bear no grievances," Liang said, stroking his long beard with a smile. "The reason I have long wished for you to visit is related to a significant opportunity." At this, Xiao Yuan recalled Liang had previously mentioned that the clan held some ancient legacies. "You should know that the lineage of the Fire Crow clan traces back to the ancient Fire Divine Crow. This being was one of the 3,000 demigods of chaos, and our clan emerged from the remnants left in the wilderness. Presently, those remnants reside within the ancestral grounds, possessing the power to cleanse our bloodline," Liang elaborated. "Thus, I hope you will accompany me on this journey. Since the elder has personally come to extend the invitation, it would be ungrateful for me to decline," Xiao Yuan replied with a smile. The elder's personal invitation intrigued him, further piquing his interest in the matter. Xiao Yuan's current shortcoming lies in his bloodline foundation. He possesses a medium-quality innate foundation, a level he attained only after expending numerous spiritual materials and elixirs. Even Xiao Yuan himself is uncertain when he might elevate to a superior innate foundation. Should this journey to the Fire Crow clan yield an enhancement of his foundation, it would be a tremendous boon. After imparting a few instructions to Huanxia, he followed Liang to the ancestral land of the Fire Crow clan. The ancestral land of the Fire Crow clan is situated in the southern region of the primordial wilderness. Historically, the Fire Crow clan associated closely with the Phoenix clan. During the Dragonhan calamity, they suffered considerable setbacks. Now, aligned with the Heavenly Court, they have become favored due to their bloodline's resemblance to the three-legged golden crow. Consequently, even without a quasi-saint to oversee, the Fire Crow clan thrives remarkably. The ancestral land is awash in crimson, with various spiritual flames scattered across the landscape, and many fire crows soaring, exuding vitality. As Xiao Yuan approached the ancestral land, he increasingly felt a sense of kinship. After all, one's bloodline is an inextricable bond. When Liang returned to the ancestral site with Xiao Yuan, the fire crows called out to their ancestor while curiously eyeing Xiao Yuan. "Grandfather." Shortly after Xiao Yuan entered the ancestral land, a slender fire crow, radiating the overwhelming presence of a Tai golden immortal, fluttered towards them. It soon transformed into a young woman clad in a fiery red raincoat. "Xiao Yuan, allow me to introduce you. This is my granddaughter Lai Yun." "Yinner, this is the Xiao Yuan I often speak of," Liang cheerfully introduced. "So you're the Xiao Yuan my grandfather mentioned. You seem rather ordinary," Lai Yun remarked dismissively, her gaze toward Xiao Yuan rather unfriendly. Xiao Yuan felt somewhat bewildered. Lai Yun appeared to be well protected by Liang, exuding the air of a spoiled young lady. However, he couldn't fathom having offended her. Where did this hostility stem from? "Xiao Yuan, what do you think of my granddaughter? If you were to unite, surely you would bear an even finer next generation." Liang stroked his long beard, smiling. Xiao Yuan. Now he finally understood why this old man was so eager for him to come to the Golden Crow's ancestral land. It was to play matchmaker. Moreover, after Lai Yang's proposal, Lai Yun did not refute him, only displaying some displeasure, indicating that Lai Yang had already influenced her thoughts. This crafty old man had set a trap for him. "Ancestor, I must respectfully decline," Xiao Yuan hastily interjected. "I am willing to be your partner. Yet you refuse despite your grandfather's persuasion?" At this moment, it was Lai Yun who became agitated first. "Lai Yun, esteemed friend, ancestor. I am wholeheartedly devoted to the Tao and currently have no intentions of seeking a partner, Xiao Yuan replied with a wry smile. Alas, then I shall not insist. Lai Yong sighed in regret. He did not wish to press the matter, and since Xiao Yuan had no such intentions, he had no choice but to let it go. He did not wish to offend Xiao Yuan, the pride of the Fire Crow clan, over this matter. Allow me to guide you to our ancestral grounds for the inheritance, he said. Chapter 32, Bloodline Inheritance, Ancient Fire Divine Crow. Under the lead of Lai Yong, Xiao Yuan ventured towards the heart of the Fire Crow clan. He could sense the presence of several formidable auras guarding the area, with the strongest reaching the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. This underscored the significance the Fire Crow clan placed upon this location. As he drew closer, Xiao Yuan felt the pulsating power of his bloodline growing ever stronger. As if something was beckoning him. Open. Lai Yong produced a jade tablet, which instantly radiated brilliant light. Before Xiao Yuan's eyes, a portal shimmering with red brilliance appeared. Go forth. Without hesitation, Xiao Yuan plunged into the portal. Grandfather, although Xiao Yuan is a member of our Fire Crow clan, his heart does not belong to us. Is it truly necessary for him to receive the ancestral inheritance? Lai Yun expressed his dissatisfaction. The ancestral inheritance of the Fire Crow clan is not infinite. Typically, only exceptionally talented individuals are granted entry. Over the years, the consumption of this inheritance has rendered it increasingly difficult to sustain, making it particularly precious. You see matters too narrowly. Xiao Yuan is a direct disciple of a sage, with extraordinary potential. Investing in him will undoubtedly yield returns in the future. Lai Yang replied with a smile. Meanwhile, upon entering the portal, Xiao Yuan felt as though he had entered a realm of flames, with various spiritual fires dancing before him. Screech. In an instant, those spiritual fires began to converge, morphing into the shape of a fire crow. Not an ordinary fire crow, nor one born of innate roots, but the ancient fire divine crow, the very origin of the Fire Crow clan. As the fire crow took form, it swiftly charged toward Xiao Yuan, enveloping him entirely. Instantly, Xiao Yuan beheld the boundless transformations of the path of heavenly fire, plunging into a state of enlightenment. Unbeknownst to him, profound changes were also occurring within the ancestral grounds of the Fire Crow clan. The spiritual energy and flames from the entire ancestral site began to converge towards its core, causing a stir among the clansmen. Fortunately, with Lai Yang overseeing the situation, chaos was averted. Grandfather, could these disturbances be caused by Xiao Yuan? Lai Yun inquired, astonished. At this moment, only that lad is receiving the inheritance, so it must indeed be him, Lai Yang replied, his eyes reflecting astonishment. Having presided over the Fire Crow clan for many years, he had witnessed numerous clansmen undergo the inheritance process. The greater the disturbance, the more substantial the benefits obtained. Yet, even Lai Yun, hailed as the most gifted of the Fire Crow clan, had never caused such a commotion during his own inheritance. In fact, he hadn't even approached 1% of this current upheaval. In that moment, Lai Yun realized the vast chasm that lay between him and Xiao Yuan. A millennium swiftly passed. However, the disturbances in the ancestral land of the Fire Crow clan have not only failed to subside, but have instead intensified. Above the sacred ground, a phantom of the ancient fire deity, Crow, materialized, exuding an aura of majesty and grandeur. Brother Liang, what commotion is this? Even His Majesty has taken notice of the happenings here, Bai Zhe remarked as he descended upon the Fire Crow ancestral grounds. Grandfather Bai Zhe, someone is receiving the ancestral legacy within our Fire Crow clan. Lai Yun replied. It seems a new prodigy has emerged from the Fire Crow clan. I shall assist in petitioning His Majesty for resource allocation. Such talent must be nurtured with utmost care. Bai Zhe chuckled. My elder brother has misunderstood. The one receiving the legacy is Xiao Yuan, a disciple of the Supreme Saint, Lai Yang quickly clarified. I see, Bai Zhe responded, a hint of regret crossing his features. He had hoped for the emergence of a new prodigy from the Fire Crow clan, only to discover it was merely the commotion caused by Xiao Yuan. He understood that Xiao Yuan was destined never to join the Celestial Court. At that moment, the ancient fire deity Crow, lingering above the ancestral land, let out a sharp and resounding cry, before vanishing into the vastness of the heavens. In that instant, Xiao Yuan's figure materialized. Compared to a millennium ago, his aura had significantly elevated once more. He had broken through to the late stage of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. Moreover, his innate roots had also advanced, reaching the level of superior innate roots. In addition, Xiao Yuan had comprehended the grand divine ability known as the heavenly fire funeral. In contrast to the chaotic sphere he had grasped, this was an exceedingly pure, offensive divine ability, capable of annihilating all beings with the emergence of heavenly fire, showcasing its overwhelming might. Xiao Yuan initially sought merely to enhance his roots and cleanse his bloodline. Yet he found not only his cultivation elevated, but also the acquisition of a grand divine ability. This journey had proven immensely fruitful. Ancestor I. Xiao Yuan felt a profound sense of guilt in the presence of Lai Yong, for he had thoroughly depleted the ancestral legacy of the Fire Crow clan. To be precise, drained it completely. Do not fret, the ancestral legacy is destined to have its limits, and you have merely expedited that day, Lai Yong lamented, though he did not overtly express his sorrow. After all, Xiao Yuan was indeed invited by him, and he was confident that Xiao Yuan would remember the bond shared with the Fire Crow clan. Senior Bai Zhe, you are here as well. Xiao Yuan greeted Bai Zhe with a respectful gesture. The disturbance you caused was considerable, even rousing the attention of the Celestial Emperor, hence my visit, Bai Zhe said kindly, understanding Xiao Yuan's lack of intention to join the Celestial Court, and thus he took his leave without further ado. Rest assured, I shall remember the kindness of the Fire Crow clan and will repay it in the future, Xiao Yuan spoke earnestly. That is good to hear. But do you truly not consider joining Yuna? Before Lai Yong could finish his sentence, Xiao Yuan interjected. I did not consider it. Xiao Yuan, apart from Yuna, our Fire Crow clan boasts numerous beauties for you to choose from. With your superior bloodline, it would indeed be a travesty not to leave some descendants. Lai Yong lamented with great distress. Xiao Yuan, feeling a wave of black lines on his forehead, realized the old man harbored ulterior motives, wishing to turn him into a mere breeding stallion. Naturally, he resolutely declined. Xiao Yuan did not linger long within the Fire Crow clan. He feared that Lai Yong might employ some underhanded tactics to ensure his breeding within the clan, thus deciding it wise to make an early exit. Lai Yong did not insist on retaining him, fully aware that he could not be kept. Grateful for the kindness shown by the Fire Crow tribe, Xiao Yuan suggested that they refrain from participating in the impending war of the sorcerers and the undead. However, Lai Yong gently declined, for the Fire Crow clan was already beyond the point of withdrawal. Xiao Yuan had no choice but to acquiesce, pondering that should the Fire Crow clan face calamity, he would do everything in his power to assist them. Upon returning to Yingzhou Island, Xiao Yuan resumed his secluded cultivation. Having just elevated his foundational roots and attained new levels of mastery, he dedicated nearly 10 millennia to solidifying his advancements. Subsequently, he continued his intense training for another 30,000 years, making significant progress in all aspects. Recently, the chaos in the primordial realm seemed to be re-emerging, as the deadline set by the Dao ancestor for the sorcerers and the undead to refrain from conflict had elapsed. Both factions began to stir restlessly once more. Suddenly, Xiao Yuan gazed into the distance, witnessing 10 fiery orbs rising from the eastern sea, resembling blazing suns. A closer inspection would reveal that these were not mere fireballs, but indeed 10 golden crows. In Chapter 33, titled Bloodline Plunder, Interception of the Golden Crows, Xiao Yuan recalled that the catalyst for the Second Great War between the sorcerers and the undead was the event of the Yi shooting down the suns. Di Jun and Chong, she had united to give birth to 10 little golden crows. Di Jun later placed these 10 golden crows within the Tang Valley and even transplanted the exquisite innate spiritual root, the Fusong tree, into the valley, highlighting his profound regard for them. With Di Jun's permission, the 10 golden crows could take turns emerging from the Tang Valley. From his vantage point on Yingzhou Island, Xiao Yuan could observe the golden crows flying in and out. Yet today, all 10 golden crows unexpectedly soared into the sky together. At that moment, as the 10 golden crows ascended, an arrow suddenly sliced through the air. A mournful cry echoed through the skies as one golden crow was struck, plummeting into the eastern sea, astonishing countless beings of the ocean. Looking towards the shore of the eastern sea, a towering figure was seen drawing a bow and knocking an arrow. This imposing figure was none other than the great shaman of the Witch Clan. He had come to avenge his friend, Kwa Fu, who had perished at the hands of one of the golden crows. Ding! He shot at the sun. Host. Make your choice. Choice 1. Assist E in slaying the golden crow. Reward. Distant shores gold. Entry. Choice 2. Help the golden crow evade the Yi's attack. Reward. Burning blood gold. Entry. Choice 3. Remain indifferent. Reward. Bloodline plunder gold. Entry. The path of space. Gold, you have mastered the art of spatial manipulation, allowing you to traverse vast distances with a single step. Blood burning. Gold, by sacrificing your own essence, you can unleash a quintuple surge of power. Bloodline plunder. Gold, you possess the ability to usurp the bloodlines of myriad beings, rectifying your own deficiencies and amalgamating the strengths of countless spirits. I choose the third. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Yuan showed no concern for the significance of these three attributes. 10 days passed in a flash, as the great Yi shot arrows at the sun, embroiled in the machinations of the saints. According to Xiao Yuan's knowledge, the 10 little golden crows had been deliberately released to incite the war between the witch and demon clans. The saints could not idly watch as one of these clans unified the primordial chaos. Should either the witch or demon clan achieve dominance, they would accumulate unparalleled fortunes, rendering even the saints powerless or even eclipsing them. Thus, a mutual destruction between the two clans was what the saints eagerly anticipated. Naturally, Xiao Yuan dared not involve himself in such affairs. After making his choice, a beam of golden light surged into his body, though it did not immediately alter his state. At that moment, the remaining 9 golden crows, seemingly startled, scattered in all directions. However, before they could flee far, arrows came raining down, causing the golden crows to fall one after another. Initially, the great Yi and Xiao Yuan had no connection. However, by a twist of fate, one golden crow's carcass landed upon Yingzhou Island. Xiao Yuan found himself somewhat speechless, realizing that even a mere spectacle could stir trouble. Yet, despite his bemusement, he could not remain indifferent. He rose to catch the fallen golden crow. This particular crow had been pierced through by an arrow, its body lifeless, though the solar flames still flickered within. The crow's demise was absolute, a result of the arrows crafted from the innate cold iron of the Yin star, infused with the pure essence of the Yin. The balance between Yin and Yang is crucial. The golden crow symbolizes the sun, while the innate cold iron arrows embody the Yin, and such an imbalance was the fundamental cause of its demise. Xiao Yuan originally intended to collect the golden crow's remains and await the celestial officials to retrieve it, but upon touching the carcass, he felt the bloodline plunder, a tribute pulsating intensely. Without further hesitation, he extended a hand towards the golden crow's body and activated bloodline plunder. In the next moment, the bloodline power within the golden crow was gradually siphoned away, causing its form to dim. Xiao Yuan immediately sensed that as the bloodline energy entered his own being, his bloodline began to transform. He felt an inkling that he was harnessing the golden crow's bloodline to enhance his own, potentially giving rise to a new bloodline that transcended even the ancient fire crow and the 3 clans of golden crows. A fortuitous occurrence indeed, a momentous blessing. Since the deed is done, one might as well pursue it to the fullest. Xiao Yuan gritted his teeth and departed from Yingzhou Island, embarking on a quest to locate the remaining corpses of the golden crows. He realized that if he were to allow his bloodline to undergo a complete metamorphosis, the benefits to him would be unfathomable. Even if gathering the remains of the 3-legged golden crows and extracting their bloodlines might provoke the heavenly court, he could not afford to dwell on such concerns. Once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back. What difference does it make to extract 1 or 9? Such an opportunity may never present itself again. To miss it would be a grave error. Moreover, the cold iron arrows inherently possess the capability to deplete the bloodline of the golden crows, and he could only hope that the conflict between the witch and demon clans would prolong, ensuring that no one would discern the true source of his power. Even if the truth were to be exposed, it mattered little. With his venerable mentor by his side, the heavenly court would dare not eliminate him. Xiao Yuan raced across the eastern sea, his speed reaching its zenith. Yet, despite his efforts, he could only locate 5 corpses of the golden crows. Before he could continue his search, several formidable auras descended upon the eastern sea. The E, you seek your own doom. Dijun appeared, launching a direct assault against the E. The E was utterly powerless to resist and was swiftly vanquished by Di Jun. Xiao Yuan's countenance shifted dramatically. He could no longer afford to gather the other golden crow corpses and hurriedly returned to Yingzhou Island. Dijun, how dare you lay hands on a great shaman of my witch clan? The ancestral shamans moved swiftly, yet they could not save the E, witnessing his demise with rising fury. The heavenly court was equally enraged, particularly Di Jun, who had lost 9 beloved sons. Vengeance was imperative. The 2 factions clashed immediately, and the battle between the witches and demons shook the heavens and the earth. Xiao Yuan returned just in time to Yingzhou Island, activating the innate spiritual barrier of the island, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. With no time to spare, he extracted the bloodline power from the other 4 golden crow corpses, supplementing his own lineage. Upon completing this task, Xiao Yuan felt an immediate sense of rejuvenation. Though his innate roots did not elevate further, the sensation was distinctly different. Transforming into his true form, Xiao Yuan now radiated with golden brilliance, his divine flames dancing. He resembled both the celestial fire crow and the 3-legged golden crow, perhaps embodying the best traits of both. Xiao Yuan felt that his audacity was not in vain. The 3-legged golden crow represented one of the most esteemed clans in the primordial realm, and the prospect of absorbing such a bloodline again would be a matter of great difficulty. Xiao Yuan lamented not having secured the remaining 4 corpses. With the outbreak of war between the witch and demon clans, their whereabouts remained unknown, making their retrieval a daunting task. After draining the bloodline power from the 5 golden crows, Xiao Yuan disregarded the external strife between the clans and continued his secluded cultivation. After a Yuan meeting, the witch and demon clans once again called for a cessation of hostilities. This time, the 6 saints united to thwart the schemes of the Lich clans. Chapter 34. A Journey Unfulfilled. Heavenly Court. These scoundrels, what machinations do they harbor? Why do they not confront me directly, but instead plot against my children? Di Jun seethed with rage. The 10 golden crows had always heeded his commands, departing from Tang Valley in succession. Their collective appearance, this time, surely indicated that someone was orchestrating a plot against him. Only the transcendent saints possessed the ability to obscure the heavenly mysteries and keep him, the heavenly emperor, in the dark. He lamented the loss of all but one of his 10 offspring. Elder brother, we are currently at war with the witch clan, and it is simply impossible to contend with those saints, Tai Yi replied, equally furious yet utterly helpless. In truth, they had already learned from Yuhua the identity of the conspirators lurking behind the scenes, the 2 saints of the West. These 2 likely sought to exploit the chaos to stir the winds of fortune in the East for their own benefit. Of course, the 3 pure ones were no paragons of virtue, either. When their nephews were slain, they were in the Eastern Sea, and had Tong Tian intervened, such a tragedy would never have occurred. The 3 pure ones clearly reveled in the conflict between the Lich and the Witch clans, disinclined to see them unify the vast wilderness. They would later feign benevolence, urging a cessation of hostilities between the 2 factions. I am aware that once I gather the fortune of the wilderness, I shall attain the supreme position of the emperor, and even the saints will bow before me. At that time, I shall settle all accounts. Di Jun ground his teeth in fury, a shadow of sorrow flickering in his eyes. Second brother, go to the Eastern Sea and retrieve the remains of my children. Anyone who has laid hands on their corpses shall face merciless retribution. Tai Yi promptly agreed and departed the heavenly court for the Eastern Sea. As a 3-legged golden crow and the uncle of the 10 little golden crows, he could effortlessly locate their remains through the guidance of their bloodline. While Tai Yi journeyed to the Eastern Sea in search of his nephew's bodies, his fury was palpable. Some reckless individuals had dared to desecrate the corpses of the little golden crows, refining them into spiritual treasures or extracting their marrow and blood to concoct elixirs. In a fit of rage, Tai Yi annihilated those audacious individuals, even exterminating their entire clans. The commotion resonated throughout the Eastern Sea, instilling dread in many of its creatures. At that moment, Xiao Yuan felt a twinge of fear. Though he had made ample preparations, he remained anxious about what might happen if they truly came knocking. Tai Yi of the Heavenly Court seeks an audience with you. Young friend Xiao Yuan, he called out. Tai Yi had long been aware that a significant number of his nephew's remains were in Xiao Yuan's possession. However, due to Xiao Yuan's unique status, he addressed the other remains first before finally visiting Yingzhou Island. As he descended, the surrounding waters erupted into a boiling tempest, a true conflagration of river and sea. A crimson haze enveloped the entire Yingzhou Island, signaling that his visit bore ill tidings. Please, esteemed Elder Tai Yi, do come in. Xiao Yuan endeavored to maintain his composure as he welcomed Tai Yi to Yingzhou Island. Before Tai Yi could utter a word, Xiao Yuan sighed and said, Senior Tai, when the great Yi dispatched the 9 golden crow compatriots, my abilities were insufficient for timely assistance. I could only exert my meager strength to gather the remains of the golden crow brothers. The 5 corpses of the golden crows lay behind Xiao Yuan. Upon seeing this, Tai Yi was momentarily taken aback. He had presumed that Xiao Yuan, relying on his identity as a direct disciple of a sage, had transformed the remains of his kin into spiritual elixirs or treasures, brimming with indignation. He thought that even if he could not slay Xiao Yuan, he would ensure the young man felt the weight of his wrath. To his astonishment, however, the 5 golden crow corpses were found to be entirely intact. Taiyi's expression softened significantly. Xiao Yuan continued, "Senior, these golden crow compatriots were injured by cold iron arrows, causing the loss of their bloodline essence. I was powerless to intervene, so I humbly ask that you do not hold it against me." This was no mere fabrication from Xiao Yuan. The cold iron arrows indeed possessed the capacity to erode bloodlines. Fortunately, the prolonged conflict between the Wu and Yao clans lent credibility to his explanation. "You have done exceptionally well," Taiyi remarked, harboring no suspicions, nor could he fathom that Xiao Yuan had extracted the bloodline essence of the Golden Crows. After all, even sages could not achieve such a feat while ensuring the integrity of the corporeal form. "This matter shall be recorded by the heavenly court," Taiyi added, expressing his gratitude before departing Yingzhou Island with the 5 golden crow corpses. Once Xiao Yuan sensed Taiyi's presence had entirely dissipated, he released a long sigh of relief. Having successfully navigated the situation, not only had he evaded trouble, but he had also secured acknowledgement from the heavenly court. Suddenly, Xiao Yuan felt a surge of confidence, realizing that he might indeed be a genius. With this incident behind him, he was able to set his mind at ease. Subsequently, the heavenly court dispatched by Zhe to present Xiao Yuan with a generous gift as gratitude for preserving the golden crow corpses, which left Xiao Yuan feeling undeserving of such kindness. For millennia thereafter, Xiao Yuan dedicated himself to rigorous cultivation. However, upon reaching the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, advancing further proved to be exceedingly arduous. Mere hard work would yield limited benefits. Thus, Xiao Yuan resolved to embark on a journey through the primordial wilderness. He also wished to visit Mount Buzhou, a formation born of Pangu's spine, serving as the pillar of the primordial world, teeming with myriad life forms and rich in spiritual treasures. According to Xiao Yuan's knowledge, Mount Buzhou was destined to collapse during the Third Great War between the Wu and Yao. If he did not explore it now, he would miss his chance forever. With the cessation of hostilities between the two clans, the primordial realm was unlikely to see conflict in the near future, making it an opportune moment for exploration. Moreover, Xiao Yuan was confident in his abilities. With sword escape and foresight of impending calamities, he feared no adversary unless faced with a quasi-saint ambush. Riding atop the fiery beast, Xiao Yuan did not hasten his pace, for he sensed the presence of some innate spiritual entities along the way, and collecting them would require additional time. It was not until 3,000 years later that Xiao Yuan finally arrived near Mount Buzhou, swaying gently in his approach. As the foremost spiritual mountain of the primordial world and the very origin of its veins, Mount Buzhou stands majestically, connecting heaven and earth. At its foot, Xiao Yuan feels his own insignificance. It is difficult for him to fathom that such a grand mountain would soon collapse. However, before he could fully contemplate this, the entry for fortune overhead began to activate, and the familiar pull of the heavenly Tao emerged once more. A millennium later, Xiao Yuan had gathered 13 innate spiritual objects. This led him to exclaim, "Indeed, the world's preeminent spiritual mountain truly lives up to its reputation." The only regret he harbors is his failure to acquire either an innate spiritual object or an innate spiritual root. For Mount Buzhou is renowned for its abundance of innate treasures. Notable items, such as the famed 7 Treasures Gourd and the 24-petaled Primal Blue Lotus, both originate from this mountain. Just as Xiao Yuan was preparing to ascend Mount Buzhou again in search of further opportunities, a melodious sound of a guqin filled the air. In an instant, he felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility wash over him, as all his restlessness and desire for quick success seemed to dissipate. Chapter 35. Fushi's Divination. Young friend, you are rather eager for success. Your heart is unsettled. This is detrimental to your future cultivation. After an indeterminate period, a gentle voice reached Xiao Yuan's ears. A kind-faced, middle-aged man in a green robe, cradling a guqin, approached with measured steps. "I have met the esteemed Fushi. I am grateful for your assistance," Xiao Yuan said. Bowing respectfully, he felt a deep appreciation, for his cultivation journey had been smooth thus far. Coupled with the enhancement of the entry, his progress was swift, leading to the emergence of many distracting thoughts. While these thoughts might not pose an issue in ordinary times, they could invite inner demons at critical moments. The recent Guqin melody had purified the distractions in his heart. Young friend, no need for formality. Shall we sit and converse? Fushi said with a warm smile, conjuring a stone table and 2 cushions before them. On the table rested 2 steaming cups of tea. How could I refuse? Xiao Yuan replied, though he harbored some confusion. He had met Fushi on a few occasions, but was not well acquainted, having exchanged not a single word. Thus he was uncertain of the elder's purpose in seeking him. Nonetheless, he resolved to remain in the elder's company. I am well versed in the art of divination. Recently, I cast a divination for myself, and the signs indicated that I face a calamity. Should I fail to overcome it, I shall perish, Fushi explained with a smile. Since you have foreseen your tribulation, why not evade it? Xiao Yuan could not help but inquire. Our calculations, though profound, have their limits. The calculations of the heavenly Tao are infinite. Once one is ensnared within the game, how can one avoid it? Fushi replied with a hint of bitterness. I sought you out because I cannot bear to see my knowledge fade away. Hence, I performed another divination to find a most suitable successor. Esteemed elder, I have already taken on a master, Xiao Yuan interjected earnestly, now fully aware of Fushi's intent for seeking him. If it were another person to receive teachings from a formidable figure like Fushi, they would undoubtedly be elated. However, having already taken refuge under the sect of Shanqing, he would naturally not change his allegiance. This I am well aware of. I simply require a successor, not necessarily for you to pledge yourself as my disciple. I have already communicated with the sage of Shanqing, who has acquiesced to this arrangement. Fushi's words resonated with Xiao Yuan, who realized that the great masters had already made arrangements, and his previous concerns were unfounded. Upon finishing his discourse, Fushi directed a finger towards him, and a stream of light descended into Xiao Yuan's brow. Instantly, the primordial 8 trigrams manifested beneath him. Concurrently, he could distinctly sense the term forewarning of calamity pulsating continuously. Xiao Yuan comprehended then why Fushi deemed him suitable to inherit the path of Yishuan. Perhaps forewarning of calamity was indeed an exclusive term belonging to this esoteric path. What Fushi imparted was the foundational scripture of Yishuan, imbued with the profound mysteries of the primordial universe, allowing one to discern the ebb and flow of time and fate. I was not mistaken. You are truly suited to cultivate the path of Yishuan. Fushi observed Xiao Yuan's swift comprehension of the foundational scripture, his expression revealing both surprise and a tinge of regret at not being able to formally take him as a disciple. Thank you, esteemed elder, for your teachings. Xiao Yuan bowed respectfully to Fushi, feeling uncertain whether to rejoice or lament. His aspirations were already numerous, and now he was burdened with yet another path of Yishuan. However, upon delving into this discipline, Xiao Yuan began to appreciate its intricacies. By integrating with the term forewarning of calamity, he could calculate the celestial mechanisms, gaining insight into past and future events. The deeper he cultivated, the more he could discern. My young friend, remember this. Although you have learned the path of Yishuan, you must not place unwavering faith in it. In the primordial realm, there exist numerous techniques capable of obscuring and disrupting celestial mechanisms. The will of heaven is a double-edged sword. It should never be recklessly speculated upon, and one must maintain a heart of reverence, Fushi continued. Since you inherit my teachings, I shall not remain without offering. I shall divine for you and bestow 3 hexagrams. Upon concluding his words, Fushi produced a divining stick and, with a vigorous flourish, transformed the divination slips into glimmering points of light that scattered around Xiao Yuan. After a considerable time, Fushi's lips bled slightly, and he retrieved the divination slips with a wave of his hand. Are you all right, esteemed elder? Xiao Yuan inquired with concern. It is nothing. Your destiny is ethereal. Unlike that of the primordial beings, it eludes complete divination, Fushi replied, wiping the blood from his lips and furrowing his brow. Xiao Yuan thought to himself that this master of Yishuan was indeed formidable, nearly revealing his identity as a transcendent being. I now bestow upon you 3 hexagrams. The first, continue your travels within Mount Buzhou, heading eastward, for a great opportunity awaits you. The second, when you ascend to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal, you shall face additional tribulations. I have woven certain measures within your being that may prove useful. The third, upon reaching the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal, journey southward, where you might discover what you seek, Fushi declared. Could you be more specific, esteemed elder? Xiao Yuan asked, knitting his brow. Now, The mere sight of the words great opportunity sends a pang of discomfort through his mind. For the last time, the entry fortune overhead also revealed a great opportunity, nearly leading to his demise. Moreover, the second and third hexagrams are shrouded in ambiguity. The 3 hexagrams I have calculated have already backfired. My young friend, you have been rather greedy. Do you understand that the secrets of heaven must not be revealed? Laughed Fuxi. Xiao Yuan comprehended the essence of fortune-tellers. They are but riddlers. Should he delve into the art of divination himself, he might well adopt a similar demeanor, revealing half while concealing the other half. For the Tao of heaven indeed bestows genuine retribution. Farewell, young friend. Fuxi rose and departed with an air of nonchalance. Xiao Yuan also stood, bowing respectfully in the direction of Fuxi as he watched him leave. Initially, he had merely intended to visit Mount Buzhou to seek out spiritual treasures, yet he had encountered such fortuitous circumstances. Once Fuxi's presence dissipated, Xiao Yuan set forth eastward as instructed. Time slipped away unnoticed until a streak of light flashed before him. Sensing its significance, he swiftly intercepted the luminous shard. It was a small fragment, the size of a thumb, radiating a milky white glow. The moment Xiao Yuan grasped the fragment, its true nature became apparent to him. It was a shard of the creation jade dish. In a realm of chaos, there exists a treasure known as the creation jade dish, embodying the essence of 3,000 paths and possessing boundless transformative powers. When Pangu split the heavens, the creation jade dish shattered, and later, Taoist ancestor Hongjun devoted great effort to gathering the fragments for reassembly. However, these shards elude the machinations of fate, rendering even the heavenly Tao incapable of foreseeing their whereabouts. Thus, a few fragments remain concealed in the primordial wilderness. The one Xiao Yuan acquired is indeed one of the lost shards, a precious item undiscoverable even by the fortune overhead entry. This must be the great opportunity foretold by Fuxi's first hexagram. Daring not to linger, Xiao Yuan swiftly concealed his aura and fled at remarkable speed. Chapter 36. The Old Turtle of the Northern Sea. After Xiao Yuan departed, several formidable presences descended to investigate. The existence of a creation jade dish fragment in this location was undeniable, yet its trace had vanished. Each shard of the creation jade dish harbors infinite potential, though it seems fate has denied us access. I surmise that Fuxi, my esteemed friend, has previously visited this place, perhaps having taken the fragment for himself. Among these powerful presences, there were certainly sages. This reveals that even sages cannot resist the allure of the creation jade dish fragments. To call it a great opportunity is no exaggeration. Had it not been for Fuxi's interference with the heavenly plans, Xiao Yuan might have found himself exposed to the scrutiny of those formidable beings. Moments later, these presences dissipated as though they had never been there at all. Unbeknownst to Xiao Yuan, these events unfolded after he had secured the creation jade dish fragment and departed from Mount Buzhou, hastily returning to Yingzhou Island. This time, he did not tarry along the way, taking nearly 1,000 years to complete his journey. Upon arriving at Yingzhou Island, Xiao Yuan felt a sense of relief. He then calmed his mind and took out the fragments of the creation jade disc. However, after thoroughly examining the shards, he found that they yielded no response whatsoever. Could it be merely an illusion? Xiao Yuan muttered, initially believing he had stumbled upon a treasure, only to discover it was but a trifle. He pondered that perhaps his own power was insufficient to unlock the mysteries of the creation jade disc fragments. Thus, he decided to embark on a journey to Panlai Island. Why not seek guidance from those with knowledge? Wouldn't it be foolish to ignore such an opportunity? It appears that fortune has favored you. Upon learning of Xiao Yuan's intentions, Tong Tian was momentarily taken aback. He had sensed the aura of the creation jade disc fragments when they first appeared. It was the esteemed Fuxi who bestowed upon me 3 trigrams, granting me this opportunity, Xiao Yuan confessed. Yet, these fragments remain entirely unresponsive in my possession. So, it was Fuxi, my friend, who assisted you. It seems you have indeed begun to grasp the principles of divination, Tong Tian remarked, a look of understanding crossing his face. He then playfully scolded, "You rascal, do not feign ignorance after reaping the benefits. The creation jade disc fragments are coveted even by sages. Please, master, impart your wisdom." Xiao Yuan urged earnestly. The creation jade disc encapsulates the essence of 3,000 paths. Each fragment harbors a unique avenue of understanding, awaiting the right moment for its resonance to be awakened. Those who possess the fragments can thus establish a path of postnatal enlightenment. The one who establishes this path will garner the favor of the heavenly Tao and reap boundless merits and advantages, Tong Tian explained with a smile. So the time is yet to come. Thank you for your guidance, Master. Upon hearing Tong Tian speak of the immense opportunities hidden within the creation jade disc fragments, Xiao Yuan's spirit soared. Taking advantage of the moment, Xiao Yuan inquired about several aspects of cultivation before preparing to take his leave. Just then, the water and fire boy entered and reported, Master, the old turtle refuses to depart, insisting on obtaining the transformation method. Please send him away. His predicament stems from having devoured something he should not have, and even I cannot remedy it. Tong Tian waved his hand dismissively. The water and fire boy complied and departed. Suddenly, an idea struck Xiao Yuan, prompting him to hastily follow the water and fire boy. Brother, what old turtle? Xiao Yuan inquired. You are unaware, dear brother. Recently, an old turtle from the North Sea has come seeking an audience with the master. This old turtle is peculiar. Despite its profound cultivation, it cannot transform nor practice independently. The water and fire boy explained. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuan realized who it was. Brother, I wish to accompany you to sea, he declared. The water and fire boy, naturally, agreed without hesitation. Xiangui, Xiangui. The water and fire boy called out several times. In the next moment, a colossal whirlpool appeared on the ocean's surface, followed by the emergence of a massive peak rising above the water, its expanse rivaling that of half of Penglai Island. Upon closer inspection, what appears to be a majestic mountain range is, in fact, unmistakably the shell of a colossal turtle. Subsequently, a gargantuan turtle head rises, its immense eyes imbued with profound depth, evoking a sense of ancient wisdom. The aura exuding from its being is immensely powerful, comparable to that of a quasi-saint. How fares the water and fire friend? What does the sage say? The venerable old turtle inquired with palpable urgency in a tone of utmost humility. My master has stated that you have consumed something you ought not to have, which has led to your current predicament. Even my master is at a loss regarding your matter, the water and fire youth conveyed with candor. The old turtle, wishing to articulate a response, ultimately refrained, letting out a long sigh filled with disappointment. Thank you for relaying the message, he said before slowly altering his course, preparing to return to the northern sea. Please, esteemed turtle friend, do not depart just yet, Xiao Yuan called out hastily. The turtle paused momentarily, casting a puzzled glance at Xiao Yuan. Esteemed friend, this is Xiao Yuan, a direct disciple of the sage, the water and fire youth introduced, though he too was uncertain as to why Xiao Yuan had stopped the turtle. So it is the esteemed Xiao Yuan. What brings you to me? The old turtle inquired. I may possess a means to resolve your issue. Should you be willing to accompany me to Ingzhou Island? Xiao Yuan proposed. Very well. The old turtle nodded in agreement. In truth, he harbored little hope regarding Xiao Yuan's claim of a solution, considering that even the sage had been unable to remedy his plight. He consented merely as a courtesy to the sage. Junior brother, take care. Should this ancient turtle go mad, you may find yourself unable to contain him. The water and fire youth cautioned softly. Do not worry, senior brother. I am well aware of my bearings, Xiao Yuan replied with a smile. Esteemed friend, follow me. Xiao Yuan beckoned, leading the venerable old turtle toward Ingzhou Island. Is your assertion of possessing a solution to my dilemma genuine or mere pretense? The old turtle queried upon their arrival at Ingzhou Island. Rest assured, it is indeed genuine, Xiao Yuan affirmed with a smile. The old turtle's origins are far from trivial. He is an ancient relic, rumored to have existed since the dawn of creation. In a fortuitous turn of events, he accidentally consumed the primordial marrow of Pangu, leading to his continuous growth, yet preventing him from manifesting a primordial body, thus unable to attain human form despite his formidable foundation. During the War of the Witches and Demons, when Gong clashed with Mount Buzhou, the old turtle's resentment magnified, prompting him to wreak havoc and devour countless beings of the primordial world, resulting in unfathomable carnage. Ultimately, Tong Tian, guided by heavenly insights, vanquished the old turtle, transforming his limbs into 4 pillars that supported the heavens, thus separating the realms. If you are willing to serve under my guidance in the future, I shall reveal the method to you, Xiao Yuan offered. Chapter 37. This entry is simply splendid. During the calamity of the Fengshen, the Jie Sect shall face a siege. Naturally, Xiao Yuan aspired to unite all possible forces. This ancient turtle, with its profound heritage, if able to evade this tribulation, would undoubtedly attain great fortune, elevating itself to the ranks of the most formidable beings in the primordial realm. Simultaneously, Xiao Yuan contemplated whether he could rescue the ancient tortoise to ascertain if the minor circumstances could be altered. This matter I could acquiesce to. The ancient tortoise of the northern sea did not deliberate for long before agreeing. He possessed a heart yearning for enlightenment, yet remained blind to the path of cultivation. In the primordial chaos, the northern sea tortoise felt akin to an outcast. Should he find the opportunity to transform and embark upon the path, he would willingly pay any price. Most importantly, the Jie is a revered sect. Even if he were to immerse himself within it, it would not tarnish his honor. My friend, to break free from your shackles, you must await the right moment, which may require some time. When that time arrives, you may follow my prescribed method to achieve your desires. Xiao Yuan spoke, then detailed the procedure to the ancient tortoise. At that moment, the ancient tortoise harbored doubts, for Xiao Yuan's words were indeed rather extraordinary. My friend may very well be troubled by inner demons. Thus, I present to you a 9-transformation tranquil heart pill, which can dispel such tribulations. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yuan produced another 9-transformation tranquil heart pill. This was one of the 2 originally gifted to him by his master. One should suffice during the tribulation of the Great Luo. With Mount Buzhou collapsing and the celestial demons causing chaos, it was likely that the northern sea tortoise succumbed to the enticements of these demons, amplifying his grievances and committing heinous acts against myriad beings. Bestowing upon him a 9-transformation tranquil heart pill serves as a precaution, for the endeavors Xiao Yuan undertakes are not trivial. Rest assured, if this endeavor succeeds, I shall honor my promise. The ancient tortoise did not engage in pleasantries with Xiao Yuan, accepting the 9-transformation tranquil heart pill. Furthermore, witnessing Xiao Yuan produce this precious elixir instilled in him a greater trust in Xiao Yuan's words. After all, the 9-transformation tranquil heart pill is exceedingly valuable. Xiao Yuan's willingness to part with it indicated a degree of confidence. Subsequently, the ancient tortoise did not linger, bidding farewell to Xiao Yuan as he returned to the northern sea. Ding! The final battle between the Wu and the Lich is imminent. Please make a choice. Choice 1. Seize this opportunity to inform the Dragon Clan of the method to reduce karmic burdens, thereby repaying past debts, rewarded with the entry multitasking gold. Choice 2. Remain silent and continue your secluded cultivation, rewarded with the entry void escape gold. Multitasking gold. Your thoughts can be divided into multiple facets for diverse aspects of cultivation. Void escape gold in times of peril. You can completely merge your form into the void, evading all harm. Upon hearing the sudden system notification, Xiao Yuan was momentarily taken aback. He had prepared to enter seclusion for cultivation, yet the system had appeared unexpectedly. The karmic ties to the Dragon Clan stemmed from the time Ao Kuan had come to his aid. For Xiao Yuan, repaying the Dragon Clan's karmic debt was not a significant concern. Opportunities abound. However, the entry multitasking captivated his attention, for his greatest vexation at present was the overwhelming amount of knowledge he sought to acquire. The path of heavenly fire, the sword path, the alchemy path, the tool path, the formation path, the 8-9 profound arts, and the newly acquired path of easy calculations. These diverse disciplines are only manageable for someone as extraordinary as Xiao Yuan. Though he can barely keep up, he is nearing his limits. The concept of multitasking appears like a timely downpour, while the precise effects remain uncertain. The description suggests it will certainly alleviate Xiao Yuan's current predicament. Without a moment's hesitation, he chose it. Once again, the familiar golden light surged rapidly into the center of his brow. In the next instant, Xiao Yuan felt a peculiar tickling sensation in his mind, not an indication of burgeoning intellect. He realized that his consciousness was seemingly fracturing, yet this process was devoid of any discomfort. Moreover, it transpired swiftly. He could sense that his awareness had neatly divided into 7 parts, forming 7 miniature figures. One figure bathed in flames represented his primary focus on the path of heavenly fire. Another cradled an alchemical furnace, symbolizing the alchemy path. A third wielded a hammer, indicative of the tool path. The fourth figure bore a formation plate upon its head, representing the formation path. The fifth was enveloped in sword intent, embodying the sword path. The sixth diligently refined its form, representing the 8-9 profound arts. The seventh figure was accompanied by the manifestation of the heavenly numbers, signifying the path of easy calculations. Each of the 7 figures performed its designated role, and Xiao Yuan immediately felt a clarity in his consciousness, as the 7 paths he cultivated began to progress in harmony. He had anticipated some improvement from the multitasking concept, but he never imagined the results would be so remarkable. Dividing his awareness into 7 parts equated to multitasking with efficiency, allowing them to operate independently without hindering each other's growth. This concept was truly exceptional. With a deep sigh of relief, he felt that a significant concern had been resolved. Qian, you are to journey to the Dragon Palace and invite the East Sea Dragon King to Yizhou Island for a discussion, Xiao Yuan instructed Qian. To send a message directly to Ao Guang would be somewhat impolite, as Ao Guang was not his subordinate. Thus, dispatching a young attendant was the most appropriate course of action. Qian accepted the command and headed towards the East Sea. Upon hearing that it was Xiao Yuan's invitation, Ao Guang hastened to arrive swiftly, disregarding other matters. My friend, what brings you to seek me? If it is within the capability of my dragon clan, do not hesitate to ask, Ao Guang said cheerfully, assuming Xiao Yuan had a request for assistance. My friend has misunderstood, Xiao Yuan replied with a smile. Ao Guang furrowed his brow in confusion. My friend, I feel a deep sense of gratitude for the protection bestowed upon me by the esteemed Ao Kun. I possess a method that can alleviate the karmic burdens of the Dragon Clan, and I wonder if you would be willing to hear it. Xiao Yuan spoke slowly. Seated across from him, Ao Guang's eyes widened in surprise, quickly transforming into an expression of joy. I'm all ears. During the calamity of the Dragon Han era, a fierce war erupted among the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans, resulting in immense suffering. In the aftermath of the catastrophe, the 3 clans bore insurmountable karmic debts. Without the dissolution of such karma, not only would their resurgence be impossible, but even maintaining their current state would prove exceedingly difficult. Due to the influence of karma, various aspects are affected. It influences the propagation of clans and the enhancement of their strength. Following the calamity of the Dragon and Han era, the reproductive capacity of the dragon lineage has experienced a stark decline, leading to a significant reduction in pure-blooded dragons. The strength of the dragonkin has also encountered a more formidable bottleneck. Take Ao Guang, for instance. He has been stagnating at the late stage of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm for nearly a decade. This stagnation is not due to a lack of talent, but rather the hindrance posed by karma, which obstructs his advancement. Over the years, the Dragon Clan has devised numerous strategies, diluting their bloodlines, intermarrying with other races to invigorate their lineage, bowing their heads to become mounts and servants of the powerful, all in hopes of gaining the protection of their fortuitous might. They have safeguarded the water veins and orchestrated the rains. These methods have indeed yielded some results. Over the years, the karma overshadowing the Dragon Clan has been reduced by 1/3. Yet, the remaining 2/3 still loom like a great mountain, heavily suppressing the dragons. In Chapter 38, as the Unzao Mountain collapses, Ao Guang, upon hearing from Xiao Yuan about methods to diminish karma, naturally becomes filled with anticipation. He understands Xiao Yuan's character and knows he would not speak without substance. I have come to learn that a great calamity is imminent in the primordial world. Heaven will collapse. Earth will sink. The waters of the celestial river will surge back, and the breath of chaos will ebb and flow, plunging the beings of the primordial realm into crisis. The Dragon Clan can prepare in advance to save the lives of the primordial beings, thereby accruing merit to offset their karma, Xiao Yuan explained slowly. Thank you for your guidance, fellow Taoist, Ao Guang responds, rising and bowing in gratitude. He has complete faith in Xiao Yuan's words, for after all, he is a direct disciple of a sage, and possessing foreknowledge is not beyond reason. After receiving Xiao Yuan's information, Ao Guang returned to the Dragon Palace and immediately summoned the other 3 sea dragon clans for a council, even awakening the remaining few ancestral golden immortals of the dragon lineage. Since they are to act, they shall do so on a grand scale. Such an opportunity for merit is rare, and the Dragon Clan is determined to maximize the value of this information. As for Xiao Yuan, after managing the affairs of the Dragon Clan, he chose not to venture out again, but instead dedicated himself to secluded cultivation on Yingzhou Island. Time flew by, and 2 more Yuan meetings passed. During this period, Xiao Yuan did not step outside Yingzhou Island even once. Upon acquiring the multitasking ability, his cultivation efficiency saw a remarkable enhancement. Consequently, his cultivation level naturally progressed, reaching the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, just a step away from achieving the status of a great Luo Golden Immortal. While Yingzhou Island remained tranquil during this time, The primordial world was anything but peaceful. After the second great battle between the Wu and Yao clans, minor skirmishes persisted unabated. As time passed, these conflicts began to escalate. Recently, the Water and Fire Boy visited Yingzhou Island, warning that the Wu and Yao clans were likely to reignite their war, urging Xiao Yuan not to leave his sanctuary. However, even without the Water and Fire Boy's warning, Xiao Yuan had no intention of departing Yingzhou Island, regardless of the innate treasures that might await him outside. Boom! In the midst of chaos, a violent tremor jolted Xiao Yuan awake. As he gazed towards the epicenter of the collision, he beheld the once stalwart pillar of the primordial world, Mount Buzhou, teetering and collapsing. Although Xiao Yuan had foreseen the downfall of Mount Buzhou, the reality of the event stirred a tempest of emotions within him. Mount Buzhou had fallen. At this moment, countless beings beheld the mountain's descent, their mournful cries echoing through the ether. A palpable sorrow enveloped the realm, and before these creatures could react further, the waters of the heavenly river began to surge through the breach left by the collapsing mountain. Beyond the primordial realm lay the heavenly river, a barrier that separated chaos from the world. The waters of the heavenly river, known as the Nine Mysterious Weak Water, possessed the dreadful ability to engulf anything that entered, rendering it unable to float, while also dissolving all matter. Now, as the waters cascaded into the primordial realm, every creature tainted by the heavenly river was consumed and dissolved, their anguished screams resounding throughout the land. Moreover, bereft of the support of the celestial pillar, the sky of the primordial realm began to descend relentlessly. Should the heavens and earth converge completely, the primordial realm would revert to chaos, and all living beings therein would face annihilation. Indeed, Xiao Yuan had not spoken falsely. The primordial world was beset by a great calamity. My kin, join me in rescuing the myriad beings of the primordial realm. Ao Guang exclaimed upon witnessing the collapse of the celestial pillar and the onrush of the heavenly river waters. Across the four seas, countless dragons sprang into action, for the dragon clan possessed a natural affinity for water and a formidable resistance to the Nine Mysterious Weak Water. Anticipating this calamity, their rescue efforts proved remarkably successful. My fellow Taoists, quickly prop up the heavens. The 6 saints of the primordial realm were stirred, their faces etched with fear. Despite their exalted status as saints, they were not immune to the impending doom should chaos reclaim the realm. Simultaneously, their eyes reflected a sense of regret. They had harbored intentions for the Wu and Yao clans to deplete one another, preventing their unification of the primordial world. Yet they had not anticipated Gong Gong's reckless assault upon Mount Buzhou. Go! I shall summon the Tai Chi diagram, transforming it into a golden bridge to uphold the heavens. Yuan Shi, Tong Tian, and the 2 saints of the west rallied to assist. Niwa too invoked the map of mountains and rivers to seal the breach and prevent further inundation from the heavenly river. With the intervention of the 6 saints, the situation experienced a significant alleviation. The convergence of heaven and earth slowed considerably, and the influx of the heavenly river waters was mitigated. However, the predicament remained unresolved. Even saints possess limits to their strength. I am guided by the heavenly mechanism to seek the 5-color stone to mend the heavens. Yuan proclaimed. Fear not, fellow Taoist. I shall temporarily seal this breach, Jane declared, presenting the 12-petal merit golden lotus to take Yuan's place in blocking the gap. As Yuan withdrew to search for the 5-color stone, Tong Tian similarly departed, claiming he too was guided by the heavenly mechanism to procure an artifact to support the heavens. Xiao Yuan sat steadfastly upon Yingzhou Island, refraining from emulating the dragon clan in their pursuit of merit. The primordial world was beset by catastrophic calamities, and to perish recklessly in the outside realm would be a grievous loss. It was prudent to adopt a cautious approach. He permitted a select few beings to seek refuge on Yingzhou Island, which was safeguarded by innate spiritual barriers, rendering it remarkably secure. Old Xian Gui, muster your strength. Do not allow my master to slay you, Xiao Yuan remarked, casting a furrowed brow towards the northern sea. Meanwhile, old Xian Gui had begun to sense the impending tribulation of the primordial realm, his eyes reflecting astonishment. Unlike the dragon clan, he had engaged with Xiao Yuan multiple times and held a firm belief in his words. Initially, when Xiao Yuan proclaimed the collapse of the heavenly pillar, old Xian Gui had deemed it mere folly, not fully convinced. Yet, the truth proved more compelling than mere words. The heavenly pillar had indeed fallen, heralding the arrival of the great calamity. At that moment, Old Xiangui felt a surge of chaotic thoughts overwhelming him. A voice was enticing him to recklessly plunder and devour those beings that have fallen into the celestial waters. Consume them. By doing so, you shall attain transformation and discover your path. The heavenly Tao of the primordial realm is profoundly unjust. Why can countless beings achieve transformation while you remain unable to seek the Tao? Slay those beings. Overcome by a momentary haze. Old Xiangui nearly lost his mental clarity. Acting decisively, he retrieved and consumed the 9 turns calming heart pill bestowed by Xiao Yuan. Chapter 39. The transformation of Xiangui and the emergence of the healing path. Upon ingesting the 9 turns calming heart pill, old Xiangui instantly felt the reverberation of Tao sounds within his consciousness, cleansing away the chaotic and malevolent thoughts in an instant. Faintly, he could still hear the frustrated howls of the malevolent entity that had sought to ensnare him. That was close. Old Xiangui exhaled a sigh of relief. Once the crisis had passed, he recalled Xiao Yuan's words, gazing skyward as he proclaimed, "I am the black turtle of the northern sea. Today, sensing the great calamity befalling the primordial realm, I wish to offer my being, transforming into a pillar supporting the heavens." Good. Upon the conclusion of old Xiangui's declaration, the voice of the heavenly Tao resonated. A colossal golden beam enveloped him. In the next moment, all of his fleshly essence converged towards his limbs. His 4 limbs transformed into towering pillars, ascending towards the 4 corners of the primordial realm. Just then, Tong Tian had arrived, bewildered at the sight before him. He was guided by the heavenly Tao to slay the black turtle of the northern sea, intending to utilize its limbs to forge new pillars. This black turtle, having devoured the essence of Pangu, was uniquely gifted, making its limbs excellent material for the new supporting pillars. However, Tong Tian did not anticipate that before he could strike down the black turtle, it had already sacrificed itself. In the aftermath, an abundance of merit descended, all landing upon the location where the black turtle had stood. Though his physical form was lost, his spirit remained. "Alas, I shall lend you my strength." Tong Tian shook his head and pointed with a finger. The merits converged towards the spirit of the mysterious tortoise, transforming into a golden silhouette. As the golden light dissipated, an elderly man with kind eyes and a gentle demeanor appeared. "Thank you, sage. No need for such formalities. Your selfless dedication to restoring the primordial chaos is a great virtue. Now, having formed a shape from your merits, your future is boundless. Remember to diligently cultivate." With that, Tong Tian turned and departed. His words about a limitless future were not mere flattery. This ancient tortoise had reshaped his body with virtues and possessed profound foundations. Although he had just formed his body and only reached the peak of the great Luo golden immortal realm, with diligent practice, attaining the quasi-saint level would not be difficult for him. He even had a chance to become one of the top powerhouses in the primordial chaos. Thus, Tong Tian intended to create a good connection, unaware that the mysterious tortoise had already been taken by his own disciple. The ancient tortoise bowed deeply in the direction Tong Tian had left, his eyes filled with gratitude. He had received guidance from Xiao Yuan and assistance from Tong Tian to condense his body of virtues. This kindness he would remember. At the same time, the ancient tortoise would honor his promise to serve the Jie in the future. Success. Xiao Yuan breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing the movements in the northern sea. He had advised the ancient tortoise, but was uncertain of the outcome. However, now that the ancient tortoise had sacrificed his body and reshaped it with merits, preserving his life, it indicated that even a minor fate could be altered. Meanwhile, Niwa had successfully gathered the 5 colored stones to seal the rift in the sky. The 6 saints also wielded their immense powers to redirect the waters of the heavenly river back into the celestial flow. The grave crisis that had befallen the primordial chaos was thus resolved. Yet, despite the resolution of the crisis, the expressions of the 6 saints were far from cheerful. The primordial chaos had sustained severe injuries, and it was uncertain how many years it would take to recover. Laozi sighed, "Although we have re-expanded the heavens and repaired the sky, the subsequent repairs can never compare to the original." After enduring this catastrophe, the spiritual energy of the primordial chaos had diminished by at least 30%, with other impacts being profoundly significant. The 2 clans of witches and demons had perished together. Niwa gazed sorrowfully towards the direction of Buzhou Mountain. The reason for Gongong's furious collision with Buzhou Mountain was that during the battle with Zhu Rong, he had been ambushed by the demon clan using the Slaughter Witch sword, resulting in Zhu Rong's demise. Upon witnessing his brother's death, Gong, in a fit of rage, crashed into Buzhou Mountain, intending to destroy the heavenly court established upon it. With the fall of Buzhou Mountain, the heavenly court plummeted. While the 6 saints were preoccupied with supporting and repairing the heavens, the remaining 9 ancestral witches, filled with fury, led the witch clan in a final battle against the demon clan. The 9 ancestral witches perished, and the 3 demon emperors also met their end. The casualties between the witch and demon clans were beyond count. The entire primordial chaos was suffused with a sense of desolation. Dear friends, neither the witch nor demon clans have unified the primordial chaos. Are you not pleased? Nuwa said coldly, a mocking smile gracing her lips. Her beloved elder brother had fallen in this great calamity. Nature offers little in the way of solace. At this moment, whether it be the 3 saints of the mystical path or the 2 saints of the Western paradise, all are enveloped in silence. They have indeed miscalculated this time. After a prolonged pause, Laozi spoke. Lady Nuwa, you and Taoist Fuxi still possess the opportunity for reincarnation, and great fortune lies ahead. There is no need to dwell in sorrow. However, Lady Nuwa did not respond to Laozi's words and turned away to depart. The other 5 saints also lingered for but a moment before returning to their respective abodes. On the Isle of Yingzhou, Xiao Yuan had initially intended to wait until the chaos of the primordial world had settled before venturing out. Yet, the shards of the creation jade plate, beyond his control, hovered before him, radiating a brilliant white light. Xiao Yuan felt a stirring within him. A great calamity had descended, leaving countless beings grievously injured. The healing arts must be established. Just as Tong Tian had previously stated, within each shard of the creation jade plate lies the essence of a great Tao. This particular shard contained the essence of healing. Guided by the creation jade plate, Xiao Yuan could traverse the primordial world, mending wounds and saving lives, thereby establishing the post-heavenly medical path. By establishing this path, he would gain immense merit and attract the favor of the heavenly Tao. Naturally, Xiao Yuan would not allow this grand opportunity to slip away. He even sensed that his chance to ascend to the great Luo golden immortal realm lay within this moment. Without further contemplation, Xiao Yuan collected the shard of the creation jade plate, mounted his blazing beast, and set forth with the crimson flame youth towards the mainland. Above the eastern sea, the sanctuaries of the saints provided protection, and with the timely aid of the dragon clan, the casualties were not excessively dire. However, upon entering the inland, Xiao Yuan was confronted with the harrowing reality of the primordial world. Corpses lay strewn across the land, and the air was filled with anguished cries. This calamity birthed a multitude of karmic burdens, afflicting countless beings with illness and plague. Even Xiao Yuan found it difficult to bear. Without hesitation, Xiao Yuan commenced his efforts in rescue. Initially, he attempted to aid the injured by concocting elixirs. Yet, he soon realized that while the elixirs were effective, their efficiency was lamentably slow. The process of alchemy was time-consuming and costly. Thus, he was inspired to consider herbal remedies. Being well-versed in the art of alchemy, he devised simple yet effective herbal concoctions for treating injuries and ailments, significantly enhancing his efficiency. Xiao Yuan began to traverse the primordial world, tailoring his remedies to various ailments. And wherever he went, the suffering beings gradually recovered. His healing formulas spread far and wide, rescuing innumerable lives. Chapter 40. The Post-Heavenly Medical Path, an Imperishable Golden Body. Thus, Xiao Yuan wandered through the primordial realm for an entire epoch. During this time, he neither cultivated nor delved into other studies, dedicating himself wholly to healing the wounded. Over the course of this epoch, his footsteps nearly traversed the entirety of the eastern regions of the primordial world. The beings he healed were countless, and innumerable lives expressed their gratitude towards him. Unbeknownst to him, a multitude of followers began to gather behind Xiao Yuan. The beings trailing behind Xiao Yuan were predominantly those whom he had healed and who had been deeply impressed by his prowess. Xiao Yuan imparted the methods of healing to these followers, and with their assistance, his journey of salvation had become significantly smoother. As I traversed the primordial wilderness, healing the injured souls, today marks the culmination of my endeavors, and I wish to expound upon the teachings here. Xiao Yuan halted beneath a sacred mountain, seated himself in a meditative posture, and began to speak. To deliver this discourse and disseminate the art of healing serves as a summary of all my travels and represents the final step in establishing my doctrine. The multitude of beings following Xiao Yuan nearly 10,000 in number, obediently settled down, eagerly anticipating what was to come. In the next moment, Xiao Yuan commenced his teachings. Instantly, the essence of the Tao permeated the air, and the radiance of the heavenly Tao descended. A transcendent aura enveloped him. Those who were listening quickly became enraptured by the Taoic resonance emanating from Xiao Yuan, fervently seeking to comprehend its profound mysteries. As Xiao Yuan lectured, 3,000 years slipped by in the blink of an eye. I aspire to establish the art of healing in the primordial realm. May the heavenly Tao witness this. Xiao Yuan proclaimed as he opened his eyes. Fragments of the celestial jade disk floated before him, and, subsequently, visions began to manifest, scenes depicting Xiao Yuan's journeys through the primordial wilderness, healing myriad beings. The celestial jade disk then transformed into a stream of light, soaring into the heavens, solidifying the foundation of his doctrine. A divine sound resonated throughout the primordial expanse. The purple energy surged from the east for 3,000 miles, creating a magnificent spectacle. This commotion instantly attracted the attention of many powerful beings in the primordial realm. Who possesses such extraordinary creation to establish a new path? Is this the Xiao Yuan of the Jie? The formidable figures of the primordial realm now displayed expressions of astonishment. Anyone capable of establishing a doctrine could become a progenitor of a new path, receiving the heavenly Tao's blessings and myriad benefits. They could foresee that Xiao Yuan's future was boundless. After establishing the art of healing, a considerable amount of merit descended from skies. 80% of this merit fell upon Xiao Yuan, transforming into radiant golden wheels of virtue. Another 10% was distributed into 10 portions, bestowing upon the 10 most distinguished disciples who were listening to Xiao Yuan's teachings. These 10 were the most exceptional among his followers, contributing second only to Xiao Yuan during his journeys to heal the injured. The final 10% manifested as thousands of fragments, showering upon the other listeners. The heavenly Tao is impartial, merit is rewarded, and all witnesses partake. Moreover, for Xiao Yuan, this merit is not a one-time boon. As long as the art of healing flourishes and expands within the primordial realm, the flow of merit will ceaselessly be directed towards him. This represents a method of accruing merit that even saints covet, and it is one of the reasons why those powerful beings are keen to establish their own doctrines. Today, Xiao Yuan can be hailed as the ancestral figure of healing in the primordial realm. Would you 10, the most illustrious among the medical path, be willing to join my ranks and become my named disciples? Xiao Yuan then spoke again, directing his gaze towards the 10 most outstanding individuals in the art of healing. The dissemination of medical knowledge is not an endeavor that can be accomplished in a single day, nor is it a burden that can be shouldered by one individual alone. Xiao Yuan is akin to a source of fire, spreading the flickering flames far and wide. These 10 disciples are the inheritors of that light. We humbly pay our respects to our master. The 10 individuals, their eyes alight with joy, bowed in unison. They had long been captivated by Xiao Yuan. To become his named disciples was a stroke of fortune. I shall bestow upon you 10 volumes of medical texts, hoping that you will diligently study and carry forth the legacy of the medical path. With a wave of his hand, 10 streams of light descended upon the foreheads of the 10 disciples. We shall faithfully adhere to our master's teachings. They responded in unison once more. You may depart now. You may depart. Xiao Yuan flicked his sleeves again, summoning the flame beast to escape, and he rode away with the red flame boy, returning to Yingzhou Island. The subsequent matters no longer required his direct oversight. The seeds had been sown. It was now a matter of awaiting the harvest. Upon returning to Yingzhou Island, Xiao Yuan immediately entered seclusion for cultivation. Despite not engaging in the practice during this Yuan meeting, the substantial merits accrued attracted the favor of the heavenly Tao, directly fostering his growth in cultivation and advancing his progress in various paths. Xiao Yuan estimated that the tremors of the heavenly Tao had spared him nearly 5 Yuan meetings of arduous training. If he so wished, at the very moment the merits of the heavenly Tao descended, he could have directly attempted to break through into the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. However, being of a prudent disposition, Xiao Yuan refrained from acting rashly, especially given that the second hexagram calculated by Fuxi had explicitly indicated potential upheavals upon his entry into the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Although Fuxi had arranged contingencies, Xiao Yuan still felt a twinge of unease. He resolved to elevate his 8-9 mysterious arts to a higher level and refine his spirit and mindset before proceeding. Soon, 5 myriad years passed. Xiao Yuan was nearly fully prepared. At that moment, a familiar mechanical voice echoed once more. Ding! The tribulation of the great Luo is imminent. Please make a choice. Choice 1. Immediately undergo the tribulation. Reward: indestructible golden body gold. Entry. Choice 2. Postpone the tribulation. Continue accumulating. Reward: power to shake the heavens gold. Entry. Indestructible golden body gold. Your physical strength is exceedingly formidable, comparable to that of the same realm of the Witch clan. Upon reaching a certain level of cultivation, your body will be able to withstand the innate spiritual treasures. Power to shake the heavens gold. Your strength is immensely powerful, far surpassing others of the same tier. Upon reaching a certain level of cultivation, you will possess the ability to shake the very heavens and earth. Xiao Yuan did not anticipate that he would trigger a system response at the threshold of his tribulation. For him, whether to undergo the tribulation immediately or to defer, it was of little consequence. Thus, the decision ultimately hinged on the nature of the offered entries. Both indestructible golden body and power to shake the heavens. Entries were previously encountered but had not been selected for various reasons. I choose one. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Yuan made his judicious choice. In comparison to the entry of power that can shake the heavens, the entry of immortal golden body is what Xiao Yuan currently desires. It pertains to the great Luo tribulation, and with the endorsement of immortal golden body, the difficulty of overcoming the great Luo thunder tribulation would significantly diminish. After making his choice, the familiar golden light flashed once more, vanishing into the center of Xiao Yuan's brow. He immediately felt a violent transformation occurring within his body. Externally, there appeared to be no difference, yet his physical strength had undeniably increased considerably. What astonished Xiao Yuan even more was that his 8-9 profound art had unexpectedly achieved a breakthrough with the aid of the entry. Previously, due to the assistance of the Tao of Virtue and 5,000 years of seclusion, Xiao Yuan had cultivated the 8-9 profound art to the 5th transformation. Now, with the support of the entry, he instantly stepped into the 6th transformation. This immortal golden body entry appears to be a unique attribute for cultivating the 8-9 profound art, and the two are remarkably compatible. At this moment, Xiao Yuan might even dare to withstand the onslaught of a treasure of the innate level. Chapter 41. The Demon Lord Bo Sun ascends to the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. After this interlude, Xiao Yuan began to disperse the beings on Yingzhou Island and started to harness the flow of energy. In an instant, dark clouds engulfed Yingzhou Island, with several thunder dragons swirling within. Such a commotion naturally attracted the attention of various factions in the East Sea. Is my junior brother about to face the great Luo tribulation? How swift indeed! Duo Bao couldn't help but exclaim. When Xiao Yuan first entered Kunlun Mountain, he was merely at the Xian Immortal Realm. Yet now he was on the verge of crossing into the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Your junior brother's tribulation is no trivial matter. It likely surpasses your own in difficulty. This thunder tribulation seems to be the 9-9 Dongxiao, Divine Yuan tribulation. Tong Tian remarked. The 9-9 Dongxiao, Divine Yuan tribulation? Duo Bao suddenly gasped. In the primordial world, 9-9 is the ultimate. When he faced his own tribulation, he encountered the 8-9 profound spirit Azure Yuan tribulation. In terms of might, it pales in comparison to the 9-9 Dongxiao Divine Yuan tribulation. Yet, even when facing the 8-9 profound spirit Azure Yuan tribulation, Duo Bao had nearly failed to overcome it. As the master and disciple conversed, a bolt of tribulation lightning had already descended from the tribulation clouds above Yingzhou Island. Xiao Yuan reveled in the tribulation lightning, emitting a contented moan, as though undergoing a form of electrotherapy. See, I was not mistaken. This lad quietly cultivated the 8-9 profound art to the 6th transformation. Tong Tian's lips twitched slightly. The 6th transformation of the 8-9 profound art? He has yet to reach that level. Is this fellow truly an anomaly? He excels at everything he studies. However, Duo Bao felt reassured at this moment. The 6th transformation of the 8-9 profound art was already sufficient to contend with the 9-9 Dongxiao, Divine Yuan tribulation. Soon, 81 bolts of tribulation lightning rained down. Xiao Yuan braced himself against them with his physical strength. Even though Xiao Yuan's physical prowess was exceptionally formidable, he still found himself in a rather precarious situation. He was grateful to have activated the immortal golden body entry before facing the tribulation, for without it, this challenge would not have been so easily surmountable. After the thunderous tribulation, the ominous clouds in the sky dissipated, yet the calamity was far from over. The thunderous tribulation was merely the first of the 3 tribulations of the Great Luo. Following the thunder, the second tribulation, the wind tribulation, would commence. The winds unleashed by this tribulation originate from the primordial gale within the chaos, capable of slicing through bone and marrow, striking directly at the soul. Compared to the thunderous trial, this wind tribulation proved to be even more formidable. However, Xiao Yuan was well prepared, having summoned the postnatal treasure, the soul-dispersing bell. Bestowed by the primordial one, this bell acts upon the soul. When struck, it can scatter an opponent's soul or even shatter it completely. During its creation, the primordial one infused it with a substantial amount of primordial gale. At this moment, the soul-dispersing bell hovered above Xiao Yuan's head, transforming the primordial gale within into a protective shield that safeguarded his soul. The winds unleashed by the wind tribulation could not penetrate the defenses of the soul-dispersing bell to extinguish Xiao Yuan's essence. It was a battle of magic against magic, yielding remarkable results. Thus, Xiao Yuan traversed this tribulation with relative ease. Next came the third tribulation, the heart demon tribulation. Xiao Yuan remained acutely vigilant. For the absence of the divinatory signs of Fuxi during the thunderous and wind trials indicated that the true challenge lay within the heart demon tribulation. Without hesitation, Xiao Yuan swallowed the 9 transformations tranquil heart pill. Waves of Taoist sounds enveloped his spirit. Yet, in the next moment, he felt a disorienting haze sweep over his consciousness, dragging his mind into despair. Young friend, a mere 9 transformations tranquil heart pill cannot hold back my presence. You were the one who ensured that the Xian turtle did not succumb to madness. This karmic debt is yours to repay. Come with me, Xiao Yuan exclaimed. When the world is happening, the 9 transformations tranquil heart pill is the strongest antidote against heart demons in the primordial realm. It is said that even heart demon kings on par with quasi-saints cannot breach its defenses. How can it be ineffective now? Before Xiao Yuan could fully grasp the situation, he noticed a massive hand reaching for him. A foreboding sense overcame him. If that hand grasped him, his fate would be sealed. Suddenly, a clear sound of a zither resonated, and a spectral figure appeared behind Xiao Yuan. It was Fuxi. At that moment, the hand's motion halted abruptly. Ba-sun, this primordial realm is not your playground. Begone. In that fleeting pause, a fierce sword light sliced through, severing the hand reaching for Xiao Yuan. A wave of relief washed over him as the oppressive force vanished in an instant. After the battle between the Tao and the demons in the primordial realm, the demon ancestor established the demon world based on the 12-petal world-destroying Black Lotus. Ba-sun, the sovereign of the demon world, held a status comparable to that of saints and was a daunting presence even to them. Xiao Yuan had not anticipated that such a formidable being would intervene during his great Luo thunder tribulation. Listening to the tone of Ba-sun, it seemed that he believed he had incurred a karmic consequence by aiding that mysterious tortoise. Fortunately, the esteemed Fuxi had foreseen this tribulation and made the necessary preparations, allowing his own mentor the time to come to his aid. Otherwise, today would have been dire indeed. Xiao Yuan could faintly hear an ethereal voice resonating. Young friend, consider yourself fortunate this time. There will be other opportunities. Xiao Yuan, wait, are you fixated on me, old man? Being targeted by the demon lord is quite a burden. Calm your thoughts. The voice of Tong Tian echoed once more in Xiao Yuan's ears. He dared not indulge in frivolous thoughts and immediately focused his mind. After Ba-sun was driven away, Xiao Yuan felt an unparalleled clarity descend upon his consciousness. Above his head blossomed 2 flowers, one of copper and the other of silver. Subsequently, a glimmer of light began to form within his Hunyuan palace, gradually taking shape. This light then floated out, transforming into a golden bud ready to bloom. Xiao Yuan, at that moment, felt a surge of anxiety. The bud had settled upon the copper and silver flowers, forming a triangular arrangement. With a resounding flourish, the bud began to unfurl, cascading brilliant radiance. The first bloom, the second bloom. As it progressed to the 8th bloom, the process was remarkably smooth and fluid. Yet, it did not end there. After the 8th bloom, another bud emerged, still awaiting its time. As moments passed, all 9 blooms unfurled. In the primordial realm, celestial melodies resonated as if celebrating this moment. The sight of 9 blooms unfolding stirred great excitement in Tong Tian. In the next instant, The gaze of the powerful beings of the primordial world turned toward Yingzhou Island. The upheaval of the cosmos could not escape their notice. These formidable entities were equally astonished. It had been ages since a being with 9 blooms had appeared in the primordial realm. At this moment, Xiao Yuan was too preoccupied to concern himself with the thoughts of others. Having just broken through, he began to solidify his newly attained realm. Huanxia promptly activated the most stringent defenses to protect Xiao Yuan's path. The entire Yingzhou Island fell into a profound silence, with no visitors daring to intrude at such a critical juncture. After 10 millennia, a surge of energy erupted from Yingzhou Island as Xiao Yuan solidified his realm and awakened. Chapter 42. The Dragon Clan's Gratitude, the true monarch of meritorious deeds in the North Sea. Xiao Yuan opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbidity. Having stepped into the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal, he now belonged to the echelon of formidable beings in the primordial world, endowed with a certain degree of authority. Moreover, he discovered that upon entering the great Luo Golden Immortal stage, his abilities seemed to have become more vibrant, and his efficiency heightened. Although breaking through to the great Luo Golden Immortal was a cause for celebration, the words left by Bo Sun lingered in his mind, causing him considerable distress. That old rascal was still oblivious to when he might re-emerge to confront him again. Truly a relentless nuisance. My lord, the flying fish Taoist from Wanling Island has come to visit. My lord, the esteemed Voucher from Black Skull Island has come to pay a visit. Without allowing Xiao Yuan much time for contemplation, the Red Flame Boy repeatedly brought forth announcements. The visitors were predominantly formidable figures from the EC. After Xiao Yuan successfully traversed the tribulation and blossomed into the 9th rank, the EC community erupted in excitement. To blossom at the 9th rank heralds boundless potential. Moreover, Xiao Yuan is a direct disciple of a sage. Upon learning of Xiao Yuan's emergence from seclusion, they all hurried to pay their respects, bringing congratulatory gifts in hopes of becoming familiar with him. Huanxia, as the chief steward of Yingzhou Island, graciously received these guests. In the present day, both Huanxia and the Mermaid clan were beaming with joy, with Xiao Yuan's 9th rank blossom marking his entrance into the realm of the Luo Golden Immortals. The entire primordial world was stirred. Countless races, weeping and clamoring, yearned to pledge their allegiance to Xiao Yuan, yet found no opportunity. The status of their mermaid clan also ascended alongside this rise, filling them with immense gratitude. Congratulations, my friend Xiao Yuan. Aoguang, representing the Dragon Clan, also arrived. Presently, Aoguang radiated joy, his face aglow with delight, and his gaze toward Xiao Yuan was filled with gratitude. This was due to a strategy proposed by Xiao Yuan, which enabled the Dragon Clan to assist the distressed beings of the primordial world during the collapse of Heaven's Pillar, thereby accruing a significant amount of merit. The karma weighing upon the Dragon Clan was thus reduced by nearly a third, instilling hope for the complete dissolution of their karma. Hence, upon Xiao Yuan's emergence from seclusion, Aoguang brought lavish gifts to express his thanks. Xiao Yuan was also taken aback by the generosity of the Dragon Clan. Aoguang presented over 20 innate spiritual treasures, including a low-grade innate spiritual treasure, the iron painting silver hook brush. Truly, the affluent are deserving of their wealth. My friend, you are exceedingly gracious. Xiao Yuan had not anticipated such a bountiful reward for merely suggesting an idea. Not all. It is entirely thanks to you that our Dragon Clan has managed to alleviate such a burden of karma, Aoguang replied with a smile. Whether innate spiritual treasures or innate spiritual artifacts, they are merely external possessions. If we can rid ourselves of all karma, then emptying the Dragon Clan as treasury would be a negligible matter, wouldn't you agree? By the way, I wonder if you possess further methods to eliminate karma. As long as you can share them, the rewards shall be substantial. Aoguang looked at Xiao Yuan with eager anticipation. Xiao Yuan thought to himself, you really believe I am the sage of ideas in the primordial world, don't you? My friend, the time is not yet ripe. When the moment is right, I shall certainly inform you, he said after a moment's contemplation. Well-versed in the developmental history of the primordial world, he could indeed discover ways to assist the Dragon Clan in eradicating their karma. Yet, as Xiao Yuan remarked, the time was not yet favorable. I understand. Aoguang nodded repeatedly. My lord, the virtuous true monarch from the North Sea has arrived. At that moment, the Red Flame Boy reported. Quickly, let him in. A smile spread across Xiao Yuan's face. Although the title of virtuous true monarch was unfamiliar, the aura he exuded was particularly recognizable to Xiao Yuan. Then, an elderly gentleman with a gentle countenance slowly entered. Upon seeing Xiao Yuan, he immediately paid his respects. "I have come to express my profound gratitude for your life-saving grace," he said. Ao Guang was taken aback by this. When the elder entered, Ao Guang could sense the formidable and vast aura emanating from him. Quasi-saint, undoubtedly a quasi-saint. Ao Guang was puzzled. The dragon clan is widespread across the seas, yet when did such a powerful quasi-saint emerge in the northern sea? Moreover, this esteemed being bowed deeply to Xiao Yuan upon entry, nearly causing Ao Guang's jaw to drop in astonishment. "Since you wish to receive guests, I shall take my leave." Ao Guang, displaying his discernment, bid farewell and departed. Xiao Yuan then invited the elder to take a seat. "You are too modest. I merely rendered a small service." The elder replied. This venerable figure was none other than the Northern Sea's mysterious tortoise, who had been granted guidance by Xiao Yuan, consequently preserving his life. During this time, the tortoise had solidified his cultivation, severed a corpse, and ascended to the realm of quasi-saint, becoming a formidable power in the primordial world. Grateful, the tortoise recognized that his current fortune was entirely due to Xiao Yuan's assistance, and thus he had come to express his thanks and fulfill his promise. "I have answered your call to serve the teachings of the Djiao," the tortoise stated solemnly. "My friend, you need only focus on your cultivation. When the time comes for my teachings to require your aid, we shall call upon you," Xiao Yuan replied with a cheerful smile. The tortoise had indeed honored his promise, validating Xiao Yuan's risk in saving his life from the schemes of Bo Sun. Naturally, given that the tortoise was a being of quasi-saint caliber, with the potential to become a top-tier powerhouse, Xiao Yuan would not treat him as mere livestock. Rather, he regarded him as a valuable asset to be utilized at the appropriate moment. "Rest assured, as long as you summon me, I shall certainly be there," the tortoise affirmed with a nod. After bidding farewell to the tortoise, Xiao Yuan proceeded directly to the Upper Clear Palace. As long as the threat of Bo Sun lingered, he could not find peace. "Are you here regarding Bo Sun?" Before Xiao Yuan could speak, Tong Tian interjected with a smile. Since Xiao Yuan's flowering at the 9th grade, Tong Tian had grown increasingly pleased with his disciple. "Master's calculations are truly remarkable," Xiao Yuan replied with a wry smile. "Though I am uncertain how you caught the attention of the Demon Lord, there is no need for excessive concern. The primordial realm has its rules. Though the Demon Lord is formidable, he cannot strike at will. The last time was during your tribulation, when he seized an opportunity. His previous scheme failed, and he paid a considerable price. Just ensure your mind remains clear and free from disturbance, and he shall find no chance to descend," Tong Tian advised. Upon hearing his master's words, Xiao Yuan felt considerably reassured. He had actually devised 2 strategies himself. The first was to keep sufficient 9-turn pure heart pills at hand, preventing any chance for demonic thoughts to invade, as long as it was not during a moment of heart demon tribulation. The 9-turn pure heart pills would suffice to guard against Bo Sun's descent. The second method involves accessing the entry 4 rock-solid heart, a term that possesses remarkable efficacy against inner demons. Had Xiao Yuan known he would be targeted by Poxin, he would have exchanged for the rock-solid heart entry at that time. However, regretting it now serves no purpose. After leaving the Shanqing Palace, Xiao Yuan did not assist the human race as his fellow disciples did. To him, accumulating merit is futile if one lacks the life to enjoy it. Until he eliminates this looming threat, he cannot find peace to pursue other endeavors. Upon returning to Yingzhou Island, Xiao Yuan began to seclude himself to delve into alchemy. In truth, had he wished, he could have easily procured several 9-turn pure heart pills for Shoyang Mountain, leveraging his connections, but Xiao Yuan preferred to avoid such complications. Moreover, he understood that favors diminish with use and must be wielded judiciously. A more compelling reason was that Xiao Yuan had gained the confidence to attempt crafting the 9-turn pills himself. He devoted 30,000 years on Yingzhou Island, diligently honing his alchemical skills. Chapter 43. The Overbearing 9-Turn Golden Pill. The benefits of cultivating a good relationship with the Dragon Clan soon became apparent. With just a word, the Dragon Clan promptly delivered the necessary alchemical materials. With their assistance, Xiao Yuan lacked for nothing in his 30,000 years of alchemical pursuits. Armed with the titles of Master of Alchemy and Heaven-Defying Comprehension, along with a significant advancement in his cultivation, he finally succeeded in refining the 9-turn pure heart pills. In his first furnace, he produced 5 pills of ordinary quality. Xiao Yuan immediately reflected on the issues encountered during the process and sought to improve. In the second furnace, he yielded 6 pills with a notable enhancement in quality, 2 of which were classified as superior pills. He continued to refine his techniques. By the third furnace, he achieved 8 pills, 5 of which were of superior quality. Satisfied with his progress, he decided to pause. Xiao, please deliver these 5 9-turn pure heart pills to the Dragon Palace and hand them over to the Dragon King. Xiao Yuan retrieved a pill bottle and placed the 5 ordinary 9-turn pure heart pills inside, instructing Qi Yin to run this errand. Although the Dragon Clan provided the materials without requesting anything in return, Xiao Yuan felt compelled to express his gratitude. 5 9-turn pure heart pills would be more than sufficient to offset the cost of those materials. Qi Yin, holding the 5 9-turn pure heart pills, approached the gates of the Dragon Palace. Despite being merely a youth, Ao Guang personally received him. Dragon King, my master has refined 5 9-turn pure heart pills and sent me to deliver them to you, Qi Yin announced, presenting the pill bottle. 9-turn pure heart pills. Ao Guang exclaimed, taken aback. Over the years, the Dragon Clan had supplied numerous materials to Yingzhou Island, all of which had passed through Ao Guang's hands. With his discerning eye, he naturally understood that Xiao Yuan was engaged in the study of alchemy. However, he never anticipated that Xiao Yuan could actually produce pills of the 9-turn caliber. Such high-tier pills are exceedingly rare, with only a handful capable of being refined in the vast wilderness. It is no exaggeration to say that, setting aside all other identities of Xiao Yuan, his ability to concoct the 9-turns immortal pill alone warrants the respect of quasi-saint powers. Ao Guang suddenly felt an increasing inscrutability surrounding Xiao Yuan, which only strengthened his resolve to cultivate a friendship with him. Meanwhile, Xiao Yuan carefully stored the remaining 9-turns tranquil heart pills, sufficient to meet his needs for a considerable duration. The lingering concerns regarding the demon lord's machinations no longer troubled him. Subsequently, Xiao Yuan retrieved a lotus seed, the chaos blue lotus seed bestowed upon him by the primordial one. Upon consumption, it grants the comprehension of a formidable divine power, truly a rare treasure in the primordial realm. The reason he had not previously refined it was due to his apprehension of squandering its potential. With resolve, Xiao Yuan opened his mouth and swallowed a whole. He then channeled his mana to commence the refining process, while the devour heaven and earth entry continuously trembled, evidently exerting its force. Thus, after 3,000 years, the Chaos Lotus Seed was entirely refined by Xiao Yuan. Within this seed lay a grand divine ability, the Blue Lotus Avatar. In the face of adversaries, it enables the manifestation of 8 avatars, each possessing 30% of the original strength. When combined in a formation, their might is indeed formidable. Moreover, this technique can also facilitate escape when fleeing. The avatars can confuse even a quasi-saint as to which is the true body. In addition to the Chaos Lotus Seed, Xiao Yuan possessed another remarkable treasure, the 9-turns golden pill, of which he had 2. These were gifts from his master uncle, and he had initially planned to consume them only after reaching the great Luo golden immortal stage. Now the time had come. Without hesitation, Xiao Yuan swallowed both 9-turns golden pills and devoted 10,000 years to their refinement. As a result, his aura surged significantly, reaching the mid-stage of the great Luo golden immortal realm. He also sensed the overwhelming prowess of the 9-turns golden pill. The 2 pills had saved him countless years of arduous cultivation. With a few more, his cultivation would surely ascend rapidly. In truth, given Xiao Yuan's current proficiency in alchemy, he could barely concoct the 9-turns golden pill. However, the true rarity of the 9-turns golden pill lies in its ingredients. The primary component is the Chaos Spirit Essence, an exceedingly rare substance, no less scarce than the Chaos Lotus Seed. It was only by a fortunate chance that the Primordial One acquired some. It is said that he managed to produce merely 2 batches of 9-turns golden pills, totaling 18. As eons passed, it is likely that he possesses very few of them now. Having concluded his seclusion, it was time to explore the primordial realm. Starting with the Fire Crow clan, Xiao Yuan murmured to himself. According to the information he received, the Fire Crow clan seemed to have faced considerable hardships in recent years. Their esteemed ancestor, Lai Yang, ultimately perished in the third war between the witch and the demon, which left Xiao Yuan feeling quite melancholic. After all, he had benefited from the Fire Crow clan, and their bloodline was not something he could easily forsake. Subsequently, Xiao Yuan rode the Blazing Beast towards the ancestral land of the Fire Crow clan. The speed of the Blazing Beast was remarkable, and during its time with Xiao Yuan, It had consumed a considerable amount of fine sustenance, elevating its cultivation to the late stage of the Tai golden immortal realm, not far from the pinnacle of that level. In merely 300 years, Xiao Yuan arrived at the ancestral land of the Fire Crow clan. Upon sensing the surroundings, his brow furrowed in concern. Compared to his previous visit, the number of fire crows in their ancestral land had diminished by nearly 80%, likely perishing during the calamity of the witch and demon. The Fire Crow clan was left with but a single existence at the Tai golden immortal level. Furthermore, Xiao Yuan detected the presence of other races within the ancestral grounds. Clearly, following the decline of the Fire Crow clan, even their sacred land was no longer secure. I am Xiao Yuan of the Fire Crow clan. If you are not of my kin, swiftly depart from our ancestral land, or face the consequences. His voice resonated throughout the ancestral grounds, accompanied by the aura of a mid-stage great Luo golden immortal. Upon sensing this formidable presence, the races and powerful beings that had occupied the ancestral land were struck with terror. Rest assured, esteemed elder, we shall vacate immediately. The groups hastily retreated from the ancestral grounds of the Fire Crow clan. Strangely, it was said that the ancestor of the Fire Crow clan had perished. Who was this great Luo golden immortal that had suddenly emerged? I have heard that a prodigy of the Fire Crow clan had become a disciple of the Supreme Saint. Surely this must be him. Wasn't he supposed to have a tenuous relationship with the Fire Crow clan? It seems the rumors were misguided. Regardless of the rumors, we must leave at once. As the various groups hurriedly departed, a commotion arose among the Fire Crows, and soon several of them flapped their wings toward Xiao Yuan, transforming into human forms upon landing before him. The foremost among them was Lai Yun, who had once crossed paths with Xiao Yuan. Compared to her previous spirited demeanor, she now appeared somewhat haggard, yet she had matured significantly. You have arrived. My grandfather foretold your return, and he was not mistaken, Lai Yun smiled, her worries dissipating at the sight of Xiao Yuan. Chapter 44. The Blood of the Phoenix, the Unification of Bloodlines. When Lai Yang insisted that Xiao Yuan accept the ancestral legacy, Lai Yun believed he was ungrateful and lacked devotion to the Fire Crow clan, unworthy of such a privilege. Yet now, she finally comprehended her grandfather's profound intentions. With Xiao Yuan present, the foundation of the Fire Crow clan could be safeguarded. Where lies the resting place of the ancestor? Xiao Yuan sighed. Follow me. Lai Yun led the way, guiding him deeper into the ancestral land, where many of the clan's forebears were interred. My grandfather led the elite of our Fire Crow clan to resist the witch army, leaving no remains. We can only erect a monument for him here, Lai Yun lamented. In the future, should the Fire Crow clan face any troubles, you may send word directly to me. Xiao Yuan stated. For now, this was all he could offer. Dear friend, this is a final request from my grandfather, entrusted to me for you. Lu Yun then produced a hexagonal crimson crystal, within which lay a drop of red liquid. Although it bore the marks of a sealing formation, a discerning observer would detect the pure essence of flame laws emanating from it. Enclosed within was a drop of primordial phoenix blood, an unexpected acquisition of my grandfather. He instructed that upon your return to the Fire Crow clan, this item should be placed into your hands. Lu Yun continued. Xiao Yuan remarked that old man, even until the end, was wary of me. He understood that should he ever become ungrateful and neglect to return to the Fire Crow clan, or fail to support them, this drop of primordial phoenix blood would remain forever beyond his reach. Nevertheless, Liu Yun's actions were justifiable. This item holds great significance for me. Thank you. I wish to seclude myself in the ancestral grounds of the Fire Crow clan. I kindly request you to find me a quiet chamber. Without further pleasantries, Xiao Yuan accepted the primordial phoenix blood. Very well, Lu Yun assented. Xiao Yuan immediately commenced his seclusion and cultivation with the primordial phoenix blood in hand. The primordial phoenix, the progenitor of the Phoenix clan, is among the most exceptional beings of the primal era, possessing chaotic root bones. Its blood is the essence of its being, exceedingly precious. While others might directly refine this drop of blood into cultivation resources, for Xiao Yuan, such an act would be the height of folly. He possessed the attribute bloodline plunder, allowing him to thoroughly refine and absorb the bloodline power contained within this drop. Although it would not directly enhance his strength, it would solidify his foundation, paving a smoother path for his cultivation journey. Previously, Xiao Yuan had contemplated using bloodline plunder to absorb the bloodlines of other beings to amplify his own bloodline power. However, after much consideration, he abandoned this notion due to concerns about bloodline contamination. While the potential for positive development through the absorption of foreign bloodlines was enticing, he feared that any associated taboos might lead to adverse effects, ultimately proving detrimental. Thus, Xiao Yuan approached the consumption of bloodlines with utmost caution. The primordial phoenix, being a divine phoenix, had a bloodline power akin to his own and shared the same fire path. Hence, enhancing his bloodline power with the primordial phoenix blood was most fitting. Moreover, he had a premonition that refining this drop of blood might elevate his root bones to the peak of innate levels. Without further hesitation, he activated the bloodline plunder attribute. 3,000 years later, within the ancestral grounds of the Fire Crow clan, waves of fiery red Dao rhythms began to permeate the air. This phenomenon brought immense comfort to the clan members, who found themselves immersed in this essence, even sensing a rise in their cultivation levels and the boiling vigor of their bloodline power. Luyan recognized that this was a result of Xiao Yuan refining the primordial phoenix blood. Without disturbing Xiao Yuan's cultivation, he urged the clan members to absorb the Dao rhythms to their fullest. Suddenly, an extraordinary event unfolded within the ancestral grounds of the Fire Crow clan. Centered around Xiao Yuan's seclusion, boundless flames swiftly spread forth. In the next moment, 3 blazing crimson apparitions materialized above the ancestral grounds of the Fire Crow clan. Lian instantly recognized the identities of these ethereal figures: the ancient fire god crow of the Fire Crow lineage, the 3-legged golden crow of the Sun Star, and the divine phoenix of the immortal volcano. All 3 possessed the essence of chaotic roots, embodying the most elite bloodlines of the primordial world. To Li Yun's astonishment, the 3 crimson phantoms began to intertwine and ultimately fused into one. Their union swiftly transformed into a colossal bird, a magnificent amalgamation of the ancient fire god crow, the 3-legged golden crow, and the divine phoenix. This majestic creature, while reminiscent of its progenitors, bore unique characteristics born from their synthesis. As it flapped its wings, a dazzling display of 7 colored flames erupted, resplendent and awe-inspiring. However, before long, the great bird vanished like a streak of light into the secluded chamber of Xiao Yuan, and the wondrous phenomena within the ancestral grounds of the Fire Crow clan dissipated, as if nothing had transpired. At that moment, Xiao Yuan, who had been in deep meditation, opened his eyes, a flicker of fiery brilliance flashing within them. During this period of seclusion, he had completely melded the bloodlines of the ancient fire god crow, the 3-legged golden crow, and the divine phoenix, forging a new lineage of power. His root essence had ascended to the pinnacle of innate levels. He marveled at the strength of a single drop of phoenix blood, which surpassed even that of the 5 golden crows lineage. Reflecting on this, he understood that the phoenix was a being of the Hunyuan golden immortal caliber, endowed with chaotic roots. In contrast, the smaller golden crows were merely at the great Luo level, with inferior root qualities. Their bloodlines had yet to undergo metamorphosis and merely reached the apex of innate roots, rendering them significantly less potent. Xiao Yuan felt a tinge of melancholy. Achieving the pinnacle of innate roots was already a formidable challenge, and he pondered how long it would take to reach the level of chaotic roots. If other beings were to learn of his predicament, they would surely be aghast. In the primordial realm, beings were born with predetermined roots, and enhancing them was an arduous task. None could traverse the shortcut that Xiao Yuan had discovered, and yet he remained unsatisfied. Determined, Xiao Yuan resolved to seek out additional bloodlines from the 3-legged golden crows and the Phoenix clan, particularly those of the chaotic root caliber. Though Dijuan, Tai, and the Phoenix had perished, remnants of their remains surely lingered. He would seek opportunities to uncover them in due time, without haste. As Xiao Yuan concluded his endeavors, he noticed Li Yun waiting outside. When they first met, Li Yun harbored thoughts of competing with Xiao Yuan, but that notion had since faded entirely. He recognized that he would forever hold Xiao Yuan in reverence. Within his secluded chamber, Xiao Yuan had left behind insights into the Dao, which the future outstanding members of the Fire Crow clan could enter and contemplate. He believed in repaying even the smallest kindness with great gratitude. The Fire Crow clan had bestowed upon him significant favors. Whether it was the ancestral legacy or the rare phoenix blood, both were treasures of immense value. Moreover, he had also absorbed the ancestral legacy, so it was only natural to compensate for it. Previously, his cultivation was insufficient, but now Xiao Yuan's cultivation had reached an adequate level. The lingering Dao rhyme he left behind even contained insights into the grand divine art of the heavenly fire funeral, undoubtedly requiring exceptional talent to grasp. In Chapter 45, Destiny's Chosen, the Shuampa Sacred Stone, aside from leaving a legacy, Xiao Yuan had lingered within the Fire Crow clan for nearly 5,000 years. During this period, he established a formidable array for the clan, one that even a being of the Daluo Golden Immortal caliber would find exceedingly difficult to breach. Concurrently, he crafted numerous spiritual treasures and elixirs for the Fire Crow clan, earning the profound gratitude of Lai Yun and the clan members. Once Xiao Yuan completed these endeavors, he prepared to depart. Lai Yun personally saw him off. As he was about to leave, her lips quivered, hesitating to voice her thoughts, ultimately saying nothing at all. In truth, she wished for Xiao Yuan to leave a legacy within the Fire Crow clan, having fully grasped her grandfather's well-meaning intentions. The clan's heritage, possessing a superior bloodline or lacking one, was fundamentally different. Perspectives varied, leading to differing interpretations of the same issue. As the current leader of the Fire Crow clan, Lai Yun bore the mission of revitalizing her people. She even pondered that a fleeting romance with Xiao Yuan would not be unwelcome. In the end, she refrained from pressuring him, aware that he harbored no such intentions and did not wish to jeopardize their bond. Xiao Yuan, too, discerned her thoughts. It seemed she had inherited her grandfather's disposition. During his recent stay, Lai Yun frequently appeared before him, yet he remained wholly absorbed in his pursuits. His heart was set on the Tao, especially with the impending calamity of the divine deification, leaving no room for distractions. Women, he believed, would only hinder his swiftness in drawing his blade. After departing from the Fire Crow clan, Xiao Yuan journeyed towards the Buzhou mountain. He had experienced the benefits of the Yuanfeng essence and sought to glean further insights. After all, both Dijuan and Tai had perished there. The Buzhou mountain now lay in ruins, a landscape of shattered remnants. Additionally, due to its location at the epicenter of the war of gods and demons, the area was rife with karmic burdens, the miasma of which was uncertain in its duration to dissipate. Xiao Yuan scoured the vicinity, but ultimately returned empty-handed. Considering the time elapsed since the war of gods and demons, it was reasonable that any treasures would have already been claimed, leaving little for him to discover. However, he did not feel disheartened. Instead, he rode the blazing beast, continuing his explorations in the primordial wilderness, gathering various spiritual entities. Fortune's favor. You are blessed by fate, favored by the heavenly Tao, and guided by celestial insights, leading you to a worthy disciple. As Xiao Yuan collected spiritual entities, the fortune's favor attribute frequently refreshed, directing him to various treasures. Then, it refreshed once more. This time, it was neither a spiritual entity nor a treasure. Had the heavenly Tao gifted him a disciple? Xiao Yuan's expression turned peculiar. In the primordial realm, the master-disciple relationship was the most profound connection, sharing both fortune and misfortune. When a great power seeks to recruit a personal disciple, it is essential to be guided by the heavenly secrets. Xiao Yuan never anticipated that one day the guidance for accepting disciples would fall upon him. With the heavenly secrets at his disposal, he was naturally inclined to investigate. Soon, Xiao Yuan arrived at the site of the guidance, only to discover that it was a settlement of the human race. Ever since the creation of humanity by Nuwa, they have garnered the attention of various forces in the primordial realm. Later, Laozi established the human teachings, passing down the golden elixir path, which elevated the reputation of humanity once again. Unfortunately, the demon race, in their quest to forge the slaughter witch sword, committed mass atrocities against humanity, resulting in nearly 80% of the human population being slaughtered, causing what little resurgence they had to once again decline. In the present day, humanity is but a small tribe within the primordial realm. However, Xiao Yuan knew that humanity was destined to be the protagonist of the primordial world. With the assistance of the heavenly path and the backing of the 6 saints of the primordial realm, it would be exceedingly difficult for humanity not to thrive. In the future development of the primordial realm, they would surpass both the witch and demon races in terms of foundation. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, each possessing peak quasi-saint combat power, with the 3 sovereigns holding positions that could rival the saints. Oh, is that a familiar presence? Xiao Yuan sensed an aura within this gathering place of humans, slightly taken aback. He did not conceal his aura as he descended on the blazing beast, naturally drawing the attention of the humans present. Might I inquire about the esteemed elder's purpose in our spirit healer tribe? A brave human inquired. However, before he could finish, a voice filled with excitement rang out. Ming Ling pays respects to the master. The speaker was an elderly human clad in white robes, exuding an air of authority. Yet upon seeing Xiao Yuan, the elder respectfully bowed in greeting. This Mingling was one of the 10 named disciples Xiao Yuan had taken during his travels through the primordial realm to spread the art of healing. After Xiao Yuan had dispersed them, Mingling established the Spirit Healer Tribe, imparting the art of healing. Today, the Spirit Healer Tribe enjoys a remarkable reputation among the human race, with many humans and even beings from other races seeking their medical expertise. Rise. It seems you have truly taken my words to heart and have made commendable progress in your studies of healing, Xiao Yuan said with a warm smile. These were not mere platitudes, they were sincere praises. After imparting knowledge to those 10 disciples, Xiao Yuan had taken a hands-off approach. Over the years, the merits accrued from the transmission of healing arts had been ceaseless, a testament to the efforts of his disciples. Furthermore, Xiao Yuan could discern Mingling's true state with a glance, knowing that he had shown no signs of neglect, and that the Spirit Healer Tribe had been established quite commendably. I have followed the heavenly guidance, and am destined to witness the emergence of a personal disciple here. Hence I have come to see, Xiao Yuan stated. Upon hearing this, Mingling felt a wave of envy, though it was merely that envy. He understood that being accepted as a named disciple under such a master was already an immense stroke of fortune, and he dared not wish for more. Subsequently, under Mingling's guidance, Xiao Yuan stepped into the Spirit Healer Tribe. Teacher, before us stands a remarkable tree, one that has thrived in this land for ages. The radiance emanating from this extraordinary tree possesses remarkable efficacy in healing wounds and dispelling karmic burdens. It was precisely for this reason that I chose to establish the Spirit Healer Department here. Mingling gestured towards the tree ahead. This tree, substantial in size, would require the embrace of at least 100 individuals, its verdant foliage soaring gracefully above, with branches and leaves that appear as solid and vigorous as a coiling dragon. Just as Mingling described, the tree exudes beams of white light, and under this luminous glow, one cannot help but feel a comforting warmth enveloping the body. Xiao Yuan immediately discerned that this was indeed his destined and cherished disciple. Yet, more accurately, the true essence of his prized disciple was not the tree itself, but rather a mysterious entity concealed within its embrace. The spirit tree obscured its aura, rendering it difficult for others to perceive. However, with Xiao Yuan's profound cultivation, he was naturally able to detect this subtle hint. Furthermore, he recognized the entity's origins. The concealed being within the tree was the chaos spirit object, the Xian sacred stone. Legends speak of this artifact as being birthed from the primordial chaos, endowed with the power to heal all afflictions. Such a spiritual object is undoubtedly as valuable as the chaos lotus seed. Had it not been for the tree's ability to shroud its essence, it would have likely been seized by other formidable beings long ago. Moreover, it was due to the tree's protective concealment that the Xian sacred stone was able to awaken a flicker of sentience. Xiao Yuan could ascertain that if the Xian sacred stone were to take form, its potential would be exceptional, possibly possessing the roots of chaos from birth. Yet, it remained in a nascent stage, not yet ready to manifest. Mingling, I intend to stay with your Spirit Healer Tribe for a while, Xiao Yuan contemplated before speaking. A disciple of such rare caliber is indeed a treasure. Should I be able to take him under my wing, it would be a splendid affair. He planned to remain in the Spirit Healer Tribe for some time to impart teachings to the Xian sacred stone. In simpler terms, he would be conducting prenatal education, laying a solid foundation for the stone, aiding its eventual transformation. Upon hearing Xiao Yuan's words, Mingling was overwhelmed with joy. If his teacher could stay within the Spirit Healer Tribe, any future dilemmas could be readily addressed, and even the slightest insight from his teacher would be immensely beneficial. Mingling took great care to ensure that the members of the Spirit Healer Tribe did not disturb Xiao Yuan. Thus, Xiao Yuan settled comfortably within the tribe. Besides his quiet contemplation, he often shared teachings with the Xian sacred stone, allowing Mingling and the Spirit Healer Tribe to benefit from this enlightenment. Moreover, as Xiao Yuan did not deliberately conceal his endeavors, the 9 other named disciples he had previously accepted became aware of his presence in the Spirit Healer Tribe and came to pay their respects one after another. Xiao Yuan generously offered guidance for their cultivation. Time passed, and nearly 10,000 years went by. The news of a transcendent master residing within the Spirit Healer Tribe spread far and wide. Although numerous beings have come seeking his presence, they dared not disturb him excessively. Master, I am the ancestor of the human race, Xiao Yuan, and I wish to meet you. At that moment, as Xiao Yuan Qing was in meditation, Mingling entered to deliver the message. Xiao Yuan was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. The human race venerates three ancestors, Suiren, Zi, and Yu Chao. Suiren discovered how to create fire through friction, which facilitated cooking and drove away wild beasts. Yu Chao constructed shelters, providing the human race with a refuge. Zi invented clothing, enabling humans to resist the harsh cold. Each of these ancestors contributed significantly to the human race, earning them high esteem within their community. Please come in. Xiao Yuan had not anticipated that he would attract a visit from an ancestor. Naturally, he did not put on airs. The human race is destined to be the protagonists of the future, and the status of the ancestors will only rise. Thus, forging a good relationship with them would be advantageous. The ancestor Suiren appeared to be a robust, middle-aged man clad in animal skins, with bright, piercing eyes and an aura of virtuous light surrounding him. Xiao Yuan immediately discerned that this ancestor had attained the late stage of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. "You are too kind, ancestor," Xiao Yuan remarked with a smile. "What brings you to seek my counsel?" Suiren, feeling a sense of relief at Xiao Yuan's amiable demeanor, replied candidly, "Master, our human race is frail and struggles to survive in the wilderness. We seek your guidance to escape our current plight." He spoke with earnest sincerity. The human race, born into the wilderness, lacks the strength and advantages of claws and fangs, making survival arduous. Especially after the demon race slaughtered humans to forge the slaughtering witch blade, the human race has yet to recover its vitality. The three ancestors have devoted themselves to the development of humanity, and although they have sought aid from many immortal mountains, none have come to their assistance. Upon hearing of the esteemed healer residing in the spiritual medicine department, Suiren personally came to explore this opportunity, unwilling to let any chance slip by. Upon hearing Suiren's words, Xiao Yuan fell into contemplation. The rise of the human race is a decree of the heavenly Tao, orchestrated by the six saints. Their fervent involvement stems from the merit and rewards they can gain while assisting the human race in its ascent, as well as the potential to share in its fortunes. It appears that the heavenly Tao has yet to provide guidance. Xiao Yuan believed that by participating in the plan for the rise of the human race at this juncture, he would undoubtedly gain a significant advantage, allowing the Jie to secure a favorable position. After pondering for a while, Xiao Yuan resolved to seize the opportunity before him. To abstain would be sheer folly, even if other saints or sects were to hold him accountable later. He could argue that he had merely responded to a request from an ancestor. "Ancestor, what challenges does the human race currently face?" Xiao Yuan inquired. Upon hearing his question, a look of joy spread across Suiren's face. The very fact that Xiao Yuan had asked indicated his willingness to assist the human race in resolving its troubles. The revered ancestor of medicine, our human race currently confronts two pressing issues. Suiren, having calmed his emotions, spoke slowly. Firstly, our people frequently suffer assault from other beings, resulting in heavy casualties. Secondly, our clan faces a dire scarcity of food. We rely on hunting for sustenance, yet it is perilous, often leading to the loss of our kinsmen. Should the esteemed ancestor be willing to lend us a hand, our lineage would be forever devoted in gratitude. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuan had already formulated a plan. After a moment, he said, "To address the challenges confronting our race, I propose enhancing our weaponry and equipment. I am willing to impart more advanced forging techniques to our people. Furthermore, I shall assist in cultivating suitable crops for consumption. With these crops, we can alleviate the issue of food scarcity." "Thank you, esteemed ancestor," Suiren exclaimed, preparing to bow deeply in gratitude. After all these years, someone has finally offered genuine assistance to our people, truly committed to resolving our dilemmas. Suiren, being a man of discernment, understood the profound significance of Xiao Yuan's proposed solutions for the human race. Moreover, if the ancestor is willing, I can gather some fellow disciples and acquaintances to further support our people. Xiao Yuan continued after a moment's reflection. "Since I have already intervened, it would not be fitting for me to reap the benefits alone. Involving disciples from the Jie Sect early on would be immensely beneficial." Suiren trembled with emotion, tears welling in his eyes. Today, he had indeed encountered a benefactor. There is no need for thanks, as my assistance to the human race is driven by mutual benefit. We each seek what we desire, Xiao Yuan stated candidly, laying everything bare to avoid any future misunderstandings should the human race prosper. With such support from the revered ancestor, our people may claim what is rightfully ours, even if it costs me my life. Suiren declared with great enthusiasm. "Prepare swiftly. I shall now send word to my fellow disciples and acquaintances to come forth, Xiao Yuan instructed. Very well. Swearin promptly departed, hurrying to make preparations. Upon his return, he immediately convened a grand assembly of the human race's leaders. When they learned of Xiao Yuan's willingness to assist, the powerful members of the human race erupted in fervor. Some even moved to tears. The human race acted swiftly, promptly sending a contingent of elite individuals to learn the arts of forging and agriculture from Xiao Yuan. In turn, Xiao Yuan quickly communicated with his familiar disciples, and after some contemplation, he also sent a message to the Dragon King Ao Guang. The Dragon Clan had treated him well, and their generosity was notable. Xiao Yuan did not mind sharing a bit of fortune with them. Chapter 47. Guided by the way of heaven, the human race shall flourish. Xiao Yuan's communication was, of course, quite successful, yet upon learning the content of his message, the treasures were left perplexed. They could not fathom why Xiao Yuan had suddenly taken an interest in the human race and instructed them to lead elite disciples of the Jie Sect to assist them. Eldest brother, since brother Xiao Yuan has sent a message, it must carry significant meaning, Zhao Gongming remarked. He and the three Xiao sisters are steadfast allies of Xiao Yuan. Whatever Xiao Yuan says, they will undoubtedly believe. I am well aware that my junior brother Xiao Yuan does not speak frivolously, but to gather the direct disciples and elite members of the Jie Sect to venture into the realm of humanity, I must first seek guidance from our master, Duo Bao chuckled. Naturally, Zhao Gongming and the others had no objections to this. Duo Bao promptly entered the Shangqing Palace to explain the situation to Tong Tian. The realm of humanity? Upon hearing this, Tong Tian frowned slightly. The realm of humanity is indeed quite unique, especially with regard to the involvement of two saints, the mother Nuwa and my elder brother, the Taiji saint. Their ascension to sainthood is closely linked to the realm of humanity. However, thereafter, the realm of humanity did not exhibit any remarkable performances, and there were not many powerful beings who paid attention to it. Your junior brother is steady in his actions. There is indeed rationale behind his decisions. Moreover, that lad has always been clever, having thoroughly absorbed the true teachings of his friend Fuxi, and has mastered the art of divination. Perhaps he has inadvertently glimpsed some heavenly secrets. You may proceed. Tong Tian then smiled again. Certainly. Duo Bao immediately agreed and departed Jinao Island with the direct disciples and elite members of the Jie Sect, numbering nearly 100. Simultaneously, Xiao Yuan's message reached Ao Guang. Unsure of how to proceed, Ao Guang sought counsel from the ancestral elder of the Dragon Clan, Ao Kun. Elder, my friend Xiao Yuan has sent a message urging me to lead 3,000 elite dragons to assist the realm of humanity. Xiao Yuan is a friend who values loyalty. Since he has spoken, it is surely of great importance. You must quickly assemble the 3,000 elite members to assist. Ao Kun promptly issued the order. After receiving the command, Ao Guang sprang into action. 300 years later, the disciples of the Jie Sect and the Dragon Clan arrived together at the Spirit Medicine Tribe. By coincidence, they encountered each other on the road, and upon exchanging pleasantries, they realized they were both summoned by Xiao Yuan, thus deciding to journey together. Brother Duo Bao, friend Ao Guang, you have arrived quite swiftly, Xiao Yuan remarked upon seeing them. My junior brother sent a message. We naturally cannot be negligent. We have come with our master's consent, Duo Bao replied with a smile. Xiao Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. His elder brother indeed acted with meticulousness. He had never contemplated concealing anything from his master, for should any mishap occur, it would be his master who would bear the brunt of it. Brother Duo Bao, instruct the brothers to disperse into the various tribes of humanity and offer assistance in their own ways, Xiao Yuan advised. Understood. Duo Bao complied without hesitation, not even inquiring about Xiao Yuan's reasoning for such actions. His trust in Xiao Yuan was absolute. In truth, it was not that Xiao Yuan was unwilling to explain, but rather he feared the leakage of sensitive information. Those powerful beings and saints possess unpredictable abilities. Caution is essential. Before long, under Duo Bao's guidance, the disciples of the Jie Sect spread out, dispersing into the various tribes of humanity. Friend Xiao Yuan, how should our Dragon Clan proceed? Ao Guang inquired. Looking toward Xiao Yuan, my friend, the Dragon Clan shall take charge of regulating the water veins of humanity. There will surely be rewards in due time, Xiao Yuan replied. Upon hearing this, Ao Guang stroked his long beard, a smile instantly gracing his face. He was astute and understood the implications of Xiao Yuan's words. This has further motivated Ao Guang. Leading 3,000 elite members of the Dragon Clan, he departed grandly from the Spirit Medicine Division. embarking on the task of regulating the water veins of the human tribes, orchestrating the clouds and rain, ensuring favorable weather conditions. Naturally, the commotion stirred up by the disciples of the Jie and the Dragon Clan was considerable, given that the elite of Jie had been mobilized. However, upon witnessing the actions of these disciples, many were left perplexed. Was Jie merely idle? Why suddenly involve themselves in a small tribe? After a brief period of observation, their interest waned. Time flew by, and nearly 50,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. With the assistance of the Jie disciples and the Dragon Clan, the human race flourished, exhibiting a spirit of vigor and positivity. Although, to this day, neither the disciples of Jie nor the Dragon Clan had received any substantial reward. They remained diligent and devoted, for their faith in Xiao Yuan was unwavering. Xiao Yuan continued to reside within the Spirit Medicine Division, occupied with numerous endeavors. He aided the human race in cultivating weaponsmiths, fostering new crops, teaching agricultural practices, disseminating medical knowledge, and mentoring his beloved disciple. Despite the multitude of tasks, everything was orderly, providing Xiao Yuan with a sense of fulfillment. Notably, as various initiatives unfolded within the human race, the three ancestral figures of humanity expressed their gratitude towards Xiao Yuan, extensively spreading his noble reputation among the populace, even erecting a statue in his honor, which became an object of veneration. Xiao Yuan could distinctly sense the gathering aura of incense around him, leaving him somewhat speechless. Boom! Just as the primordial world basked in serene weather and orderly development, a sudden dull rumble echoed from the heavens, followed by a burst of golden light that stirred the formidable beings of the primordial realm, including the saints, as they perceived the presence of the heavenly Tao. It seemed the heavenly Tao was about to issue guidance once more. Judging by the intensity, this guidance promised to be extraordinary. In the next moment, the golden light dispersed, and the heavenly Tao's guidance descended. However, as this guidance fell, all the mighty beings and saints of the primordial realm exhibited expressions of astonishment. The decree of the heavenly Tao declared the human race as the protagonists of the primordial world. This was the new directive from the heavenly Tao, leaving the mighty beings somewhat bewildered and caught off guard. Yet, upon reflecting on the unique attributes of the human race, it seemed somewhat justifiable. They all regretted not paying closer attention to the humans. In light of such a significant matter concerning the establishment of the human race as the protagonists, the 6 saints of the primordial realm gathered in unity. Tontian, you must have known the contents of the heavenly Tao's guidance long ago. Otherwise, how could you have dispatched your disciples to assist the human race? Tontian, you have indeed seized the initiative. Congratulations. Jie expressed his sincere envy, recognizing that Jie had strategically positioned itself ahead of the game. One must not underestimate this advantage, as it could lead to great accomplishments. Simultaneously, his words were subtly planting seeds of thought in Laozi and Yuanshi's minds. After all, they were still brothers. No good fortune seems to be thought of for your 2 elder brothers. The bond among you siblings appears rather lackluster. At this moment, both Laozi and Yuanshi cast their gazes towards Tong Tian, their expressions quite intricate. You jest, my friend, Tong Tian remarked. We are all saints here, since you are aware. How could I possibly glimpse the heavenly secrets? This is merely a fortunate encounter for my disciple, guided by the insights of my fellow Taoist Fushi. My disciple, possessing a benevolent heart, merely wished to share this experience with his brothers. I had not firmly decided upon this matter and merely followed their whimsy, not anticipating that the human race truly harbored such mysteries. Chapter 48. The 6 saints divide the fate. The mysterious soul takes form. At this moment, Tongtian's emotions were indeed tumultuous. He never imagined that the human race would receive the support of the heavenly Tao and emerge as the destined protagonists of the primordial world. He had thought that Xiao Yuan's actions were merely trifling, yet the outcome was far more significant than he had envisioned. Upon hearing Tongtian's words, both Laozi and Yuanshi's expressions softened somewhat. Subsequently, the 6 saints began deliberating the support of the human race as the protagonists of the primordial world. What they termed a discussion was, in essence, a division of interests. The rise of the human race would inevitably be accompanied by great fortune and immense merit. Such vast fortunes are coveted by all saints. Ultimately, the heavenly Tao established the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors for the allocation of fate. The 3 teachings of the mysterious gate were allotted the fortunes of the 3 sovereigns, while the Western teachings received those of the 5 emperors. As for Nuwa, being the mother of humanity, she naturally accrued fortunes effortlessly and did not involve herself in the competition for the fortunes of the major sections. This method of distribution was evident to all discerning individuals, as the three teachings of the mysterious gate clearly held the lion's share. After all, the combined fortunes of the 5 emperors could only rival that of a single human emperor. Thus, the fortunes held by the mysterious gate were thrice those of the Western teachings. However, with the mysterious gate's overwhelming power and stronghold in the East, even if the 2 saints of the Western teachings were dissatisfied, they had no choice but to acquiesce. I propose that until the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors are established, no one shall involve themselves in matters concerning the human race, nor shall anyone privately share in the fortunes of humanity. Jie Sect interjected at this moment. The gazes of all the saints instantly converged upon Tong Tian. Among the 6 saints, the Jie Sect had inadvertently gained an advantage. If they were allowed to continue extracting fortunes from the human race, it would surely be detrimental to the others. I have no objections, Tong Tian replied without hesitation. The affairs of the human race are of great significance. They had already prepared for the division of interests, and if the Jie Sect continued to benefit, it would likely offend the other saints. At the moment, the heavenly Tao designated the human race as the protagonists of the primordial world. The heavens above burst forth with streams of golden light, transforming into merit that descended. All disciples of the Jie Sect, along with the Dragon Clan, reaped rewards at this instant. After all, during this period, they had provided substantial assistance to the human race, which was deeply grateful for their kindness. Many disciples of the Jie Sect advanced significantly in their cultivation due to this merit. The eldest disciple of the Jie Sect, Dao Bao, even utilized this fortune to sever the good corpse and step into the quasi-saint realm. Consequently, the fortunes of the Jie Sect surged significantly, causing a twinge of envy among the other saints. The achievements of the Dragon Clan are equally commendable. Their recent venture into the realm of humanity has halved their accumulated karma through the acquisition of merit. The complete eradication of all karmic burdens is now within reach. Undoubtedly, the foremost beneficiary of this endeavor is Xiao Yuan. As the leader of this initiative, he has been honored with tributes from the human race, thus receiving the greatest measure of merit. Xiao Yuan believes that should he refine the merit obtained, the culmination of his journey towards the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal will not be far off. Furthermore, his bond with humanity is irrevocable. As the human race flourishes, the fortune and merit bestowed upon him will be substantial. Xiao Yuan has essentially forged a stable path to continuously accrue merit and fortune. At this juncture, the decree from Tong Tian was issued, instructing the disciples of the Jie Sect to cease their activities and withdraw from the human realm. Duo Bao and Xiao Yuan immediately complied, gathering the Jie Sect disciples and the members of the Dragon Clan, not daring to exhibit any negligence. Xiao Yuan, my friend, we have already secured an advantage among the humans. Why not press on? Au guan la mente. Having tasted the sweetness of success, he yearned to continue, believing that if they persisted, the Dragon Clan could easily eliminate all of their karmic burdens. This opportunity was too rare to let slip away, and he was eager to seize it. Xiao Yuan exclaimed, "What a daring fellow! This old Dragon King has quite the audacity to fish in the pot of the saints. He truly fears nothing. Ao Guang, one must not be too greedy. The human race has been designated as the future protagonists of the primordial chaos. Engaging in the power struggles amongst the saints could leave your Dragon Clan in utter ruin," he cautioned. Instantly, Ao Guang recoiled, visibly alarmed, and became enlightened by the warning. "You speak wisely. I have been foolish," he conceded. Duo Bao and the other Jie Sect disciples expressed their gratitude to Xiao Yuan, vowing to remember his kindness. Subsequently, Duo Bao led the Jie Sect disciples away, while Ao Guang departed with the elite of the Dragon Clan. As for Xiao Yuan, he continued his prenatal education for his destined eldest disciple. According to his predictions, the day when the Xian sacred stone takes form is not far off. 10,000 years later, atop the spirit healer tribe, brilliant rays of light erupted, heralding the arrival of auspicious purple energy and extraordinary phenomena. In the heavens, calamity clouds gathered ominously. At this moment, Xiao Yuan opened his eyes, a smile gracing his face. After a long wait, today had finally arrived. Before him emerged a milky white stone, escaping from the colossal spirit wood, now exposed beneath the calamity clouds. Thunder rumbled. A bolt of lightning struck instantaneously. As the heavenly rules matured, the primordial world witnessed the manifestation of transformation tribulations. those of exceptional talent would inevitably face these trials. Unlike Xiao Yuan, who had no opportunity to endure the transformation tribulation due to his previously inadequate aptitude, the Xian sacred stone, a chaotic spiritual entity, would invoke a formidable transformation thunder calamity. A total of 81 tribulation bolts descended, each more powerful than the last. Upon crossing the 8th tribulation bolt, Xiao Yuan's brow furrowed slightly. With his keen perception, he discerned that his disciple had likely reached the point of depletion, unable to withstand the 81st thunder tribulation. The chaotic spiritual entity had evidently crossed that crucial threshold. Xiao Yuan murmured to himself. He had previously heard a rumor that the primordial world had its limitations in what it could sustain. For instance, treasures of chaos, such as the chaotic spiritual artifacts, were incapable of existing within the primordial realm. Thus, the Tao ancestor had yet to restore the fragments of the creation jade disk, not due to inability, but because the heavenly law forbade it. Furthermore, the 24-petal creation azure lotus could not coexist within the primordial world, having disintegrated into 3 superior innate spiritual treasures. Now, the transformation of the Xian sacred stone also exceeded the tolerable limits of the primordial heavenly path. Xiao Yuan promptly intervened, dispersing the tribulation clouds, preventing the final bolt of thunder from striking. In the instant the clouds dissipated, beams of white radiance descended, illuminating the Xian sacred stone, which immediately transformed into a finely crafted young boy. Upon seeing Xiao Yuan, the boy gracefully bowed. Xian pays respects to the master. Although he had not yet taken form, he possessed intelligence and was aware of Xiao Yuan's teachings and protection. Rise, Xiao Yuan said with a warm smile. He could immediately perceive that his disciple possessed extraordinary talent, having the cultivation of a mid-level golden immortal upon transformation, endowed with exceptional innate roots. If he were to survive the final tribulation, Xian might be born with chaotic roots. To safeguard his disciple, Xiao Yuan had to disrupt the tribulation clouds, creating a flaw in his foundation. However, there would still be opportunities in the future to mend this foundation. From now on, you shall be my foremost direct disciple. I bestow upon you the void treasure mirror for your protection. Xiao Yuan projected a glimmer of spiritual light, which landed before Xian Pe. Chapter 49, Late Stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, Kong Xian's Visit. The void treasure mirror is a superior, innate spiritual treasure, granted by Tong Tian when Xiao Yuan became his direct disciple. Now, with Xiao Yuan's significant increase in strength, even ordinary quasi-sages could not catch up to him with the power of sword escape, rendering the mirror's utility somewhat diminished. Moreover, Xiao Yuan possessed an abundance of innate treasures, so bestowing the void treasure mirror upon his beloved disciple did not cause him any distress. Thank you, Master. Xian Pe expressed his gratitude repeatedly. Let's depart. Xiao Yuan summoned the flame-treading beast, taking his disciple and the young boy back to the Eastern Sea. His first stop was not Ningzhou Island, but rather Penglai. As a direct disciple of the Jijiao, it was customary to pay respects to his own master. You performed admirably in this matter. I owe you my gratitude. Tong Tian remarked with a smile upon seeing Xiao Yuan, clearly in high spirits. After all, gaining a strategic advantage for the human race held immense significance and benefits. Speak. What reward do you desire? Tong Tian was keen to reward merit, allowing Xiao Yuan to voice his request. Does the master have any 9 revolutions golden pills left? How about 3 to 5 of them? Xiao Yuan inquired, savoring the memory of the 9 revolutions golden pills effects. If he possessed sufficient 9 turns golden elixirs, he would have undoubtedly ascended to a higher realm long ago. Do you think the 9 turns golden elixir is merely a trifling item, just a few pieces? Did your master not grant you 2 previously? Tong Tian remarked with irritation. Consuming them has indeed expedited my cultivation. Xiao Yuan replied meekly. I only have 1 left. Very well, I shall bestow it upon you. Tong Tian sighed, then waved his sleeve, causing a jade vial to fall before Xiao Yuan. The 9 turns golden elixir is a rare treasure, limited in number. If others were to request one from Tong Tian, he would undoubtedly refuse. However, when it comes to Xiao Yuan, his most cherished disciple, he could not help but part with it. Thank you, master. Xiao Yuan quickly tucked the jade vial into his sleeve, pleasantly surprised to discover that his teacher had indeed kept some in reserve. With this 9 turns golden elixir, combined with the merits he previously acquired, his advancement to the late stage of the great Luo golden immortal realm was virtually assured. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Yuan called out, Xianhua, why do you not promptly pay your respects to your grandmaster? I pay my respects to grandmaster. Xianhua, being quite astute, stepped forward to perform a grand ceremony, displaying admirable obedience. You have acquired a fine disciple indeed. Tong Tian chuckled, as a radiant light descended before Xianhua. I bestow upon you a premier formation plate for your protection. A premier formation plate is on par with innate treasures. And even Tong Tian, despite his status as a sage, has crafted but a few. His gift to Xianhua stemmed from affection for Xiao Yuan. Moreover, the merits Xiao Yuan had earned were not to be compensated by merely 1/9 turns golden elixir, so he generously conferred benefits upon Xianhua. Thank you, Grandmaster. Xianhua expressed his gratitude immediately. After receiving his reward, Xiao Yuan departed with Xianhua, returning to Yingzhou Island. Xiao Yuan instructed Huan Sha to accommodate Xianhua, then commenced a period of seclusion. 30,000 years later, a surge of energy emanated from Yingzhou Island as Xiao Yuan, utilizing the power of merit in the 9 turns golden elixir, successfully advanced to the late stage of the great Luo golden immortal realm. His speed of breakthrough was unparalleled within the vast wilderness. From his initial ascent to the great Luo golden immortal realm to the late stage, it scarcely took 2 Yuan meetings. Shortly after emerging from seclusion, Ao Guang came to pay a visit. For Xiao Yuan's assistance in alleviating the dragon clan's karma warranted their gratitude. Thus, Ao Guang brought an abundant array of spiritual treasures. Xiao Yuan graciously accepted without pretense. Not long after Ao Guang departed, Xiao Yuan sensed a formidable presence approaching from beyond Yingzhou Island. The newcomer was a striking young man clad in resplendent 5-colored garments. Though the youth's aura was restrained, he exuded an air of profound depth. Xiao Yuan could instantly discern that he was a formidable power at the quasi-saint level. It was Kong Xian of the Feng clan who had come to pay a visit. Upon hearing this name, Xiao Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Kong Xian of the Feng clan, a renowned figure in the wilderness, was the son of the primordial phoenix. Kong Xian's most celebrated divine ability was the 5-color divine light, reputed to be capable of brushing aside any object within the 5 elements. Throughout the primordial chaos, it seems that only a sage dares to declare their transcendence beyond the 5 elements. Kong Xian, endowed with extraordinary talents and formidable strength, possesses an impressive record of engaging in combat with sages without suffering defeat. Esteemed friend, please enter. Xiao Yuan personally welcomed Kong Xian into the confines of Yingzhou Island. Xiao Yuan, I apologize for the abrupt visit. I hope you will not take offense, Kong Xian said with utmost courtesy. Dear friend, there is no need for such formality. May I inquire about your purpose for this visit? Xiao Yuan queried. One does not visit the 3 Treasures Hall without a reason, he mused, doubting that such a formidable figure as Kong Xian would come merely for a social call. My visit concerns 2 matters, Kong Xian stated plainly, eschewing superfluous pleasantries. I have heard that you have frequently intervened to assist the Dragon Clan in alleviating their karmic burdens. I kindly request that you consider extending your benevolence to the Phoenix Clan in future endeavors. Additionally, my brother went missing not long ago. I have been informed that you have inherited the teachings of the demon Emperor Fuxi. I hope you might assist me in divining his whereabouts. Should you be willing to help, both I, Kong Xian, and the Phoenix Clan shall be indebted to you, ready to respond to any summons in the future. As soon as Kong Xian finished speaking, a familiar mechanical voice resonated in Xiao Yuan's ear, indicating that the system had been triggered once more. Beep. Kong Xian has sought assistance. Please make a choice. Option 1. Agree to Kong Xian's request. Reward. Pillar of Dao Heart Gold. Entry. Option 2. Decline Kong Xian's request. Reward. Soaring to the 9 heavens gold. Entry. Pillar of Dao Heart. Gold. Your Dao Heart is remarkably steadfast, impervious to all forms of demonic thoughts and distractions that could sway your will. Soaring to the 9 heavens. Gold. You possess unparalleled speed. When fully exerted, you can soar above the heavens, rivaling the Kunpeng in velocity. I choose option 1. After a brief contemplation, Xiao Yuan made his decision. The Pillar of Dao Heart. Entry was precisely what he had longed to acquire, serving as an excellent defense against the demonic Lord Poxin's encroachments. As for the soaring to the 9 heavens, entry, Xiao Yuan found it tempting, as it was more practical than sword escape. However, it was not an immediate necessity, and thus had to be temporarily set aside. Moreover, Xiao Yuan had his eyes on the power of the Phoenix Clan. Compared to the Dragon Clan, the Phoenix Clan, bolstered by Kong Xian's top-tier quasi-saint prowess, possessed a more profound foundation. If he could align the Phoenix Clan and Kong Xian with his interests, the benefits would be manifold. In the event that the Jie Sect faced assault from the other three major sects, they would serve as a valuable ally. Xiao Yuan aimed to unite all potential allies. Dear friend, the method to reduce karmic burdens is a rare opportunity and may require some patience. Should a suitable approach arise, I will certainly inform you. Xiao Yuan said slowly. At this point, Kong Xian's expression shifted to one of tension. Compared to resolving the Phoenix clan's karmic issues, he was far more concerned about the safety of his brother. Chapter 50. The Heavenly Peach Banquet, Encountering Hunyuan. Before departing from the mortal realm, Yuan Feng gave birth to two sons. One was Kong Xian, who governed the primordial five elements, and the other was the Great Peng, who wielded the primordial forces of yin and yang. Not long ago, during the period of his seclusion, Kong Xian discovered that the Great Peng had stealthily slipped away, vanishing without a trace. Despite his extensive search in various locales, Kong Xian was unable to locate him. Upon hearing that Xiao Yuan had inherited the teachings of Fuxi and mastered the art of divination, he decided to seek his fortune in consulting him. It was highly likely that the Great Peng had fallen into the clutches of the West, with signs of intervention from his saints. Xiao Yuan spoke slowly. Although he had acquired the profound knowledge of Fuxi's divination, he could not discern the whereabouts of the Great Peng. The celestial secrets had become obscured, and not even Fuxi himself could unravel the threads of destiny. Nonetheless, Xiao Yuan was well versed in the chronicles of the primordial era and suspected that the Great Peng had indeed been captured by the Western teachings. The two saints of the West were notorious for their unscrupulousness, shamelessly claiming any valuable artifacts as their own. Given the Great Peng's exceptional talent, it was inevitable that he would ascend to the rank of a quasi-saint in the future. The Western saints were intent on taming him to serve as a protector of their teachings. The Western teachings? Kong Xian was filled with doubt and uncertainty. However, he had begun to place some faith in Xiao Yuan's words. With his formidable power, few forces dared to provoke him in the primordial realm, and it made sense if the saints were involved. Thank you for your information, my friend. I, Kong Xian, shall remember this kindness. After expressing his gratitude, Kong Xian hurriedly departed, presumably to verify Xiao Yuan's claims. Xiao Yuan made no attempt to retain him. Yet he predicted that Kong Xian's journey would likely yield no fruitful results. The two saints of the West were not easily dealt with, and moreover, Kong Xian lacked evidence to substantiate his claim that the Western teachings had captured him. Xiao Yuan believed that Kong Xian would likely return seeking his assistance again. He secretly hoped that Kong Xian would come to him multiple times, ultimately yielding to his guidance, much like the Dragon Clan. Once Kong Xian left, Yingzhou Island returned to its tranquil state. In his daily routine, Xiao Yuan engaged in cultivation, welcomed visitors, and guided his disciples in their training, leading a rather contented life. However, during this period, another significant event unfolded. The Dao ancestor Hong Jun reemerged, summoning the six sages to re-establish the heavenly court in order to maintain order in the primordial realm. The six sages were well aware of the numerous benefits of governing the heavenly court, with the position of heavenly emperor standing on par with that of the saints. Whichever sage or sect secured the title of heavenly emperor would greatly enhance their fortune. Since the sages primarily achieved enlightenment through teaching, the prosperity of their respective sects would directly benefit their cultivation. Thus, they all aspired to contest for the title of heavenly emperor. Unfortunately, every recommendation for their disciples to assume this esteemed position was met with outright rejection by the Dao ancestor. Ultimately, the Dao ancestor decreed that his disciple, the youthful Hunyuan, would be appointed as the ruler of the heavenly court. The six sages were discontented, feeling that a mere child was unworthy of such a lofty station. Yet they were compelled to acquiesce under the Dao ancestor's formidable presence. However, once seated in the position of heavenly court ruler, Hunyuan found himself in an exceedingly awkward predicament. Due to the disdain of the six saints, many formidable beings of the primordial world also held a similar sentiment toward Hunyuan, even refraining from forming deep connections with him. After a millennium, Tong Tian summoned 5 of his direct disciples to gather at the Upper Clear Palace. The heavenly court has been re-established, and you, Master Hunyuan, are the current sovereign of the heavenly court. As the court prepares for the Peach Banquet, we extend invitations to numerous powerful entities of the primordial realm. Who among you wishes to attend? Tong Tian inquired. Although the saints did not have a favorable view of Hunyuan, they still wished to show respect to the Dao ancestor. Thus, they felt compelled to send their disciples to partake in the so-called Peach Banquet. Master, I have just broken into the quasi-saint realm and need to consolidate my cultivation, so I'm unable to attend, muttered Dao Bao. Master, I am engrossed in my training and wish to steer clear of mundane affairs, Jin Ling stated decisively. Master, our cultivation is rather meager. Attending the peach banquet might tarnish the reputation of our sect. Both Gui Ling and Wudong echoed in unison. With that, several pairs of eyes in the upper clear palace turned toward Xiao Yuan. He was the one who attended the wedding banquet of the demon clan last time. Why is it still him this time? Is it his fate to be burdened with such tasks? Very well, I shall go. Xiao Yuan sighed helplessly. After all, his senior brothers and sisters had presented reasonable excuses, leaving him with no choice but to undertake this journey. Master, do you have any instructions regarding my demeanor towards the Heavenly Emperor? Xiao Yuan inquired further. His mission represented not merely himself, but the entire sect. Maintain a calm disposition. With your cleverness, you should know how to conduct yourself, Tong Tian replied with a smile. Xiao Yuan could only respond with exasperation. Master, you truly overestimate me. Despite his complaints, he understood the necessity of fulfilling the task at hand. Upon exiting the Taiqing Palace, he took the congratulatory gifts entrusted to him by Tong Tian and rode the blazing beast towards the heavenly court. Xiao Yuan traveled with considerable speed, reaching the heavenly court in approximately 300 years. The newly established heavenly court was situated atop the collapsed Mount Buzhou, purportedly to suppress the karmic obstacles and malevolent energies arising from the calamity of the witch and demon. From Xiao Yuan's perspective, the new heavenly court was significantly inferior in scale and grandeur compared to the demon clan's court. However, it was understandable. The former demon court had boasted an overwhelming presence that the current heavenly court could scarcely rival. Xiao Yuan of the Jie, sent by my master to attend the peach banquet, presents 3 cores of the Jinmu as a gift, he announced as he dismounted the blazing beast. As Xiao Yuan spoke, the beings gathered for the peach banquet promptly parted to create a path, demonstrating their respect. Fellow Taoist Xiao Yuan, please enter, one emerged. Not long after, an elderly man with a youthful appearance hurriedly emerged. This individual was none other than the chief steward of the heavenly court and the right-hand man of the heavenly emperor Hunyuan, the illustrious Tai Bai Jinxing. It was said that Tai Bai Jinxing was a manifestation of a strand of innate metal energy, and despite his amiable demeanor, he was a formidable figure at the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Thank you for your efforts, fellow Taoist, Xiao Yuan said politely as he performed a bow. Tai Bai Jinxing was momentarily taken aback. To speak candidly, among the representatives of the great holy teachings, Xiao Yuan was the last to arrive. However, apart from Xiao Yuan, the other disciples of the saints displayed an air of arrogance when facing the Tai Bai Jinxian, their noses lifted high in a rather impolite manner. Only Xiao Yuan showed the courtesy of bowing, which significantly enhanced Tai Bai Jinxing's regard for him. Under the guidance of Tai Bai Jinxing, Xiao Yuan entered the banquet. Many attendees cast their gazes in his direction, most of them nodding at him with amiable recognition. Xiao Yuan surveyed the participants of the Pan Tao banquet, paying particular attention to the disciples of the saints. From the Chan teaching came the disciple of Nanji, from the Ren teaching came the disciple of Xuandu, and from the Western teaching came the disciple of Methriya. These 3 grand teachings sent their eldest disciples, while the Jie teaching was unique in dispatching its 3rd disciple, Xiao Yuan. As for the goddess Nuwa, lacking a grand teaching of her own, she sent her attendant Ling Zhuzi. Finally, Xiao Yuan's gaze fell upon the main seat, where the heavenly emperor Hunyuan and the queen mother of the Jade Pool sat, true authorities of the heavenly court and 2 formidable quasi-saint powerhouses. Though their auras were reined in, the subtle pressure they emanated still sent a shiver down one's spine. It seemed that Hunyuan and the Jade Pool had noticed Xiao Yuan's attention. As they nodded and smiled at him, Xiao Yuan returned the gesture with a respectful clasp of his hands. At this moment, his thoughts began to flourish. Although the heavenly court had only recently been established and lacked a solid foundation, its status in the vast wilderness was undeniably unique, bearing the significant responsibility of maintaining the cosmic order and even possessing the authority to enforce laws. The catalyst for the Fengshan calamity was Hunyuan's lament that the heavenly court was unstaffed, indicating the high regard the Tao ancestor held for it. Xiao Yuan even suspected that the Tao ancestor's intention in re-establishing the heavenly court might be to impose a form of restraint upon the 6 saints and the grand teachings. Perhaps it served as a warning to the 6 saints to temper their actions. Regrettably, while the heavenly court had been established, it bore no real deterrent against the 6 saints, who soon fell into chaos, nearly causing a recurrence of the elemental upheaval. Enraged, The Dao ancestor compelled the 6 saints to consume the saint destruction pill, restricting their influence over the wilderness. After the 6 saints retreated, the heavenly court's status rapidly ascended, becoming the genuine administrative center of the vast wilderness. Xiao Yuan contemplated that perhaps he could initially join the heavenly court and secure an official position. Given his strength and status, he would undoubtedly obtain a position of considerable rank. This would allow him to lay the groundwork within the heavenly court, gaining the upper hand. Even if the Fengshan calamity were to erupt, he could ensure his own safety. This would be akin to acquiring a talisman for protection. What could be undesirable about that? Furthermore, should the calamity arise, he could leverage the might of the heavenly court to assist the Jie teaching. Naturally, Xiao Yuan would never overtly express his desire for a position in the heavenly court. Pursuing such an offer openly was hardly wise. Just as Xiao Yuan was deep in thought, the Pan Tao banquet commenced. The grandeur of his feast was not to be underestimated, as the spiritual fruits and elixirs presented were of exceptional quality. Among the most commendable treasures is undoubtedly the Pan Tao, or the heavenly peach. In the primordial realm, there exist 10 supreme, innate spiritual roots, of which the Pan Tao tree is one. This spiritual root was a gift from the Tao ancestor to the Queen Mother of the West. The Queen Mother, displaying great audacity, divided the Pan Tao tree into 999 saplings, comprising 333 of superior quality, 333 of medium quality, and 333 of inferior quality. Consuming a Pan Tao bestows the benefits of disaster alleviation and longevity. Since the Tao ancestor achieved enlightenment, the celestial laws of the primordial realm have become increasingly refined. Presently, many beings in the primordial realm have a limited lifespan. For instance, earthly and celestial immortals possess only a single Yuan meeting lifespan. Once that meeting concludes, their lifespan ceases. True immortals and profound immortals enjoy a lifespan of 10 Yuan meetings. Upon reaching the golden immortal stage, one is free from lifespan restrictions. Yet periodically, calamities may strike, leading to potential demise if one fails to endure. The same holds true for the Tai golden immortal and the Deluo golden immortal. Only upon attaining the quasi-saint realm can one transcend the tribulations of fate. As for the saints, they truly transcend the 5 elements, existing beyond yin and yang. As long as the primordial realm does not implode, they remain immortal and indestructible. A single inferior Pan Tao can extend 1's lifespan by Yuan meeting, while a medium Pan Tao can extend it by 3 Yuan meetings and ward off certain ordinary calamities. An exquisite Pan Tao can extend 1's lifespan by 5 Yuan meetings and dispel even more formidable disasters. These Pan Tao hold immense allure for beings below the golden immortal tier. As a distinguished guest at the banquet, Xiao Yuan found himself before 5 exquisite Pan Tao, which are considered rare treasures in the primordial realm. He picked one up and sampled its flavor. It must be said, the taste was indeed delightful. Though for a Deluo golden immortal like himself, its benefits were somewhat negligible. As the heavenly court had just been established and was inviting the outstanding figures of the primordial realm, anyone interested was welcome to stay. And the heavenly court would not be remiss in its hospitality. As the Pan Tao banquet approached its conclusion, Hao Yin spoke up, revealing his true intention behind convening this gathering. "Your Majesty, my master beckons. I must take my leave," said Nanji, rising first to bid farewell with a respectful gesture. Disciples of the saints generally looked down upon Hao Yin's humble origins, causing a faint twitch of discomfort in Hao Yin's smile. Nanji's actions were overtly undermining Hao Yin, affording him no semblance of dignity. "Safe travels, dear nephew." Yet, despite any irritation, Hao Yin dared not retaliate against Nanji, who represented the entire Chan sect. Following Nanji, Xuandu, Methreya, and Ling Zhuzi all took their leave in turn. Naturally, Xiao Yuan did not linger long. Though he harbored intentions of engaging with the heavenly court's plans, he would not commit at this moment, especially since he needed to return and discuss matters with his own master. After packaging the remaining 4 Pan Tao, Xiao Yuan departed from the heavenly court. Once the disciples of the saints had exited, the other invited powerful beings also began to take their leave. In the current primordial realm, the 6 saints hold the reins of authority. All formidable figures are intricately connected with the 6 saints, naturally following in the footsteps of the disciples of the sages. They would not dare offend the grand teachings of the saints for the sake of Hao Yin. Before long, the once vibrant peach banquet was nearly deserted, leaving behind only a few solitary cultivators without any backing, and scarcely any golden immortals remained. Alas, the aspiration to establish the heavenly court proves exceedingly arduous. After the conclusion of the peach banquet, Hunyuan was engulfed by a sense of helplessness. Upon initially assuming control of the heavenly court, Hunyuan was filled with ambition, wishing to live up to the expectations of his master. However, contrary to his desires, the weight of the 6 saints loomed over him, rendering him powerless to act. This peach banquet was merely a trial, and it now appeared to have ended in utter failure. Your Majesty, we must not concede so easily. I am willing to make every effort to invite formidable beings to join the heavenly court, Tai-Bai Jinxing urged fervently. Let's give another try. Hunyuan harbored little hope for the methods proposed by Tai-Bai, yet he found himself devoid of better alternatives. Upon leaving the heavenly court, Xiao Yuan returned directly to the Upper Purity Palace. Disciple pays respects to the master, he said as he entered and bowed. How did you find the peach banquet in the heavenly court? Tong Tian inquired with a smile. The disciple perceived that Hunyuan, his uncle, harbored grand ambitions, but lacked the opportunity to realize them. I have come to seek your permission, master, to pursue an official position within the heavenly court. Xiao Yuan articulated his thoughts. Why is that? Tong Tian asked, somewhat surprised. Including your fellow disciples, all the grand teachings of the saints avoid the heavenly court. The identity of a young Hunyuan is no secret. The disciples of the grand teachings possess their own pride and are reluctant to serve under Hunyuan. Besides that, the heavenly court is bound by the heavenly rules established at its inception by the Tao of Heaven. This is the true reason why disciples of the saints are unwilling to take positions within the heavenly court. Master, the heavenly court was established by our revered ancestor, which underscores its significance. I wish to join the heavenly court to seize the opportunity, Xiao Yuan explained. He had previously contemplated having the disciples of the Jijiao take positions in the heavenly court, pondering whether this would prevent the calamity of the function. However, upon further reflection, Xiao Yuan realized that the true cause of the function calamity was the struggle for the fortunes of the saints. As long as the Jijiao continued to grow and strive for fortune, conflict was inevitable, rendering any attempt to persuade the Jijiao disciples to enter the heavenly court unnecessary. Chapter 52, Kong Xian's Return, the Western Teachings Deceit. After hearing Xiao Yuan's words, Tong Tian pondered for a moment. Xiao Yuan, being a direct disciple of Jijiao, was well known among the saints of the wilderness for Tong Tian's fondness for him. Should Xiao Yuan take a position in the heavenly court, it would represent the stance of Jijiao. As the saying goes, pulling one thread can affect the entire fabric. Each decision made by the saints must be approached with utmost caution. In truth, Tong Tian was reluctant to allow Xiao Yuan to serve in the heavenly court, as he could discern that his elder and second brothers were advocating for a boycott of the heavenly court. If he were to act unilaterally and allow Xiao Yuan to join, it could very well provoke discontent among his two brothers. Xiao Yuan could somewhat deduce his teacher's concerns. Thus he maintained silence, refraining from further words and allowing his teacher to make the decisions. If his teacher was unwilling, he would have to extinguish this thought and devise other plans regarding the celestial court. Very well, I grant you permission to serve in the celestial court. But apart from you, no other disciples of the Jie Sect may enter. Tong Tian ultimately acquiesced after some contemplation. He understood that Xiao Yuan approached tasks with methodical precision. The numerous matters previously addressed had already demonstrated Xiao Yuan's foresight. Thus, Tong Tian was willing to place immense trust in Xiao Yuan and to shoulder any responsibilities that arose. Upon hearing his teacher's consent, Xiao Yuan was immediately elated. With his teacher providing support, his position was essentially secure. After this agreement from Tong Tian, Xiao Yuan refrained from further disturbances and promptly returned to Yingzhou Island. Time swiftly passed, and 30,000 years flew by. During this period, Xiao Yuan did not devote his energy to cultivation, for at his level, arduous training had diminished in efficacy. Instead, he invested all his time in supplementary studies. As for alchemy, it goes without saying that Xiao Yuan had already mastered the art of crafting 9-turn celestial elixirs, and his proficiency had only deepened since then. He made significant strides in artifact forging and formation techniques, now capable of crafting postnatal treasures and producing the most exquisite formation diagrams. His understanding of the art of divination had not waned either, as mastering it could safeguard his life. However, with respect to the 8-9 profound arts, he found himself unable to break through in the short term. Thus he postponed that endeavor. Lastly, regarding swordsmanship, Xiao Yuan had invested the least effort in this area, deliberately avoiding rigorous practice. Notably, his first direct disciple, Xian Pe, exhibited significant interest in alchemy and possessed remarkable talent in this domain. Xiao Yuan generously imparted his knowledge of alchemy to Xian Pe. Currently, Xian Pe primarily focused on the medical arts while also studying alchemy. His rate of progress was impressive, only slightly trailing behind Xiao Yuan, already reaching the pinnacle level of the primordial realm with a bright future ahead. Xiao Yuan, your friend Kong Xian has come to visit. Just as Xiao Yuan was guiding Xian Pe in his training, a voice echoed from outside Yingzhou Island. Xiao Yuan was not particularly surprised, for he had anticipated Kong Xian's return. However, upon seeing Kong Xian again, he noticed that this formidable being from the primordial era appeared to be in poor condition. Externally, he remained resplendent, yet Xiao Yuan sensed a profound turbulence in Kong Xian's aura, which he could no longer conceal, indicating that Kong Xian had sustained severe injuries to the extent that he could not stabilize his own energy. Please enter, my friend. Xiao Yuan promptly welcomed Kong Xian into Yingzhou Island. My friend, during this time, I've been investigating in the Western Territories, and indeed, I uncovered some clues there. In the depths of Mount Xiumi, I distinctly sensed the presence of the rock. Kong Xian spoke in a solemn tone. Taking advantage of the retreat of the two saints from the west, I sought to breach the protective array of Mount Sumeru with the radiant light of the five colors, aiming to rescue the Great Peng. Unfortunately, the vigilance of the Western saints was too acute. Before I could make a move, I was detected and severely injured by their remote strike. Fortunately, my quick reflexes enabled me to escape at the utmost speed. Otherwise, I might have been captured myself. Kong Xian spoke in a calm tone, yet his emotions were anything but tranquil. The trepidation of his journey was evident in his words. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuan felt compelled to give Kong Xian a thumbs up. My friend, you are truly courageous. To dare intrude upon the abode of saints, and yet emerge unscathed, is no small feat. You are indeed the foremost among those destined to become saints. My friend, I hope you can assist me in rescuing the Great Peng. If this endeavor succeeds, I am willing to serve you. Kong Xian's voice was resolute, clearly indicating his determination. This also reflected how much he valued his companion, so much so that he was willing to offer himself to Xiao Yuan. Furthermore, Kong Xian understood well that only a saint could contend with another saint. With Shanxing's saint standing behind Xiao Yuan, the likelihood of successfully rescuing the Great Peng would significantly increase if the Shanxing saint chose to intervene. My friend, it is not that I am unwilling to help you, but the matter has escalated to the level of saints. When it involves saints, nothing is trivial. I need to find an appropriate opportunity to persuade my master to take action, Xiao Yuan replied, a hint of helplessness in his voice. He was not deceiving Kong Xian. Even with his master's affection, he would not recklessly provoke another saint. Xiao Yuan contemplated that perhaps one day, when he achieved a notable feat, he could broach the subject of the Great Peng with his master, thereby increasing the chances of a favorable response. Though Kong Xian was anxious, he fell silent upon hearing Xiao Yuan's words. With his level of intelligence, he naturally understood that Xiao Yuan's remarks were not mere excuses. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, Kong Xian exclaimed, My friend, while investigating the matter of the Great Peng, I have discerned unusual movements from the west. Unusual movements? Xiao Yuan furrowed his brow. Indeed, I have observed with utmost clarity that there appears to be an inexplicable influx of human beings in the west. This seems to be orchestrated by the Western Sect, operating with great secrecy. Had I not been closely monitoring Mount Sumeru during this time, I would not have uncovered it, Kong Xian continued, his tone resolute. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuan's eyes widened in shock, and he immediately sent a message to his named disciple, Ming Ling, who was far away in the spirit medicine department. Ming Ling quickly responded, stating that in recent years, many small peripheral tribes have been attacked and completely annihilated, leaving no survivors. The human side had also conducted a brief investigation, but found nothing, concluding it was merely an accident. Upon receiving Ming Ling's message and combining it with Kong Xian's information, Xiao Yuan instantly understood what was occurring. The Western Sect was abducting people. Quite literally, they were clandestinely transporting humans to the West. Evidently, the Western Sect has cast its eyes upon the immense fortune of the human race. Despite the existence of the Six Saints Agreement, which stipulates that no party shall act against humanity until the emergence of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, the Western Sect continues to operate in secrecy, seeking to seize more of the human destiny. Kong Xian, accompany me to the Shanxing Palace. If this matter is executed properly, it could serve as an opportunity to rescue your younger brother. said Xiao Yuan. Kong Xian was immediately elated and promptly followed behind Xiao Yuan, heading towards the Shangqing Palace together. Disciple pays respects to the master. Kong Xian greeted the sage. Upon their arrival, Xiao Yuan and Kong Xian immediately performed a respectful bow. Speak. What matters do you wish to convey to me? Tong Tian, who had been in seclusion contemplating the heavenly mysteries, emerged upon hearing the report that Xiao Yuan had brought Kong Xian for a visit. He understood well that Xiao Yuan would not have come in such haste nor brought an outsider unless there were significant matters at hand. Thus, he regarded the visit with utmost seriousness. Chapter 53. The Phoenix Clan returns, visitors from the Heavenly Court. Master, Kong Xian has ventured to the west to investigate the affairs concerning his brother, the Great Peng, and has made some discoveries. Xiao Yuan promptly relayed the information Kong Xian had shared with him to Tong Tian, adding, I have already verified with the human tribes. Many have suffered inexplicable assaults, and numerous members of the human race have gone missing. You, Jean, who repeatedly claims not to interfere in human affairs, are indeed engaging in underhanded dealings. Upon hearing Xiao Yuan's words, Tong Tian's understanding was crystal clear. I shall speak to your two esteemed uncles about this matter immediately. Master, please wait. The discovery of the Western sect's actions is entirely due to Kong Xian's efforts. Might you also rescue the Great Peng from Mount Shumi? Xiao Yuan implored earnestly. You certainly know how to climb the ladder of opportunity. Once it is in the hands of those two miserly figures from the West, it will not be easily retrieved. Tong Tian replied with a hint of irritation. Master, I seek no reward, only the liberation of the Great Peng. Xiao Yuan continued to beseech. Very well. As long as you do not regret it, Tong Tian replied with a smile, and his figure vanished without a trace. For him, finding an opportunity to extricate the Great Peng was a matter of convenience, especially given that the Western sect's actions were unjustifiable. The two saints would certainly not dare to oppose him over such a trivial matter. However, Tong Tian wished for Kong Xian to remember Xiao Yuan's kindness. Thank you, dear friend. From now on, Kong Xian shall heed your every command without hesitation. Kong Xian expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Your words are too kind. Let's first await the rescue of the Great Peng, Xiao Yuan replied graciously. Meanwhile, the three purities had gathered at Shouyang Mountain. Laozi and Yuan Shi, upon receiving the news from Tong Tian, were filled with uncontrollable rage. The East was their domain, and the two saints from the West were audaciously scheming beneath their very noses, clearly challenging their authority. Apart from the two from the West, the other four saints still value their reputation. The three purities promptly set out for Mount Shumi to demand accountability. Their movements were unmasked, stirring a tremor among the powerful beings of the primordial world. Little is known about the discussions held by the five saints atop Mount Sumeru. It is only understood that the three pure ones journeyed there in a fit of fury, yet returned with expressions of joy. Thanks to the fervent arguments put forth by my esteemed masters, the two sages from the West have acknowledged their transgressions. Not only have they vowed to cease their thieving ways, but they have also relinquished a portion of their interests to our Taoist teachings. When Tong Tian returned to the Upper Clear Palace, he bore a visage of contentment, indicating that our gains were indeed substantial. Xiao Yuan, upon hearing his mentor's words, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Arguments based on reason? It seemed more akin to the use of fists and clubs. After all, given the nature of the two Western sages, how could they possibly have been so easily subdued? Yet, this matter was beyond his purview. Master, Xiao Yuan inquired, I have brought the Great Peng for you. With a casual wave of his hand, Tong Tian summoned a radiant flash that materialized before Xiao Yuan, a magnificent Peng bird, its body shimmering with golden light. Without hesitation, Xiao Yuan entrusted the Great Peng into the hands of Kong Xian. Xiao Yuan, Tong Tian cautioned, the two sages from the West are exceedingly vengeful and possess an acute sense of grievance. They will not find it difficult to ascertain that you have thwarted their plans. Exercise caution, for they may seek retribution against you. I understand, Master, Xiao Yuan replied, his expression turning serious. He then departed Penglai with his brother Kong Xian. My friend, I shall refrain from excessive expressions of gratitude. Should you call upon us, both Kong Xian and the Feng clan will surely respond. Kong Xian clasped his hands in respect, and after bidding farewell to the Great Peng, he took his leave. A smile graced Xiao Yuan's face. After this encounter, he had effectively won over Kong Xian and the Feng clan. However, he remained wary of the two sages from the West. It was certain that, mindful of his master, the two would not overtly strike against him, but rather resort to underhanded tactics. Thus, the level of danger remained within a manageable scope. Without dwelling further on these thoughts, Xiao Yuan returned to Yingzhou Island to continue his cultivation. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 millennia passed. Xiao Yuan's life on Yingzhou Island remained largely unchanged. He continued his practice and instructed his disciples. The western side had yet to take action against him. Naturally, Xiao Yuan did not let his guard down. One must always tread carefully in all matters. Master, the heavenly court's Tai-Bai Star Lord has come to pay a visit, reported the Red Flame Boy. Xiao Yuan mused that the moment had finally arrived. He had long heard that following the Peach Banquet, the heavenly court dispatched Tai-Bai Jinxing to recruit many powerful beings from the primordial realm. It was rumored that Tai-Bai Jinxing's endeavors had not been particularly fruitful. Despite his gracious demeanor and the offering of generous terms, his results had been meager. Please come in. While filled with anticipation, Xiao Yuan's face betrayed none of his inner thoughts. Soon, under the guidance of the Red Flame Boy, Tai-Bai Jinxing stepped into the hall. Dear friend Tai-Bai, please take a seat, Xiao Yuan greeted with a beaming smile. Tai-Bai Jinxing was momentarily taken aback by the warm reception. In the span of 50,000 years, he traversed countless places and met innumerable powerful beings, often facing rejection. Individuals like Xiao Yuan, who exhibit such warmth and approachability, are exceedingly rare. Those who actively offer him a seat are even scarcer. What brings you here, my friend? Xiao Yuan inquired with a smile, feigning ignorance in a manner both charming and disarming. Tai-Bai Jinxing gazed at Xiao Yuan, momentarily rendered speechless. Among the many formidable beings he had visited, Xiao Yuan undoubtedly stood as one of the most exceptional, not merely in terms of cultivation, but also considering his status and potential. In terms of cultivation, Xiao Yuan was at the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, ranking among the powerful of the primordial era. Regarding status, he was a direct disciple of the Jie, recognized as the most favored disciple of the revered sage of the highest purity. In terms of potential, Xiao Yuan's brilliance blossomed at the 9th grade of the Great Luo, embodying the essence of a sage. Tai-Bai Jinxing surmised that such a prodigy would likely not join the heavenly court. However, he concluded that since he was already present, it would suffice to merely follow through with the customary procedure. My friend, I have come to extend an invitation for you to join the heavenly court. How do you feel about this? If I were to join the heavenly court, what position would I hold? Xiao Yuan inquired slowly. If my friend does not agree, will it be a firm refusal? Tai-Bai Jinxing had initially intended to conclude the conversation in a formal manner, but was suddenly taken aback. Xiao Yuan had inquired about the position he might hold rather than issuing a direct refusal. Instantly, Tai-Bai Jinxing was elated. Xiao Yuan's question indicated that there was room for discussion. If he could recruit Xiao Yuan into the heavenly court, it would be a significant achievement. Tai-Bai Jinxing, adept in the art of maintaining composure, quickly regained his poise after the moment of surprise and, suppressing his excitement, replied, as long as you are willing to serve in the heavenly court, you may choose from any vacant positions available. Chapter 54, The Eastern Extreme, Qinghua Emperor. Severing the Divine Incarnation. What if I desire a position among the 6 sovereigns? Xiao Yuan laughed. Tai-Bai Jinxing paused momentarily upon hearing this. The 6 sovereigns of the heavenly court held the most significant authority within the realm. They included the Jade Emperor, the Emperor of the Upper Palace, the Emperor of the Central Heaven, the Emperor of the Northern Polar, the Eastern Extreme Qinghua Emperor, and the Southern Extreme Longevity Emperor, alongside the earthly deities of the Afterterra. The Jade Emperor occupied the highest position, while the earthly deities of Afterterra were held by the post of the earthly deity. Currently, 4 of the 6 sovereigns' positions remain vacant. This matter requires my report to the Heavenly Emperor for a decision. You may rest assured that I will provide you with a prompt response, Tai-Bai Jinxing stated. The positions of the 6 sovereigns are of great prominence, and Tai-Bai Jinxing was cautious about offering them lightly. However, he believed that the Heavenly Emperor would likely acquiesce to Xiao Yuan's request. Then I shall depend on you. My friend, Xiao Yuan did not press for urgency. After Tai-Bai Jinxing took his leave from Yingzhou Island, he hastened to the heavenly court to discuss the matter with Hao Yin. Upon learning of Xiao Yuan's willingness to serve in the heavenly court, Hao Yin readily agreed. Based solely on Xiao Yuan's esteemed identity, he was already deserving of a position among the 6 sovereigns of the heavenly court. Moreover, after Xiao Yuan's induction into the heavenly court, his influence proved to be profoundly significant, suggesting that the Jie Sect did not entirely reject the heavenly court. This development significantly alleviated the current situation within the heavenly court. Fellow Taoist, the Heavenly Emperor has consented to bestow upon you the title of the Eastern Extreme Qinghua Emperor. Tai-Bai Jinxing declared joyfully upon returning to Yingzhou Island. I kindly request that you accompany me to the heavenly court to receive your official decree. Xiao Yuan acquiesced and followed Tai-Bai Jinxing to the heavenly court. Upon his arrival at the Lingxiao treasure hall, Hunyuan personally came to greet him. Xiao Yuan respectfully bowed to his esteemed uncle, addressing him as such, which immediately bridged the distance between them in Hunyuan's eyes. There is no need for excessive formality, my nephew, Hunyuan said with a warm smile. Today, I shall appoint you as the Eastern Extreme Qinghua Emperor. Do you accept? Hunyuan, fearing any unforeseen circumstances, appeared somewhat impatient. He believed that if the heavenly court wished to overcome the oppression of the six saints, Xiao Yuan might very well serve as a crucial breakthrough. I accept. Xiao Yuan affirmed. Excellent. After Hunyuan's proclamation, a beam of spiritual light descended from the heavens. The decree of the six sovereigns required the approval of the heavenly Dao. Should Xiao Yuan fail to meet the criteria set forth by the heavenly Dao for the election of the six sovereigns, even if Hunyuan wished to appoint him, he would not be able to maintain his position. Fortunately, with Xiao Yuan's cultivation and fortune, he was indeed capable of upholding the title of Eastern Extreme Qinghua Emperor. The luminous essence settled before Xiao Yuan, transforming into an exquisite seal. As he placed his hand upon the seal, a dazzling divine light enveloped him, resulting in a dramatic transformation of his attire. Adorned in resplendent robes, crowned regally, with a sword at his waist and the seal suspended beside him, Xiao Yuan's demeanor underwent a profound change, exuding an aura of unyielding authority. Simultaneously, upon receiving his divine status, Xiao Yuan felt a binding force enveloping him, likely a consequence of the heavenly code. The deities of the heavenly court are constrained by the rules of the heavenly Dao. Furthermore, this was without the manifestation of the list of deified beings and the divine whip. Should they appear, the binding force of the heavenly code would intensify even further. However, holding the title of Eastern Extreme Qinghua Emperor was not without its advantages. Though the heavenly court faced exclusion from the six saints, the fortune it possessed was still formidable. Additionally, given the limited number of deities within the heavenly court, coupled with Xiao Yuan's elevated status, the share of the heavenly court's fortune bestowed upon him was indeed considerable. Xiao Yuan immediately sensed a marked acceleration in his cultivation speed. Esteemed uncle, I have a few friends who wish to serve in the heavenly court as well, so I seek your assistance in acquiring some positions for them. Xiao Yuan then expressed. Would 50 positions of righteous deity suffice for you? Hunyuan replied with evident delight. The heavenly court had 365 positions for righteous deities, most of which were vacant. Hunyuan had been troubled by the lack of capable individuals to serve in the heavenly court. In the present day, it is evident that Xiao Yuan seeks to invite friends and even fellow disciples into the heavenly court. At this moment, Hunyuan does not contemplate whether the forces aligned with Xiao Yuan would heed his commands. The pressing concern is to uphold the facade of the heavenly court. Thus Hunyuan readily acquiesces. That is sufficient, thank you, Master Uncle. Xiao Yuan expresses his gratitude immediately, surprised by Hunyuan's generosity in offering 50 positions for righteous deities. Naturally, Xiao Yuan intends to appoint his trusted confidants to these divine positions, thereby acquiring the means to influence the dynamics of the heavenly court. Should conflict arise among the six saints, Xiao Yuan might even leverage this power to coerce Hunyuan into taking a side. Although such tactics may seem underhanded, the struggle for the rightful path is exceedingly brutal, and Xiao Yuan has no desire to perish in this contention, hence he must apologize to Master Uncle Hunyuan. There is no need for such formality between us. Hunyuan, blissfully unaware of Xiao Yuan's machinations, remains exceedingly pleased. Subsequently, under the guidance of the Tai-Bai Jinxing, Xiao Yuan makes his way to the Qinghua Chang'e realm. Following the re-establishment of the heavenly court, it has delineated 33 heavens, each of the six saints and six sovereigns possessing their own territories. The Qinghua Chang'e realm serves as the residence of the Eastern Extreme Emperor Qinghua. Upon entering, Xiao Yuan discovers that the cultivation speed within is comparable to that of Yingzhou Island, with a concentration of spiritual essence rivaling that of the finest spiritual lands. After familiarizing himself with the surroundings, he promptly enters seclusion. 3,000 years later, Xiao Yuan barks as an almost imperceptible blade slices down from above his head. A phantom figure emerges from within his body. In the next moment, Xiao Yuan channels his own magical power into this ethereal silhouette, alongside the essence of incense that he has gathered over the years. Ever since Xiao Yuan secured an advantage for the human race and made significant contributions, he's been venerated by them. Throughout the years, their offerings have never ceased. The accumulation over time has rendered Xiao Yuan's gathered incense power quite substantial. He then imprints the divine seal into that figure. As time progresses, nourished by the power of incense and magical energy, the phantom begins to solidify, its appearance and form becoming indistinguishable from Xiao Yuan's own. This is the divine avatar manifested by Xiao Yuan. His intention behind this act is to circumvent the constraints of heavenly decrees, thereby severing a divine incarnation. From this point onward, the influence of heavenly laws on Xiao Yuan becomes negligible, akin to a form of cheating. This maneuver is made possible due to the lack of manifestation of the divine list and the god-slaying whip, allowing Xiao Yuan to exploit this loophole. However, it still necessitates a significant amount of incense, rendering the conditions rather stringent. The aura of this divine incarnation is exceptionally formidable, rivaling Xiao Yuan's true form, reaching the level of a late-stage De Luo Jinxian. As time passes, the divine incarnations draw in more incense, and with the continued growth of the heavenly fortune, their cultivation may further ascend. After severing the divine incarnation, Xiao Yuan felt unburdened and promptly departed from the celestial court, returning to Yingzhou Island. Chapter 55. The Dragon and Phoenix enter the celestial court, and the resurgence of Pasan. Xiao Yuan left the divine incarnation in the Chonglu realm, while his true self journeyed back to Yingzhou Island. He immediately sent a message to Ao Guang and Kong Xian. The two arrived in succession. I have summoned you both for a method that can alleviate the karmic burdens of your clans, Xiao Yuan remarked with a smile. Ao Guang and Kong Xian exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with delight. The reduction of clan karma had long been their aspiration, particularly for the Phoenix clan, which had missed several opportunities by not aligning with Xiao Yuan earlier. Naturally, upon hearing Xiao Yuan's words, Kong Xian was filled with anticipation and excitement. Please do elaborate, he urged eagerly. The method is quite simple. Dispatch the strong members of your clans to serve in the celestial court, Xiao Yuan explained slowly. The celestial court? Both Kong Xian and Ao Guang were momentarily bewildered. How could the reduction of karma be related to the celestial court? The celestial court, established by the Tao ancestor, harbors a significant amount of fortune. If members of your clans can secure positions there, they will undoubtedly benefit from the cleansing of heavenly fortune. Moreover, the celestial court has the duty of maintaining the order of the primordial world, and the Dragon and Phoenix clans could leverage this title to do good deeds and accrue merit, thus gaining considerable advantages, Xiao Yuan elucidated. Then we shall proceed as you suggest, Ao Guang readily agreed. Kong Xian had no objections either. Currently, the Dragon and Phoenix clans were entirely at Xiao Yuan's disposal, and they were well aware that he would not lead them astray. Xiao Yuan divided the 50 positions of the righteous gods granted by Hunyuan between the two clans. Each clan contributed 5 Tai golden immortals and 20 golden immortals to the celestial court. Additionally, both clans dispatched 100,000 elite warriors to serve as heavenly soldiers. The moment these powerful members of the Dragon and Phoenix clans joined the celestial court, the heavenly fortune began to waver, diminishing significantly in an instant. After all, both clans carried their burdens of guilt. Regardless of which faction they allied with, they would inevitably diminish that faction's fortune. The karmic weight of the Dragon and Phoenix clans visibly lightened, filling their beings with immense joy. Your Majesty, Xiao Yuan has surprisingly allocated those 50 righteous god positions to the Dragon and Phoenix clans. Taibai Jinxing lamented, his face contorted. Had he known that Xiao Yuan intended to grant those positions to the Dragon and Phoenix clans, he would have intervened at the time. Wasn't this undermining their celestial court? Hao Qian's lips twitched in response, and after a while, he remarked, it matters not. With sacrifice comes gain. You only see the reduction in our heavenly fortune, yet fail to recognize the addition of 10 Tai golden immortals, 40 golden immortals, and 200,000 elite heavenly soldiers to our ranks. Furthermore, the Dragon and Phoenix clan's significant investment in our celestial court ensures that they will not remain indifferent to our future endeavors. In comparison to the illustrious Taibai Jinxing, Hao Qian's ambitions are evidently far grander. It is said that Hao Qian had previously entertained designs on the innate 3 clans. However, he was acutely aware that following the calamity of Longhan, these clans had retreated into obscurity, harboring no intentions of aligning with any faction. Rumor has it that the Demon clan had once extended an invitation to the 3 clans, only to be met with rejection. The fact that Xiao Yuan managed to persuade the Dragon and Phoenix clans to join the Heavenly Court is a testament to his own prowess. With the addition of the Dragon and Phoenix clans, the situation within the Heavenly Court improved dramatically, bestowing upon it a greater voice in the realm of Hunyuan. As for the diminished fortune, Hao Ian believed it would eventually be regained. The joining of the Dragon and Phoenix clans naturally stirred considerable attention among the powerful beings of Hunyuan. Simultaneously, Xiao Yuan's accession to the Heavenly Court as the Eastern Emperor Qinghua became widely known, leaving many of the Hunyuan strongmen in a state of uncertainty. Did the Jie Sect express a desire to align more closely with the Heavenly Court? Numerous powerful figures began to seek the opinions of the saints. The underlying pressure was evidently directed towards Tontian. We, the saints, unite to exert pressure on the Heavenly Court. Yet you allow your direct disciples to join it. What does this signify? Tontian provided an explanation, asserting that this was initiated by Xiao Yuan, representing his own singular will. With Tongtian's endorsement, the tempest gradually subsided. Meanwhile, Xiao Yuan secluded himself on Yingzhou Island, diligently cultivating. Taking up the position of Eastern Emperor Qinghua brought substantial gains. Under the auspices of the Heavenly Court's fortune, his cultivation saw renewed progress. To this end, Xiao Yuan forged numerous medicinal pills. Due to material constraints, he was unable to concoct the 9 Revolutions golden elixir. However, apart from this, there existed other 9 Revolution pills in Hunyuan that could aid in enhancing cultivation. The ingredients for these pills were comparatively easier to procure than those for the 9 Revolutions golden elixir, and with the support of the Dragon and Phoenix clans, Xiao Yuan managed to accumulate a fair amount. He intended to utilize these pills to expedite his ascension to the pinnacle of the Deluo Golden Immortal Realm. However, after 50,000 years, the entry for Forewarning of Calamity began to tremble incessantly. Forewarning of Calamity. The 2 saints from the west are scheming behind the scenes, intending to unite with the demon lord Bo Sun against you. Exercise caution, Xiao Yuan. Throughout these years, he had been perpetually wary of the 2 saints from the west. After all, his own master had warned him that these 2 saints were exceedingly cunning and likely to employ underhanded tactics. Yet, he had not anticipated that they would conspire with the demon Lord Bo Sun. This was, without a doubt, a remarkably intricate plot. With the 2 Western saints obscuring the heavenly secrets, Bo Sun's covert actions could very well catch even Tontian off guard, placing Xiao Yuan in jeopardy. However, having now cultivated the art of divination and combined it with the Forewarning of Calamity entry, he could foresee even the saints' schemes. In truth, even without such foresight, Xiao Yuan would suffer no losses. After all, Xiao Yuan had already concocted a considerable number of 9 transformation pure heart pills, and with the protection of the rock-solid Dao heart attribute, he was confident that he could withstand the onslaught of Bo Sun. However, now that he was forewarned about Bo Sun's plans, Xiao Yuan's intentions extended beyond mere defense. He yearned to play a cunning trick. He promptly communicated with his master to ensure proper precautions were in place, and then resumed his cultivation as if nothing had transpired. In the blink of an eye, millennia passed. Suddenly, a peculiar force began to manifest within Xiao Yuan's heart. It was the power of the heart demon. As long as one remained in the primordial chaos, this force could never be entirely eradicated. Moreover, as time progressed, the heart demon's power proliferated at an astonishing pace, enveloping Xiao Yuan's entire being and utterly sealing his consciousness. My young friend, I have promised to return, and now is the time to fulfill that promise. Bo Sun's beguiling voice echoed in Xiao Yuan's mind. Previously thwarted by the melodic notes left by Fu Shi and subsequently severed by Tong Tian, Bo Sun was filled with ire. He had never suffered such a significant loss. This time, he would not easily breach the rules to strike at Xiao Yuan again, but with the assistance of the 2 saints from the west, the situation had become markedly simpler. This time, he was determined not to let Xiao Yuan escape, intent on dragging the young prodigy into the demon realm. If he could corrupt such a talent, even Bo Sun would reap tremendous benefits. Chapter 56. Decapitating Bo Sun's Incarnation, peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Yet, to Bo Sun's astonishment, despite feeling that he had seized control of Xiao Yuan's heart demon power, the latter's Dao heart merely wavered. Bo Sun intensified his infusion of heart demon power, but Xiao Yuan's Dao heart continued to tremble without succumbing. At this moment, Bo Sun's demonic shadow loomed behind Xiao Yuan, threatening to engulf both his body and mind. Under such an onslaught, even a typical quasi-saint would be unable to withstand it. Yet, Xiao Yuan held firm. Kid, quite stubborn. aren't you? Bo Sun sneered coldly, resolute in his intent to drag Xiao Yuan into the demon realm. However, in the next instant, a playful voice suddenly rang out. My Lord Demon Master, you have been deceived. A smile graced Xiao Yuan's face. His earlier struggle with Bo Sun had been intentional, with a rock-solid Dao heart attribute. Even Bo Sun could not shake his Dao heart in the slightest. He had merely feigned vulnerability to entice Bo Sun into exerting more power. As Xiao Yuan's words fell, Bo Sun's manifested demonic shadow trembled violently. Panic etched across its visage as it prepared to withdraw the heart demon power enveloping Xiao Yuan. Bo Sun, since you have already arrived, why the haste to depart? Accompanied by a light-hearted laugh, a piercing sword intent, seemingly from nowhere, struck directly at Bo Sun's demonic shadow. Tong Tian, you have truly set a trap for me. The anguished cries of Paksin reverberated, his words laden with desperation. Fellow Taoist, how dare you act against my disciples in secrecy? It is only proper to reciprocate. With these words, Tong Tian unleashed several strands of sword intent, shattering Paksin's demonic apparition into mere fragments. The swirling demonic energy enveloping Xiao Yuan was instantly cleansed. Huh, you truly possess remarkable skill, managing to inflict such a significant loss upon Paksin. Having descended in his avatar form and met his end at my hands, he has suffered greatly. He will likely think twice before daring to act against you again, Tong Tian remarked. He then cast an object before Xiao Yuan. This item appeared as a dark red orb, its surface cloaked in a faint demonic aura, even exuding an alluring charm. This is the demonic heart left by Paksin's avatar. If you refine it, it will solidify your Dao heart, rendering you impervious to any future disturbances from inner demons. Thank you, Master, Xiao Yuan acknowledged, recognizing the value of the demonic heart and hastily stowing it away. He hesitated before continuing. Master, there are the two saints of the West covertly involved in this matter. Those two have concealed themselves too well. We have not captured any incriminating evidence, making it unwise to take action. However, with Paksin suffering such a great setback, he will undoubtedly seek retribution against them, which should suffice for the time being. Tong Tian chuckled in response. Xiao Yuan then ceased his discourse, respectfully seeing his master off as he departed from Yingzhou Island. After Tong Tian's departure, Xiao Yuan entered secluded meditation. This demonic heart contained the entirety of Paksin's avatar's power, a strength that could rival that of a quasi-saint. Should Xiao Yuan fully absorb it, it would be akin to draining the essence of a quasi-saint. Additionally, endowed with the attributes of devour the heavens and earthen bloodline plunder, he planned to first seize the bloodline from the demonic heart before extracting its power, maximizing its potential. Meanwhile, in the Western teachings atop Shumi Mountain, a faint demonic aura manifested. Jane, Zhuanti, I demand an explanation from you both. Did you not assure me that Tong Tian would remain oblivious? How, then, was he able to sense our actions beforehand? The apparition of Paksin emerged, letting out a hoarse roar. Lured by Xiao Yuan, Paksin had dispatched an avatar to draw him into the demonic realm, only for that avatar to be slain by Tong Tian. The loss of such an avatar was of great significance to Paksin. Its destruction inflicted substantial damage upon his true self, leaving him uncertain as to how many years it would take to recover. Now, Paksin dared not retaliate against Xiao Yuan, nor provoke Tong Tian. He could only come to Shumi Mountain to vent his frustrations. This was a plan we concocted together. Why should I bear the losses alone while you suffer none? This is unjust. Jane and Zhuanti exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. We prepared all the conditions for you. Yet you could not even handle a junior at the great Luo Golden Immortal level. How utterly inept. And now you dare to come here and cause a scene. Though they harbored such thoughts, they refrained from voicing them directly. At the same time, Jane understood the thoughts of Paksin. It was merely a matter of psychological imbalance. My lord, this predicament is a result of our collaborative efforts. It is unreasonable to lay the blame upon us for the mishap on your side, Jane lamented, his face etched with concern. Nonsense. It is clear that your preparations were insufficient, allowing Tong Tian to uncover the plot. Paksin retorted sharply. Very well. What's to be done, my lord? Jane gritted his teeth in frustration. Dealing with someone as unpredictable as Paksin was indeed a stroke of bad luck for them. Most importantly, they feared Paksin would expose the matter. Following this, the two factions engaged in a prolonged tug-of-war, with the Western Saints ultimately paying a heavy price to send Paksin away. Brother, does that young one bear ill will towards us? We have suffered significant losses at his hands twice now, Jane remarked with clenched teeth. The young one he referred to was naturally Xiao Yuan. The previous plot orchestrated by the West had been divulged by Xiao Yuan, resulting in their extortion by the three pure ones, leaving them severely weakened, and even the hard-won Dapeng had to be relinquished. Thus, they harbored resentment toward Xiao Yuan, conspiring with Paksin to take action against him. Yet again, they faced a setback, incurring substantial losses. A mere junior cannot possibly influence the grand scheme. This fellow is somewhat sinister, so we shall refrain from striking at him for the time being, Jane sighed. Since Paksin could not find a way to deal with Xiao Yuan, it was evident that they were truly at a loss. They could not overtly dispatch a quasi-saint to intervene, as that would imply the sword of immortal execution was insufficiently sharp. After acquiring the demon heart, Xiao Yuan retreated for 30,000 years. Upon his emergence, he had fully absorbed the demon heart, reaching the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm. Furthermore, after utilizing the bloodline plunder ability to seize the bloodline power within the demon heart, Xiao Yuan's bloodline underwent further transformation. He also comprehended a unique demonic technique, the demonic heart enchantment, which allowed him to subtly manipulate the heart demons of sentient beings. Simultaneously, his resistance to heart demons was significantly enhanced. Even Paksin's various attempts at seduction would prove futile. Senior Fushi once remarked that upon reaching the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm, he could journey southward to discover a form of opportunity. Xiao Yuan murmured to himself, recalling Fushi's 3 hexagrams. Although this esteemed figure had long since passed, his influence on Xiao Yuan remained profound. To date, 2 of the hexagrams left by Fushi had already manifested, leaving only the 3rd yet to unfold. Xiao Yuan resolved to solidify his cultivation before embarking on a journey southward. Just then, the Red Flame Boy arrived with news. "My lord, the Spirit Pearl of Nuwa has come to pay a visit." Chapter 57, Nuwa's Invitation, a visit to the Qilin clan. Hearing the report from the Red Flame Boy, Xiao Yuan was momentarily taken aback. He had only met the Spirit Pearl once, during the Peach Banquet. However, as she was a servant of the Nuwa Empress, representing her, it was only fitting for Xiao Yuan to extend his respect. Xiao Yuan promptly summoned the Spirit Pearl to enter. "Friend Xiao Yuan, I have come at the behest of the goddess Nuwa, requesting your presence at the Nuwa Palace," the Spirit Pearl stated directly upon seeing Xiao Yuan. "Do you know why the goddess Nuwa seeks me?" Xiao Yuan inquired. Among the 6 saints, he had interacted with 5, yet had no prior connection with the goddess Nuwa. The sudden visit from the Spirit Pearl, bearing a summons from Nuwa, left Xiao Yuan somewhat perplexed. However, he soon speculated that Nuwa's invitation might stem from the legacy of his predecessor, Fushi. After all, their connection was rather tenuous. Nevertheless, Xiao Yuan dismissed his uncertainties, reassured that the goddess would not harbor ill intentions toward him, and followed the Spirit Pearl to the Nuwa Palace. The Nuwa Palace, originally situated atop Mount Buzhou, was relocated to Mount Fengqi after the mountain's collapse. Under the guidance of the Spirit Pearl, Xiao Yuan entered the palace and bowed respectfully to the figure seated at the head. "I pay my respects to the goddess Nuwa. No need for such formalities," Nuwa replied lightly, then added with a gentle smile, "I have heard from your teacher that you have made significant progress in the art of divination, even discerning the schemes of saints." Xiao Yuan felt a flush of embarrassment. He pondered why Nuwa had not summoned him for so long, only to realize it was due to his teacher's influence. "Your praise is unwarranted, goddess. The art of divination is vast and profound, and I have merely scratched the surface." Xiao Yuan hastily replied, "You need not be so modest. I have summoned you today to present you with a gift," Nuwa said, gracefully waving her hand, causing a stream of light to descend before Xiao Yuan. As the radiance dissipated, he beheld the true nature of the object, a divination counting piece, which he recognized as the very tool Fushi had once used during their divination sessions. This is a superior innate spiritual treasure, the innate Zhou counting piece. Originally belonging to my elder brother, he entrusted it to me with the condition that one day, should your skills in divination reach a level that pleases me, it shall be yours. Nuwa spoke softly, a hint of nostalgia flickering in her eyes. In that moment, Xiao Yuan understood the true purpose of his summons, to validate his studies and to receive this esteemed piece. "Thank you, goddess, for this precious gift," he expressed gratefully. With the innate Zhou counting piece, his abilities in divination would undoubtedly be enhanced. "I have fulfilled my brother's wish today. I hope you will not neglect your pursuit of the art of divination," Nuwa continued. "I shall heed the goddess's teachings," Xiao Yuan replied earnestly, discerning the subtle cue that it was time to take his leave. After securing the innate Zhou counting piece, he bid farewell and exited the palace. Once outside, he glanced back one last time. Among the 6 saints, the goddess Nuwa was the most uncontentious. Even in the most fervent disputes over fortune, even the most enlightened of sages, she remains largely indifferent. Among the 6 saints, only Nuwa has not established a grand doctrine. Moreover, Nuwa has always preferred seclusion, seldom engaging with the myriad affairs of the primordial world. During the calamity of the investiture of the gods, had it not been for the machinations that led to Emperor Xian's recitation of inappropriate verses during a sacrificial rite, it is likely that Nuwa would not have involved herself in the opposition against the Jie. Xiao Yuan believed that among the 6 saints, whether it be his esteemed master's elder or younger brothers, or the 2 Western saints, they would undoubtedly align against the Jie. However, Nuwa could potentially be persuaded. Securing the assistance of a single sage would undoubtedly alleviate much of the pressure faced by the Jie. Yet, the means to court Nuwa remain elusive to Xiao Yuan for the time being. This matter would have to be deliberated at a later date. After departing from the palace of Nuwa, Xiao Yuan did not immediately return to Yingzhou Island, but instead set forth southward upon his fiery steed. Having embarked on his journey, he resolved to verify the 3rd hexagram prophesied by the venerable Fuxi. Xiao Yuan's journey was quite delightful, punctuated by leisurely stops, during which he sought various ethereal treasures. Occasionally, he would pause to impart his insights, attracting numerous beings eager to listen to his teachings. Time passed swiftly, and nearly 5,000 years had slipped by in an instant. Suddenly, he felt a peculiar pull. This sensation was not derived from the fortune above entry, nor did it seem to be guided by the heavenly way. It bore a striking resemblance to the moment he first encountered the fragments of the Chaos Jade Plate. Accelerating his pace, Xiao Yuan ultimately arrived before Grand Mountain. Who goes there? Why do you linger in the ancestral land of my Qilin clan? At that moment, a streak of radiant light darted forth, revealing a Feng Qilin of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm before Xiao Yuan. The Qilin clan, one of the 3 progenitor races, once stood alongside the Dragon and Phoenix clans. Yet, unlike the latter 2, the Qilin clan, under some unknown protection and guidance, transformed into a primordial auspicious beast, shedding their past karma. Furthermore, they are the most reclusive of the 3 clans. In the primordial realm, dragons and phoenixes are still relatively common, whereas the Qilin are exceedingly rare. It is said that following the calamity of the Dragon Han period, the Qilin clan retreated into their ancestral land, Qilin Cliff, eschewing the numerous conflicts of the primordial world, living a life free from strife. I am Xiao Yuan of the Yizhao, here to pay my respects. Might I be granted an audience with the clan leader of the Qilin? Xiao Yuan inquired courteously. Ah, so, it is you, esteemed Taoist Xiao Yuan. Please come in. The Feng Qilin responded with newfound cordiality upon hearing Xiao Yuan's name. Clearly, he was familiar with Xiao Yuan's reputation. Although the Qilin clan shunned the world, they were not entirely oblivious to the happenings of the primordial realm. Otherwise, they could not have thrived so well. Esteemed Taoist Xiao Yuan, I am Lin Tian, the leader of the Qilin clan. Please, take a seat. An elderly figure approached with enthusiasm. With Xiao Yuan's discerning eye, he recognized that this clan leader possessed the early cultivation of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Upon entering the Qilin Cliff, he immediately sensed the presence of several formidable auras. The Qilin clan harbored no fewer than 5 powerful Luo Golden Immortals. Among them, one aura was particularly obscure, suggesting it was even above the Luo Golden Immortal level. Xiao Yuan couldn't help but marvel at the strength of a race unburdened by karmic ties. Truly a testament to their profound heritage. It appeared that among the 3 innate races, the Dragon clan possessed the weakest foundation. Yet, after some contemplation, Xiao Yuan hesitated to make such a definitive judgment, realizing that the Dragon clan likely concealed considerable strength as well. Chapter 58. The Legacy of Ancestor Yang Mei and the Grand Array of 10,000 Immortals. At this moment, Xiao Yuan ceased his idle speculation and spoke directly. Patriarch Lin Tian, I have come to visit the Qilin clan under certain guidance, as it seems there is something I seek hidden within the ancestral grounds of the Qilin clan. Prior to entering the ancestral site, Xiao Yuan had contemplated stealthily infiltrating to investigate. With his expertise in formations, he could effortlessly breach the protective array of the Qilin clan without arousing suspicion. However, considering that the Qilin clan was once a dominant force of the primordial era, with a deep-rooted foundation, being discovered would lead to an awkward predicament. Thus, he opted for a straightforward approach. Now, it appeared that this decision was indeed astute. Firstly, With a quasi-saint-level powerhouse stationed in Qilin Cliff, the likelihood of exposure while searching for items was considerably high. Secondly, Xiao Yuan could distinctly sense that the object he sought seemed to be closely associated with Patriarch Lin Tian, making interaction with him unavoidable. Therefore, entering openly and articulating his intentions was the wisest course of action. Should the Qilin clan prove uncooperative, he would have to devise alternative strategies. Upon hearing Xiao Yuan's words, Lin Tian's eyes glimmered with delight as he replied, "My friend, is this the item you seek?" With that, Lin Tian produced a white jade box from his sleeve. This box, carved from an unknown material, emitted no discernible aura. Yet at the moment the jade box was unveiled, Xiao Yuan felt the compelling force intensifying. "Patriarch Qilin, this should be the item I'm searching for," Xiao Yuan calmly responded, regaining his composure. "Ha ha ha! My Qilin clan has waited so long for this moment," Lin Tian exclaimed, stroking his long beard with glee. He then swiftly performed a series of hand seals, activating the protective array to obscure the heavenly secrets. This action bewildered Xiao Yuan. What could be concealed within this jade box that warranted such caution from Lin Tian? "My friend, you may be unaware that the item within this jade box is a legacy entrusted to my Qilin clan by a supreme being. That venerable ancestor once stated that this contains a treasured inheritance, awaiting a fated individual to come forth and receive it. I trust you are the destined one the ancestor spoke of," Lin Tian continued as he proceeded to open the jade box. At the moment the jade box was opened, a pale white stream of light swiftly entered Xiao Yuan's brow. In that fleeting instant, Xiao Yuan comprehended the origin of this so-called inheritance. This legacy, astonishingly, was bequeathed by the revered ancestor Yang Mei. The ancestor Yang Mei is an entity comparable to the Dao ancestor Hongjun, and is renowned as the first in the primordial realm to successfully traverse the path of the laws, ascending to the level of the Hunyuan Dao Golden Immortal. However, after achieving enlightenment in Hunyuan, Ancestor Yang Mei vanished without a trace. Rumors suggest that Ancestor Yang Mei had previously engaged in a fierce dispute with Ancestor Hongjun in the Zhixiao Palace, subsequently departing from the primordial realm in a fit of pique. The veracity of these rumors, it seems, is known only to the Dao ancestor. This inheritance encapsulates Ancestor Yang Mei's insights in cultivation, serving as a direct pathway to the realm of Hunyuan Dao. If such insights were to circulate in the primordial realm, they would undoubtedly incite fierce competition among numerous powerful beings, including saints. While many formidable entities and saints in the primordial realm practice the path of severing the three corpses, their journeys, though diverse, ultimately converge. Should they acquire Ancestor Yang Mei's insights, it would undoubtedly provide them with significant enlightenment, facilitating a smoother path in their cultivation. Pray tell, esteemed friend, did that venerable elder leave behind anything else besides this inheritance? Xiao Yuan inquired. Lin Tian shook his head in response. That elder merely stated to pass this item to one fated to receive it. Furthermore, he instructed our Qilin clan to heed your commands in the future. If anyone else were to obtain this inheritance and the loyalty of the Qilin clan, they would likely be elated. However, Xiao Yuan, inherently cautious, felt a tinge of disappointment upon hearing Lin Tian's words. In the primordial realm, the concept of causality prevails. Although it seemed that Xiao Yuan had reaped tremendous benefits, acquiring an inheritance coveted even by saints and effortlessly subjugating the Qilin clan, he understood that nothing comes without a cost. Xiao Yuan had never believed in the notion of heaven's free gifts. His arrival at the Qilin clan was guided by a divination from Fuxi, and the subsequent acquisition of Ancestor Yang Mei's inheritance felt somewhat bewildering. Fearful of being entangled in some grand scheme, he also sensed that he was not significant enough to warrant such machinations from a powerful figure. After contemplation, Xiao Yuan resolved to visit Penglai Island. In times of uncertainty, one can seek guidance from a mentor, for when the sky falls, the teacher bears the weight. This thought alleviated much of the gloom in Xiao Yuan's heart. With that, he bid farewell and departed from Qilin Cliff. Lin Tian wished to extend hospitality to Xiao Yuan, but the latter was eager to find his teacher on Penglai Island to seek clarity, feeling a restless itch within and wishing to linger not a moment longer. 500 years later, on Penglai Island, the disciple paid respects to his teacher. Upon entering the Shangqing Palace, Xiao Yuan performed a respectful bow. You arrived just in time. It has been many years since I tested your array skills. What do you think of this array? Without waiting for Xiao Yuan to speak, Tong Tian cheerfully presented an array disc. Is this the array of 10,000 immortals? With Xiao Yuan's current mastery of formations, it took but a moment of contemplation for him to recognize the array before him. However, upon this realization, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. The 10,000 immortals array is renowned as one of the three foremost formations of the primordial era, alongside the demon clan's Zhou Tian Star Dou formation and the witch clan's 12 capital heavenly gods formation. This array was devised through the collaboration of the Eastern King and numerous powerful beings from the celestial court, showcasing formidable might. Yet, it bears an unfortunate reputation for bringing defeat to its users. The Eastern King, having employed the 10,000 immortals array, fell to the celestial court. Likewise, the Jie Sect faced utter defeat when utilizing this array. Indeed, your ability to identify this formation indicates that you have not neglected your studies of array techniques over the years. I, too, discovered remnants of the 10,000 immortals array on Penglai Island and sought to repair and enhance its design. Tong Tian chuckled, followed by a sigh. It is a pity that I could not acquire the Zhou Tian Star Dou formation and the 12 capital heavenly gods formation. Otherwise, I might have attempted to merge the three great arrays, potentially creating an unparalleled formation. What brings you to me? Master, previously, Senior Fushi read my fortune and advised me to journey south after reaching the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm. Xiao Yuan recounted the events truthfully. Tong Tian was taken aback upon hearing Xiao Yuan's words. He had not anticipated that his disciple would gain the favor of the venerable Yang Mei and receive her legacy. Master, this is the inheritance from the ancestor Yang Mei. Without hesitation, Xiao Yuan presented a copy of the legacy to Tong Tian. After a moment of contemplation, Tong Tian remarked, "The ancestor Yang Mei is indeed one of the most exceptional beings of ancient times. Her method of attaining the Tao of primordial unity is unique and grand, offering many insights for us to consider." Chapter 59, Two Paths, a brief lesson in array techniques. Master, do you mean to say that there are no issues with this legacy? Xiao Yuan inquired. Of course. Otherwise, do you believe that someone of Yang Mei's caliber would feel the need to calculate your fate? Perhaps she merely wishes to leave behind a legacy in the primordial realm, and you were simply fortunate enough to be chosen, Tong Tian replied with a smile. Naturally, there's a concept of cause and effect in the primordial realm. Today, you have received this inheritance, and in the future, you may owe a debt of gratitude. But that is likely a matter for a distant time, perhaps only when you attain the status of a saint or reach the great Luo of primordial unity will you be called to repay. Xiao Yuan breathed a sigh of relief at his master's words. Saints? Great Luo of primordial unity? Who knows when that will be? Moreover, even if he were to reach such heights, many troubles would not seem troublesome at all. Master, which path do you believe I should take? The path of severing the three corpses or the path of attaining the Tao through laws? Xiao Yuan further inquired. Having just broken into the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm, he had not yet given serious thought to the choice between severing the three corpses or pursuing the path of laws. Nevertheless, Xiao Yuan leaned more toward the latter. Severing the three corpses requires the primordial purple energy, which is elusive and difficult to obtain. He lacked confidence in finding it. For now, he was eager to hear his master's perspective. The esteemed teacher is indeed a sage of unparalleled wisdom, well-versed in a myriad of subjects, and undoubtedly capable of imparting insightful guidance. Since you have inquired, allow me to elucidate the advantages and disadvantages of the path of severing the three corpses and the path of attaining enlightenment through the laws. The method of severing the three corpses was pioneered by your ancestral master. One notable advantage of this path, in comparison to the path of enlightenment through the laws, lies in its relative accessibility. With sufficient accumulation, one can employ the innate energy from the primordial spiritual treasures to sever the three corpses. However, the attainment of this path hinges upon the critical presence of the primordial purple energy. Without it, the prospect of enlightenment remains bleak, which is rather stringent. Conversely, the path of enlightenment through the laws has existed since the birth of chaos, proving to be significantly more arduous than the path of severing the three corpses, as it necessitates a profound comprehension of the grand principles. Particularly following numerous tribulations in the primordial era, the traces of the great path have become exceedingly sparse, rendering it nearly insurmountable for the ordinary practitioner. Nevertheless, this path does not demand the primordial purple energy as an essential prerequisite. Master, which path is superior? Severing the three corpses or the path of enlightenment through the laws? Xiao Yuan inquired further. this being a matter of paramount concern for him. Indeed, he had his own suspicions, yet he yearned to hear his teacher's perspective. Haha, between the two, it is true that the path of enlightenment through the laws is somewhat stronger, replied Tong Tian. Your ancestral master once recounted a dispute with the ancestor Yangmei, which escalated to physical confrontation. Despite expending all his spiritual treasures, your ancestor was unable to inflict any harm upon ancestor Yangmei. I was quite astonished when I first learned of this. At that moment, Xiao Yuan was equally astonished. It appeared that the altercation between the Dao ancestor and ancestor Yangmei was not mere rumor, but a genuine event. And the Dao ancestor had suffered a dismal defeat at the hands of ancestor Yangmei. Is this truly the extent of their strength? Xiao Yuan reflected, further tipping the scales of his judgment towards the path of enlightenment through the laws. Were it another individual, the master would surely recommend the path of severing the 3 corpses. However, given that you possess the rare talent of the 9th grade flower, unparalleled in my experience, and with ancestor Yangmei's insights bestowed upon you, it becomes evident that you are more suited for the path of enlightenment through the laws, Tong Tian remarked, looking at Xiao Yuan. Among the many disciples he had accepted, Xiao Yuan's aptitude stood out as the finest, prompting Tong Tian to harbor even greater expectations. I have recently contemplated ancestor Yangmei's insights and have gleaned some understanding, which I shall now impart to you. Without pretense, Xiao Yuan seated himself upon the mat in the hall, while Tong Tian commenced his teachings, focusing on the method of enlightenment through the laws. This could be regarded as a private lecture tailored exclusively for Xiao Yuan. Before long, Xiao Yuan found himself immersed in a state of comprehension. Having reviewed the legacy left by ancestor Yangmei, he could distinctly perceive that his teacher's discourse was not solely a recitation of ancestor Yangmei's teachings. It was interwoven with the teacher's own interpretations, and many of the esoteric aspects of the legacy were meticulously analyzed and elucidated for Xiao Yuan. Tong Tian's instruction continued for 3 millennia. Within the upper clear palace, the melodic essence of the Tao gradually subsided. Xiao Yuan gradually emerged from his state of enlightenment. During the sermon, Xiao Yuan gained profound insights and developed a more refined plan for ascending to the next realm. This is the advantage of having an exceptional teacher. Thank you, Master, Xiao Yuan expressed with a bow. It should be I who expresses gratitude to you, the teacher replied. The insights you have brought back have also greatly inspired me, and I have gained much from our discourse. I shall now enter seclusion. You may take your leave. The formation plate from the 10,000 Immortals array should be contemplated by you, as it will undoubtedly aid your understanding of formation techniques. With a wave of his hand, Tong Tian chuckled. Moreover, there is another matter. Your junior disciples wish to hear you elucidate formation techniques once more. If you have the time, please indulge their desires. Xiao Yuan found himself at a loss for words. He had not anticipated that his explanations of the 6th formation would draw such attention. Otherwise, it would not have reached the ears of his teacher. However, Xiao Yuan reflected that the reason the Zhejiao had faltered against the alliance of the other 3 major sects was not due to a lack of strength, but rather a deficiency in ruthlessness and cunning. It would be beneficial to provide some supplementary lessons to his junior disciples. Should conflict arise, they would be better prepared. Xiao Yuan acted decisively and, after leaving the Shangqing Palace, headed straight for Jinao Island. He disseminated news of his upcoming lecture on formation techniques, which caused a stir among the numerous disciples of the Zhejiao, particularly those passionate about formations. The last time Xiao Yuan lectured, his teachings had left a lasting impression. Although he had seldom visited Jinao Island in recent years, his legend had only grown, especially after he had previously led the Zhejiao disciples to success among the human race. His reputation soared to unprecedented heights. It is no exaggeration to say that when Xiao Yuan called out, countless Zhejiao disciples would eagerly follow. A millennium later, Xiao Yuan's small classroom on formation techniques was once again in session, drawing nearly 6,000 disciples, constituting a significant portion of the Zhejiao. This lecture lasted for 3,000 years. Upon its conclusion, Xiao Yuan focused on guiding the Sanshao sisters and the 10 heavenly lords in their formation practices. After assessing their progress, he found the results of his teachings to be quite satisfactory. The Sanshao sisters and the 10 heavenly lords, being elites in formation techniques, absorbed his words. They not only developed the 9 curves Yellow River formation and the 10 absolute formation, but also enhanced these formations to be even more cunning and unpredictable, potentially lethal. Xiao Yuan was immensely pleased with this outcome and offered numerous suggestions for improvement, which the Sanshao sisters and 10 heavenly lords cherished. motivating them to delve deeper into their studies. When the disciples of the three teachings confront the Jijiao formations, they are likely to find themselves in dire straits. This was precisely the effect Xiao Yuan desired. Should a confrontation occur, he would not hold back. Chapter 60. New Entries, the Three Major Hazards of the Jijiao. After concluding his lecture and addressing the disciples' inquiries about formation techniques, Xiao Yuan's gaze fell upon a particular figure. He had been preoccupied with numerous affairs lately and had almost forgotten a pivotal character, the long-eared celestial of determined light. This individual was one of the 7 attendants of the Jijiao and belonged to its elite disciples. During the climactic battle between the Jie Sect and other major sects, the grand array of the 10,000 immortals was established. Tong Tian placed immense trust in the long-eared Dingguang immortal, entrusting him with the 6 souls banner inscribed with the names of several saints, instructing him to wave it at a critical moment to disrupt those saints. However, unbeknownst to all, the long-eared Dingguang immortal had long since betrayed them, failing to wave the 6 souls banner, thereby disrupting the plans of the Jie Sect. Had it not been for this betrayal, the Jie Sect would not have suffered such a devastating defeat. It remains uncertain whether the long-eared Dingguang immortal has since made contact with the West. Xiao Yuan resolved to probe into this matter, seeking a way to eliminate this threat. Junior brother Long-ear, come with me. I wish to discuss something with you. Upon hearing Xiao Yuan's words, many disciples of the Jie Sect cast envious glances at the long-eared Dingguang immortal, instinctively believing that he had gained Xiao Yuan's favor. They thought that if he could secure the support of senior brother Xiao Yuan, his path ahead would be significantly smoothed. However, the long-eared Dingguang immortal himself displayed a fleeting look of panic, though it quickly vanished, unnoticed by most. Yet, Xiao Yuan remained vigilant, keenly observing the long-eared Dingguang immortal's unusual reaction. Indeed, the long-eared Dingguang immortal harbors secrets. Do you know why I summoned you? Xiao Yuan inquired with a smile, simultaneously producing a formation plate to seal the space surrounding them. The long-eared Dingguang immortal's demeanor grew increasingly tense upon witnessing Xiao Yuan's actions. He then complimented, "Senior brother Xiao Yuan, your powers are boundless. I cannot fathom your intentions." "Huh, you're quite the slippery one. Long-ear, do you realize that your transgressions have been uncovered? If you confess now, I may still show you leniency." Xiao Yuan's tone shifted to one of cold severity, an imposing pressure enveloping the long-eared Dingguang immortal. "Senior brother, what are you saying? I do not comprehend." The long-eared Dingguang immortal's voice trembled, his entire form quaking with fear. "Do you truly believe that your dealings with the West remain unknown to our master? The reason he has remained silent is merely to grant you an opportunity." Xiao Yuan admonished sharply once more. With a thud, the long-eared Dingguang immortal crumpled to the ground, as if all strength had been sapped from him. Cold sweat dripped from his brow, his eyes wide with terror as he repeatedly stammered, "Senior brother, it was the Western saint, Zhuini, who forced my hand. If I did not comply, I would meet a fate worse than death." So, out of fear of the West, you chose to betray the Jie Sect. To betray our master? The Jie Sect is also a great sect with saints overseeing it. Why would you fear the West's intimidation? They must have offered you considerable rewards to cloud your judgment. Xiao Yuan retorted with a cold snort. The long-eared Dingguang immortal was momentarily taken aback, for Xiao Yuan spoke the truth. The West had indeed employed both threats and allure, showering him with benefits that ensnared his senses. "Senior brother, please quell your anger. It was my foolishness that led me astray." The long-eared Dingguang immortal, trembling with fear, fell to his knees, repeatedly bowing and pleading for mercy. He understood that his life was now firmly in Xiao Yuan's grasp. A notification chimed. "You have unveiled the conspiracy of the Western Church. Please make a choice." Choice 1. Annihilate the long-eared Dingguang immortal directly. Reward: Heart Sword Gold. Entry. Choice 2. Spare the long-eared Dingguang immortal's life for future calculations. Reward: Soul Summoning Chain Gold. Entry. Heart Sword Gold. Your mental power can coalesce into a sharp sword. Once unleashed, it can directly harm the opponent's Dao heart. Soul Summoning Chain Gold. You possess a profound affinity for the lingering souls adrift in the primordial chaos, allowing you to explore and seek these remnants through a medium. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Xiao Yuan was momentarily taken aback. If he recalled correctly, this troublesome system had not made an appearance for quite some time, and he was surprised by its sudden reemergence. If Xiao Yuan were to choose between the two entries, he would lean towards the Heart Sword entry. This entry could channel the power of the heart sword directly onto the Dao heart. Should the Dao heart sustain damage, it could result in the severance of one's path, or, in a more severe case, lead to immediate death by the invasion of demonic thoughts. Such a wound would be far more challenging to mend than one inflicted on the soul. The implications of this method were undeniably sinister. Xiao Yuan relished the role of the cunning strategist. In contrast, this soul-summoning chain entry appeared rather mundane, even akin to a superfluous trinket, at least. It did not seem to hold any immediate utility for him. Nevertheless, Xiao Yuan's decision would not hinge solely on the entries. He was more inclined to consider which outcome would be more advantageous to him. Evidently, he preferred to spare the long-eared Dingwang immortal. Although the betrayal of the long-eared Dingwang immortal against the Jijiao was contemptible, his continued existence held far greater value than his demise. Should Xiao Yuan choose to slay the long-eared Dingwang immortal at this moment, it would likely alert the Western Church, compelling them to employ more covert tactics to manipulate the other disciples of Jijiao, thus becoming more cautious in their endeavors. The fact that the long-eared Dingwang immortal had remained undetected by Tong Tian for so long spoke volumes. Were it not for Xiao Yuan's status as a time traveler, possessing some foresight, he would not have been able to unearth the identity of this infiltrator. I shall not take your life. Everything will remain as it is. Should the Western Church reach out to you, inform me immediately. This is the 9-transformation poison spirit pill, a concoction I have developed. Only I possess the antidote in the entire primordial realm. Xiao Yuan retrieved a pill, darkened to a deep purple hue. For someone as unpredictable as the long-eared Dingwang immortal, a method of control was essential. Without hesitation, the long-eared Dingwang immortal swallowed the 9-transformation poison spirit pill. His immediate concern was to preserve his own life. Rest assured, as long as you serve me wholeheartedly, there may yet be a path for you to atone for your sins. Xiao Yuan's tone softened considerably. Rest easy. I will follow your commands from now on, the long-eared Dingwang immortal fervently declared, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Xiao Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. You may leave. The long-eared Dingwang immortal bowed respectfully and took his leave. Watching his retreating figure, Xiao Yuan fell into deep contemplation. He has synthesized his extensive knowledge of the journey to the conferred gods and has outlined the 3 significant perils facing the Jijiao. Simultaneously, he is devising strategies to mitigate these risks. The first peril arises from the disciples of Jijiao, who, out of respect for the origins of the 3 teachings, tend to show leniency when confronting the disciples of the Jijiao. Moreover, these disciples often exhibit arrogance and a lack of caution, which frequently leads to their downfall. The second peril lies in the heterogeneous composition of Jijiao, where the quality of disciples varies significantly, and there are traitors within the sect. The third peril is rooted in the Jiaoju's strong fraternal bonds, which prevent him from severing ties with his 2 elder brothers. This indecision leads to a delayed response when action is finally warranted, rendering it too late to rectify the situation. Chapter 61. The Hope of the Chaos-Rooted Taoist. Luya. To address the first peril, Xiao Yuan has already begun implementing measures, having organized 2 small classes focused on Zhendao as preparation. Presently, Xiao Yuan enjoys considerable prestige within Jijiao, enabling him to guide the disciples effectively. Should a conflict arise, he will not hesitate to ensure that the Jijiao disciples are resolute in their actions. As for the second peril, Xiao Yuan has also taken steps to resolve it. The long-ear and Jingguang immortal is likely the most pivotal disciple bought off by the Western forces. As long as he can be managed effectively, the other bought disciples of Jijiao pose little threat. If this piece of the puzzle is utilized wisely, it could lead to significant losses for the West. Finally, regarding the third peril, Xiao Yuan is still strategizing. After concluding his affairs here, he returned to Yingzhou Island. Upon his return, he assessed the cultivation of his disciples. Since accepting Xian Pe as a disciple, Xiao Yuan has found it quite effortless. His disciple comprehends concepts with minimal explanation, sparing him the need for excessive words or energy. Xiao Yuan has resolved that any future personal disciples will be chosen according to this standard. Those who do not meet it will not be considered. 20,000 years later, Xiao Yuan emerged from seclusion. Although he had not broken through to a new realm, his aura had become significantly more solidified. With his current state, he could easily slay a Shishir with a piece of innate spiritual treasure, stepping into the Dingsheng realm and becoming one of the most formidable beings in the Hunyuan. However, he is still some distance from achieving the status of Hunyuan Jinshan. Having clarified his path, He has no intention of seeking immediate gains by recklessly slaying 3 corpses. Master, the Taoist Luya has come to visit, reported the Crimson Flame Boy. Please let him in, Xiao Yuan replied promptly. Luya, once the 6th prince of the Golden Crow, is the only survivor among the 10 Golden Crows. Now, he stands as the current Demon Emperor of the Aoju, a powerful figure at the Dunsheng level. Xiao Yuan and Luya have not engaged in much direct interaction. My friend, I hope you won't take offense at my uninvited arrival, Luya said, adorned in a crimson robe, strikingly handsome, with a platinum gourd hanging from his waist. He greeted Xiao Yuan with a respectful bow, appearing quite courteous. Not at all, esteemed guest. Your visit brings me great joy, Xiao Yuan replied with a smile. In the past, my esteemed friend assisted my brothers in gathering the remains of the deceased, a kindness I, Luya, shall forever cherish. Luya sighed with sentiment. Upon hearing Luya's words, Xiao Yuan felt a twinge of discomfort. His initial act of gathering the bodies of the Golden Crows had been driven by the lure of their bloodline power, a motive far from honorable. I have come to disturb you, my friend, with a request. Luya, having established camaraderie, shifted the conversation's tone. The 3 emperors of the human race have been decided, with the Heavenly Emperor being the reincarnation of our demon clans, Shi Huang. I have learned that you have inherited Shi Huang's legacy and share a bond akin to that of teacher and disciple. Hence I implore you to persuade this reincarnated Shi Huang to return to our demon clan. Xiao Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. He questioned whether Luya had imbibed too much wine, for such a preposterous notion was unfathomable. The demon clan's intentions were blatantly aimed at usurping the fortunes of the human race, even seeking to claim the position of the primary character in the primordial narrative of humanity. Should the Heavenly Emperor truly revert to the demon clan, it would indeed lead to their resurgence, elevating them to a position of dominance once more. However, such an occurrence would be vehemently opposed by the 6 saints. Even as the most favored disciple of Tong Tian, Xiao Yuan dared not entertain such a notion. Impossible, absolutely impossible. I suggest you seek counsel elsewhere, Xiao Yuan insisted, shaking his head resolutely. He wished to have no part in this matter. Could you at least allow me a chance to meet the reincarnated Shi Huang? Luya, evidently undeterred, continued, perhaps revealing his true intentions. Compared to his previous request, this one bore significantly less difficulty. Before Xiao Yuan could respond, Luya pressed on. I have learned of your choice to pursue the path of the laws for enlightenment. I am willing to share my uncle's insights on cultivation with you. Luya's uncle was none other than the illustrious Dong Huang Tai Yi of the Demon Clan. Among the many formidable beings who ventured to the Zhixiao Palace to seek wisdom, only Tai Yi had chosen the path of laws for enlightenment, reaching the pinnacle of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm. His insights were undoubtedly invaluable, especially for those traversing the path of laws. However, Xiao Yuan had already acquired the cultivation insights of the venerable Yang Mei, rendering him less enthusiastic about Tai Yi's teachings. Thus, he did not immediately respond to Luya's request. If you have any other requests, feel free to voice them, Luya continued. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yuan replied, I require a drop of blood from either your father or your uncle. His innate roots have been stagnating at the peak of the supreme innate level for quite some time, and he has yet to find an opportunity to break into the chaotic roots. A drop of blood from Emperor Jun or Tai Yi might just shatter this barrier. Very well, Luya gritted his teeth in agreement. I shall make an attempt. But you are aware that the ascendance of the Heavenly Emperor is orchestrated by the teachings of humanity, not by my sect. Hence, I cannot guarantee success. Do your utmost. Xiao Yuan responded slowly. Luya let out a long sigh of relief. Prior to seeking Xiao Yuan, he had also approached the goddess Nuwa. However, the goddess Nuwa once stated that to meet the reincarnation of the Shi Huang, the mystical gates must first grant their consent. The human sect possesses only one direct disciple from the Xuandu, making contact quite difficult. The Chan sect harbors a disdain for the demon race, further complicating interactions. Consequently, Luya turned his attention to the Jie Sect, as the demon race had previously established some rapport with Xiao Yuan. In truth, Luya was aware that even if he encountered the reincarnation of Shi Huang, the likelihood of persuading them to return to the demon race was minimal. Nonetheless, this was the best strategy he could conceive for rejuvenating the demon lineage, and he was determined to attempt it, regardless of the cost. After finalizing this plan, Luya took his leave. Soon after, Luya dispatched someone to deliver the insights and essence of Tai Yi that had been granted. Xiao Yuan perused the insights of Tai Yi, the Eastern Emperor of the demon race, who indeed possessed remarkable wisdom, having forged his own path along the road of laws and enlightenment. Xiao Yuan found much to learn from these insights. However, the most significant element was undoubtedly the drop of essence blood. Xiao Yuan sensed its powerful aura, likely originating from the peak period of Emperor Jun, radiating an immense and vigorous force. The power contained within surpassed that of the drop of Yuanfeng's essence blood by several magnitudes. This was to be expected, as the peak Yuanfeng could not compare to Emperor Jun, and the Yuanfeng had perished too early, causing a loss of vitality in the remaining essence blood over time. In contrast, Emperor Jun had not been gone for long, allowing the power within this drop of essence blood to remain remarkably intact. Xiao Yuan soon began to focus on absorbing the strength and bloodline power contained within. Chapter 62. Ascending to the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal, the Human Sect Xuandu. In the primordial realm, time flows swiftly, and before long, 2 millennia had passed. On Yingzhou Island, spiritual resonance surged powerfully, and beams of magical light soared into the heavens. However, these energies quickly retracted. At this moment, Xiao Yuan, who had been in seclusion, slowly opened his eyes, filled with joy. During this period of retreat, he had completely refined the drop of Emperor Jun's essence blood, successfully elevating his root bone to the lower grade of Chaos Root Bone. The lower grade of Chaos Root Bone is already among the pinnacle of root bones in the primordial realm. The foremost innate deities, such as the three purities, Niwa, Fushi, and Emperor Juntai, all possess lower-grade Chaos root bones. Now, Xiao Yuan's root bone had reached this level. In addition to the enhancement of his root bone, Xiao Yuan had also leveraged the power contained within the essence blood to break into the realm of mixed Yuan Golden Immortal. Xiao Yuan had now attained great renown within the primordial realm. Moreover, due to his mastery of the laws surpassing the cutting of 3 corpses, his combat prowess exceeded that of those who had only severed 1 corpse. The descent of the human emperor is imminent. It is time to fulfill his promise. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Yuan mounted the fiery beast and departed from Yingzhou Island. The birth of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of the human race is a divine decree, especially the 3 sovereigns, who are the reincarnations of former great powers in the primordial realm, each endowed with profound fortunes. The Emperor of Humanity is the reincarnation of the great deity Fushi. The Earth Emperor of Humanity is the reincarnation of the venerable Hunyuan. The human sovereign is the reincarnation of the Eastern Prince. With the birth of the 3 sovereigns among humanity, a span of 3,000 years is designated. Upon the completion of 3,000 years of merit, they may enter the fire cloud cave to safeguard the destiny of humanity. Although Xiao Yuan remains in seclusion, he is acutely aware of the passage of time. The moment for the Emperor of Humanity to descend is drawing near. Having already reaped the benefits bestowed by Luya, it is only natural that he should act. In truth, even if Luya had not sought Xiao Yuan, he would still feel compelled to visit the realm of humanity. After all, Fushi had imparted profound teachings to him, and he is duty-bound to protect that path. Over the years, the flame beast has flourished under Xiao Yuan's attentive care, attaining the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal, significantly enhancing its strength. In just 2 centuries, Xiao Yuan arrived at the domain of the Huaxi tribe. However, he did not rashly enter the tribe. The saints had previously established a covenant. The human teaching is responsible for enlightening the Emperor of Humanity, the intercepting teaching for the Earth Emperor, the expounding teaching for the human sovereign, and the Western teaching for the 5 emperors. The birth and education of the Emperor of Humanity are solely the purview of the human teaching. Xiao Yuan dared not intervene recklessly, for should he be held accountable, the consequences would be dire. Xiao Yuan encountered his senior brother Xuandu. Dismounting from the cloud beast, he offered a respectful bow towards a certain direction. Soon, a young man in a blue robe gradually revealed himself. This youth exuded an air of refined elegance, embodying the demeanor of a true gentleman. Yet Xiao Yuan could still perceive the profound essence radiating from him. This young man was none other than Xuandu Daoist. Although Xuandu entered the sect later than others, he became a direct disciple under the Taiping sect, thus earning the title of the true elder brother of the Xianmen. Under the careful nurturing of the Taiping saint, Xuandu has progressed remarkably, having severed his second corpse and entered the mid-stage of quasi-sainthood. His rapid advancement is largely due to the scarcity of disciples in the human teaching. With only 1 direct disciple, under such vast auspices, his cultivation speed surpasses even that of Xiao Yuan, which is enviable indeed. Xuandu is leading the matter of the Emperor of Humanity's ascension. Junior brother, since our last parting, I am astonished to see your cultivation soar, achieving the realm of the primordial golden immortal. Congratulations, Xuandu greeted warmly. Your praise is unwarranted, senior brother, Xiao Yuan replied humbly. Before shifting the conversation, Xuandu, I have come to seek your assistance. The demon Luya wishes to meet the reincarnation of the Shi Emperor. Xiao Yuan felt a twinge of apprehension as he spoke these words. He and Xuandu do not share a deep bond, and a refusal would not be unexpected. Fortunately, Xiao Yuan had previously conveyed to Luya that he would do his utmost, but could not guarantee success. Should this endeavor fail, he would have to find other means to compensate Luya. Junior brother, you ought to understand that the enlightenment of the Emperor is of utmost importance to our human teaching. Allowing Luya to meet the reincarnation of the Shi Emperor involves considerable risk. Why would you wade into such murky waters? Xuandu pondered, his smile fading. Alas, Luya has offered far too much, Xiao Yuan replied with a rueful smile. Since my junior brother has a request, I shall acquiesce to this matter. Xuandu pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Thank you, senior brother. Consider this a favor owed by me, Xiao Yuan expressed with evident delight. Taken aback by Xuandu's prompt consent. Regardless of the circumstances, he had fulfilled his promise to Luya, making the benefits he received considerably less burdensome. However, unbeknownst to Xiao Yuan, Luya had long received Laozi's tacit approval regarding the reincarnation of Fuxi. Fuxi, the reincarnation of the demon emperor, now serves as the heavenly emperor of humanity. The saints desire him to sever the ties of his past life and wholly dedicate himself to the human race. Xuandu, by entangling Xiao Yuan in a debt of gratitude, had evidently profited. Conversely, Xiao Yuan's acquisition of Luya's promised benefits, which facilitated his ascendancy to the realm of the primordial golden immortal, was likewise advantageous. Even Luya, by relinquishing certain aspects to fulfill his own aspirations, could be seen as having gained. Thus, this situation was one of mutual benefit for all three parties involved. Senior brother, in addition, Elder Fuxi has bestowed upon me the gift of knowledge. I wish to escort him on his path, Xiao Yuan continued. Excellent. Xuandu promptly concurred without much deliberation. At that moment, within the Huashu tribe, numerous extraordinary phenomena began to manifest. The heavenly emperor had descended to the mortal realm. In the ensuing time, Xiao Yuan and Xuandu journeyed together to safeguard Fuxi. Given the nature of this high-stakes endeavor involving the saints, none dared to obstruct their mission. The task of protecting Fuxi was remarkably effortless for both. Each possessed extraordinary talents, having shared a camaraderie over 3 millennia, engaging in philosophical discourse, and feeling a profound sense of mutual appreciation. Junior brother, 3,000 years have passed, and the heavenly emperor is soon to reclaim his position. In the future, when time permits, I shall certainly visit Ingzhou Island, Xuandu remarked with a sense of nostalgia. Previously, after becoming a disciple of his master, he had frequently heard tales of Xiao Yuan's renown. His master often extolled Xiao Yuan's intellect and exceptional aptitude. Initially, Xuandu felt a twinge of disbelief, but now, all remnants of his skepticism had dissipated. If you come, I shall certainly extend a warm welcome, Xiao Yuan replied with a smile. At present, the Jijiao had not yet fallen into discord with the human teachings, and Xiao Yuan was unperturbed about forging a friendship with Xuandu, benefiting greatly from their association. For this senior brother of the Xianmen possessed considerable wisdom. When the great war among the teachings commenced, it would become a matter of factional allegiance and a struggle for doctrinal supremacy, and Xiao Yuan would undoubtedly not hold back. While the two engaged in conversation, Fuxi had already arrived by the banks of the Luo River, immersed in his final moments of enlightenment. At this juncture, an ancient tortoise surfaced in the river, its back inscribed with the trigrams of the I Ching, accompanied by a dragon horse bearing inscriptions. With Xiao Yuan's keen perception, he recognized that both the tortoise and the dragon horse were not actual living beings, but rather exquisite innate spiritual treasures, the He Tu and Luo Shu. Originally, these were the accompanying spiritual treasures of the demon Emperor Dijun, which had vanished during the Great War between the witches and the demons. Now, guided by the heavenly machinations, they had materialized to assist Fuxi in comprehending the profound wisdom of the I Ching and the trigrams. Chapter 63. The desire to scheme for the Chaos Bell and the fall of the treasure money. Upon witnessing the He Tu and Luo Shu, Xiao Yuan fell into deep contemplation. He suddenly recalled that he seemed to have overlooked a hidden peril concerning the Jie Sect, namely the issue of the sect's foundational spiritual treasure. The Jie Sect's foundational spiritual treasure is the supreme, innate spiritual artifact, the Sword of Extermination. Originally a companion treasure of the demon ancestor Luo Ho, the Sword of Extermination possesses formidable power, unmatched except by the Four Saints, and rivals even the might of innate supreme treasures. However, while the sword is indeed powerful, it is exceedingly fierce, capable of inflicting harm upon others as well as upon its wielder. At present, the Sword of Extermination can still suppress the fortunes of the Jie Sect, but as the sect continues to expand and strengthen, it may soon be unable to maintain such control. Should there come a day when the Sword of Extermination can no longer restrain the sect's fortunes, it might immediately turn against them, severing the sect's fate with its blade. To address this dilemma, it is imperative to replace the foundational spiritual treasure of the Jie Sect. Given that the Sword of Extermination already ranks among the finest of innate spiritual treasures, any replacement must ascend to the level of innate supreme treasures. However, such treasures are scarce and not easily obtained. Currently, only 4 innate supreme treasures are known to exist in the Hunyuan realm. The first is the Jade Disc of Creation. Originally a treasure of chaos, which, due to damage, has fallen into the category of innate supreme treasures, now overseen by the Tao ancestor Hongjun. The second is the Taiji diagram, held by the Grand Master of Tai Ching, safeguarding the fortunes of a human sect. The third is the Panga Banner, governed by the primordial master of Yuqing, protecting the fortunes of the Chan sect. The fourth is the Chaos Bell, once a companion treasure of Tai, whose whereabouts remain a mystery since Tai's demise. The Taiji diagram, Panga Banner, and Chaos Bell were all formed from the differentiation of the Chaos Axe during the creation of the world. Of the 4 innate supreme treasures, 3 are possessed, leaving only the elusive Chaos Bell as a potential target. Regrettably, the 6 saints of Hunyuan have all sought its location in vain, making it exceedingly difficult to find. Yet there remains a glimmer of hope. Taoist Xiao Yuan. At that moment, a voice pulled Xiao Yuan from his reverie. It was Luya. Earlier, Xiao Yuan had sent a message to Luya, who had naturally arrived punctually. Taoist Luya, Xiao Yuan, and Xuandu greeted him. As the contemporary emperor of the demon race and a powerful quasi-saint, due respect must be afforded. The human sovereign has completed his enlightenment. Taoist Luya, please, Xuandu remarked. At this moment, Fuxi had comprehended the principles of the Zhou, Yi, and the 8 trigrams from the river diagram and Luo book, his aura immensely potent yet restrained. Luya nodded and approached Fuxi, softly calling out, Emperor Shi, Taoist Luya, the emperor Shi has perished. Henceforth, only the human sovereign Fuxi shall remain in the Hunyuan realm. Fuxi spoke slowly, his tone calm, yet resolute. Upon hearing this, Luya swayed slightly, a bitter expression crossing his face. He then bowed respectfully to Fuxi before departing, lost in despair. He understood that Fuxi would not return to the demon race. Simultaneously, the aura surrounding Fuxi grew increasingly dense and substantial, a sign of severing past entanglements and a clear heart toward the Tao. At this moment, Xiao Yuan discerned certain subtleties and understood why Xuandu had so readily acquiesced to his request. It was, after all, a simple act of goodwill. Nevertheless, Xiao Yuan bore no resentment, for Xuandu had indeed rendered him assistance. Fuxi, having attained the fullness of your merits, do you wish to take me as your master and enter the teachings of humanity? After Luya departed, Laozi approached on his ox and spoke slowly. Disciple Fuxi, I pay my respects to my teacher. Fuxi bowed deeply. Boom! A tremendous influx of merits and fortune descended upon Fuxi, instantly causing his aura to surge, propelling him to the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood, seemingly just a thread away from the realm of saints. The fortune of humanity also swelled significantly. Fuxi then followed Laozi to guard the fortunes of the human path at the Fire Cloud Cave. With a decisive stroke, Xuandu, as the orchestrator of the Celestial Emperor's return, similarly garnered a wealth of merits. He utilized this merit to sever the ties of his past self, stepping into the later stage of quasi-sainthood. Congratulations, Brother Xuandu, on your significant advancement in cultivation. I wish you a swift ascension to the saintly position. Xiao Yuan congratulated him. Ha! I shall borrow your auspicious words, brother. Xuandu, having broken through, was in high spirits. Brother, this matter is concluded. We shall meet again another day. Until we meet again, Xiao Yuan replied. Xuandu then rode the clouds back to Shouyang Mountain. This journey for Xiao Yuan was also a resounding success. In truth, during the Emperor of Humanity's ascendance, Xiao Yuan reaped considerable benefits. Far away in the heavenly court, his divine incarnation suddenly received a surge of fervent devotion. This was due to Xiao Yuan's prior arrangements within the human race, as the people revered him. With the Emperor of Humanity's return, the fortunes of the human race flourished, and their strength surged, consequently increasing the offerings of devotion. Seizing this opportunity, Xiao Yuan's divine incarnation also ascended to the quasi-saint realm. He found himself eagerly anticipating the eventual return of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, pondering what heights his divine incarnation might achieve by then. Particularly with the Earth Sovereign's teachings led by the Zhejiao, Xiao Yuan suspected he would likely garner a substantial windfall. Lest depart, Xiao Yuan mounted his fiery beast, preparing to return to Yingzhou Island. This time, he was not in a hurry and decided to collect some innate spiritual objects along the way. Fortune overarching detected the emergence of a primordial treasure. You may seize this opportunity. Upon seeing the notification, Xiao Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Previously, the fortune overarching notification merely indicated the collection of eminent spiritual objects. Now, it was encouraging him to seize the fortunes of others. This path was becoming increasingly audacious. However, something that could provoke such a reaction from the notification was likely no ordinary treasure. Xiao Yuan promptly resolved to investigate. Guided by the flow of energy, he soon arrived at a sacred mountain. Prior to Xiao Yuan's arrival, 2 figures were already intently gazing at a certain spot, their expressions fraught with anxiety. The commotion caused by Xiao Yuan's arrival went unnoticed. The 2 individuals naturally sensed the arrival of Xiao Yuan, and upon realizing the unfathomable aura surrounding him, their faces were etched with dismay. Xiao Bao, Xiao Sheng, pays his respect to the esteemed elder. Despite their grim expressions, they bowed respectfully to Xiao Yuan. Xiao Bao, Xiao Sheng, Xiao Yuan murmured, as these names indeed rang a bell. Were they not the unfortunate souls who had schemed against Zhao Gongming with the aid of a treasured artifact, only to be outwitted by Ran Deng? Thus, was not this place a treasure trove of the coveted falling treasure coin? The thought brought him immense joy. The falling treasure coin was a unique treasure of the Hunyuan realm, specifically designed to counteract innate spiritual treasures. The cultivators of Hunyuan heavily relied on the advantages provided by such treasures. Innate spiritual treasures could be deemed essential for any formidable being. Losing one would invariably diminish their combat prowess by at least 30%. Moreover, the falling treasure coin could catch one off guard, seizing their spiritual treasures and striking them unexpectedly. Truly a devious tactic. Zhao Gongming had fallen victim to the falling treasure coin, losing 24C stabilizing pearls before ultimately meeting his untimely demise, an unjust end indeed. In Xiao Yuan's eyes, the value of the falling treasure coin was on par with the finest innate spiritual treasures. Esteemed elder, by a twist of fate, we discovered the emergence of this treasure. Since you have come seeking it, we shall relinquish it to you. We only hope you will allow my brother and me to depart safely, Xiao Sheng boldly proclaimed. They could not discern Xiao Yuan's cultivation level, but they understood he was far superior to them. At this moment, they harbored no expectations of acquiring any spiritual treasures. They merely wished that this elder was not a bloodthirsty fiend, as surviving would be their utmost satisfaction. Rest assured, having taken your opportunity, I shall offer you due compensation. Xiao Yuan replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Qiao Bao and Xiao Sheng breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed this elder was not unreasonable. Just then, the spiritual barrier enveloping the falling treasure coin shattered, and a brilliant light erupted forth. They then witnessed a copper coin adorned with delicate golden wings soaring towards them. However, before the falling treasure coin could reach their hands, Xiao Yuan intercepted it. Initially, the coin resisted fiercely, but with Xiao Yuan's immense strength, he subdued it swiftly, and the falling treasure coin ceased its struggles. Seeing this scene, Qiao Bao and Xiao Sheng wore expressions of disappointment. Judging by the extraordinary phenomena surrounding the emergence of the falling treasure coin, it was undoubtedly an exceptional treasure, yet it seemed they had no fate with it. This treasure was indeed destined for you. However, by forcefully subduing it, I owe you a debt of karma. Would you be willing to become my disciples as registered apprentices? Xiao Yuan said with a cheerful glance at Qiao Bao and Xiao Sheng. Initially, he had intended to offer them some items to send them on their way, but upon reflection, the fact that these 2 young souls had garnered the favor of the falling treasure coin indicated their fortune. Thus, it would be prudent to accept them as registered disciples, not only to repay the debt of karma, but also to strengthen the ranks of his sect. Disciple pays respects to the master. At this moment, Xiao Bao and Xiao Sheng exchanged glances filled with joy. In the chaotic wilderness, what is of utmost importance? It is not the strength of one's cultivation or the prowess of one's spiritual treasures, but rather the background one possesses. Take Xiao Yuan, for instance. Without the backing of a saintly teacher, he would have likely been crushed to the point of utter obliteration. The brothers Xiao Bao and Xiao Sheng, both wandering cultivators, were acutely aware of the hardships faced by those without a sect. They had long desired to apprentice themselves to a powerful figure, but had found no path to do so. For them, receiving protection from a formidable master held far greater value than acquiring a mere treasure. Disciples pay their respects to the master. Xiao Sheng and Xiao Bao bowed in unison. Remember this. I am Xiao Yuan, a direct disciple of the Jiao. Today, I shall impart to you the upper clear mystical scriptures and bestow upon you the postnatal supreme treasure, the heavenly net of earth and sky. For your protection and defense, Xiao Yuan said. With a flick of his finger, two beams of spiritual light entered the foreheads of Xiao Sheng and Xiao Bao, while two more streams of light descended before them. The upper clear mystical scriptures were crafted by Xiao Yuan himself, based on his understanding of the upper clear mystical laws, aiming directly at the realm of the great Luo golden immortal, ranking among the superior techniques within the myriad paths of the wilderness. The postnatal supreme treasure, the heavenly net, was fashioned by Xiao Yuan during his leisure, utilizing a wealth of precious materials. It comprised two parts, the heavenly net and the earth net, both possessing the ability to entrap, capture, and even annihilate foes. When combined, they could seal the heavens and the earth, wielding tremendous power. Thank you, Master. Xiao Sheng and Xiao Bao exclaimed, their excitement heightened. In the vast expanse of the wilderness, who does not recognize the illustrious name of the Jiao? As the third disciple of Jiao, Xiao Yuan was a figure of renown throughout the wilderness. To enter the gates of Jiao and study under such a powerful individual was a prospect they had never dared to dream of, let alone receiving a postnatal supreme treasure. Xiao Yuan did not linger, leisurely departing atop his flame beast. After accepting Xiao Sheng and Xiao Bao as disciples, he had amassed over a dozen registered disciples. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could he, utilizing his prophetic abilities, gather those beings favored by fortune into his fold? However, he quickly dismissed this notion, recognizing that such actions would attract undue attention and were exceedingly intricate and time-consuming. If he were to encounter more individuals like Xiao Sheng and Xiao Bao in the future, he could always accept them then. Ultimately, he decided to leave things to fate. Upon returning to Yingzhou Island, Xiao Yuan promptly began to refine the falling treasure money. With his formidable strength, the process was remarkably smooth. Simultaneously, he communicated with the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans, as well as his fellow disciples of Jiao, urging them to keep an eye out for the whereabouts of the Chaos Bell. However, the likelihood of discovering the Chaos Bell's location was exceedingly slim, as even saints could not locate it. Xiao Yuan merely hoped to unexpectedly acquire a means to pinpoint innate spiritual treasures. Yet, even if such a means existed, it was not something he could simply will into being. It depended on chance. Thereafter, Xiao Yuan ceased his pondering and began to reflect upon his own cultivation. The path of heavenly fire serves as the primary focus, progressing with remarkable swiftness. The realms of alchemy, weaponry, formations, and the transformative arts advance in harmony, all witnessing steady development. The swordsmanship remains rather inconspicuous, quietly maturing. Presently, Xiao Yuan is most preoccupied with the profound art of the 8-9 mysteries. He firmly believes that, regardless of circumstance, the layered armor technique remains timeless. Had it not been for the robust layers during his last tribulation, he would have undoubtedly suffered significant losses. Regrettably, Xiao Yuan finds himself stagnated at the 6th level of the 8-9 mysteries, unable to make any progress. However, he has conceived a bold strategy, inspired by a certain monkey. The legendary son, Wukong, consumed copious amounts of celestial elixirs and divine wines, subsequently being confined within the 8 trigrams furnace for 49 days, forging his indomitable copper skin and iron bones, along with his fiery eyes. Xiao Yuan believes he too can utilize an alchemical furnace to temper his physical form. He has already deduced the high feasibility of this method. Known for his decisive action, Xiao Yuan promptly retrieves the 9-fire Crimson Dragon furnace. As the furnace touches the ground, fierce flames erupt, accompanied by a rich aroma of medicinal herbs wafting through the air. Xiao Yuan is uncertain how many elixirs he has concocted within this furnace, which has absorbed a plethora of flavors. Even ordinary beings, upon entering this furnace, would absorb its spiritual essence and reap considerable benefits. Subsequently, Xiao Yuan summons the Crimson Flame Boy, originally a trivial crimson flame serpent. The boy's cultivation has soared since following Xiao Yuan, now reaching the early stage of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. Furthermore, he frequently assists Xiao Yuan in managing the flames, demonstrating commendable skills in alchemy. Xiao Yuan instructs the Crimson Flame Boy to maintain the proper temperature before he plunges headfirst into the 9-fire Crimson Dragon Furnace. Upon entering, the 9 types of spiritual flames engulf him. Can I truly refine myself? Xiao Yuan restrains his magical power, relying solely on his corporeal strength to contend with the spiritual flames. This is not the end. He also summons the superior innate spiritual treasure, the Hunyuan Hammer, acquired from Hunyuan. With a resounding bang, under Xiao Yuan's command, the Hunyuan Hammer rises and falls, striking him repeatedly. Xiao Yuan's body endures the relentless blows, trembling under the impact as fine fissures begin to appear upon his form, accompanied by immense pain. Yet, bolstered by his formidable bloodline strength and profound foundation, these cracks are swiftly repaired as soon as they manifest. As for the pain, Xiao Yuan resolutely bears it. Thus, the cycle continues: strike, repair, strike again, and repair once more. Chapter 65. The 7 Transformations of the Profound Art. The Junior Sister Seeks Treasures. A millennium later, an extraordinary surge of energy erupts from Yingzhou Island. Subsequently, a towering and ethereal figure rises from the island, soaring towards the heavens. This spectral figure bears an uncanny resemblance to Xiao Yuan, emanating an overwhelming primal aura. This unusual occurrence naturally attracts the attention of numerous powerful beings in the East Sea, even stirring the heavens themselves. The Dharma manifests within the world. Incorrect. The law of the Dharma does not warrant such a grand display. This is indeed the 7th level of the 8-9 profound art. The murmurs of heaven echo with incredulity in his gaze. The 8-9 profound art, derived from the 9 transformations profound art, is notoriously difficult to master. It consists of 9 levels, each corresponding to the 9 great realms of the primordial era. Legend has it that should one manage to cultivate either the 8-9 profound art or the 9 transformations profound art to the 9th level, one would attain the sanctity of the physical body, enabling them to rival even the sages with mere corporeal strength. The Wu clan, for instance, treads this very path. However, to this day, no one has reached the 9th level. In fact, apart from the exceptionally gifted Wu clan, no one has managed to elevate the 8-9 profound art or the 9 transformations profound art to the 7th level. The transition from the 6th to the 7th level is akin to the leap from Tai Golden Immortal to the Luo Golden Immortal, representing an exceedingly formidable threshold. Yet now, Xiao Yuan has breached this barrier, igniting a glimmer of hope towards the 9th level. On Yingzhou Island, as Xiao Yuan opens his eyes after his seclusion, the towering, ethereal figure dissipates in an instant. He feels the pulsating power coursing through his body, and joy radiates from his countenance. Junior brother, how did you manage to break through the 9 transformations profound art? Why have I remained stagnated at the 5th level? Duo Bao inquires eagerly. Senior brother, I immerse myself in the elixir furnace, refining my body with 9 types of spiritual fire, then employed the superior innate spiritual treasure, the Hunyuan Hammer, to forge anew, thus overcoming the barrier and stepping into the 7th level. Xiao Yuan has nothing to conceal from Duo Bao. His revelation leaves Duo Bao momentarily speechless. Junior brother, you truly are a bold one, a veritable force, to temper one's body in an elixir furnace, supplemented by an innate spiritual treasure hammer. Such endeavors are not for the faint-hearted. Duo Bao muses, daunted by the prospect of such a perilous undertaking. He fears that a moment's negligence could lead to his demise, either through refining or being crushed. Disheartened, Duo Bao realizes that he is indeed ill-suited for the 8-9 profound art. He lacks such audacity. In the ensuing time, Xiao Yuan continues to hone his physical form. After surmounting the obstacle from the 6th to the 7th layer, his practice of the 8-9 profound art progresses further. He believes that if he persists in this rigorous training, he will soon penetrate into the 8th level. As for the 9th level of attaining the sanctity of the physical body, he presently lacks confidence. 3,000 years swiftly pass. Master, the Wudong Fairy and the Turtle Spirit Fairy have arrived, reports the Red Flame Youth. Shortly thereafter, Wudong and Turtle Spirit enter Xiao Yuan's sanctuary. These 2 junior sisters, endowed with extraordinary talents, have already ascended to the realm of the Luo Golden Immortal. What brings my esteemed junior sisters to my humble abode? Xiao Yuan inquires with a smile, offering them the enlightenment tea. His rapport with these two sisters has always been amicable. Senior brother has likely been unaware of the pact between the Chan and Jie Sects due to your recent seclusion, Turtle Spirit Mother explains with a smile. The two sects have agreed to engage in a contest of skills after 3,000 years. Is it for the contention of the foremost sect in the primordial era? Xiao Yuan responds, grasping the context. Indeed, the philosophies of the master and the second teacher regarding the impartation of knowledge diverge significantly. The master advocates for inclusivity in education, welcoming a multitude of disciples, while the second teacher emphasizes meticulousness in the selection of his apprentices. Presently, there is considerable contention in the primordial realm regarding which of the two sects, Chan and Jie, can rightfully claim the title of the foremost sect. In light of this, the second teacher has proposed a contest with our Jie Sect. Upon hearing the explanation of this contest, Xiao Yuan comprehended the situation fully. In the realm of the four great saints, the human sect is sparsely populated and does not prioritize fame, while the Western sect, situated in a remote area, lacks renown. Conversely, both the Chan and Jie sects have flourished rapidly, their disciples earning significant reputations throughout the primordial expanse. Given their inherent rivalry, coupled with the current fervor of public opinion, the contest has been organized to determine the supremacy of the foremost sect. Both parties have prepared to send 5 disciples each to compete, all of equivalent cultivation levels, with the lists already drafted. The representatives are as follows: Jie Sect's duo Bao against Chan Sect's Ninji, Jie Sect's Wu Dang against Chan Sect's Yinzhongzi, Jie Sect's Gui Ling against Chan Sect's Guang Chengzi, Jie Sect's Lu Yu against Chan Sect's Qi Jingzi, and Jie Sect's Luo Xian against Chan Sect's Tai Yi Zhenren. Had it not been for the multitude of disciples within the Jie Sect, it would have been quite a challenge to assemble 5 disciples with cultivation levels perfectly matched to those of the Chan Sect. At this juncture, Xiao Yuan had little involvement, finding pleasure in his leisure. Have you come to inform me of this news? Xiao Yuan inquired. Certainly not. If it were merely to relay this information to you, a message would suffice. We have come to request your assistance in refining spiritual treasures, Gui Ling replied. Disciples of the Chan Sect are predominantly skilled in artifact crafting, particularly Yin Zhongzi, who has mastered the second teacher's true teachings and can even forge postnatal treasures, thus gaining a considerable advantage in the contest. My sister Gui Ling and I lack suitable offensive spiritual treasures. Having heard of your brother's proficiency in the art of crafting, we sought your aid, Wu Dang added. Very well. I am now capable of refining postnatal treasures, but the materials must be provided by you, Xiao Yuan responded with a smile. Wu Dang and Gui Ling were instantly filled with elation upon hearing this. They had come with the knowledge of Xiao Yuan's expertise in crafting and were eager to test their brother's capabilities. Determined not to tarnish the Jie Sect's reputation, they were committed to doing their utmost. To their surprise, their brother could indeed refine postnatal treasures, and it seemed he had a high level of mastery. After leaving the materials for crafting, Wu Dang and Gui Ling departed from Yingzhou Island. Xiao Yuan then took out the Hunyuan hammer and began his work. This contest was to be witnessed by the entire primordial realm. Should he emerge victorious, the Jie Sect prestige would soar, and its fortune would be further enhanced. Xiao Yuan was aware that the 4 sects would inevitably engage in conflict. He would not undertake any actions that might cause the Jie Sect to falter. It was imperative to showcase the elegance of the Jie Sect, thereby attracting greater fortune. Xiao Yuan's sole concern was the uncertain limits of the Zhu Xian sword array. 2,000 years later, Xiao Yuan had successfully crafted 2 postnatal treasures and summoned Wu Dang and Gui Ling to collect them. In the presence of the esteemed Wudong junior sister, this is the postnatal treasure, the divine needle, specifically designed to pierce the soul. Even a quasi-saint would endure excruciating pain from its sting. As for the turtle spirit junior sister, behold the god-slaying sword array, crafted by me to prevent the forging of the 4 swords of celestial slaying, wielding 1/3 of the might of the celestial slaying sword array. Xiao Yuan introduced to his 2 junior sisters. Thank you, senior brother. Wudong and Turtle Spirit expressed their gratitude in unison, their eyes gleaming with admiration for the spiritual treasures they had just acquired. With their discerning eyes, they could easily discern that the 2 sets of postnatal treasures produced by Xiao Yuan were exceptionally refined, standing out as exemplary among their peers. Chapter 66, The Eternal Cycle, Piercing Through the Teachings. Wudong and Turtle Spirit did not linger on Ingzhou Island for long. They were eager to return and refine the spiritual treasures they had just obtained. Ding! Ding! A millennium later, the resonant chimes of Jinao Island echoed, though the details of the discussions between the two saints remained unknown. The conflict between the Chan and Jie teachings was ultimately settled to take place on Jinao Island. Upon hearing the bell, Xiao Yuan hastened to Jinao Island, arriving early due to its proximity to his own abode. Master, Xiao Yuan greeted Tong Tian with a respectful bow before finding a mat to sit upon. Gradually, beings of various kinds filled Jinao Island and its surroundings. Some were disciples of Jie teaching, while others had come merely to witness the spectacle, including those of the Daluo level and even quasi-saint beings. Notably, even the saints had allocated their consciousness to observe. The contest between the foremost sects of the primordial world was indeed a grand affair. Before long, a golden light appeared from the east, accompanied by celestial music and a magnificent glow. It was the Yuqing saint, arriving with numerous disciples of the Chan teaching. We pay our respects to our second uncle. The Jie teaching disciples bowed in unison, while the Chan teaching disciples also saluted Tong Tian, addressing him as their uncle master. Soon after, Yuan took a seat beside Tong Tian. Ding! In the conflict between Chan and Jie teachings, please make your choice. Choice 1. Replace Duo Bao in battle against the Southern Polar, earning the Soul Ignition Gold entry. Choice 2. Remain a spectator, earning the Eternal Cycle Gold entry. Soul Ignition Gold. You can amplify your soul's power by igniting your own essence, unleashing a force tenfold your usual strength. Yet afterward, you shall endure a prolonged state of soul weakness. Eternal Cycle Gold. Your vitality is exceptionally resilient, enabling you to recover from even the gravest of injuries at an accelerated pace. The system's notification rang out at that moment. I choose the second option. Xiao Yuan made his decision after a brief contemplation. Primarily, he wished to avoid the spotlight, despite his confidence in overcoming the Southern Polar. Furthermore, he found the Eternal Cycle entry far more intriguing than Soul Ignition. In Xiao Yuan's view, the Eternal Cycle entry would synergize splendidly with the 8-9 Profound Arts. He tempered his physical form, initially fearful of its collapse, thus refraining from frequent or excessive exertion. However, those apprehensions have now dissipated. He resolved to train relentlessly, believing he would soon reach the 8th transformation of the Profound Arts. After making his decision, a familiar golden light entered his brow. The moment the light penetrated, he felt a warm current flowing through both his body and soul. It seemed that the entry of the endless vitality not only affected the physical form, but also had a positive impact on the soul, a delightful surprise indeed. While Xiao Yuan contemplated the implications of this entry, Yuan Shi and Tong Tian had already announced the commencement of the duel. The two esteemed saints appeared quite confident in their disciples. In the first match, Luo Xian faced Tai Yizhenrun, both being early-stage to Luo Jinxian. Brother, it seems my disciple is superior, Tong Tian remarked with a smile as he observed the unfolding battle. With their saintly insight, they could easily discern who held the upper hand. As anticipated, before Tong Tian could finish his sentence, Luo Xian emerged victorious. Although Yuan Shi's expression momentarily stiffened, he soon managed to smile. Third brother, you are too eager. The competition between the Chan and Jie Sect consists of 5 matches, and my Chan sect has graciously allowed you this one. Tong Tian remained silent, a grin on his face. Next, it was time for Jie Jiao's Lu Yu to battle Qi Jingzi, with Lu Yu claiming victory. Yuan Shi's expression grew increasingly grim. With 3 wins needed out of 5, and having already lost 2 matches, the Chan sect was under significant pressure. Master, my disciple will surely triumph in the next match, Guang Chengzi declared resolutely. Upon finishing, he entered the arena to face Jie Jiao's Ge Ling. Guang Chengzi, esteemed as the leader of the 12 Golden Immortals, wielded several powerful spiritual treasures, launching a ferocious offensive. Particularly notable was the Fan Tianyin, a treasure forged from the fragmented Buzhou mountain by Yuan Shi's immense power, regarded as one of the finest among post-heavenly treasures. Under Guang Chengzi's overwhelming dominance, Ge Ling could only adopt a defensive stance, and even that proved exceedingly arduous. At this moment, Yuan Shi's expression softened slightly. Yet in the next instant, Ge Ling evaded the Fan Tianyin and suddenly summoned 4 sharp swords to form a sword array, swiftly ensnaring Guang Chengzi within its confines. This sword array was the divine sword array crafted by Xiao Yuan, possessing 30% of the power of the Zhanxian sword array. Trapped within the array, Guang Chengzi found himself unable to escape, and had it been a life-or-death confrontation, Gui Ling could have directly refined him to death within it. "I have lost," Guang Chengzi declared, appearing utterly deflated, as though he had lost all spirit. Gui Ling also sighed in relief. Her victory was attributed to capitalizing on Guang Chengzi's eagerness to win, which allowed her to ensnare him in the formation. Otherwise, the outcome remained uncertain. "Brother, with 5 matches, 3 wins is conclusive. Is there any point in continuing?" Tong Tian inquired, glancing at Yuan Shi with a smile. With only 2 matches remaining, even if the Chan Sect were to win, a comeback was improbable. "Let's proceed." Yuan Shi gritted his teeth in response. Although, according to the agreement, the Chan Sect has lost the title of the first sect of the primordial wilderness, he cannot swallow this humiliation. He refuses to believe that Yun Zhongzi and Nanji will continue to be defeated. At this moment, Xiao Yuan's expression is somewhat peculiar. He ponders whether the Chan Sect will be completely overwhelmed by the Jie Sect in this contest. If that were the case, the Chan Sect would suffer a significant loss of face. "Very well, let it continue." Tong Tian expressed no objections. In the 4th match, Wudong faced off against Yun Zhongzi. As a master of artifact forging for the Chan Sect, Yun Zhongzi possesses numerous spiritual treasures, having even crafted the formidable Wanbao River. However, Wudong, armed with the soul-piercing needle forged by Xiao Yuan, executed a cunning strike, piercing Yun Zhongzi's divine soul when he was unprepared, causing chaos in his formation. Seizing the opportunity, Wudong subdued Yun Zhongzi. In truth, both the soul-piercing needle given to Wudong and the god-slaying sword formation crafted for Gui Ling were tailored to exploit Yun Zhongzi's weaknesses. With so many spiritual treasures at his command, the soul-piercing needle was the most effective means of ambush. Guang Chengzi wielded the Fan Tian seal, which is immensely powerful and cannot be confronted directly. Thus, surrounding and overwhelming him with a sword formation was the optimal strategy. As this battle concluded, all the spectators fell into a stunned silence. The Jie Sect had achieved 4 victories out of 4, showcasing their overwhelming strength. They, like Xiao Yuan, speculated whether the Jie Sect would win all 5 matches and completely obliterate the Chan Sect. At this moment, Nanji and Duo Bao stood opposite each other. Both are mid-stage quasi-saints, and their duel was naturally spectacular. In the end, Nanji was slightly outmaneuvered and lost to Duo Bao. Boom! At this moment, the atmosphere on Jineo Island erupted. My goodness! The Jie Sect had achieved 5 victories out of 5, completely overwhelming the Chan Sect. The title of the first sect of the primordial wilderness now firmly belonged to the Jie Sect. Despite being a saintly sect, the Chan Sect's performance was utterly lacking this time. "Hush! Speak cautiously," the spectators murmured among themselves, their expressions vividly reflecting their astonishment. Meanwhile, the fortunes of the Jie Sect surged, while those of the Chan Sect plummeted significantly. This battle was not only about the title of the first sect of the primordial wilderness, but also a gamble on fortune itself. Second brother, this. Tong Tian felt somewhat embarrassed at this moment. He had not anticipated that his disciples would perform so remarkably, winning 5 consecutive matches. Had he known, he would have allowed them to ease up a bit, sparing the Chan Sect some dignity. "Let us go." Yuan Shi's face turned a shade of iron blue, his body trembling slightly. He could hardly believe that his meticulously chosen disciples were outperformed by this motley crew from the Jie Sect. Yuan Shi was truly shaken. The disciples of the Chan Sect also hung their heads, not daring to utter a word as they followed Yuan Shi in silence. Chapter 67. Hunyuan. Xiao Yuan is a truly good person. Xiao Yuan gazed at the dejected figures of the Chan Sect, now filled with doubt. The reason the 12 golden immortals of the Chan Sect have consistently failed to break into the quasi-saint realm and even attract calamity may very well be due to their shattered Dao heart in the struggle for the title of the first sect of the primordial wilderness. After the contest between the Chan and Jie sects concluded, the myriad beings on Jineo Island gradually dispersed. The disciples of the Jijiao, along with their esteemed master, followed Tong Tian to the Penglai Shanqing Palace. From the recent contest, it is evident that your dedication to your cultivation has indeed brought honor to our Jijiao. However, the severity of your actions has inadvertently harmed the harmony between the Jijiao and the Chan sect. Tong Tian sighed softly, reflecting on the ongoing discord between the two sections. For many years, the Chan sect has regarded us with disdain, often mocking us as lesser beings. I believe it is time they receive a lesson, stated Xiao Yuan with conviction. Indeed, Brother Xiao speaks truthfully, echoed another disciple. As we traverse the vast wilderness, we are frequently provoked and ridiculed by Chan disciples, who tarnish our reputation with their slander. We should not yield to them. The sentiment resonated among the disciples, aligning them with Xiao Yuan's perspective. Previously, Tong Tian had advised restraint towards the Chan sect, urging them to maintain harmony among the three teachings. But the Chan disciples had only escalated their provocations. With 5 victories in the recent confrontations, the Jie disciples felt a sense of vindication. Xiao Yuan observed their reactions with satisfaction, intentionally stoking the flames of their grievances to prevent future leniency that might lead to regret. He aimed to reshape the mindset of his fellow disciples and perhaps influence his master's views through their collective indignation. Tong Tian, recognizing the fervor of his disciples, acknowledged his previous negligence and the grievances they had endured. Your victories in this contest were commendable, and I shall not be remiss in rewarding your efforts. He began bestowing rewards upon them. Master, in merely 3,000 years, the Earth's sovereign shall emerge. I propose that Brother Xiao Yuan lead the efforts in guiding the Earth Sovereign's teachings. His insights are commendable, and he shall surely surpass my efforts, suggested Duo Bao unexpectedly. Xiao Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Guiding humanity's sovereign would yield immense merit and fortune. The Grand Master had attained great merit through his involvement in the teachings, which had enabled him to achieve a higher state of being. Xiao Yuan could not fathom why his senior brother would relinquish such a significant responsibility. However, Duo Bao remained steadfast in his decision. Xiao Yuan, what are your thoughts? Tong Tian inquired, intrigued by Duo Bao's suggestion. He felt a stirring of interest, recognizing that his third disciple had never failed to impress him. Master, in the teachings of humanity, the principle of non-action is paramount. Thus, during the emergence and ascendance of the Earth Sovereign, neither Brother Xuandu nor the Grand Master intervened. However, our Jiao does not need to adhere to the same approach. We can act decisively, exerting our full strength to support the flourishing of humanity, thereby garnering greater merit and fortune, Xiao Yuan articulated thoughtfully. He realized that enjoying the spoils alone was far less fulfilling. Xiao Yuan had never intended to feast alone, especially given the camaraderie he shared with his fellow disciples of the Jie. Naturally, he wished to share the bounty with his many brothers. I entrust this matter to your leadership, Tong Tian remarked with a smile, confident in Xiao Yuan's capabilities. Once this was settled, the disciples of Jie gradually departed, leaving only Xiao Yuan behind. Do you have any further matters to discuss? Tong Tian asked, surprised to see Xiao Yuan linger. Master, our Jie is currently enjoying great fortune and has even claimed the title of the foremost sect in Hunyuan. I am somewhat concerned that the 4 swords of Zhu Xian may fail to contain our sect's fortune. Xiao Yuan expressed his worries candidly. You are worrying unnecessarily. The Zhu Xian swords are the pinnacle of innate spiritual treasures in the Hunyuan and will undoubtedly safeguard our sect's fortune. You need not fret. Tong Tian replied with a hearty laugh. Xiao Yuan chose not to speak further and took his leave from the Shanqing Palace, merely wishing to alert his master to potential issues before they arose. After Xiao Yuan departed, Tong Tian took a moment to assess the situation of the Zhu Xian sword array. As of now, everything appeared to be functioning smoothly. Although Jiao's fortune was flourishing, the Zhu Xian swords remained steadfast in their duty. Nonetheless, since Xiao Yuan had raised the concern, he would certainly remain vigilant. Brother, it is thanks to your crafted spiritual treasures that we were able to achieve victory. Here, accept this. 2 graceful figures approached Xiao Yuan just as he exited the Shanqing Palace. They were Wu Dang and Gue Ling, each bearing gifts in hand, eager to express their gratitude for the rewards they had received earlier. My dear junior brothers, I do not lack such trinkets. Please keep them for yourselves. Xiao Yuan replied with a warm smile. The thoughtfulness of Wu Dang and Gue Ling brought him great joy, affirming that he had not chosen the wrong allies. Very well. Wu Dang and Gue Ling relented, setting aside their offerings. Junior brother, what exactly do you mean by mobilizing the sect? Duo Bao approached Xiao Yuan with curiosity. Brother, if we are to engage in this endeavor, we must aim high. I plan to unite the Dragon and Phoenix clans, as well as collaborate with the Heavenly Court. Xiao Yuan briefly articulated his vision. Duo Bao did not grasp every detail, yet he found Xiao Yuan's discourse impressive. Indeed, entrusting this matter to Xiao Yuan meant relying on a true expert. All he needed to do was follow his lead. Upon returning to Yingzhou Island, Xiao Yuan immediately sent messages to Ao Guang and Kong Xian, and also dispatched a letter to Hunyuan Ao Guang and Kong Xian were more than willing to align with Xiao Yuan's ambitions. They were resolute in their commitment to follow his directives. They understood that, as the destined protagonists in Hunyuan, any involvement in the flourishing of the human race would yield significant merits and fortunes. Merely sipping a bit of the broth was enough to satisfy them. As for Hao Qian, upon receiving Xiao Yuan's message, he could hardly contain his excitement. Ah, this Xiao Yuan, my esteemed nephew, has invited our heavenly court to partake in the human race's endeavors. This is truly. Hao Qian was nearly moved to tears. The celestial court finds itself in an awkward position. Despite the lofty status of the heavenly emperor, comparable to that of the sages, he is, in essence, a mere jest. The heavenly sovereign has long harbored ambitions to establish a foothold among the human race. Yet he hesitates to partake from the pot of the sages, fearing for his very existence. Thus, when an invitation from Xiao Yuan unexpectedly arrives, promising even a mere taste of the broth, the heavenly sovereign is naturally moved, almost eager to revere Xiao Yuan. Ah, the esteemed disciple of the medical ancestor. A truly benevolent soul. Chapter 68. The emergence of Zhen Yuanzi, the reinstatement of the Earth Emperor. As for the Qilin clan among the innate three races, Xiao Yuan has not forgotten them. Yet this time, he does not intend to include them. Primarily, both the Dragon and Phoenix clans have been subdued by Xiao Yuan through his own prowess. They hold him in high regard, fostering a seamless collaboration. Additionally, the Qilin clan, aided by the venerable Yang Mei, is unburdened by karmic constraints. Thus, accumulating merit is merely an embellishment. Lastly, the relationship between Xiao Yuan and the Qilin clan is known to few in the primordial realm. He desires to utilize them as a hidden pawn. Hence, he is reluctant to deploy them casually. After concluding his communications, Xiao Yuan delegated the pertinent matters. The Dragon and Phoenix clans, along with the Celestial Court, exhibited no signs of laxity and promptly commenced their preparations. Time swiftly passed, and nearly 3,000 years elapsed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Xiao Yuan diligently honed his physical form, drawing ever closer to the 8th transformation of his profound art. Now, it was indeed the moment for the Earth Emperor of the human race to descend. Riding upon the cloud-soaring beast, Xiao Yuan departed from Yingzhou Island, journeying to the heart of the primordial realm, arriving at the ancestral land of the human race, Mount Shouyang. We have met the medical ancestor. Upon his manifestation, the three human ancestors of the human race came forth to pay their respects, with the human race designated as the protagonists of the primordial realm by the heavenly Tao. The status of these three ancestors has risen correspondingly, their powers advancing rapidly, nearing the threshold of quasi-sainthood. In the presence of Xiao Yuan, the three ancestors maintained an attitude of utmost reverence. Esteemed medical ancestor, I have come to enlighten the Earth Emperor. Certain matters require your collaboration, Xiao Yuan articulated. Please express any requests you may have, and we shall assuredly comply, the swearing clan member declared with great enthusiasm. Under my arrangements, my disciples from the Jie Sect, along with the Dragon and Phoenix clans and the Celestial Court, will assist the human race. I kindly ask the three ancestors to remain composed and to pacify the emotions of our kin, Xiao Yuan explained. Rest assured, medical ancestor, this is a fortuitous event for our human race, and we shall be thoroughly prepared. The three ancestors replied in unison, their eyes brimming with delight. With such numerous forces supporting the human race, they were elated, finding the need for minor cooperation to be a trivial matter. This sentiment was undoubtedly rooted in the memory of Xiao Yuan's earlier assistance during their times of obscurity, a kindness that the human race would forever cherish. The three ancestors held unwavering faith in Xiao Yuan. The advantages of the Jie Sect's foresight became increasingly apparent. Otherwise, had any other faction made such a request, the human race might have approached it with caution. Soon, under the coordination of Xiao Yuan and the three ancestors, preparations were set in motion. The disciples of the Jiezhao, along with the Dragon and Phoenix clans, as well as the Celestial Realm, have begun to settle among the human race. In comparison to the previous initiative led by Xiao Yuan, this undertaking is of a far grander scale. Previously, only 100 elite members of Yezhao and 3,000 from the Dragon clan participated. This time, nearly 10,000 disciples from Jiezhag and tens of thousands from the Dragon and Phoenix clans have been dispatched, with the Celestial Realm contributing 1,000 formidable beings. In total, the number approaches 100,000, a force significantly more formidable than before. Such a colossal movement has naturally stirred the attention of many powerful beings in the primordial world. What is the intention behind the grand actions of Jie, the Dragon and Phoenix clans, and the Celestial Realm? Why have they all converged upon the human race? It is rumored that the Earth's sovereign is on the verge of emergence, and the commotion created by Jie could very well be preparations for this event. Has Jie lost its senses? While the return of the human sovereign indeed promises great merit and fortune, the involvement of so many factions could diminish the benefits they receive. Many prominent figures in the primordial world are speculating. Even the sages have begun to take notice. They believe Jie's actions are reckless, as if they are inviting an excess of fortune and merit by involving so many powers. Yet, they remain oblivious to Xiao Yuan's true intentions. While it may seem advantageous for Jie to monopolize the merit, Xiao Yuan aims to amplify the fortune associated with the Earth Sovereign's return. When the time comes, the merit accrued by Jie may well surpass what could have been gained through solitary appropriation. Unperturbed by external discussions, Xiao Yuan continues to follow his course methodically. Young friend Xiao Yuan, my unexpected arrival is not intended to intrude. I hope you will not take offense. A figure gracefully descended as the Earth Sovereign, Shen was about to manifest. Greetings to the esteemed Zhen Yuanzi. Xiao Yuan hurriedly bowed in respect. Zhen Yuanzi of the Wuzhuang Temple is one of the most powerful beings in the primordial world, regarded as the ancestor of terrestrial immortals. Previously, Xiao Yuan had encountered the lingering soul of Hunyuan and, at Hunyuan's behest, delivered the shattered to Zhen Yuanzi, establishing a bond. Xiao Yuan had also received ginseng fruits from him. Thus, Zhen Yuanzi's visit did not come as a surprise to Xiao Yuan. After all, it is well known that Hunyuan shared a profound connection with Zhen Yuanzi, and since Shen is the reincarnation of Hunyuan, Zhen Yuanzi's arrival would indeed seem peculiar if it did not occur. My dear brother Hunyuan has reincarnated, and I wish to lend my support. I ask for your consent, young friend, Zhen Yuanzi requested. The human race is under the watchful eyes of the six saints, and even a powerful figure like Zhen Yuanzi requires permission to engage among them. Your assistance, esteemed Zhen Yuanzi, is something I could only wish for. Xiao Yuan replied with utmost sincerity. Zhen Yuanzi's presence is a momentous blessing for Xiao Yuan, who is already allied with several factions to bolster the merit and fortune of the Earth Sovereign. Zhen Yuanzi, being the ancestor of terrestrial immortals, oversees the terrestrial texts among the three canonical scriptures. What is the greatest contribution of Shen to the human race? It is, of course, the exploration of diverse herbs, promotion of agriculture, and the practice of medicine. In essence, it is the cultivation of the land, with the assistance of Zhen Yuanzi in organizing the Earth's veins. Can one truly worry about the cultivation of these fields? As time progressed, the Earth Sovereign of the human race emerged among the Lianshan tribes. The advent of the Earth Sovereign, akin to that of the human emperor, was accompanied by numerous celestial phenomena, purple chi rising from the east and ethereal melodies resonating in the air. Xiao Yuan transformed into an elderly sage clad in a white robe, riding a blazing beast, and entered the Lianshan tribe amidst radiant light, accepting the Shen clan as his disciples. For the next 3,000 years, Xiao Yuan devoted himself to the instruction of the Shen clan. Under his guidance, Shen explored the myriad herbs, refined agriculture, and promoted medical practices. During this period, whether it be disciples of the Jie, the Dragon and Phoenix clans, or the Heavenly Court, all adhered to Xiao Yuan's directives. Even the great Zhen Yuanzi exhibited no arrogance, dutifully following Xiao Yuan's orders to assist in every endeavor. Consequently, the advancements made by Shen were disseminated rapidly, soon benefiting the entirety of humanity. Countless members of the human race extolled the virtues of Shen, whose name resonated throughout the realm and beyond, echoing across the vast wilderness. Shen, your deeds have reached fruition. Hasten to the Fire Cloud Cave to safeguard the fortunes of humanity, Xiao Yuan proclaimed. In an instant, as Xiao Yuan spoke, a brilliant golden light erupted from the heavens, showering immense merits and fortunes, which astonishingly transformed into the forms of dragons, phoenixes, and various auspicious beasts. The beings of the wilderness beheld this magnificent display of fortune and merit, erupting in exclamations of awe. Heavens! The merit and fortune accompanying the Earth Sovereign's return surpasses that of the human emperors by at least threefold. Chapter 69. Boundless Merit. The pressure of Jie's fortune unbearable. Who in the wilderness is unaware that educating humanity begets great fortune and merit. The last time, when the human teaching enlightened the human emperor, the overwhelming merit garnered considerable astonishment. Yet now, with the Earth sovereign's ascendance, the merit and fortune were thrice that of the human emperors, nearly leaving them breathless. In truth, many powerful beings had anticipated witnessing the misfortune of Djiao, but now they found no humor in the situation. Even Xiao Yuan was taken aback. He had initially hoped to acquire twice the merit of the human emperor's emergence, yet it exceeded his expectations by a full threefold. This was all thanks to the substantial assistance of the great Jin Yuanzi. The concern was no longer whether one could be satisfied, but rather whether one could indulge excessively. In the next moment, the merit and fortune descended. The majority of it enveloped Shinon, whose strength surged dramatically, swiftly reaching the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood, attaining a stage of ascension beyond further growth. The remaining merit was distributed in numerous portions, the largest of which naturally fell upon Xiao Yuan. Following the path of the laws to enlightenment, his breakthroughs in minor realms were far more arduous than vanquishing 3 corpses, requiring considerable accumulation. However, the sheer magnitude of this merit was overwhelming. With its power, Xiao Yuan directly advanced into the mid-phase of the primordial golden immortal, his divine incarnation becoming even more formidable, breaking through 2 minor realms to reach the late phase of quasi-sainthood. The disciples of the Djiao, along with the Dragon and Phoenix clans, the Heavenly Court, and even the esteemed Xunyuan, have all reaped significant benefits, even though the merits have been dispersed among various factions. The Djiao's gains still exceed those of the time of the Emperor's return by more than double. This time, the Djiao emerges as the foremost victor. Alas, the Heavenly Court's foundation is rather fragile. Otherwise, it could mobilize more personnel and acquire even greater merits. At this moment, Hao Yian experiences a blend of joy and sorrow. For among the major factions, he has garnered the least. This is due to his minimal contributions, not from a lack of desire to assist, but rather from the constraints of his abilities. Following this incident, Hao Yian has resolved to forge closer ties with his nephew, Xiao Yuan. Nanjing, you shall lead the education of the human emperor's return. You cannot allow the Djiao to outshine you, intones Yuan Shi within the Yushu Palace. The previous 5 battles resulted in 5 defeats, nearly rendering the Chengjiao a laughingstock. This time, in educating the human emperor, the Chengjiao is determined not to falter. After Yuan Shi's declaration, Nanjing's expression turns troubled. The emergence of the 3 human emperors, theoretically, means the emperor should receive the most merits. In truth, Nanjing lacks the confidence to surpass the emperor's merits, and now Yuan Shi expects him to eclipse the Earth Emperor's merits and fortune. He feels an urge to hang himself in despair, for this is a task beyond his capabilities. Yet, witnessing his teacher's earnestness, Nanjing has no choice but to acquiesce. He contemplates adopting Xiao Yuan's strategy, allying with several factions to amplify the merits. However, Nanjing remains oblivious to the fact that, even with meticulous planning, he could never surpass Xiao Yuan. The merits and fortune associated with the human emperor's return are intrinsically linked to the heartfelt reverence and gratitude of the human populace. Under Xiao Yuan's leadership, numerous factions executed their tasks during the Earth Emperor's return with such excellence that they elevated the threshold of human happiness to unprecedented heights, even exhausting the human merit and fortune. Consequently, for those who follow, earning the sincere respect and gratitude of the human race becomes a daunting challenge. Xiao Yuan had anticipated such an outcome long ago. Yet, as the saying goes, a dead friend is better than a poor Taoist. In any case, he is thriving, so why concern himself with the subsequent arrivals? Furthermore, those newcomers are the mortal enemies of the Djiao. Let the Chengjiao and the Western teachings wallow in their own misfortune. Ha ha ha. Entrusting the educational endeavors to Xiao Yuan was indeed a wise choice. This young man has truly surprised me. At this moment, Tong Tian is beaming with delight. With the Earth Emperor's return, vast fortunes are directed towards the Djiao. The cultivation of saints is intrinsically linked to fortune. The Djiao is already the undisputed leader among the primordial sects. With immense fortune, previously, only the human Jiao could slightly overshadow the Djiao, but now the Djiao has securely surpassed it, ascending to the pinnacle among the 4 great sections. However, before Tong Tian could revel in his joy for too long, his expression suddenly shifts. Oh no, Xiao Yuan was indeed correct. The extermination sword array struggles to contain the Djiao's burgeoning fortune. Tong Tian did not dare to delay, and immediately wielded the great power of the sage to manipulate the sword array of eradication. Even he feared the sudden backlash of the sword array. Disciple, I am deeply grateful for your assistance this time. Hunyuan personally expressed his thanks to Xiao Yuan. Given the considerable benefits that the heavenly court had acquired, he felt compelled to show some token of appreciation. Uncle, you are too polite, Xiao Yuan replied with a smile. His decision to involve Hunyuan was not without its own calculations. He intended to convey to Hunyuan that aligning with the Jie Sect would yield rewards. Furthermore, the advantages of the Jie Sect were not to be taken lightly. Should any troubles arise, he would expect Hunyuan's support. Xiao Yuan was shrewdly calculating, and before Hunyuan could realize it, he had already fallen into the trap laid by Xiao Yuan. Uncle, I must also caution you to be wary of Fairy Yaoji. Be careful not to be ensnared, Xiao Yuan added, as a thought struck him. He referred to the matter of Hunyuan's sister, Yaoji, being schemed against, and her secret liaison with immortal Yang Tianyu. Yaoji, having attained enlightenment through her own efforts, was beloved by Hunyuan and represented his Achilles heel. If she were indeed manipulated, it would undoubtedly implicate Hunyuan. Rest assured, disciple, I will remain vigilant, Hunyuan promptly responded. He was aware of Xiao Yuan's connection to the sage and his own proficiency in the art of divination. Thus he took Xiao Yuan's words to heart. Subsequently, both the Dragon and Phoenix clans, along with numerous disciples of the Jie Sect, expressed their gratitude to Xiao Yuan. Their appreciation was beyond mere words. Even Zhen Yuanzi became closer to Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan contemplated that if he could draw this ancestral figure of the Earth Immortals to the Jie Sect, it would be ideal. Alas, there were no suitable opportunities at present, so he could only proceed gradually. After concluding matters concerning the human race, Xiao Yuan and the disciples of the Jie Sect returned to the East Sea. Initially, Xiao Yuan intended to head directly to Yingzhou Island to solidify his realm, but Tong Tian sent a message requesting his presence at the Shanqing Palace. At first, Xiao Yuan was unaware of the reason for his teacher's summons. Upon arriving at Penglai, he soon understood the situation. The fortune of the Jie Sect is about to overflow. Originally, it was expected that the overwhelming fortune would take some time to manifest. But Xiao Yuan's aggressive actions among the human race had garnered far too much fortune, causing the four swords of eradication to begin operating beyond their capacity. Witnessing this, Xiao Yuan's mouth twitched in dismay. He had been so focused on accumulating fortune that he overlooked this issue. Teacher, Xiao Yuan entered the Shanqing Palace and bowed respectfully to Tong Tian. Before he could speak, Tong Tian sighed. You must have seen it. The fortune of the Jie Sect is overflowing, and the four swords of eradication are struggling to contain it. You're always full of ideas. Quickly help me devise a solution. Xiao Yuan replied, Teacher, I am not omnipotent. At this moment, Tong Tian found himself at a loss, for otherwise, a dignified sage would not have to resort to seeking advice from his own disciple. Other sects lament their lack of fortune, yet the Jie Sect finds itself burdened by an abundance of it. Truly, it is a paradoxical blessing. Master, to stabilize the fortunes of our sect, we must contemplate two approaches. Either diminish the fortune or seek a primordial treasure to subdue it. I am aware that both methods are feasible, yet the rarity of fortune makes me reluctant to reduce it. As for the primordial treasure, it is indeed elusive. Tong Tian understands the validity of Xiao Yuan's words, yet he finds himself in a quandary. Reducing fortune is not difficult. However, the search for a primordial treasure is fraught with challenges. Observing the hard-won fortune that his disciple has retrieved, Tong Tian is disinclined to see it dissipate. Ding! The Jie Sect is facing a crisis of overwhelming fortune. Please make a choice. Choice 1. Diminish the Jie fortune, bringing it under control with a reward of bloodthirsty gold. Choice 2. Harness the power of the sage, utilizing the art of divination to ascertain the location of the chaos bell, with a reward of indomitable soul gold. Bloodthirsty, gold you can control the flow of blood, gathering it into a divine power, even manipulating the blood within others or absorbing their blood to enhance your own strength. Indomitable soul, gold your soul is resilient, possessing an immortal quality that even a sage cannot extinguish. I choose option 2. The moment the system's voice pronounced the choices, Xiao Yuan made his decision. Naturally, he leaned toward the indomitable soul, gold, reward. As his physical body and bloodline already possessed corresponding attributes, he merely lacked in the aspect of the soul. Completing this aspect would render him devoid of weaknesses. Furthermore, the system's emergence provided Xiao Yuan with a direction for resolution. Indeed, he could attempt to calculate the descent of the chaos bell. The Chaos Bell, a primordial treasure, conceals itself and obscures its secrets. Even sages are unable to discern its whereabouts. Now, Xiao Yuan believed that with the art of divination and the sage's power, he might be able to make an attempt. He too was unwilling to let the fortune he had painstakingly gained dissipate. Master, I have another method. If you infuse your sage power into my body, I may be able to invoke the art of divination and perhaps determine the location of the Chaos Bell. Xiao Yuan declared, gritting his teeth. Very well, let us attempt it, Tong Tian replied with a nod. Xiao Yuan immediately summoned the primordial Zhou divination tokens, scattering them with a wave of his hand. Subsequently, Tong Tian bestowed his sage power upon Xiao Yuan. The sage's power transcends yin and yang, liberating itself from the 5 elements. Xiao Yuan immediately felt clarity enveloping his mind, and the scattered tokens began to operate at an astonishing speed. At this moment, Xiao Yuan was utilizing the power of divination to probe the secrets of heaven, seeking the whereabouts of the Chaos Bell. This act could be deemed defiance against fate. Master, it is still insufficient, Xiao Yuan called out. Disciple, the power of the sage is boundless. I fear my body may not withstand it, Tong Tian expressed with concern. There is a saying in the primordial chaos, beneath the sage, all are but ants. The might of a sage is unparalleled. Even a peak quasi-saint would be unable to endure a single strike. The strength that Tong Tian had just infused into Xiao Yuan was carefully measured against his physical limits, for any excess would surely harm him. Master, now is not the time for hesitation. A bold endeavor may rid my sect of great peril, Xiao Yuan urged immediately. Tong Tian was deeply moved by his words and found them to be quite reasonable. Thus he channeled even more sage power. Crack! In the next moment, Xiao Yuan's body, capable of withstanding the innate treasures, began to show fine cracks. Even blood beads began to seep forth. Fortunately, not long ago, Xiao Yuan had acquired the endless vitality trait, granting him remarkable regenerative abilities. Simultaneously, leveraging his master's sage power and the art of calculation, Xiao Yuan was able to vaguely sense the descent of the Chaos Bell. Just a little more, so close. Master, increase the infusion, Xiao Yuan shouted once more. Understanding that hesitation was not an option, Tong Tian amplified his power again. The fissures on Xiao Yuan's body had reached an uncontrollable extent. Even the endless vitality trait could not keep up with the pace of his physical deterioration. Moreover, it was not just his body that was at risk. His soul and even his essence were beginning to sustain damage. Yet, as more sage power was poured into him, Xiao Yuan's calculations became increasingly precise, his mind clearer, and he even began to trace the aura of the Chaos Bell, locking onto its descent. Master, the Chaos Bell is located in the extreme south. Our calculations have disturbed it. Act swiftly. Upon sensing the aura of the Chaos Bell, Xiao Yuan cried out urgently. In that instant, Tong Tian disregarded everything else, seizing the Qingping sword and heading southward. Meanwhile, in the farthest south of the primordial realm, a magnificent 9-colored radiance suddenly erupted, illuminating nearly half of the primordial world. Zong! Zong! The resonant chimes echoed throughout the entire primordial realm, stirring the powerful beings. This was the aura of the Chaos Bell. In the northern sea, a colossal figure surged towards the direction of the Chaos Bell's emergence, moving with astonishing speed. Even a great Luo golden immortal could only catch a glimpse of its fleeting shadow. This figure was none other than the Kunpeng of the northern sea. Alongside him, figures from the Blood Sea, the Nether River, the Heavenly Court, and the West Kunlun, including the Queen Mother of the West. All the renowned powerhouses of the primordial realm sprang into action. However, despite the speed of these quasi-saint beings, none could match the pace of the sages. The Chaos Bell, a treasure of innate origin, was coveted by all. Even sages were not exempt from this desire. The Chaos Bell belongs to my demon clan. It rightfully should return to its original master. Even Yuhua, who typically remained indifferent to the affairs of the primordial realm, unveiled the map of mountains and rivers at this moment. In the west, we remain barren, lacking even a single innate treasure. Fellow Taoists, I humbly request that you grant a favor to the 2 saints of the west. Both Jane and Zhuanti shall not lag behind. Though they speak, their actions are swift. Eldest brother, second brother, I beseech you to lend me your strength in seizing this treasure. Among the 6 saints, Tong Tian has already acquired the results of Xiao Yuan's calculations, thus securing the advantage and promptly calling upon his 2 brothers for assistance. Laozi and Yuan Shi pondered for a moment before summoning the Taiji diagram and the Panga banner to aid Tong Tian in restraining Yuhua and the two saints of the West. Upon witnessing this, Tong Tian was filled with joy. He had seized the initiative and managed to confine the Chaos Bell. If his two brothers could merely delay for a moment, he would be able to claim the Chaos Bell for himself. However, just as Tong Tian was about to suppress and seize the bell, a look of turmoil suddenly appeared in Yuan Shi's eyes. He recalled the scene of the Jijiao's 5 victories over the Zhenjiao, where they had ground their rivals into the dust, obtaining the title of the foremost sect in the wilderness. He remembered how Jijiao had assisted the Earth's sovereign in reclaiming his position, thereby acquiring immense merit and fortune. Yuan Shi contemplated that if Jijiao were to obtain the Chaos Bell, would there ever be a day for Zhenjiao to rise again, to surpass Jijiao? Chapter 71. Yuan Shi's underhanded move. The innate Yinyang Jiao. At this thought, Yuan Shi felt a wave of hesitation. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth, unleashing the power of the Panga banner, transforming it into a streak of light that charged toward the Chaos Bell. Tong Tian was preparing to claim the bell. Had it been Yuhua or the two saints of the West, he might have been somewhat cautious, but he harbored no suspicion toward his own second brother. Bang! The Chaos Bell was struck with tremendous force, shattering the confinement Tong Tian had established. The Chaos Bell broke free and, propelled by this force, soared away. Tong Tian attempted to seize it, but it was too late. The Chaos Bell transformed into a streak of light, traversing time and space, slipping away from the 6 saints and numerous powerful beings of the wilderness. Soon, it disappeared from sight, its trajectory concealed once more. The 6 saints were taken aback by this sudden turn of events. None of them had anticipated that Yuan Shi would act at such a critical moment. Alas, it seems the Chaos Bell is fated to elude the West. Let it go, let it go. Jane and Zhuanti shook their heads with a sigh and turned to leave. They were quite satisfied with this outcome. Although they had not retrieved the Chaos Bell, neither had Jijiao. Moreover, Yuan Shi's covert actions would undoubtedly create a significant rift between Tong Tian and himself. Yuhua remained silent, casting a glance at the trajectory of the departing Chaos Bell before returning to her domain. Yuan Shi, what have you done? Tong Tian's eyes glowed with a fierce red as he sternly questioned Yuan Shi. He could hardly fathom that his own second brother would commit such an act. Yuan Shi was momentarily speechless, at a loss for words. Laozi wished to mediate, yet he found himself unsure of how to begin. Tong Tian ceased to engage in further discourse with Yuan Shi, expressing his frustration with a dismissive wave of his sleeve before resolutely continuing his search for the whereabouts of the Chaos Bell. Second brother, your actions in this matter have truly gone too far, Laozi remarked, casting a complex gaze at Yuan Shi. Eldest brother, as we sages vie for fortune and cultivation, the Jie Sect has already amassed a considerable amount of luck, establishing itself as the dominant force. If they were to obtain the Chaos Bell, their momentum would become unstoppable. At that point, regardless of whether it be our Chan sect or your teachings, who could possibly contend with the Jie Sect? We may find ourselves nothing more than stepping stones on Tong Tian's path to enlightenment. Yuan Shi articulated, growing increasingly convinced of his own rationale. In the struggle for the Tao, there is no room for compassion, even among brothers. He felt justified in his stance. Laozi fell silent. Although reluctant to concede, he acknowledged the validity of Yuan Shi's assertions. The rising fortune of the Jie Sect indeed placed considerable pressure upon him. Perhaps Yuan Shi was correct. Meanwhile, Tong Tian searched diligently, yet ultimately failed to uncover any trace of the Chaos Bell, returning to the upper clear palace in disappointment. At that moment, Xiao Yuan was recuperating within the palace, nursing his injuries. In his pursuit of deciphering the whereabouts of the Chaos Bell, Xiao Yuan had borne a burden beyond his capacity. The fissures upon his body remained unhealed, drenched in blood, and his aura had diminished to an unprecedented frailty. Presently, Xiao Yuan would likely struggle to contend even with the Deluo Jinxian. Master, have you succeeded? Sensing Tong Tian's return, Xiao Yuan initially wished to inquire about the Chaos Bell's acquisition, but upon witnessing his teacher's despondent demeanor, he discerned the failure. Master, the innate treasures are indeed rare and difficult to obtain. Let's ponder alternative strategies. Once I have recovered, we shall attempt the deduction once more, Xiao Yuan promptly reassured. Initially, Tong Tian felt guilt upon seeing Xiao Yuan's battered state. Now, with Xiao Yuan offering comfort, his remorse deepened. You need not concern yourself further. The Chaos Bell possesses its own spirit and has eluded us once again, making it exceedingly challenging to locate. If all else fails, I shall diminish the Jie Sect's fortune. Tong Tian stated, beginning to assist Xiao Yuan in his recovery. Observing his teacher's dejected countenance, Xiao Yuan surmised that additional complications had arisen during the attempt to procure the Chaos Bell. At that time, Xiao Yuan had been gravely injured and had been unable to pay heed to the happenings in the wilderness. Yet, given his teacher's demeanor, he found himself unable to voice his inquiries. 3,000 years later, Xiao Yuan's injuries had stabilized, requiring only a period of tranquil recuperation. He then took his leave from the Upper Clear Palace, during which Tong Tian presented him with numerous spiritual treasures. Junior apprentice, I heard that you sustained serious injuries while aiding the master in the pursuit of the Chaos Bell. How are you faring now? Dao Bao inquired with concern upon seeing Xiao Yuan. I have nearly recovered, Xiao Yuan replied with a smile, before shifting the subject. Eldest brother, what transpired during the master's attempt to seize the Chaos Bell that left him in such a low spirit? This matter is indeed infuriating. The teacher had nearly subdued the Chaos Bell, just a final tremor away from success, when unexpectedly my second master intervened, causing trouble and whispering the entire situation to Duo Bao. Xiao Yuan was momentarily speechless. His second master's actions were rather unscrupulous, covertly impeding progress. However, upon reflecting from a different perspective, he considered that this might not be entirely unfortunate. After such an incident, it was likely that his teacher would be deeply hurt and would no longer be so inclined to consider brotherhood in future matters. It was a pity about the Chaos Bell. Moreover, his teacher was correct. The Chaos Bell had already been disturbed. Even if he managed to recover and harness the power of a sage, it was probable that he would be unable to trace its whereabouts. At this juncture, it seemed the only viable path was to diminish the fortunes of the Jie Sect. Yet, this approach merely addressed the symptoms rather than the root cause. As the Jie Sect continued to strengthen, the crisis of overwhelming fortune would inevitably arise again. Nonetheless, Xiao Yuan did not possess a superior strategy at this moment. After bidding farewell to Duo Bao, he returned to Yingzhou Island to recuperate. At this time, he had sustained injuries to his essence, but fortunately, Xiao Yuan had numerous attributes at his disposal. Otherwise, he might have faced lingering repercussions. Thus, another 2,000 years passed. Master, the Dragon King of the East Sea, Ao Guang, seeks an audience. As Qi Yin Tongzi announced this, Xiao Yuan was leisurely fishing. Upon hearing of Ao Guang's visit, he raised an eyebrow. His recent recuperation was not a secret. Unless there was a significant matter at hand, the old Dragon King would not disturb him. Xiao Yuan instructed Qi Yin Tongzi to invite Ao Guang in. My friend Xiao Yuan, Ao Guang began, urgency etched upon his face, recently in the East Sea. A primordial yin-yang flood dragon has been wreaking havoc. This beast preys upon my dragon kin, devouring nearly 1,000 of our members, and it is exceedingly audacious. Most vexingly, we have been unable to capture it, hence I seek your assistance. Upon hearing the old Dragon King mention the primordial yin-yang flood dragon, Xiao Yuan's expression turned peculiar. This creature was already notable during the Fengshen calamity. The primordial yin-yang flood dragon was born from a blend of primordial yin-yang energy and the aura of a cursed dragon, possessing a dragon form from birth. Yet its lineage surpassed that of the so-called pure blood dragons by an immeasurable margin, rendering it an exceptional entity in the Hunyuan realm. Due to its curse-infused origins, it harbored significant animosity towards the dragon clan, feasting upon them. However, it was established that this flood dragon had perished during the Fengshen calamity. Given its inherently violent nature, it was unclear how it had provoked the Jie Sect. Its body and soul had been refined by his teacher into the spiritual treasure, the golden flood dragon scissors, which were bestowed upon the Sanshao sisters. During the Fengshen calamity, the golden flood dragon scissors garnered significant acclaim for their unparalleled sharpness, able to cut through anything, wielding power rivaling that of the primordial treasures. Yet now, it appeared that the primordial yin-yang flood dragon was evidently still alive. Is the yin-yang flood dragon truly that formidable? Even your dragon clan is unable to contend with it? Xiao Yuan pondered for a moment before inquiring. The lineage of the dragon clan is indeed formidable, especially after having purged its past transgressions in recent years, emerging with a vigorous momentum. Within the clan, while it may not boast 10 formidable beings at the Great Luo level, it certainly possesses at least 5. Moreover, Xiao Yuan has long suspected that the dragon clan harbors a presence at the quasi-saint level. No, Ao Guang shook his head and continued. The innate yin-yang flood dragon possesses only mid-level strength of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. However, for some unknown reason, each time our dragon clan encircles it, it manages to escape at the last moment. Even our quasi-sane ancestors have made attempts to capture it, yet to no avail. Under the current circumstances, the innate yin-yang flood dragon appears to be toying with the dragon clan, dragging our dignity through the mud, which is something we cannot tolerate. Is it truly so elusive that even the quasi-sanes cannot capture it? Xiao Yuan expressed his astonishment. It seems this innate yin-yang flood dragon is indeed a formidable challenge. My friend, I have just received news that the wretch has reappeared, having once again devoured nearly 100 of our kin, A.O. Guang said indignantly. I shall go and investigate. Xiao Yuan rose. From A.O. Guang's description, this innate yin-yang flood dragon resembled a veritable terrorist, intent on creating chaos. The dragon clan has become its playground. Such blatant provocation against the dragon clan is an affront that demands retribution. Without waiting for A.O. Guang, Xiao Yuan directly employed his escape technique and departed. At his current strength, even without using sword-based escape, his speed is remarkably swift, placing him among the elite among quasi-saints. Upon his arrival, Xiao Yuan beheld a colossal flood dragon, nearly 1,000 feet long, traversing the East Sea, enveloped in the dual energies of yin and yang, exuding an overwhelming presence. Its power appeared to have reached the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, surpassing A.O. Guang's earlier claims by an entire minor realm. Wretch, where do you think you're going? At that moment, several massive dragons pursued the yin-yang flood dragon, which was evidently being hunted down by the powerful members of the dragon clan. Is this all you dragon clan can muster? Resorting to numbers to overpower the few? How about facing me in a one-on-one duel? The yin-yang flood dragon, confronted by the blockade of the dragon clan, wore a mocking expression, showing no signs of panic. In the next moment, it engaged in combat with several dragon warriors, momentarily gaining the upper hand, indicating its considerable prowess in combat. This won't do. You're all inept. Hurry and summon that old dragon. The yin-yang flood dragon continued its taunts. Esteemed friends of the dragon clan, please retreat a bit. Xiao Yuan called out, simultaneously summoning the divine treasure, the 9-fire red dragon furnace, to confine the yin-yang flood dragon. Upon hearing Xiao Yuan's voice, the members of the dragon clan immediately brightened and retreated. The yin-yang flood dragon, too, sensed Xiao Yuan's presence. A glance revealed that it could not fathom the depths of Xiao Yuan's strength. The yin-yang flood dragon was certain that this newcomer surpassed even the ancient one of the dragon clan. My friend, I bear you no grudge. Why must you wade into these murky waters? The yin-yang flood dragon exclaimed. Xiao Yuan chuckled softly, noting the audacity of the yin-yang flood dragon, which, upon realizing his intervention, did not flee at the first opportunity. It is evident that this individual possesses an inexplicable confidence, seemingly unaware of the source of his audacity. With my Jiao firmly established in the East Sea, how dare you act recklessly? With a mere gesture, Xiao Yuan summoned 9 fiery dragons that sprang forth from the 9-fire red dragon furnace, exuding the power to scorch rivers and boil seas. As they surged toward the innate yin-yang flood dragon, how audacious of your Jiao to meddle in affairs that do not concern you. And you, practitioner, once my divine powers reach fruition, I shall flay your flesh and extract your bones, ensuring you never attain rebirth. The innate yin-yang flood dragon glared with ferocity, bellowing in rage. As his words echoed, before the 9 fiery dragons could close in, the creature's form suddenly flickered and vanished from sight. It fled. Xiao Yuan furrowed his brow, raising his hand to call back the aimless fiery dragons into the furnace. Though his earlier strike had been casual, Xiao Yuan was confident that even the most formidable beings at the early stage of quasi-sainthood could not easily escape his gaze. How did that Deluo Golden Immortal yin-yang flood dragon achieve such a feat? A.O. Yuan of the Dragon Clan, having encountered Xiao Yuan, inquired whether he could discern how this aberration had made its escape. Just then, an aged voice resonated, followed by a colossal white dragon leaping from the sea, transforming into an elderly man with white hair and beard, leaning on a cane. Esteemed Xiao Yuan, this is our revered ancestor A.O. Yuan of the Dragon Clan. Our ancestor sustained grave injuries during the Dragon Han calamity and has been in recuperation ever since, only gradually regaining strength as our clan overcame its tribulations. A.O. Guang arrived at that moment, eager to introduce. Esteemed A.O. Yuan, it appears that the yin-yang flood dragon did not employ any form of escape technique, nor did I sense any spatial fluctuations, Xiao Yuan remarked with a wry smile and a shake of his head. In the primordial realm, Methods of escape predominantly consist of various evasion techniques, particularly the art of traversing voids. However, Xiao Yuan had observed clearly that the yin-yang flood dragon seemed to vanish without a trace, rendering it utterly inscrutable. It is indeed perplexing. I share your sentiments. Otherwise, this aberration would not dare to be so brazen. Xiao Yuan sighed. I find myself intrigued by the secrets concealed within the yin-yang flood dragon. I shall send a message to my fellow Jijiao brothers and alert the many powerful beings of the East Sea to remain vigilant regarding the movements of the yin-yang flood dragon. With the hope of capturing it, Xiao Yuan stated thoughtfully. At his level, there were few things left to pique his interest. Having witnessed the extraordinary escape technique of the yin-yang flood dragon, Xiao Yuan felt an insatiable itch to unearth whatever great secrets it harbored. That would indeed be a burden upon you, esteemed friend. Xiao Yuan expressed his gratitude. No need for formalities. Xiao Yuan replied courteously, then proceeded to send out the message. Once the information was disseminated, the entire East Sea community erupted in a frenzy. In an instant, whether disciples of Jijiao or formidable beings of the East Sea, they all abandoned their affairs to pursue the innate yin-yang flood dragon. Witnessing the commotion in the East Sea, Xiao Yuan was taken aback. When did my influence grow to such an extent? However, upon reflection, it is evident that the disciples of the Jie Sect have all benefited from Xiao Yuan's grace. Presently, Xiao Yuan's reputation within the Jie Sect surpasses even that of the eldest senior brother, Duo Bao. With a mere utterance for Xiao Yuan, those disciples are compelled to exert their utmost efforts. As for the formidable beings of the Eastern Sea, they aspire to garner Xiao Yuan's favor. Have we not observed how the Dragon Clan and the Merman Clan have thrived since aligning themselves with Xiao Yuan? It is no exaggeration to state that a single word from Xiao Yuan is tantamount to issuing a warrant for the innate yin-yang flood dragon across the Eastern Sea. The innate yin-yang flood dragon, having offended Xiao Yuan, has indeed stumbled upon iron plates. Chapter 73. A Glimmer of Hope, the Essence of Innate Treasures. Following the issuance of the warrant, the Eastern Sea erupted into a frenzy. Countless powerful beings traversed the Eastern Sea, hoping to locate the innate yin-yang flood dragon and present their merits to Xiao Yuan. 3 centuries later, within a concealed realm. It is all due to that meddlesome Taoist. Otherwise, I would not find myself in such a predicament. The innate yin-yang flood dragon has transformed into a man with eyes filled with ferocity. Jie Sect, I had no intention of troubling you, but since you have sought me out, do not blame me for bringing misfortune upon your sect. Should these words reach the ears of other beings in the Hunyuan, they would undoubtedly deem him arrogant. The Jie Sect is a grand sect of sages, the foremost sect in Hunyuan. How dare a mere great Luo golden immortal provoke them without appearing arrogant? Yet, the innate yin-yang flood dragon possesses his own means of support, namely this extraordinary little realm. He was born from this space, and with a mere thought, he can retreat into it, eluding even the grasp of quasi-saints. Now, with 300 years having passed, that Taoist has likely departed. The innate yin-yang flood dragon murmurs to himself, having resolved to not only trouble the Dragon Clan, but also to slay some Jie Sect disciples, ensuring they recognize his formidable nature. With this thought, the innate yin-yang flood dragon reverts to his original form and slips out from the concealed space. However, before he can indulge in the delights of dragon flesh or exact his vengeance on the Jie Sect disciples, a cacophony of voices arises. The innate yin-yang flood dragon is over there. Quick, pursue. Immediately, the innate yin-yang flood dragon senses several powerful auras rushing towards him, their overwhelming presence indicating ill intent. Moreover, he notes that the number of strong beings encircling him is steadily increasing. The count of great Luo golden immortals alone is nearly 50, including several quasi-saints. Now, aside from the elder of the Dragon Clan, Xiao Yuan, the quasi-saints Duo Bao and the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit of the Jie Sect have also joined the search. This is indeed a testament to Xiao Yuan's influence. Ironically, the one who issued the warrant, Xiao Yuan, has not participated in the endeavor. The innate yin-yang flood dragon exclaims in bewilderment, "What have I done? Why is everyone charging towards me?" Even with his audacious nature, he dares not linger and promptly retreats to the concealed realm. This wretched being is remarkably swift in his escape. In the blink of an eye, the figure vanished without a trace. The search continued, for it was hard to believe that he could elude the East Sea. The powerful onlookers, witnessing the disappearance of the innate yin-yang flood dragon, felt a twinge of frustration. Such a massive creature, gone without a whisper of its presence. My junior brother was right. This innate yin-yang flood dragon is indeed quite mysterious, furrowed many treasure. This audacious fellow dared to threaten my junior brother. Once I capture him, I shall ensure he pays dearly, spoke Jin Ling coldly. Without lingering, the two continued their pursuit of the innate yin-yang flood dragon's whereabouts. What has happened? I don't recall provoking such a multitude of powerful beings, reflected the flood dragon as it returned to its lair, trembling with trepidation. It could not fathom when it had become the object of such animosity. It must have been an accident, it mused, suspecting that the true targets of those formidable beings were not itself, but rather that it had merely stumbled upon the situation. A century passed. The innate yin-yang flood dragon believed the storm had passed and ventured forth once more. Quickly, everyone, that fiend has resurfaced. We must seize him. Without a doubt, the encirclement occurred anew. The flood dragon withdrew, now certain that this was a deliberate pursuit, not mere coincidence. The dragon clan lacked such prowess. It was likely that enigmatic figure behind it all. Damn it, I have neither provoked nor offended you. And yet you dare to strike at me and even issue a bounty for my capture. This is sheer oppression. The flood dragon could no longer endure the injustice. Should I ever catch you off guard, you shall know the reasons behind the vibrant bloom of flowers. Yet, it only dared to utter such curses in the privacy of its thoughts. A millennium later, the innate yin-yang flood dragon could no longer remain in hiding. Deep within, it was fierce and bloodthirsty, requiring a substantial amount of nourishment. Otherwise, its bloodline would become restless and agitated. Surely, after 1,000 years, those beings would have quieted down. Or so it believed. However, the moment it emerged, the powerful beings closed in once again. The flood dragon was overwhelmed with tears. 1,000 years? Is this truly necessary? In time, the innate yin-yang flood dragon resorted to guerrilla tactics. It would occasionally surface to feed, only to flee immediately without delay. The powerful beings, filled with disdain for this slippery creature, found it nearly impossible to capture. Yet, the more elusive it became, the more it ignited their competitive spirits. They refused to believe they could not subdue this wicked flood dragon. Senior brother, we three sisters have analyzed the movements of that vile flood dragon and discovered that it only appears within this specific range, reported the Sanshao sisters, arriving at Yingzhou Island. Over the years, they too had joined the efforts to capture the innate yin-yang flood dragon, and their meticulous observations had led to the identification of its re-emergence zone. Well done, my three junior sisters. If you succeed in capturing this villain, you shall be credited with the foremost achievement, smiled Xiao Yuan. The discovery of the three Xiao sisters is of immense significance to Xiao Yuan. It appears that they are indeed the nemesis of the innate yin-yang flood dragon. Without delay, Xiao Yuan promptly led the three Xiao sisters to the designated area, while simultaneously dispersing the many formidable warriors encircling the innate yin-yang flood dragon throughout this region. Junior brother, have you located the lair of that vile dragon? Duo Bao inquired as he approached Xiao Yuan. Thanks to the meticulous nature of my three junior sisters. Xiao Yuan replied with a smile. That is splendid news. Duo Bao et glim zoi fu li. For years, the yin-yang flood dragon had been tormenting him, and he had grown weary of its antics. Finally, it seemed there was a chance to capture it. Unleash the vast sea infinite formation, Xiao Yuan declared as he activated a formidable array. The vast sea infinite formation, a top-tier formation crafted by Xiao Yuan, rivaled the likes of the Celestial Star and the 12 heavenly cities. Even a quasi-saint would find themselves at the mercy of Xiao Yuan within its bounds. The three Xiao sisters gazed in awe at the vast sea infinite formation, captivated by its intricacies. Their expertise in formation arts allowed them to appreciate the brilliance of this array, which was far beyond what they could currently establish. Subsequently, Xiao Yuan produced the innate Zhou divination tokens and began to perform a calculation for the area. After a considerable time, he suddenly opened his eyes, a glimmer of joy illuminating them. Initially, he sought to deduce the precise location of the yin-yang flood dragon. However, to his astonishment, he sensed the aura of an innate treasure nearby. In that moment, everything fell into place. No wonder the innate yin-yang flood dragon possessed such formidable escape abilities. It had this extraordinary backing. Xiao Yuan reflected on the fact that while the Jijiao had previously lost the Chaos Bell, they had now discovered traces of a new innate treasure. Truly, it was a case of despair transforming into hope. Chapter 74, The Saint's Intervention, the Temporal Mirror. The innate treasure holds the power to disrupt the heavenly mechanisms of the primordial world, concealing its presence. This explains why the Chaos Bell had evaded capture for so many years, eluding the Six Saints. Were it not for the innate yin-yang flood dragon, even with Xiao Yuan's mastery of divination, he would not have sensed the presence of an innate treasure amidst the vast primordial expanse. As for why this innate treasure had not revealed itself throughout the annals of the primordial journey, Xiao Yuan suspected that the innate yin-yang flood dragon had been too audacious, ultimately leading to its downfall at the hands of its own master. The methods of a saint are unfathomable. Even with an innate treasure as a safeguard, it would not escape unscathed. Thus, the innate treasure had remained undiscovered. Calm down, calm down. After the initial euphoria, Xiao Yuan swiftly sought to regain his composure. The last incident with the Chaos Bell had gone awry. He could not afford to make another misstep this time. Junior brother, are you all right? Duo Bao. Sensing Xiao Yuan's unusual demeanor, hurriedly asked. He feared that Xiao Yuan had been rebuffed in his quest to locate the innate yin-yang flood dragon. The path of divination has its pitfalls, often leading to backlash. I am fine. You must immediately send a message to the master to hasten his arrival, Xiao Yuan whispered. Duo Bao was momentarily perplexed. Was it truly necessary to alarm a teacher over the capture of a primordial yin-yang serpent of the great Luo golden immortal realm? It seemed somewhat exaggerated. Yet, Duo Bao understood that there must be a reason behind Xiao Yuan's extensive knowledge, so he refrained from asking any questions. Xiao Yuan did not withhold information about the innate treasure from Duo Bao out of distrust. Rather, he was reluctant to allow any chance of error. The methods of the Hunyuan saints were unfathomable, and should their communications be intercepted, it could thwart their grand plans. The reason for involving Duo Bao in the communication was that Xiao Yuan was rapidly employing the art of divination to disrupt the heavenly secrets. This was not only to keep others unaware of the innate treasure's presence, but also to avoid alarming the treasure itself. Otherwise, it might vanish like the Chaos Bell. Why must I go to the scene for a mere great Luo evil serpent? In the upper clear palace, Tong Tian had been diligently suppressing the fortunes of the Jie Sect over the years. However, the growth of the Jie Sect's fortunes had never ceased, prompting Tong Tian to prepare measures to diminish them. Though reluctant, if he did not curb the fortunes soon, the Jie Sect might truly face a backlash. Upon receiving Duo Bao's message, Tong Tian was taken aback. Recently, the uproar surrounding the Jie Sect disciples encircling the evil serpent had reached even his ears, despite his absence from the upper clear palace. He had not interfered with the affairs of the younger generation, but now Duo Bao was summoning him to conceal his presence, which was rather extraordinary. Nonetheless, Duo Bao mentioned it was Xiao Yuan's intent, which made Tong Tian take it more seriously. He immediately transformed and hurried to the area where Xiao Yuan and the others were located. The powerful beings encircling the primordial yin-yang serpent were entirely unaware of Tong Tian's arrival. What has transpired that necessitates my visit? Tong Tian inquired. Please, master. Employ your methods to shield the heavenly secrets and simultaneously seal this space, Xiao Yuan replied solemnly. Now, even Tong Tian recognized the gravity of the situation. Under normal circumstances, his third disciple would not compel him to act in such a manner. Tong Tian promptly complied, concealing the heavenly secrets while also sealing off the surrounding oceanic space. Master, while pursuing the primordial yin-yang serpent, I detected the aura of an innate treasure in this location. I am now 80% certain that there exists an innate treasure here, Xiao Yuan declared. What? Duo Bao's eyes widened in astonishment, nearly gasping aloud. In that moment, he grasped why Xiao Yuan had summoned their teacher. The emergence of an innate treasure was indeed beyond their control. Tong Tian's form trembled slightly, and a joyful expression crossed his face. With you around, it is truly a blessing for our Jie Sect. Tong Tian had always held great faith in Xiao Yuan's words, and now that it concerned an innate treasure, he was even less likely to dismiss them. Furthermore, Tong Tian knew Xiao Yuan to be meticulous. If Xiao Yuan asserted an 80% certainty, it was practically a guarantee. According to your description, the innate yin-yang flood dragon possesses the ability to teleport without disturbing the fabric of space, suggesting that its treasured artifact likely governs the path of space itself. After a moment of contemplation, Tong Tian remarked that, if this is the case, the artifact's evasion capabilities may surpass even those of the Chaos Clock, necessitating further preparation. The previous incident involving the Chaos Clock had left Tong Tian deeply troubled and remorseful. Should he fail again, he would find it difficult to face Xiao Yuan. In the next instant, Tong Tian retrieved several array plates, meticulously setting up one formation after another. He produced no fewer than 9 formations, each of which rivaled the formidable vast sea infinite formation. Moreover, he harnessed his immense magical power to interlink these 9 formations with the vast sea infinite formation, creating a cohesive unit. The amalgamation of 10 formations yielded a power that was not merely additive but enhanced nearly 100-fold. Xiao Yuan was left in awe of his teacher's prowess. While his own mastery of formations was commendable, he recognized that he still had much to learn. The realm of formations was vast, and there were countless lessons yet to be grasped. Simultaneously, Xiao Yuan appreciated his teacher's prudent approach, finding it reminiscent of his own demeanor. As Tong Tian arranged the formations, the fluctuations of spiritual energy were so intense that they astonished many disciples of the Jie and powerful beings from the Eastern Sea. They marveled at the innate yin-yang flood dragon's formidable capabilities, which compelled Xiao Yuan and Duo Bao, both quasi-saints, to deploy such an elaborate strategy. In the following moment, an overwhelming aura, so powerful that even quasi-saints would bow before it, erupted from the center of the formation. The surrounding powerful beings and disciples all respectfully saluted. "We pay our respects to our teacher, the saint." Simultaneously, disbelief flickered in their eyes. Could it be that a simple, innate yin-yang flood dragon, at the level of a great Luo golden immortal, could provoke the attention of a saint? What grave mistake had the innate yin-yang flood dragon committed? They could not help but mourn for the creature, knowing that with the saint's intervention, its demise was all but certain. Tong Tian unleashed his formidable, saintly presence to lure the hidden innate treasure into a trap, and his anticipation proved accurate. In the instant his aura erupted, a silver streak shot forth from a trench in the Eastern Sea, moving with such speed that even a saint could scarcely perceive it. Yet, this marine expanse had been sealed by Tong Tian, and, as the silver streak emerged, it collided with the formation. "Where do you think you're going?" Tong Tian exclaimed, a look of joy on his face as he reached out. Despite being a saint, he found himself struggling to capture the streak several times, yet ultimately succeeded. This demonstrated that had Tong Tian not been prepared in advance, the innate treasure would have long since escaped. "Teacher, what is this spiritual treasure?" Xiao Yuan and Duo Bao inquired curiously as they approached. Tong Tian, with a beaming smile, opened his palm to reveal a silver-white mirror adorned with intricate and mysterious patterns, gracefully floating above his hand. At this moment, the mirror was enveloped in spiritual restraints, sealed by immense celestial power. If my master is not mistaken, this spiritual treasure must be a fragment of the chaos spiritual treasure, the time-space mirror. Chapter 75, The Purple Gold Entry, Void Sword Escape. The time-space mirror? Upon hearing this, Duo Bao furrowed his brow, as this delved into his area of ignorance. It was also the first time Xiao Yuan had heard of such a spiritual treasure, and he too was intrigued. In the primordial chaos, there existed 9 chaos spiritual treasures, namely the creation jade dish, the opening heaven axe, the 36 ranks of chaos green lotus, the spear of judgment, the 10,000 path steel, the time-space mirror, the chaos pearl, the all-encompassing cauldron, and the world-subduing tower. Since the dawn of creation, these treasures had all been damaged, falling in rank and scattering throughout the vast wilderness or the chaos. Tong Tian explained with a smile. The time-space mirror commands the powers of time and space. The one in my hand should represent the spatial aspect, the void mirror. Only when the time mirror and the void mirror are combined does it form the complete time-space mirror. Upon hearing this, Duo Bao and Xiao Yuan suddenly understood, their reservoir of useful knowledge having expanded. Tong Tian, what has transpired? Why the sudden intervention? Meanwhile, the spiritual consciousness of the other 5 saints descended. Naturally, they sensed the commotion caused by Tong Tian in the Eastern Sea, and they vaguely perceived the aura of a primordial treasure, prompting their eager arrival. Oh, it's nothing. Just fortunate enough to stumble upon a primordial treasure in the Eastern Sea. Even without the Chaos Bell, my sect can still stabilize its fortunes. Tong Tian laughed heartily, feeling a sense of vindication. The last time, the Chaos Bell had slipped through his fingers due to Yuan Shi's underhanded tactics, leaving him quite vexed. Now, he could finally release some pin-up frustration. Upon hearing Tong Tian's words, the other saints exchanged glances of astonishment. When did the number of primordial treasures in the wilderness become so abundant, allowing Tong Tian to encounter yet another one? The fortune of the Jie Sect must be extraordinary. Moreover, they had not caught wind of any signs, allowing Tong Tian to secretly seize it. Among the saints, Yuan Shi's expression was particularly grim. He had forsaken brotherly bonds to let the chaos bell escape, not wishing to see the Jie Sect grow stronger. Yet now it had obtained another primordial treasure? Was the Xiao Sect destined to be perpetually suppressed by the Jie Sect? Laozi's expression was complex. His third brother had acquired a primordial treasure. As the elder brother, he should congratulate him, yet he found himself unable to do so. This was due to Yuan Shi's earlier words, which seemed to come to fruition. Tong Tian, dear friend, your Xianmin already possesses 2 primordial treasures. How about letting me have this one for the West? We in the West will surely remember your great kindness and virtue. Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti looked upon Tong Tian with anguished expressions. Would you like a sword for me? Tong Tian chuckled in exasperation, truly taken aback by their habitual demands. If a friend does not wish to give, there is no need to display such great anger. With a sigh, Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti withdrew their spiritual consciousness, leaving. Following suit, Nu Hua, Yuan Shi, and Laozi did not linger long. The acquisition of the primordial treasure by the Jie Sect had become an established fact. There was no hope of snatching it back. It is foreseeable that the acquisition of the innate supreme treasure by the Jijiao will undoubtedly usher in numerous transformations within the primordial landscape. Firstly, the stance of the Rinjiao and Chanjiao towards the Jijiao will be pivotal. The emergence of this innate treasure is likely to accelerate the disintegration of the 3 teachings, a notion evident in the demeanor of both Yuan Shi and Laozi. However, following the incident with the Chaos Bell, Tong Tian has evidently grown disillusioned, no longer placing great value on the so-called brotherly bonds. Another hidden peril for the Jijiao is steadily being alleviated. Your merit in our Jijiao's acquisition of this innate treasure is paramount. Xiao Yuan, is there anything you desire? Tong Tian inquired of Xiao Yuan with a smile. Nothing comes to mind at the moment. I shall consult you should I think of something later, Xiao Yuan replied with a grin, genuinely lacking any particular desires. Moreover, he felt a shared fate with the Jijiao, finding great joy in their possession of this innate treasure. By the way, master, what about that innate yin-yang dragon? Xiao Yuan suddenly recalled. The Jijiao's acquisition of the empty mirror is also attributed to the innate yin-yang dragon. Ah, I nearly forgot about that little creature, Tong Tian remarked, casually gesturing, and a small dragon was extracted from the empty mirror. The innate yin-yang dragon, now reappearing above the eastern sea, had lost its former arrogance. Trembling under the gaze of the onlookers. Please show mercy, sage. I am willing to serve the Jijiao for eternity. I implore you to spare my life. The innate yin-yang dragon pleaded. Ding! The innate yin-yang dragon has been captured. Please make a choice. Choice 1. Subjugate the innate yin-yang dragon, which may randomly enhance 1 attributes level. Choice 2. Slay the yin-yang dragon to extract its bones and soul for refining the golden dragon scissors, which may randomly enhance 1 attributes level. The system's voice resonated, leaving Xiao Yuan momentarily stunned. Both choices promised identical rewards, a phenomenon that had never occurred before. Furthermore, this reward seemed particularly exceptional, no longer merely an attribute reward, but an upgrade to existing attributes. Having acquired numerous golden attributes, Xiao Yuan understood their significance, each representing the pinnacle of prowess within the primordial realm. If they were to be upgraded, their might would surely magnify. I choose option 2, Xiao Yuan declared without hesitation. Undeniably, the innate yin-yang dragon possessed formidable strength and extraordinary talent, even harboring the potential to breach the quasi-saint realm. However, its arrogance and rebellious nature rendered it unpredictable. Thus, it was wiser to eliminate it. Upon making his choice, Xiao Yuan felt a radiant, purple-golden light descend and penetrate his being. Soon, he sensed a tremor among his various attributes. A wave of apprehension washed over him as he pondered which attribute would be afforded the opportunity to ascend. Before long, the dust settled. Void sword escape. Purple gold, you can traverse into the void using your sword. When mastered to perfection, even saints will be unable to trace your whereabouts. Xiao Yuan, is this for real? With such an array of options, why did he select this particular upgrade? Xiao Yuan had always approached the sword path with a natural disposition, showing little inclination to delve deeply into the intricacies of the sword escape attribute. Among the speed-related attributes, his true preference lay with soaring to the 9 heavens, which promised swiftness akin to that of the mythical Kuanping. Now, it seemed he was compelling himself to diligently practice the sword path. Xiao Yuan found himself at a loss for words. Resolutely, he decided it was indeed time to hone his swordsmanship. The void sword escape attribute was undeniably formidable. With adequate training, Even sages would be unable to catch up, making it an exceptional means of self-preservation. Master, my ability to locate the range of the spiritual treasure is largely thanks to the reminder from junior sister Sanxiao. This innate yin-yang flood dragon is entrusted to me. I shall refine it into a spiritual treasure as a reward for the three sisters. Xiao Yuan spoke, calming his emotions. Excellent. Tong Tian nodded. A few words exchanged between master and disciple determined the fate of the innate yin-yang flood dragon. Upon hearing this, the creature trembled in fear, wishing to plead for mercy, only to be swiftly subdued by Xiao Yuan. Without the protection of the empty mirror, the innate yin-yang flood dragon was merely a slightly stronger Deluo golden immortal, not worthy of Xiao Yuan's concern. Chapter 76. Journey to the Underworld. Encounter with the ancestor of the Nether River. Esteemed colleagues, in light of your tireless efforts for our sect, we cannot remain without acknowledgement. Today, I shall bestow a celestial rain of Dao rhythm as a token of gratitude, Tong Tian declared aloud, pointing a finger towards the heavens. The sky erupted in a vibrant glow, showering countless droplets of divine rain. The formidable beings bathed in this heavenly essence felt the rhythm of the Dao surging within them. The methods of a sage are truly unfathomable, and these mighty figures reaped immense benefits. Seeing this, Xiao Yuan smiled. He had been contemplating how to express his gratitude to those who assisted him in searching for the innate yin-yang flood dragon, including his senior brothers and many fellow cultivators from EEC. After all, everyone had exerted great effort on his behalf, and it would be remiss not to show some appreciation. Now, with his master's intervention, his concerns were alleviated. Once matters here had settled, Tong Tian returned to Penglai, rapidly refining the empty mirror, which he then utilized to suppress the fortunes of the Jie Sect. The innate treasure proved its worth, effortlessly managing the sect's fortunes. And even if the fortunes were doubled, the empty mirror would remain capable of maintaining control. Thus, one of the sect's significant issues was resolved. As for Xiao Yuan, he returned to Yingzhou Island, beginning the process of refining the corpse and soul of the innate yin-yang flood dragon into a spiritual treasure, specifically the postnatal treasure, the golden flood dragon scissors. Upon completion, Xiao Yuan tested the scissors and was certain that this creation represented the pinnacle of his craftsmanship, a true masterpiece among postnatal treasures. Subsequently, he entrusted the fiery youth to deliver the golden flood dragon scissors to the Sanxiao sisters, who cherished the gift immensely. In the following period, Xiao Yuan dedicated himself to rigorous sword training. He was determined not to squander the potential of the void sword escape attribute. As a mid-stage Hunyuan golden immortal, coupled with the heavenly insight attribute, he possessed a lofty perspective, allowing him to engage in the study of the sword path without hindrance. In the blink of an eye, 3,000 years drifted by. During this period, the primordial chaos has been relatively tranquil. However, the discord between the Chan and Jie sects has intensified, albeit both sides have shown restraint, preventing matters from escalating to a deadly confrontation. Xiao Yuan, come to the Shangqing Palace, the voice of Tong Tian resounded. Without hesitation, Xiao Yuan made his way to the Shangqing Palace. I pay my respects to my master. This time, Xiao Yuan was the sole disciple summoned to pay his respects. You are to journey to the netherworld and deliver this array plate to Lady Pingxin, Tong Tian instructed. At that moment, Xiao Yuan felt a tinge of confusion. Why was he assigned such a menial task? Nevertheless, Lady Pingxin was indeed a renowned figure in the primordial chaos. Her former incarnation was that of the Earth Mother Ancestor, one of the 12 ancestors of sorcery. During the great calamity between the sorcerers and the demons, when Yuhua attained enlightenment and became a saint, she exerted immense pressure on the sorcerer clan. The Earth Mother Ancestor chose to reincarnate, securing great fortune and merit for her clan while safeguarding their destiny. Thus, in the primordial chaos, the Earth Mother Ancestor was no more, and in her place stood Lady Pingxin of Netherworld. In terms of status, Lady Pingxin could stand shoulder to shoulder with the saints, and, within the realm of the Netherworld, her combat prowess was comparable to that of Saint. The saints of the primordial chaos treated Lady Pingxin with utmost respect, wary of provoking her. Since the calamity, Lady Pingxin had been diligently searching for the souls of her 11 brothers, exploring various methods. Recently, she sent word to me, requesting that I create an array capable of summoning residual souls in an attempt to gather the ancestral spirits. In exchange for this array, I procured from Lady Pingxin the techniques of the sorcerer clan for tempering the physical body, along with a drop of ancestral blood. Tong Tian then elaborated, moreover, Your expertise in formations will be invaluable in assisting Lady Pingxin with adjustments. Xiao Yuan was immediately moved. He understood that whatever his master sought, be it the methods of the sorcerers or the ancestral blood, was likely intended for him. Xiao Yuan was certain that with the sorcerer's techniques and the ancestral blood, his 8-9 mysteries would undoubtedly reach a new level, achieving the 8th transformation. Thank you, Master, for your thoughtful planning, Xiao Yuan replied hastily. There is no need for such formality between us, especially since you have greatly contributed to our sect's quest for innate treasures and deserve due reward, Tong Tian chuckled. He then shifted his tone, cautioning, however, since the death of those 11 ancestral spirits, Lady Pingxin's temperament has changed dramatically, becoming increasingly capricious. Once you arrive in the netherworld, remember to speak little and refrain from mentioning anything regarding the ancestral spirits. Xiao Yuan acknowledged this with a nod, realizing that the warning hinted at Lady Pingxin's unstable emotions. It would be wise to tread lightly upon encountering her to avoid offending any taboos and incurring her displeasure. I shall remember, Master, Xiao Yuan promptly assured. After receiving the array plate, he departed from the Shangqing Palace, riding the blazing beast directly towards the netherworld. The reincarnation of the Earth Mother took place near the Sea of Blood, thus the entrance to the netherworld is also located in its vicinity. The Blood Sea is formed from the navel of Pangu, a place of utmost filth in the primordial world, perpetually shrouded in karmic obstacles. Even the Doluo golden immortals dare not venture deep within, fearing the corruption of their bodies and souls. When the Blood Sea is mentioned, Xiao Yuan recalls another formidable being of the primordial realm, the ancestor of the Blood Sea and the Nether River. This ancestor emerged from the very essence of the Blood Sea. He has refined billions upon billions of blood gods within its depths, possessing life-preserving abilities that are unparalleled in the primordial realm, famously proclaiming that as long as the Blood Sea endures, the Nether River shall not perish. Even the saints lack the capacity to utterly vanquish him. Moreover, the ancestor of the Nether River is a fervent seeker of the Tao, tirelessly striving for sanctification. When Nuwa created humanity and attained sanctification, he endeavored to bring forth the Azura race. As the other 5 saints established their teachings and achieved sanctification, he sought to establish the Azura religion. Unfortunately, the ancestor of the Nether River did not receive the primordial purple energy and thus missed the opportunity for sanctification. Today, he stands as one of the most formidable beings in the primordial realm, second only to the saints. Esteemed friend Xiao Yuan, please pause. A voice suddenly resounded as Xiao Yuan passed the Blood Sea. I have heard of you, the most distinguished disciple under the Saint of Upper Clear, and I wish to spar with you in the art of the sword. The ancestor of the Nether River spoke slowly, his eyes filled with martial intent. Many in the primordial realm study the sword, yet only a few, perhaps only Tong Tian and the ancestor of the Nether River, have truly mastered the sword to its zenith. Tong Tian wields the Qingping sword and the 4 swords of slaying immortals, while the ancestor commands the 2 formidable swords, Yuan Tu and Abi. In the past, the ancestor challenged Tong Tian but was defeated. After Tong Tian attained the Tao and became a saint, the ancestor no longer had the chance to challenge him, a regret he harbors to this day. Now, sensing Xiao Yuan's presence, he is inclined to engage in a bout. The primordial world whispers that Xiao Yuan is the most favored disciple of Tong Tian, suggesting that his swordsmanship cannot be lacking. Unable to compete with his master, the ancestor settles for a contest with his disciple. Xiao Yuan thought, what? Chapter 77. Understanding the Tao in Battle, Calming the Underworld. Xiao Yuan has prided himself on being a versatile warrior. He considers himself well-rounded in various aspects. However, swordsmanship remains his weakest point. Despite having recently redirected his efforts towards diligent practice, he finds that, compared to his other skills, his progress is still significantly lacking. While he does not fear a full confrontation with the ancestor of the Nether River, a contest of swordsmanship feels like kicking a man while he is down. This is excessive. As for being the most favored disciple, who spread such rumors? It is utterly absurd. Ancestor of the Nether River, I have been training under my master, primarily focusing on other disciplines, so I shall not flaunt my skills in front of you, Xiao Yuan stated candidly. Let's exchange a few moves. The River of Hades would not heed Xiao Yuan's explanations, promptly summoning the dual swords, Yuan Tu and Abi. Xiao Yuan felt a sense of helplessness. He realized he was confronted with someone who took matters too seriously. He could only retrieve the innate spiritual treasure, the Mo Yuan sword. This inferior grade, innate spiritual treasure was the very first he had received, bestowed upon him by his esteemed teacher. Since acquiring this sword, he had seldom put it to use. Upon seeing Xiao Yuan draw the Mo Yuan sword, the river of Hades frowned slightly. At that moment, he began to believe Xiao Yuan's claim of his lack of proficiency in swordsmanship. A skilled swordsman would undeniably possess a formidable sword. In the eyes of the river of Hades, an inferior grade, innate spiritual sword could hardly be considered a good weapon. Nevertheless, having already proposed a sparring match, there was no reason to withdraw. The river of Hades wielded the Yuan Tu and Abi swords, infused with overwhelming sword intent as he charged towards Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan dared not underestimate the situation. He grasped the Mo Yuan sword and activated the open sky sword divine technique, the first divine art he had comprehended. The clash of blades resonated with a sharp, piercing sound. In a single exchange, the river of Hades managed to suppress Xiao Yuan. Observing this, he felt quite disappointed. A disciple of the upper clear sage, and this is all he could muster? To him, Xiao Yuan's swordsmanship was indeed riddled with flaws. However, in the next moment, the river of Hades noticed the sword intent intertwining within Xiao Yuan's eyes. Was this comprehension born of battle? Furthermore, despite being suppressed, Xiao Yuan exuded a vibrant sword intent, showing signs of counteraction. Very well, since you possess such insight and opportunity, I shall lend you my aid. The river of Hades murmured. Subsequently, the Yuan Tu and Abi swords transformed into flowing lights, no longer aimed at vanquishing the opponent, but instead, they were feeding Xiao Yuan with insights. This act was to assist him in comprehending and refining his swordsmanship. Thus, a century later, Xiao Yuan awoke from his state of enlightenment. Thank you for your assistance. My friend, he sincerely expressed his gratitude to the river of Hades. He had not anticipated entering a state of comprehension during their swordsmanship exchange, and he was immensely thankful to the river of Hades. Had he harbored malicious intent, he could have easily disrupted Xiao Yuan's enlightenment, leading to his failure. Instead, the river of Hades not only refrained from causing harm, but also provided support. This 100 years of enlightenment equated to Xiao Yuan's arduous cultivation of swordsmanship over tens of thousands of years. You are too modest. It was but a simple gesture. However, your talent in swordsmanship is indeed a waste if not honed, the river of Hades advised. Xiao Yuan found himself momentarily at a loss for words. How could he explain that he had so many areas of learning and interest that he had neglected swordsmanship? My friend speaks wisely. I shall henceforth focus my cultivation on swordsmanship, Xiao Yuan replied without further elaboration. I hope that when we meet again, your swordsmanship will have made significant strides. The river of Hades said before vanishing into the Blood Sea. The encounter in the Blood Sea was merely a minor episode for Xiao Yuan, a fortuitous surprise. Meanwhile, Xiao Yuan pondered when he would acquire the specialized entry for swordsmanship cultivation, for only then would his swordsmanship not lag behind. Without further delay, Xiao Yuan continued his journey to the underworld, where he intended to pay a visit to Lady Pingxin. Upon entering the realm of shadows, he called out loudly while observing the environment of the underworld. Despite the considerable passage of time since its establishment, the facilities within remained remarkably rudimentary. The Ghost Gate, the Naiha Bridge, the 10 halls of Yinluo, and the 18 layers of hell had yet to be constructed. As far as the eye could see, there was only desolation. The underworld specters mechanically guided the souls of the wronged into reincarnation, allowing them to be reborn. However, before Xiao Yuan could further examine the realm, he suddenly felt a blur before his eyes, and upon reopening them, he found himself within a grand hall. This left Xiao Yuan astounded. With his strength, he would not fear even a peak quasi-saint, yet he had been effortlessly relocated, which was utterly bewildering. It is said that Lady Pingxin is comparable to a saint in the underworld, and now it certainly appeared to be true. Nevertheless, Xiao Yuan quickly composed himself and bowed respectfully toward the high seat, greeting Lady Pingxin. At the head of the hall sat a woman clad in a black robe adorned with a crown, her expression austere, causing Xiao Yuan to inexplicably feel a chill. He had previously encountered Lady Nuwa, who also exuded an air of unattainability, yet she was not nearly as frigid. However, considering Lady Pingxin's circumstances, her demeanor was perhaps understandable. While Nuwa's elder brother, Fushi, had perished, he could still be reborn as a sovereign of humanity. But what of Hutu? After her brother's death, his soul was scattered, never to return. Especially as Hutu presided over reincarnation, one would expect her to be the most knowledgeable about souls. Yet she could not gather the lingering souls of her brothers. It was somewhat tragic, akin to a physician unable to heal their own kin. Lady, this is the soul-gathering array devised by my master, Xiao Yuan stated, producing the array disc. Lady Pingxin beckoned, and the disc fell in her hands. My master has instructed me to assist in calibrating the array, Xiao Yuan continued. Excellent. Lady Pingxin waved her hand, and the array disc returned to rest before Xiao Yuan. Not daring to delay, he immediately began arranging the formation. This array, created by Tantian, was known as the Myriad Spirits Soul Gathering Array, belonging to the pinnacle echelon of formations. Lady, please provide an item intimately associated with the person whose soul we wish to gather, or their fur, blood, or essence. I shall attempt to perform the soul gathering, preferably using their blood essence, Xiao Yuan added. Lady Pingxin nodded, and a beam of blood light descended into the array, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of anticipation. Xiao Yuan could immediately sense the abundant energy contained within that blood light, which emanated a raw, primal aura, accompanied by a surging power of flame, as if he could faintly hear the echoes of furious roars. This is undoubtedly a drop of the primordial blood of the ancestral shaman. Moreover, if Xiao Yuan's conjecture holds true, it is the blood of Zhu Rong, the ancestral shaman of fire, which is precisely the essence he yearns to acquire. The blood of Zhu Rong resonates perfectly with Xiao Yuan's own lineage. Beyond its capacity to refine the physical body, it may even catalyze a profound evolution of his bloodline. However, despite his intense desire, Xiao Yuan dared not reveal the slightest hint of his longing at this moment. Once the blood of Zhu Rong entered the soul-gathering formation, Xiao Yuan promptly initiated its operation. After a brief moment, although the blood began to pulsate, no significant effect manifested. The soul of Zhu Rong had not been summoned at all. Zhu Rong had been grievously wounded by a sneak attack from the demon clan while battling Gong Gong, leading to the obliteration of his spirit. Gathering the remnants of his soul was virtually impossible. My lady, it has failed, Xiao Yuan murmured. In that instant, as his words fell, the temperature within the grand hall seemed to plummet. Chapter 78. The Manifestation of Spirit Locking and Soul Summoning. 12 Drops of Primordial Blood. A sudden pang of anxiety gripped Xiao Yuan's heart, fearing that this formidable presence might vent her ire upon him. Fortunately, although Ping Xian displayed some irritation, she remained far from losing control. Let's try the others, she suggested, waving her sleeve. Subsequently, 10 more drops of primordial blood, brimming with overwhelming power, descended before Xiao Yuan. Undoubtedly, these are the essences of other ancestral shamans. Upon witnessing the 11 drops of primordial blood before him, Xiao Yuan could hardly contain his excitement. He was certain that if he could secure all 11 drops, his 8-9 profound art would undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of the 8th transformation. Perhaps even his bloodline could surge further, reaching the realm of mid-grade chaos. Yet, with Ping Xian observing closely, Xiao Yuan dared not secretly hoard these precious essences. No matter how covetous he felt, he subsequently utilized the blood as a medium, attempting to summon each soul in turn, only to meet with failure each time. The 11 ancestral shamans, Zhu Rong, wounded by the demon-slaying sword, Gong Gong, obliterated by the heavenly Dao after his furious assault on the unruly mountain, and the other 9, entangled in calamity, perished alongside the demon clan, leaving no trace of their souls. The endeavor to gather the souls of these 11 ancestral shamans was nearly an insurmountable task. In truth, Ping Xian was well aware of this. Nevertheless, she remained undeterred. However, after numerous attempts and failures, despair began to weave its way into her spirit. An aura of disappointment enveloped her. I observe that you primarily cultivate the path of heavenly fire. Thus, I bestow upon you the blood of Brother Zhu Rong, along with the method of our witch clan for refining the physical body, as per our agreed remuneration, Ping Xian declared, extending her finger. A stream of light descended into Xiao Yuan's forehead, followed by the drop of Zhu Rong's blood landing before him. This unexpected gesture left Xiao Yuan somewhat astonished. Having encountered Ping Xian, he had relegated her to the category of difficult individuals, thus proceeding with utmost caution in his dealings. To his surprise, Ping Xin was quite understanding, offering the most suitable essence of Zhu Rong. Thank you, Lady Ping Xin, Xiao Yuan expressed his gratitude. Ping Xin waved her hand, evidently lacking the desire to continue conversing with Xiao Yuan, signaling an implicit dismissal. Xiao Yuan had initially prepared to take his leave, having obtained what he anticipated. Yet he hesitated, biting his lip before speaking. My lady, I possess another method that may help gather the souls of the ancestral witches. You? Pingxin was amused, laughter escaping her lips. Even the sages struggled to gather the remnants of the ancestral witch's soul. What could a mere Hunyuan golden immortal like Xiao Yuan possibly achieve? Do not presume to jest with me simply because you are a disciple of the supreme sage. Has your teacher not informed you of my temper? Pingxin's smile faded as a formidable aura pressed down upon Xiao Yuan. He dared not take the lady lightly. Very well. If you can fulfill this wish of mine, feel free to voice any request, and I shall grant it. Pingxin replied with a measured tone, clearly not harboring high hopes for Xiao Yuan's words. However, Xiao Yuan's confidence stemmed from a serendipitous acquisition, the entry titled Summoned Spirit Lock Soul. This entry was obtained during his conquest of the long-eared, dinging immortal. At the time, Xiao Yuan had deemed it rather useless, akin to a chicken rib, tasteless yet regrettable to discard. Yet now, it seemed perfectly suited to his current predicament. Still, he remained uncertain about the potency of the Summoned Spirit Lock Soul entry, thus refraining from making guarantees, merely suggesting a trial. After all, even sages were unable to gather the remnants of the ancestral witches' souls. Subsequently, Xiao Yuan cradled the essence of Zhu Rong in his palm and invoked the Summoned Spirit Lock Soul entry. In the next moment, under the entry's influence, faint soul energy began to converge around the essence of Zhu Rong. Witnessing this scene, Pingxin could no longer maintain her previous composure. She abruptly rose, her eyes alight with excitement. She had attempted countless methods before, all failing to gather the ancestral witch's soul energy. Yet now, it was manifesting in Xiao Yuan's hands. Concerned about startling him, she quickly suppressed her exhilaration, standing quietly, though her slightly trembling form betrayed her inner turmoil. As time passed, the soul energy around the essence of the ancestral, which continued to accumulate. Consolidate, Xiao Yuan commanded, and, to his astonishment, the soul energy began to coalesce into the shape of a small figure, embodying the spirit of the ancestral, which Zhu Rong. However, the newly formed figure appeared insubstantial, with a vacant gaze lacking vitality. My lady, I have fulfilled my promise, Xiao Yuan exclaimed, gazing at the soul figure, releasing a deep breath. The Summoned Spirit Lock Soul entry proved unexpectedly formidable, managing to gather even a shattered ancestral witch's spirit. My lady, the ancestral witch's spirit has just coalesced. It requires extensive nurturing to grow strong. A test of patience, Xiao Yuan continued. Excellent, excellent. Pingxin's eyes sparkled with delight. Xiao Yuan had already assisted her in completing the most critical step. The subsequent nurturing she could manage on her own. I also appreciate your help with the spirits of my other 10 brothers. Pingxin's attitude toward Xiao Yuan had undergone a complete transformation, her words imbued with warmth. Your Highness, gathering the spirits is no trivial matter. The toll on myself is considerable, and I may require a brief respite, Xiao Yuan expressed, feeling somewhat troubled. It was not his intention to place Pingxin in a difficult position, but the reality was undeniable. The ancestor witches were formidable beings of quasi-saint level, and gathering their spirits demanded a significant expenditure of Xiao Yuan's spiritual energy. Having only just condensed Zhu Rong's spirit, he needed to proceed with caution. My apologies for my oversight, Pingxin said, suddenly feeling a twinge of regret. Raising her hand, numerous streams of luminous energy descended before Xiao Yuan. He paused, taken aback. To his astonishment, they were all exquisite, nurturing spiritual treasures, so rare that even saints would have scarce reserves of such items. This Pingxin truly was magnanimous. Given her earnestness, Xiao Yuan felt compelled to reciprocate, promptly commencing the repair of his spirit with the aid of these treasures. He then began to gather the souls of the ancestor witches using his essence blood. 2 millennia later, Xiao Yuan finally condensed the remaining 10 ancestor witch souls. Pingxin gazed upon the 11 ancestor witch spirits and let out a long sigh of relief. With these spirits in existence, it was merely a matter of time before her 11 brothers could return. I previously stated that as long as you assist me in condensing my brother's spirits, you may request anything from me. Now is the time for me to fulfill my promise. Pingxin smiled, her previously austere demeanor having softened considerably. Your Highness, I practice the 8-9 mysteries and seek to gather the essence blood of all 12 ancestor witches for my cultivation. Xiao Yuan spoke slowly. Ah, Pingxin chuckled, raising her hand to bestow upon him the essence blood, in addition to the 11 drops of ancestor witch essence blood he had received earlier. She also granted him a drop of Hutu's essence blood. now that the spirits of the ancestor witches had been condensed. Retaining that essence blood held little purpose for her. As for Hutu's essence blood, it was likely a remnant from her prior corporeal existence. After all, once she transcended into reincarnation, her physical form no longer persisted. Chapter 79. Restructuring the Underworld's Rules, Tai's Salvation. Xiao Yuan, having acquired 12 drops of ancestor witch essence blood, alongside the experience of the witch clan in tempering the body, felt thoroughly satisfied. His journey to the netherworld could be deemed an immense success. Noticing that matters had reached their conclusion, Xiao Yuan intended to take his leave. Yet, before he could depart, Ping Xin spoke, "You have assisted me greatly in condensing my brother's spirits. To offer merely these drops of ancestor witch essence blood seems insufficient as a token of gratitude. Thus, I shall grant you another opportunity." Before Xiao Yuan could respond, Ping Xin sat regally upon her throne and proclaimed, "I am Ping Xin of the underworld. Today, I wish to establish order in the netherworld. May the heavenly Tao bear witness." In an instant, Ping Xin's voice resonated throughout the entire primordial world. The powerful beings of the primordial realm, even the saints, revealed expressions of astonishment at that moment. The presence of Ping Xin has always been rather understated, remaining immersed in the depths of the underworld, diligently researching the resurrection of the ancestral shaman and oblivious to the turmoil of the primordial realm, having not surfaced for many years. Yet now, unexpectedly, she has made her voice heard. Moreover, Ping Xin holds a unique status, akin to that of a saint, which does not permit complacency among the powerful and the holy. The sound of the heavenly Tao resounded with grandeur. Suddenly, a golden light of immeasurable brilliance descended, enveloping the underworld. In an instant, countless beams of law illuminated the realm, merging seamlessly with the essence of the underworld. With a thunderous roar and violent tremors, the structures within the underworld began to evolve and perfect themselves, such as the Ghost Gate, the Bridge of Oblivion, the Mirror of Sins, the 10 Halls of Yama, the 18 Layers of Hell, and the City of Fengdu. Previously, Ping Xin had devoted herself to restoring the ancestral shaman-esque soul, showing little concern for the management of the underworld, let alone its development. Now, with her hearts not untied by Xiao Yuan, the refinement of the underworld's rules has become an inevitable development. The enhancement of the underworld's regulations and the re-establishment of order by Lady Ping Xin herald great fortune for the primordial realm. The commotion in the underworld is sure to attract boundless merit and fortune, and we must find a way to involve ourselves. As the order of the underworld was re-established, the thoughts of the myriad saints of the primordial realm were stirred. The underworld now resembled a sumptuous feast. To partake in it would undoubtedly yield immense merit and fortune. Whenever merit and fortune are concerned, it inevitably pertains to the cultivation of saints, and thus they cannot help but be intrigued. In the underworld, Xiao Yuan still seems to be present. Tong Tian sensed the commotion within the realm, and a peculiar expression arose in his heart. His original intention was to send Xiao Yuan on a brief errand, yet he had been gone for nearly 3,000 years without return. Tong Tian was not worried for Xiao Yuan's safety. After all, he had his protection, and even if Ping Xin were to be reckless, she would not dare harm her own disciple. However, Tong Tian now harbored doubts that the tumult in the underworld might have been instigated by Xiao Yuan, for his disciple was famously adept at stirring chaos. Meanwhile, within the underworld, after establishing the order of the underworld, Hutu turned her gaze toward Xiao Yuan. "I wish to appoint you as the supreme celestial who averts suffering, overseeing the 10 halls of Yama, with the duty of ferrying lost souls. Will you accept this title?" "I am willing," Xiao Yuan responded without a moment's hesitation. The rise of the underworld was already a foregone conclusion, and even the saints sought to have a hand in its affairs, underscoring the wealth that lay within. The authority granted to Xiao Yuan by Hutu was indeed formidable. The 10 halls of Yama are a crucial component of the underworld, responsible for the capture and judgment of souls. Such immense fortune cannot be overlooked. At the very moment Xiao Yuan accepted, great merit descended from the heavens, enveloping him entirely. Xiao Yuan subsequently ascended to the late stage of the mixed Yuan golden immortal realm. Following this, his divine incarnation divided into 10 manifestations, descending from a heavenly court and infiltrating the 10 halls of Yanluo, transforming into the 10 Yanluo. Xiao Yuan aimed to pursue the path of pure laws and enlightenment, thus delegating these trivial matters to his divine manifestations. Boom! Tong Tian, initially pondering whether the recent upheaval in the underworld was related to his disciple, suddenly sensed a significant surge in the fortunes of the Jie Sect, which had established a profound connection with the underworld. It was confirmed the disturbances in the underworld were indeed instigated by Xiao Yuan. At this moment, Tongtian's smile was so wide that it seemed as if it could not close. The underworld was re-establishing its order, and Jie had reaped substantial benefits, gaining a strategic advantage. Moreover, not only did Jie profit, but even the heavenly court basked in this newfound fortune, its own luck experiencing a notable uplift. Xiao Yuan, the disciple of my esteemed master, truly is a benefactor. His good deeds do not forget the heavenly court, which left Hunyuan immensely moved. The other saints naturally took note of these developments and recognized the considerable advantages Xiao Yuan had secured for Jie in the underworld. How I wish our Western sect had such a disciple, Jane and Junti lamented, almost wishing to immediately bring Xiao Yuan into the fold of the Western sect. After all, just Xiao Yuan alone had brought immeasurable benefits to Jie. Laozi and Yuan Shi felt a twinge of envy, experiencing sentiments akin to those of the two saints of the West, pondering how wonderful it would be if Xiao Yuan were their disciple. Alas, such thoughts could only remain as fantasies. Thank you, Lady Pingxin. Xiao Yuan sincerely expressed his gratitude to Lady Pingxin. He had been quite satisfied with receiving 12 drops of ancestral witch blood. Yet unexpectedly, he was presented with such a substantial boon, which facilitated his breakthrough in cultivation. At the same time, Xiao Yuan understood that Lady Pingxin wished to remain indebted to him. Lady, if you desire the ancestral witches' souls to recover swiftly, perhaps you could establish offerings for them. The power of incense has excellent effects on nurturing divine souls, Xiao Yuan suggested, aware of the efficacy of incense offerings from his own experiences with the human race. Incense? Lady Pingxin clearly absorbed Xiao Yuan's words, entering a state of deep contemplation. Since the calamity of the witches and demons, most of the witch clan had been relocated to the underworld, becoming spirits, while the remaining witches were unable to form any substantial strength. Lady Pingxin murmured, suddenly struck by inspiration. Indeed, our witch clan once intermarried with the human race, giving rise to the human witch lineage. Now, as the human emperor's time returns, if we elevate the human witch lineage to the human emperor's position, it would greatly benefit the recovery of my brothers. Xiao Yuan listened intently, surprised that Lady Pingxin had expanded her thoughts so far because of his single remark. He had not anticipated that she would even contemplate the position of the human emperor. The return of the human emperor, one of the three sovereigns, would solidify the unity of the human race. If Lady Pingxin were to intervene, one could only wonder what unforeseen events might unfold. However, these matters are not for Xiao Yuan to ponder, for the ascension of the emperor is the responsibility of the Chan sect, not that of the Jijiao. Let the Chan sect seek their own fortune.